The year is 3069. 6 supermassive ancient monoliths fell from the sky, bringing the apocalypse down on the whole planet. Creatures called demons crawled out of the monoliths, going crazy and slaughtering humanity. This dude single-handedly snapped the necks of every rank 7 demon, but Aki never saw it coming. There was a rank 8 hiding inside the monolith. That demon was like 10,000 times stronger than the rank 7s. Running on empty, Aki had to just accept his fate getting wasted by that rank 8 demon right in front of him. A totally bitter end. In the pitch black, a light suddenly popped up. Aki jolted awake, hearing a familiar military command barking in his ears. He looked around, totally confused by the weird scenery. Is this a dream or what? Just a second ago he was embracing death, and now he is here, but this feels way too real to be a dream. Sensing something off, Aki patted himself down, then clutched his head, freaking out. This isn't my face. Where's my ripped bod? Where's my rugged, manly, handsome look? Who the hell am I? Where is this? His head was spinning with a million unanswered questions. First off, this is Venus City, a place surrounded by these massive, towering walls. And the guy giving the speech? That's Ji Yaotong, captain of the 3rd Squad here in Venus. You punks better know what taking the warrior exam stands for. Being a warrior means representing protection and hope. Then, Ji Yaotong started yapping about the origin of warriors and the Dawn War from 60 years ago. Aki was totally horrified. He realized he'd time-traveled to the future after dying. And not just that. The history this guy heard was wrong. The top-tier demon wasn't rank 7, it was rank 8. He might not know everything, but he definitely saw it. Humanity still has no clue about the demon's actual power. The more he thought about it, the more creeped out Aki got. Meanwhile, Ji Yaotong's inspirational speech kept dragging on. Without those warriors, none of us would be here. No warriors means no life, no homes. It is the greatest title, representing hope and protection. Do you kids get what being a warrior stands for now? All the trainees in the crowd got hype, shouting out their determination. But right then, Ji Yaotong heard someone muttering in the back. No, that is not right. Rank 8 demon. Those words caught Ji Yaotong's ear. He walked straight up to Aki, killing intent written all over his face. Seems you still don't get what being a warrior means. What's your name? Aki hesitated, about to answer, but then stopped to think. Should I tell him I'm the Aki? Like anyone's gonna believe I traveled 60 years from the past into this weak-ass body? Just then, Ji Yaotong looked at his name tag and burst out laughing. Unbelievable. Haha, talk about a disgrace to a legendary name. You share a name with the greatest warrior in history? Aki, you idiot! You don't even have the basic qualities of a warrior, yet you dare insult that great name? How dare you? Ji Yaotong couldn't hold back his rage and swung his hand, slapping Aki with full force. Unable to react, Aki spat blood and flew backward. Damn this trash body. I couldn't even dodge a hit like that? Wait, so I have the same name as my past life? Luckily, someone caught him, so he wasn't too banged up, but he had definitely succeeded in grabbing attention. Specifically, Ji Yaotong's attention for the upcoming exam. After dealing with the troublemaker, Ji Yaotong ordered all the trainees to head to the testing grounds. Next up was the physical fitness test. Following orders, all the recruits headed to the gym. Only one person bothered to check on Aki, who was still lying on the ground. You okay, dude? Your name's Aki? That's a pretty badass name. I am Sino. Nice to meet ya. Suddenly, a girl named Situ Leo chimed in with a sneer. Humph, daring to use the name Aki, what a moron. You think having the same name gives you the same power? Grow up. She was insulting him just because of his name. Aki was pissed. What does my name have to do with her? Sino whispered. Dude, you don't know her? She's the most highly regarded recruit in this whole batch. Situ Liu, also known as the Situ Liu. She's the eldest daughter of the Situ clan, the most famous martial arts family in Venus City. Hearing the name Situ, Aki felt a bit of deja vu but couldn't place it. After the dizziness passed, Sino helped Aki up so they wouldn't miss the test. Right then, a camera flash blinded them. Oh my, the bromance between men is just intoxicating. Ah, don't mind me, please continue. Aki looked at the girl and asked seriously, who are you? She looked cool, but the nosebleed made her look kinda goofy. Sino, however, was only worried about the photo she just took. Mentioning the photo, the girl's eyes lit up. I'm Tomoe, hi! I was just drawn in by the shining boy love energy radiating from you two. Ha ha ha, this is excellent material. They were speechless. Walking into the gym, Aki tried to look cool. Ha ha ha, even with a body like this, I am still the strongest warrior. Daring to lecture me on what a warrior is? Hilarious. I'll use this exam to scare these guys to death with my insane scores. First round of the exam. Physical fitness. Part 1. Endurance run. Right from the start, Aki sprinted, leaving everyone in the dust. He planned to take first place in one go and break the record while he was at it. But life ain't a dream. He got first place from the bottom, shattered the record for the worst performance in history. He lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air like a dying dog, while the other recruits laughed at him. And it wasn't just the running. In every single physical test, Aki became a joke. He didn't just fail, he almost snapped his own arm trying to punch. Final result, ranked dead last in fitness. His score was unbelievably trash. Immediate elimination. I can't believe it, I used to be humanity's strongest warrior, and now I'm this weak? Aki crawled on the ground, clutching his head in despair. Only Sino came over to comfort him. Tomoe, of course, took the chance to snap a photo of their final intimate moment. An examiner walked up to speak with Captain G. Captain G, with scores that bad, that kid Aki doesn't even need to take the second round. He is so weak we can just cut him now. Even though he was annoyed by Aki's attitude earlier, Ji Yaotong shook his head. The kid's hopeless, but he still has the right to take the second round. Let this be his final test. He turned around and ordered the start of the second round. Synchronization rate with the armor unit. Hearing the announcement, Aki smirked with confidence. Armor synchronization rate test? I've got a shot. 60 years ago, I was the strongest existence with a stable sync rate over 96%. This body might be trash, but synchronization is all about willpower. You guys think I'm just a big joke, huh? Well, open your damn eyes and watch this. I'm about to show you what the strongest warrior's synchronization rate really looks like. Aki's eyes were burning with a completely different vibe than before. Just like that, he marched straight to the next spot. After strapping on the sync gear, he couldn't help but geek out over the current tech. Compared to 60 years ago, the usability has leveled up big time. Right then, Situ Liu's test results dropped. She passed with a 39% sync rate. Hearing the results, all the examinees down below started buzzing. Wow, that's Situ Liu for you. She actually hit 39%. That's probably the best score all year. People raised by martial arts families are just built different. How do you even chase a girl that elite? A girl like that looks like she's literally glowing. Listening to these kids yapping, Aki let out a tired sigh. He stopped caring about romance and puppy love a long time ago. After finishing the test, Situ Liu took off the gear and strutted arrogantly straight to the waiting room. You could tell from her face that she wasn't as surprised by the result at all. The chatter about her kept going on and on. Everyone wished they had her family background, her crazy strength, and her looks. But the second she stepped into the waiting room, Situ Liu revealed her true colors. She turned beet red, practically steaming with embarrassment. Good job, Situ Liu. 39%. Heh. Everyone must have seen that, right? I totally stood out this time. Being the cool ice queen really does get more fans, but I should probably stay humble. Calm down, Situ Liu. Just chill. Turns out this chick has a massive case of teen syndrome. Over in the testing area, Aki was actually pretty surprised by her result. He didn't expect anyone to hit a 39% sync rate. Just then, Sino walked up and threw an arm around his shoulder. She's seriously strong, huh? Talk about spirit, I can feel the intensity rolling off her. Not knowing how to respond, Aki just agreed to brush it off. Suddenly, Sino asked him why he didn't look nervous at all. I mean, with his trash test results earlier, passing the warrior exam seemed pretty much impossible. Aki didn't really care, just saying he was used to it. This made Sino kind of curious. At their age, how used to it could he possibly be? Anyway, the testing continued. A lot of newbies using the sync gear for the first time looked like they were in total agony. The first time you sync, your body takes a hit from the load and the shockwaves from the demon core. Some people couldn't handle it and just quit. You only needed a sync rate over 10% to pass, though. Of course, there were a few surprise performers, too. Sino hit 24% and Tomoe got 30%. Ji Yaotong smiled, watching the whole thing, looking satisfied. Seems like this test dug up a few elite seeds. The assistant standing next to him read out the data. That's right. Including that girl Tomoe, we have 6 people with sync rates over 30% compared to the usual C-rank results. The overall quality of this warrior batch isn't bad at all. Just then, Ji Yaotong cut him off. But there's some trash mixed in too. His eyes were locked on the next person to test. Aki. When the others saw Aki step onto the platform, they started mocking him. Hey, look, that Aki guy is up. His weak body is gonna get crushed by the load and he'll probably cough up blood. Haha, he came in dead last in every single round of the first test. Hearing that, Aki tried to play it cool, but deep down he was salty as hell. Laugh all you want, you clueless little brats. Just wait. Dawn to drop your jaws when I show you what's up. Oh, stepping onto the platform, Aki pointed at the red core, the power core. Demon cores recovered from the battlefield are split into 6 types. The most common ones are red, yellow, green, and blue. Red stands for strength, yellow for defense, green for healing, and blue for agility. Then there's the purple core representing illusion power, and the black one for space and time, which is super rare. Among them, the black core is like a unicorn, almost impossible to find. The so-called sync rate is all about willpower. The strength of your will determines how much of the demon core you can handle. It's also what decides your control over the core. Before starting the first sync, the staff member carefully asked Aki if he was ready. Having done this a million times, Aki didn't hesitate and told them to start the test. The moment it began, a blinding red light flooded the entire hall. Even the people in the break room could see the glow. Aki roared, looking down with pure confidence, feeling incredibly satisfied inside. Open your eyes and watch. Let me show you what the strongest warrior's sync rate really looks like. Everyone was totally shook by Aki's test results. In no time, the sync rate hit 40%. But that number wasn't enough to satisfy Aki. 40%? I used to have a 96% sync rate. Go up, higher. The aura radiating from Aki didn't feel like a normal test at all. The number kept climbing. In the monitoring room, Ji Yaotang was so hyped he almost smashed the glass. This was the first time he'd ever seen such an insane sync rate. When the number hit 80%, everyone started freaking out. Meanwhile, Aki spread his arms wide like a messiah. I am the one all warriors hail as the strongest. Ugh, if only this core wasn't such trash. And if this body wasn't so weak, my aura alone would make you all kneel. This is the difference between me and you little brats. Aki was feeling super satisfied, slapping the faces of those kids who mocked him earlier. But suddenly, the surging power vanished, and cracks appeared on the demon core. Aki couldn't take it anymore and collapsed on the floor. No good, this body can't handle it. The staff, who were scared stiff a second ago, started yelling angrily. What the hell? Turns out the equipment really was glitching. The sync rate dropped to 10%. The secretary reported back to Ji Yaotang. Report, Captain. We just checked and the demon core shattered. It must have been a defective core causing the data to go haywire. Man, that scared me to death. Hearing that, Ji Yaotang sighed with deep regret. He thought humanity had finally birthed another super warrior, but turns out that wasn't the case. Aki's 10% result was barely enough to pass the test. Seeing Aki's pathetic state, the crowd of examinees started gossiping again. I told you that weird demon core caused the whole thing. That kind of sync rate is usually only for perfect S-rank city captains. Only Sino ran up to the platform to check on his new buddy. Tomoe followed close behind, recording the messy moment. On the other side, Situ Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Gave me a heart attack. I thought there was actually someone here who could outshine me. I absolutely won't allow that. Aki was completely drained, face pale, spitting out blood. Man, I can't believe I let myself get all competitive with these damn brats. Lucky I barely scraped by. As soon as he got his breath back, Aki sat in the waiting room, obsessing over the situation from earlier. What the hell was that just now? It felt like something deep in my heart just suddenly sucked all my power dry. This has never happened before. My will alone should have held up at least 80% of it. Even the trashiest low-level core shouldn't have shattered like that. Why? His head was spinning with questions he couldn't answer. Even a veteran warrior like him couldn't find a single logical reason for this crap. Just then, the door burst open. Aki, still shaking, tried to force himself to stand at attention. Ji Yaotang walked in and started speaking. Congrats on making it to the final practical combat round. You guys are about to face a demon for the first time in your lives. Hope you make it out in one piece. After the pep talk, all the candidates were told to line up and head to Inspection Area 3. Aki was gasping for air, but he dragged his beat-up body forward anyway. He was so exhausted he didn't even notice Ji Yaotang staring right at him. That's when Ji Yaotang spotted something near where Aki was sitting. He picked it up and realized it was a piece of a demon core that was fading away. Clenching the shard in his hand, he watched Aki walk away. You've got my attention, Aki. Now I really want to see how you handle the mist hunting outside the walls. Once all the candidates gathered up, the giant gates of Venus City slowly creaked open. The kids who'd never seen the outside world started murmuring. Whoa, oh my god, first time leaving the city? Hey, do you think the outside is really covered in mist all the time? Aki, on the other hand, was pretty shocked to learn that humans had been living isolated inside these walled cities for 60 years. Seeing the rookies acting clueless, the examiner barked at them. Quit your yapping and get outside quietly. Use this time to check your gear, or you won't even know what killed you later. Aki carefully checked the perfect energy core he was just issued. He didn't think the core was the problem last time. Back then, his power just vanished instantly, like something inside him rejected the core. He racked his brain but couldn't come up with a single good reason. Could it be a side effect of time travel? Thinking hard, Aki followed the group outside the city. As soon as his foot hit the ground outside the walls, Aki immediately felt his body send out some kind of weird signal. The signal kept spreading, attracting every demon nearby, all the way to a mysterious cave. Picking up the signal, a chilling voice echoed from the cave. No way higher rank than me, a demon even higher rank than me. The scenes flashing before his eyes left Aki stunned. What is this? Was that a demon I just saw? In a split second, something deep in his soul seemed to resonate. Just then, Situ Liu spoke up, snapping him out of it. Are you coming or not? Aki didn't know how to explain, so he just awkwardly apologized. Sino and Tomoe walked over when they saw the commotion. Suddenly, the examiner shouted at the four of them. You four in the back, form a team. The rest are ready, let's move. Tomoe thought this was Aki's brilliant strategy to form a team. Before Aki could explain, Situ Liu cut him off. Just don't be a deadweight, got it? She acted all cold, but inside she was sighing with relief. A second ago, she was worried no one would want to team up with her. Sino patted Aki on the shoulder. Let's go, Aki. We gotta do our best. Tomoe used her camera to capture the team's first moment together, but she had no idea something terrible was about to go down. This test was possible thanks to something called the dispersal stone monolith, a black slab made of solid rock. The stone contains a special material that melts the mist away. Once everyone was gathered, the examiner announced the rules. Round 3 is a 4-person squad mission. I am sure you know the drill hunting mist beasts outside the wall. We re-handing out tactical daggers and small mist-dispelling devices to each squad. Your job is simple. Enter the mist, reach the designated light point, plant the dispelling device, and hunt the scaleless demons. You will be judged on individual skill and team coordination to decide if you pass or fail. Good luck to all squads. Hunting in the mist beyond the wall is the final fear rookies have to face in this fog-covered world. The battles you all face hold unknown, hidden dangers. Becoming a warrior isn't just about stamina and talent. It's about having a mind of steel that doesn't crack in the mist. Face the unknown, rely on teamwork to conquer your fear, secure vision and hunt down the demons that spawn randomly on the battlefield. Only through that first slaughter will you earn the title of warrior. One by one, the squads headed to the outer ring. Meanwhile, Squad 2 Captain Dada Jago was watching from atop the wall. There are plenty of talented rookies this time, but the only one I am interested in is that Situ Liu girl. What about you guys? Squad 2, Captain Joel was watching closely. Coming from a martial arts family means good breeding. She might just become an excellent warrior. Ji Yaotong crossed his arms, saying there was another rookie worth watching. His eyes were locked on Aki down below. I specifically checked his core, confirmed no issues. So what the hell happened to him back there? Ji Yaotong was deep in thought when Jago suddenly bonked him on the head. What you thinking about? Being teased, Ji Yaotong blushed and shouted, Don't call me Tang Tang. You could tell the 3 captains were tight. Van Dion laughed, but Jago suddenly got serious. By the way, is the demon level confirmed? Only scaleless demons are supposed to be in the test zone. Ji Yaotong confirmed again that he checked everything thoroughly. 0 mistakes. Joel flashed a confident smile. If there are any surprises, we'll wipe them all out to protect these future warriors. After a few teams passed, it was finally Aki's team's turn. His team grabbed everyone's attention because it was a mix of the best and the worst from the last 2 rounds. All 4 of them looked confident they'd crush this test, fast and easy. Suddenly, Situ Liu snatched the device from Aki's hand and charged forward. Follow me, just like always. Situ Liu's head was full of childish thoughts. Follow the dazzling, shining star that is me. Aki was kinda pissed off, but he had no choice but to run after her. Charging into the fog, Situ Liu launched herself high up, executing a sick flip in the air. Locking onto the target, she slammed the device exactly where it needed to go. That performance totally scored praise from Jago. Even though she is clearly rocking a healing core, her moves aren't any weaker than someone with a blue agility core. That is the skill of a martial arts family for you. Sensing humans, 3 blood-red demons went crazy and rushed towards Situ Liu. Immediately, Aki signaled for Sino to charge the front. Don't ask me why, but Sino instinctively did exactly what Aki said. He jumped in front of Situ Liu and put up his shield to block those demons. This time it was Ji Yaotong's turn to give props. Not bad. You've mastered using the core's power. Right when the demons got knocked into the air, Aki signaled again, and all 3 of them rushed in at once, each taking on 1 demon. Tomoe, rocking an agility core, slashed her knife continuously into the demon and then suddenly kicked it crashing to the ground. Timing it perfectly, Sino followed up with a punch that sent another demon flying. This combo even got Joel hyped. Whoa, these 2 have crazy chemistry, especially that girl. That blue agility core really makes her body look perfectly balanced. He grinned like a total creep while saying that. Seriously, I am speechless with this Squad 1 captain. Back to Situ Liu's fight, while the demon was still airborne, she quickly jammed her blade into its body. A green light suddenly surged from the blade into the demon. In seconds, its body swelled up and exploded into tiny pieces. She really lives up to being the top dog. So, OP. Finally, it was Aki's turn, in a super short amount of time. Aki had pinpointed and hit the demon's 3 weak spots: neck, chest, and stomach. But what the hell? The demon fell over, but he also went rolling on the ground like a log. Luckily, Aki stabbed his knife into the ground to stop himself. The explosive power of this weak-ass body is seriously limited, using this chance for real combat. He decided to test what this body could actually do. His eyes lit up, and he charged the demon with zero hesitation. Relying on experience, Aki dodged the attack and stabbed right into the demon's ribs. But since this body is so weak, the blade couldn't go deep enough. The demon barely took any damage and immediately countered with a kick. Lightning fast, Aki leaned back to dodge, switched his knife hand, and attacked the stomach again. In serious pain, the demon lunged forward, trying to crush Aki with its massive body. But Aki didn't panic at all. He jumped back and slashed its throat, dropping the demon to the ground. Even though those moves looked perfect, Aki rated this body as trash. Reaction speed is too slow, body temp is off, and the burst power just isn't there. Good thing he has experience from countless battles, so this demon ain't nothing. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead ages ago. The way Aki toyed with his prey made Sino totally admire him. Tomoe recorded the whole thing from start to finish, but Situ Liu? She wasn't too happy. How dare that guy steal my spotlight? He's definitely doing it on purpose. Oh, and over by the 3 captains, all eyes were glued to Aki. Seeing a scrawny kid pull off pro moves like that is seriously surprising. Ji Yaotong, who's been watching Aki from the start, didn't say a word, just silently observing. Since the beginning, he felt Aki had too many unexplainable quirks. Back to the test, the examiner announced it was over. Aki was still gasping for air after those moves. His whole body, none of his old skills worked. Even the slightest movement makes me wheeze. This sucks so bad. My evaluation is over. Time to end you too. After catching his breath, Aki rushed the demon to put it out of its misery. Suddenly, something shot up from the ground and pierced right through the demon's gut. Lucky for Aki, he reacted fast and backed off, so he didn't get hit. But everything around him got covered in vines, hard to escape now. The 4 teammates looked around in panic, having no clue what was happening. Just then, a demon tore open the stomach of the previous demon and crawled out. It let out just one roar, and a chilling, killing intent spread everywhere. Ji Yaotong felt the murderous vibe, frowned, and shouted, "Tier 1 demon, everyone get back to the city!" Hearing that, the examinees lost all their cool and ran away in panic. Immediately, Jago and Joel jumped down from the wall and charged straight at the Tier 1 demon. On the way, Jago didn't forget to reassure the examinees. Don't to freak out. Get to the safe zone around Captain Ji Yaotong. He'll protect you guys. Inside the vine wall, the Tier 1 demon suddenly spoke up. Which human reeks of demon? Aki's eyes went wide, totally confused. A human smelling like a demon? What is it talking about? While speaking, the Tier 1 demon walked towards Aki's team. Its killing intent made the whole team shake with fear. Even someone as strong as Situ Liu didn't dare move. Is this the real deal? A Tier 1 demon? It's totally different from those unranked ones earlier. It feels like we'll get torn to shreds in a blink of an eye without even being able to move. With this trash body, even a veteran like Aki felt suffocated. This weak body is clearly no match for it. For the first time, he understood what other warriors always talked about. Is this the pressure you feel when facing a ranked demon? Meanwhile, the Tier 1 demons seemed to be searching. For the human with the demon scent, that's why it didn't attack yet. Since it couldn't tell who it was, it decided to take all 4 of them. 4 beams of light shot out from its hand, flying straight into Aki's group's heads, knocking them out cold instantly. Just then, cracks appeared in the vine wall. Jago and Joel had arrived and smashed their way in. Just try touching them. Facing Joel's threat, the Tier 1 demon smirked with contempt. Come on, come with me. Countless vines burst out from the ground and dragged the demon along with Aki's group underground. Standing at the edge of the pit, Jago and Joel froze, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, the ground started warping in one direction. Looks like that's where the demon is moving underground. Seeing that, Joel shouted, "After it!" But after chasing for a bit, the trail went cold. Lost the trail here. Ji Yaotong confirmed the area for days. Why did a Tier 1 demon still show up? He's never been half-assed with this stuff before. Damn it, something like this has never happened. Just then, Ji Yaotong caught up after handling things back at the city. As soon as he arrived, he shouted, "Jago, Joel, how are the kids? Why did you stop? Keep chasing them." Joel immediately tried to chill him out. "Calm down, Tang. The trail ends right here." Jago added her 2 cents too. That stage 1 demon probably drilled deeper underground from this spot. The area ahead hasn't been scouted yet. Pushing forward isn't exactly the brightest idea. Ji Yaotong touched the ground. Flashbacks of that nightmare from his childhood hit him. He couldn't hold back the rage and punched the dirt hard, blaming himself. "It's all my fault I didn't check properly. Damn it, it's on me." Knowing this mess wasn't helping, Joel laid out the necessary move. "Let's head back first. The city's probably freaking out right now, and we can't all be missing from there. We'll send a scout team later to check the perimeter and see if there are any stage 1 demons lurking around." Jago stepped up to comfort him too. "Tang about those 4 kids, nobody wanted this to happen, but we gotta keep our heads cool. I get that you're upset right now." Before she could finish, Ji Yaotong swatted her hand away and stood up. "You two go back. I'm staying to check things out. Don't worry about me." Joel was about to stop him, but Jago cut him off. "Then promise you'll be back before sunset, okay?" With a haggard look, Ji Yaotong agreed and headed straight into the fog to search. Watching his back as he walked away, Jago felt totally helpless. "You know we can't talk him out of it." Joel just scratched his head and sighed. "Sigh, I know. His little brother got snatched by a demon back then. He's never stopped blaming himself." Mentioning that made Jago a bit sad too. If his brother was still alive, he'd be about the same age as those kids. They must have reminded him of his brother. Turns out, Ji Yaotong saw the shadow of himself in Aki. That's why he cared so much. Fate really is twisted. Meanwhile, Aki groggily opened his eyes and checked his surroundings. Ugh, where the hell am I? Below ground, everyone seemed to be alive. Just then, the stage 1 demon's voice echoed from behind. "You can wake up? Recovering that fast? Guess you're not average after all." "Not average at all. I'm curious." The stage 1 demon crept forward, then suddenly grabbed Aki by the throat to interrogate him. "Why do you have our aura? How is a human's aura stronger than mine?" Aki didn't get it and asked back, "What the hell are you talking about?" But he was just stalling to make the demon drop its guard. Using the energy from the core on his chest, he burst out power in a split second to break the bindings. The surge of power knocked the stage 1 demon back a bit. Free from the ropes, Aki quickly grabbed a bone near his feet and attacked. But with that speed, the demon easily leaned back to dodge. It didn't care about these little tricks and countered immediately. "Oh, strong one, huh?" Knowing he was outmatched, Aki chose to dodge instead of blocking. He jumped back to think of a plan. "Damn it, if this was my past life, I could be taking its head before it even reacted. Gotta save those 3. It's a red core demon agile type. Those bone joints give it faster strikes and reactions. But because of that, those joints lack solid protection. It's a strength, but also a weakness." Using his experience, Aki quickly pinpointed the enemy's weak spot. Facing Aki's attack, the demon didn't even bother moving, just thrust one hand straight at his head. Aki couldn't react in time, so he had to take the hit with his shoulder, but this was all part of his plan. The moment the demon's arm stabbed his shoulder, Aki grabbed onto it. That was the only way he could get a shot at the weak point in the joint. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Aki stabbed the bone he found repeatedly into the captured arm's joints. Then he yanked hard, successfully tearing off one of the stage 1 demon's arms. "Don't look down on me, you bastard, just a stage 1 demon. I've killed tons of you." Aki got cocky just after landing one hit, and instantly got humbled. Even down an arm, the demoness combat power hadn't dropped a bit. Aki didn't even have time to react before he got kicked flying. Picking up its arm, the demon started reattaching it. "Ah, you know my weakness, but I am a wood-type red core. Lucky for me, I can regenerate." "Oh, sorry, sorry. Aki lay on the ground, struggling to even open his eyes. "Regenerate? I thought only green core demons could do that? It just said wood-type. Did demons evolve in the last half-century?" Realizing the truth, Aki was too shocked to speak. He had totally underestimated this demon race. Once the arm was reattached, the demon was good as new. "You're the one underestimating your opponent." Then, with just one finger, countless vines sprouted from the ground, impaling Aki and pushing him forward. The demon grabbed Aki's head and started mocking him. "I really don't get you. Whatever." In this hopeless situation, Aki's mind started to blur. "Ah, did it pierce my organs? Hurts so bad I can't breathe? Ah, I just crossed over and now I'm dying like this? Are they gonna die too? Just like my teammates in my past life dying beside me? I'm sorry everyone, haha, I'm really not okay with this. Damn it!" Losing too much blood, Aki started hallucinating, losing track of reality. The demon sensed him fading and opened its mouth wide, ready to enjoy the meal. Ah, dead already? Weak human. Evolve. Eat. If I eat, I can evolve. Eat, just eat. Right then, Aki's aura suddenly exploded. Instinctively, the demon backed way the hell away from him. Aki's body started changing, the core on his chest cracking open. This voice definitely wasn't his. Sigh, you can't die now or the plan goes down the drain. Can't believe I have to use my last shred of spirit here. The aura coming off Aki made the Stage 1 demon shake in fear. Terrifying aura, Stage 5, Stage 6. The core on Aki's chest glowed bright red, and the wounds on his body slowly healed. Red threads sprouted from the core, wrapping around his whole body, and his hair turned white. In seconds, Aki's entire body transformed into something like a demon. He just opened his eyes, and a massive blood-red energy blast exploded, piercing the ground and shooting into the sky. The energy rippled out into the surroundings, instantly turning all the zero-stage demons into dust. The energy then retracted, gathering back into Aki. Now sporting wings, he hovered right in front of the Stage 1 demon. I am the only Stage 8, the strongest red core existence. Your king. Hearing this, the Stage 1 demon was so scared it couldn't even stand straight. 8-8 Stage 8, our king. The Stage 8 demon spread his arms, his voice commanding, kneel and speak my name. The Stage 1 demon immediately prostrated on the ground, voice trembling. Crimson King. Elsewhere, Ji Yao Tong was still frantically searching through the fog, instantly destroying any demon he crossed paths with. Scouted the whole perimeter, only found 2 zero-horn demons. Looks like the brats aren't here. Gotta keep searching. I have to find him before sundown. He looks up at the sky, worried sick about the rookie's safety. But right then, a massive pillar of red energy blasts up from behind him. Even the leftover shockwaves are almost too much for Ji Yao Tong to handle. Once he gets a grip, he locks onto the source of that terrifying power and heads back toward the Crimson King. Its feet start shifting structure so it can walk on land. It steps right up to the one-horned demon and speaks. Ha! Even outside, it's still just a gloomy, lightless dump. Answer me. Since I vanished, are the ruling king horns still those same 5 guys? The one-horned demon doesn't dare look him in the eye, stuttering, yes, it's those 5 the 5 kings. Hearing that, the Crimson King suddenly gets hype. So the 5 kings haven't changed, huh? Looks like they've been living nice and peaceful. Did they forget what they did to me 60 years ago? With just a wave of his hand, the pressure is so intense it almost makes the one-horned demon piss itself. After composing himself, the Crimson King looks at his own arm and mutters, I chose this so-called strongest warrior, as my vessel didn't expect the body to be this weak after crossing over. What a letdown. My last shred of spirit, wasted on this joke of a situation. If I want to manifest again, I'll probably have to wait until I'm fully awakened. Talk about testing my patience. Now I gotta wait for this warrior to gradually sense the memories of the horn. Hearing this, the one-horned demon asks, confused, memories of the horn? Memories. The king means the stuff used for evolution. Consider it a blessing. The Crimson King breaks it down for him. Horns. The things sticking out of us that decide our rank. The more you have, the higher you are. For our dark clan to grow a new horn and evolve, we need the memories of the horn. It's our race's unique power, and the reason we'll always be superior to other species. This human, Aki, is just like you guys now, except you morons need to eat demons of the same rank to evolve. He needs to take down demons stronger than his current level to sense the memories of the horn. And then he evolves. Consider it my little gift to him. Hearing this, the one-horned demon goes looking up at the sky and screaming like a fanatic. My king! I support you! I'll do anything to help! I'll be your right hand. I'll help you awa. But before it can finish, the Crimson King wipes it out with a casual wave of his hand. You're not worthy. Your only value is becoming the memory that helps this human awaken his first horn, human warrior. I've already laid out the first step for you. Don't let me down on the road ahead. I need you to awaken all the way to the 8-horn level. When that happens, I'll wake from my slumber and return. Aki's body slowly returns to normal, but the light on his chest glows a deep, angry red. It's like some kind of genetic code is hacking its way into his system. The demonic power starts swallowing Aki whole, dragging him back into the final moments of his past life. Lying in a pool of blood, Aki, humanity's strongest warrior, is clinging to his last breath, looking at his teammates' corpses. Their strongest king, I don't want to die yet, she's still waiting for me to come back. You're not gonna die. You won't. I'm getting everyone out of here. Suddenly, a teammate's corpse grabs his hand, its face twisting into a demon's. But we all dead. Why are you still alive? Aki jolts awake in a hospital bed, drenched in cold sweat. Realizing it was just a nightmare, he clutches his head and forces a painful laugh. Right then, his 3 teammates pull back the curtain to visit. Before Aki can even react, Tomoe gets right in his face. Hey, why do your hair change color? Did that special demon take you to a salon or something? Seriously, this girl Aki jumps back, flustered by the close-up, million-dollar view, but he suddenly remembers something important and asks, Wait, are you guys okay? I remember that one-horned demon dragging us all to its cave. That's when Ji Yao Tong steps in and cuts him off. Looks like you remember something. Tell us what happened inside that cave. Turns out all three captains were standing behind the curtain, ready to grill Aki the second he woke up. Aki immediately recognizes the two standing behind Tang as the captains from the wall inspection. Even though he guesses why they're here, he plays dumb and asks Captain Tang, Why is everyone here? Joel speaks up immediately. Heh, you four were actually saved by Tang here. In front of the rookies, Ji Yao Tong whispers a warning to Jago. Don't call me Tang. Jago just winks. You got it, Tang Tong. So embarrassing, there goes the strict captain image. Sino and the others have to try really hard not to bust out laughing at the name Tang. Joel jumps in. He found you guys on the ground outside the cave. You were all totally unconscious at the time. Lucky for us, that one-horned demon was nowhere to be found. If it was there, I don't know if we could have gotten all of you out alive. Next, Jago hands Aki a mirror. Those three woke up a while ago. They say they don't remember anything about the cave. You were the only one still out cold and well, you've gone through some changes. You just mentioned inside the cave. Think hard, do you remember anything else? Aki holds the mirror, shocked by his new hairstyle. This hair is me? So that's what Tomoe meant about dyeing it. What the hell is going on? Since crossing over, everything has been insane. The stuff in the cave. Oh, I only remember getting attacked and blacking out. I have no clue what happened after that. Should I tell them about the transmigration? No way, that's too messy. Plus, would they even believe me? I don't even understand my own condition right now. I have to keep playing the role of Aki to figure this all out. After thinking it through, Aki looks up at the captains. I only have a vague memory of waking up for a second. That's how I knew we were dragged to the cave. Then I passed out again. I don't know anything else. Next thing I knew, I was waking up here. Hearing this, Ji Yao Tong sinks into thought. He was unconscious too? Am I overthinking this? But I saw blood splattered all over the walls in that cave like something exploded. What the hell caused that? Joel steps closer to Aki. Your name is Aki, right? Same name as our legendary warrior. I looked over your test scores dead last. But when you fought that demon, you were ice cold. Have you fought demons before? Joel's smile is hiding something. Caught off guard, Aki panics and tries to explain. No way. I'm just really into combat. I've studied and analyzed demon weaknesses, that's all. Jago heard that and gave props. Oh, looks like we got a theory nerd here. Tang, such a good warrior. You gotta train him right. Speaking of that, Aki asked about the test results. Did I pass or what? Tomoe grinned like crazy. Warrior exam passed. We re-still a squad, baby. Since this whole incident was kind of fate, Ji Yao Tong put the four of them in one group. Just then, the silent type, Situ Liu, finally spoke up. We're falling way behind the other teams. Aki didn't get it at all. The test just finished. How can we be lagging behind already? Ji Yaotang explained, teams need to complete missions to stack up points. You were out cold for 3 days, so your team's current score is a big fat 0. Hearing he was in a coma for 3 days, Aki freaked out and screamed. He thought he just blacked out for a sec, didn't think it was that long. Once Aki was fully healed, the four of them immediately geared up with acceleration suits, ready for the farming grind ahead. At the gathering spot, the crowd started gossiping. Just 3 days ago, they saw a new warrior squad assemble here. All the fighters were super young, basically humanity's new hope. After gathering, Ji Yaotang spoke seriously. Next, I'll give a quick rundown. First off, congrats on officially becoming warriors and making it back alive from the first cycle demon. Seriously, congrats, kiddos. Like I said before, you four are assigned as a squad under my management. Meaning, I'm the captain in charge of you guys. I manage 9 squads in total. Hope you guys can make something of yourselves. Hearing this, Aki raised his hand. What's making something mean? The warrior rules now are way more annoying than 60 years ago. Back then, strength and status just came from killing demons. But times have changed, and Aki still didn't really get it. Sino piped up, Aki, seriously? Have you really never heard of the squad leaderboard? Seeing Aki look blank, Sino added that their squad is currently ranked dead last. Situ Liu just kept that cold, judgy look on her face. Don't drag me down. Ji Yaotang saw this and explained. The so-called making something refers to the squad leaderboard ranking. Squads under the same captain have a scoreboard to compete. It's to hype everyone up to improve. I manage 9 squads, meaning you gotta compete with the other 8. You take missions of different levels to get points. The higher the points, the higher you climb the ranks. every month under the 3 captains, including me, specifically the top 2 squads from each team. Making 6 squads total, get to join the squad duel. First place gets a prize. Likewise, the bottom squads, every captain has to take a penalty. They get dubbed the cleaning squad until a new loser takes the spot. Aki listened and looked around. Ugh, what a pain. No wonder the city is so clean. Ji Yaotong continued. This is the warrior rule. Competition breeds progress. Demons keep evolving, so warriors can't slack off either. So, since Situ Liu has the highest total score, she'll be the squad leader. No objections, right? Sino and Tomoe were totally down for it, only Aki was a bit salty. Why not me? I am Aki, the king, the strongest warrior. Seriously, but he only dared to think that inside. After all, his test results were literally number 1 from the bottom. Getting the trust, Situ Liu stepped forward and shouted, "Mission accepted!" Inside, she was so happy she almost laughed out loud. Whoa, obviously I'm the leader. Who else would they pick? Before leaving, Ji Yaotong carefully reminded them, all right, it's still noon. Go check the mission board, see what's up, and check the other team's scores while you're at it. Also, the nano wings on your combat suits, you guys need to figure out how to use them in actual battle. Any issues, come find me directly. Dismissed. As soon as Ji Yaotong left, Situ Liu signaled everyone to follow. Let's move. We checked the board. We already lost 3 days of points. We gotta hustle. Suddenly, Tomoe shouted, wait, there's something way more important first. Situ Liu turned back, asking what was up, but inside she was panicking enough to cry. Did I forget something huge? Member positions? Reserve supplies? No, that stuff can wait until we get the mission. Huh? Did I mess up as soon as I became leader? Is my perfect leader aura ruined already? Talk about terminal stage overthinking. This case is hopeless, but then Tomoe said they needed to take an official squad photo, leaving Situ Liu frozen stiff. Aki actually thought it wasn't a bad idea. He wanted to keep some memories with these new teammates too. Meanwhile, the 3 captains were watching from a high spot nearby. When asked how he felt, Jago stretched wearily. You see that? The cyclist demons around the cave all exploded and died. There's also blood traces of an unknown demon exploding inside. Joel lit a cigarette and voiced his guess. You implying those 4 kids did it? Ji Yaotong thought for a bit and said, I suspect that kid Aki is weird. My nose is sharp. I always smell a familiar, indescribable stench on him. The air was getting tense when suddenly Jago hugged him tight. Tang Tang, you were overthinking it. It's good the kids are back safe. Actually, their squad-S strength isn't a bad. Train them well. Dawn to let them lose to my squad. Ji Yaotong's face turned beet red because of the mountains pressing against his back. Joel kept his cool. He figured they should just observe first. If anything weird happens, handle it then. On the other side, Aki was staring intently at the mission board in the town center. Seeing 3 A-rank missions left, each worth 10 points, Aki screamed in joy. Sino and Tomoe explained to him, Huh, Aki? Looks like you don't know. A-rank missions are the highest level we can even touch. There's only 3 left, probably the hardest of the A-ranks. Compared to B-ranks 6 points and C-ranks 3 points 10 points is definitely tempting. But B and C are pretty reasonable and safe. A-rank missions, people get hurt or die all the time. Aki listened, sighed, and said, let's take them all. Coincidentally, Situ Liu stepped up and ripped all 3 down the exact moment he said it. Talk about great minds thinking alike. After grabbing the missions, the team moved out immediately. Within the mist, the 4 of them charged forward without hesitation. Right then, Aki pressed the core on his chest lightly. The nano wings activated successfully. He ran to a big rock nearby, leaned his back against it, and started testing the nano wings. Next, he visualized decomposing the nano wings to manifest a weapon. He nailed it on the first try, creating a sharp blade. After 60 years, human tech has advanced a ton. The others also managed to form their own weapons. With prep done, the mission targets were in sight. 2 flagless demons. Following Situ Liu's signal, the squad split up as planned. The one calling the shots was squad leader Situ Liu. We've got 3 A-rank missions pending, so we can't get stuck in a long fight. Blitzkrieg tactics. First, Sino blocks their vision. Then Aki and Tomoe simultaneously immobilize them. Next, Sino hits him with a stun, and finally, I'll finish the fight myself. Everything went exactly according to Situ Liu's plan. 0 mistakes. Standing with her back to the explosion, she struck a badass pose, totally feeling herself. Perfect. I was absolutely flawless this time. Purely shining. After destroying the 2 flagless demons, next up was the main part, clearing the mist. Real combat is way harder than the exams, but luckily, one of those flagless demons had a crimson core inside. This mission was a total profit. After finishing an A-rank mission, 10 points were secured and the quest auto-cleared. Seeing this high-tech stuff, Aki was amazed all over again. Tomoe was used to Aki being clueless, so she explained, Well, all our tech is focused on the demons nowadays anyway. The mission chip is linked to the scoreboard in town. Once the job is done, the town scoreboard automatically tallies the points. We just finished clearing the mist zone outside town. Here, let me check the others. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed the mission sheet from Aki's hand. The remaining 2 missions were capturing 3 living flagless demons and collecting 10 demon cores. Just glancing at it, Tomoe collapsed to the ground in despair. Ugh, just looking at this is exhausting. We fought all afternoon and only got 3 cores. We still need 7 more, plus we gotta capture them alive? I heard that like the hardest mission ever. Sino comforted her from the side. Haha, looks like we won't be chilling anytime soon. While we're working, other squads are grinding for points too. Situlio spoke up. We'll finish the last 2 A-rank missions, keep accepting more A-ranks, and charge straight to the top. These words successfully lit a fire in Sino's heart. Tomoe didn't forget to record their captain's badass moment. Seeing Aki silent, Sino asked him what he thought. Aki smiled and replied, "You guys are right. The other teams are probably hustling for points too. If we don't speed up, it's going to be tough to catch them. No matter the era, only the fast ones win. If you just stand and stare, you get nothing." At that moment, an indescribable feeling surged in Aki's heart. Man, I thought my heart was numb after living 2 lives over 50 years. Who knew hanging out with them would make me feel so weirdly young again? That stubborn, never-give-up attitude of youth, it really makes you feel alive. Afterwards, the team decided to push forward and finish the mission before sunset. After a bit of a struggle, they finally completed the mission to capture 3 live flagless demons. Luckily, they used up the last of the tranquilizer rounds right as they finished. The special ammo distributed to each squad was pretty limited. Seeing Aki staring at the gun in his hand, Situlio sighed helplessly. Sigh, do I seriously have to explain everything? This is also made of nano. The tranq gun works on demons just like the dagger. It's a starter weapon pre-installed in the nano wings, but the synthesis standards and controls are way more complex. Aki looked at the demons lying on the ground, deep in thought. We can use anesthetics to catch demons now? Back in my day, we just had to beat them unconscious to capture them alive. The researchers were always complaining that we bashed the demons' brains in. Haha. Once the cleanup was done, Sino finally let out a sigh of relief. Managing to catch them right as we ran out of ammo is awesome. That means this mission is done too. To catch these 3, we had to kill a whole bunch of small demons. Like, over a dozen of them. Looking at the scene, the fight definitely wasn't a walk in the park. Tomo stretched her body, totally exhausted. Warriors have to be back in the city before sunset. That's the rule. Late arrivals get penalized. Let's go home and eat. Mentioning home, Aki realized he knew nothing about his current body's background. He didn't even know if he had a home in this world. Situlio pulled out a device, getting ready to head back. Yeah, I gotta get back to the dojo early. Now I just need to use the tracker to send our coordinates to the research staff. They'll come pick up these 3 demons, and our mission is officially done. Aki spoke up. Hey, do you guys feel that killing intent? Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet flew out of nowhere past their faces, killing the 3 captured demons instantly. I can't let you complete this mission. So you are the newbie squad that hogged all the A-rank missions on the board. We wanted those. Who gave you permission to take them? 4 strangers appeared out of the blue, clearly looking for trouble. Aki frowned, annoyed. Who are you guys? The redhead, seemingly the leader, replied. We're the ones who joined Captain Jiao Tong's squad at the last assessment, the Black Spear Squad. Simply put, we're your seniors, one of the 9 squads. You newbies didn't even greet your seniors, no manners at all. And you took all the A-rank missions without asking us veterans for permission. Are you looking down on us or something? Situlio's eyes locked onto the corpses of the flagless demons that were just shot. Her teammates risked their lives to capture them alive. She couldn't have just let this slide. The redhead kept running his mouth. Who's your squad leader? Step up and pay your respects. The moment he shut up, Situlio charged in. The redhead wasn't useless, though. He stepped back and dodged. You dare attack a senior? You ill-bred brat. Situlio was furious, ready to strike again. You call yourself a senior? Sino and Tomoe saw things going south and held her back. Leo, don't be rash. They're still our seniors. Let's try talking first. Tomoe turned to the redhead to reason with him. Why the hell are you guys so unreasonable? Just cause of that, you can just kill the demons we busted our asses to catch, right? The redhead wasn't listening to a damn thing, his eyes wide as he shouted threats. Reason? That's just how competition works here. Are you naive or something? That line completely triggered Situlio, and she started losing it on the inside. And you messed up our mission. Do you know how much sweat we poured into that, you bastards? And where does that leave my Captain S rep, huh? Screw talking, I'm taking you all on. Seeing he couldn't hold back the captain's rage anymore, Sino turned to Aki for help. Aki, sun's going down, say something to them. But before he could finish, Mad Dog Aki was already off the leash. Get the hell out of my face! The redhead didn't even have time to react before eating a kick right in the mouth, spitting blood. Aki then aggressively declared they were bullying newbies. I've never heard such bullshit in my life. Do you have any idea how much effort we spent to catch these 3 demons? Living for decades, Aki had never seen anything like this. Talk about dog leash rules. His action got a like from the captain. The others were jaw-dropped. The redhead, having eaten a kick, was shaking with rage. Damn it, you dare treat a senior like this? All Black Spear members prepare for combat. Receiving the order, the other 3 members of Black Spear drew their weapons, ready to attack. The other side wasn't backing down either, ready to throw down. Just as the fight was about to start, Ji Yaotong suddenly appeared and interfered, with a simple move. He blocked the attacks from the redhead and Aki, pushing both away. Aki felt a bit regretful. He had planned to use this chance to test this young warrior S level. Ji Yaotong, with an oppressive aura, sternly scolded both squads. A bunch of brats who don't know the meaning of death. The sun is setting, and you're still fighting? You want to become Demon Chow? The redhead immediately snitched to get the upper hand. Captain Ji Yaotong, they hit us first, and they knocked off my mask. C2 Leo mocked from the side. Are you a baby? Snitching to Captain Ji Yaotong? The redhead was speechless, fuming but helpless. Just then, Tomo pointed with a camera. I have photos proving they killed the 3 demons we caught alive, yet they dare to snitch first. Truly a professional photographer capturing every moment. Hearing this, Ji Yaotong approached and asked, Catching demons alive, an A-rank mission? Did your squad take it? Situ Leo clasped her hands behind her back, reporting seriously. Reporting, the mission was done, but Black Spear Squad ruined it. Understanding the situation, Ji Yaotong intended to just leave. I understand. You might feel they went too far, but what you are experiencing now, they also went through as a new squad. Of course, how you resolve it is up to you. In the end, squads are ranked by points. Except for intentional injury and life-threatening acts, all other competition is allowed. All town rules are like this. As warriors, you'll face even tougher situations later. It won't be low-level training like this then. I stepped in to stop it. Not to prevent you from honing your skills, but because sunset is here. Get your asses back to town. Then Ji Yaotong looked at Black Spear. And you guys, getting your A-rank mission snatched by rookies and getting beat up? Sounds embarrassing to me. Scram and think about it. Extremely bitter but unable to do anything, the redhead had to obediently leave. Passing Aki, he asked, Hey, dare to give your name? The atmosphere was tense until Aki said his name. The redhead burst out laughing. Ha ha, did you guys hear that? He dares to share a name with the greatest warrior. Done laughing, he put his hands in his pockets, acting dangerous. Aki, I definitely want to let you guys earn points easily. I guarantee your squad will be last this month, and I'll pay this back double later. After the threat, the redhead put his mask back on and left with his team. At this moment, Ji Yaotong spoke up to warn them. Black Spear's level might not be the strongest of all teams, but they are known for quick execution. They will definitely try their hardest to interfere or sabotage your missions. Moreover, Black Spear's captain is an expert with guns. He didn't use one during the clash. I'm sure while you rookies have strength, there are also gifted warriors out there. If they show their full power, you aren't guaranteed to win. All right, head back to town. These words made Situ Leo think a lot. She realized her outburst earlier could have endangered her teammates. She ordered everyone to return. Passing Aki, she added, Why are you standing there spacing out? Trying to look cool? But that kick was pretty cool. Seems like our main man has his first fangirl in this life. On the way back, Sino invited Aki to dinner but was refused. Aki had other plans for tonight, catching 3 demons alive with his own hands. When darkness fell, all city gates were under curfew, warnings playing constantly. Attention, for your safety, please do not leave the town. In the shadows, a figure was lurking near the gate. After observing carefully, Aki analyzed the situation. The road to the gate only has the looped broadcast, no people. The town gate is closed. At this time, everyone's probably home, right? Once I finish the mission, I want to go home and see too. The guard at the main gate isn't as strict as I imagined. Just this sign, short-staffed, or maybe no one expects anyone to go out late at night, but leaving a crack in the door is a bit weird. Unlike my previous life, we didn't give a damn if it was night or not. Sometimes we specifically organized night hunts. After all, you don't have to worry about not finding demons at night. Hehe, using the forceful methods from my past life to bring back 3 demons shouldn't be a big problem. That masked guy seemed determined to block our team, so finishing the mission when he least expects it is the way to go. Seems I am still a genius. Aki was laughing to himself like a weirdo when a voice spoke up beside him. Sure enough, Aki turned his head to see Situ Liu leaning against the wall. She looked cool on the outside, but inside she was super excited. Ah, so exciting. Going out at night is such a rush. Becoming a warrior really gives you so much more freedom. An excuse to leave the dojo? Heh. I knew this guy would make a move tonight after hearing his plan during the day. Really looking forward to what the outside of town is like at night. Even though she became a warrior, she was still just a teenager curious about everything. Busted. Aki played dumb, looking completely clueless. What are you talking about? I'm just taking a stroll, man. Ate way too much dinner. Gotta walk it off. Ha. Check this guy out. Aki, the ultimate warrior from a past life, an absolute beast but a total airhead in this one. He barely finished his excuse before his stomach growled like a starving animal. Seriously? That excuse was lame as hell. Caught red-handed, he had to spill the beans. Ugh, fine, whatever. I was gonna surprise you guys tomorrow, okay? I just wanted to use the cover of night to finish that mission those jerks ruined earlier. I mean, the deadline isn't up yet, right? But since you caught me, look, just don't snitch, alright? I'm heading back. Aki thought Situlio was there to stop him, so he turned to leave. But what the hell? She actually said she wants in and asked for the plan. She thinks she's some kind of genius for coming up with this excuse to sneak out at night. Just imagining the Black Spear Squad's faces tomorrow got her hyped. Seeing that wicked smirk on Situlio's face, Aki knew this was going to be trouble. Meanwhile, up on the high wall, a guard was yawning his head off, bored out of his mind. Man, guard duty is literal torture. I am dying here. Who'd be dumb enough to go out at night anyway? They got a death wish? Why don't we just lock the gate and be done with it? His buddy, stuffing his face next to him, had to chime in. Yeah. Shh, shut it, moron. You want the three captains to hear you? We keep the door cracked open for emergencies. You forget those refugees who ran here for help a few years back? The gate opened a few seconds too late, and the demons slaughtered every single one of them. Since then, every town leaves a small emergency gap. In this world, nothing matters more than keeping people alive. The guard finally got it and mumbled an apology. Then they both went back to reading some rare X-rated mag. Seriously? These guys are hopeless. While they were distracted by the smut, Aki and Situliu slipped out unnoticed. They arrived at the spot from the last assessment. The fog out here at night, way thicker and creepier. Following Aki's lead to the right, they reached the spot. Situliu scanned the area. Far enough from the walls. We shouldn't be spotted here. These rotten trees are perfect cover. Then Aki laid out the game plan. I'll lure the beast. I'll aim for the head, smash it a few times until it's knocked out cold. Wait here. Watching Aki vanish into the fog, Situliu felt a chill run down her spine. She was trembling. Aki acted confident, but just walking into the night fog like that? Insane. She shook it off, took a stance, and got ready. No, get it together. I can do this too. Being alone in these woods at night feels like the darkness and fog are gonna swallow you whole. Is this fear? Excitement? No. Focus. Gotta stay sharp. Gotta be ready to back him up. She was shocked at how pro Aki was. He managed to lure a single unranked demon every single time. That made capturing them alive way easier. But for Situliu, this whole brute force method was totally new. It was wild and kinda exciting. She adapted fast, getting the hang of it like a pro. Following Aki's lead, they danced around the unranked demon like they were toying with it. Bam, bam, they kept targeting its head. The constant concussions wore the beast down until it passed out. This old school beat him into submission style hasn't been seen in 50 years. It was going smooth, sure, but hunting with pure physical strength is a serious workout. After the brawl, Aki was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. He definitely needs to train this weak body. Back in his old life, he'd crush these things solo like it was nothing. Just then, Situlio dragged over the third unconscious demon. Mission accomplished. Her first real hunt. She was wiped out way harder than any gym workout. When Aki said they were leaving the demons there, she freaked. What? Aki explained, relax. Unranked demons are brainless. They don't rescue their buddies, plus they avoid the walls. They are fine here, and after the beating we gave them, they are not waking up anytime soon. Yeah, we'll pop out early tomorrow and turn in the mission. Situlio paused, suspicious. How does a rookie know all this stuff? Aki realized he'd said too much. Crap, how to spin this? Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice cut through the silence. Found you humans. He indeed smells tasty. 2 first-stage demons stepped out. Aki froze. Bad. This is really bad. 2 first-stage demons? In this condition? We can't fight them? Damn it, why are there 2? Back at the wall, the sirens were screaming. The 3 captains scrambled. First-stage demon readings. Hit the searchlights. The 2 slackers hid their dirty mags and got to work. Jago was confused. Why the hell is a first stage showing up now? She wondered if it was the one from the assessment. But Ji Yaotong shut that down. No, that one died in the underground cave. This is a new threat. The searchlights swept the area and locked onto the 2 first-stage demons. 2 of them just popping up? That is sketchy. But there was no time to think. Joel barked orders. Don't panic. Close the gates. They can't touch us in here. Charge the defense cannons. Every gun on the wall hummed with power, locked and loaded. Suddenly, Ji Yaotong screamed. Wait! Don't close the gate! There's someone down there! The light swung around. Ji Yaotong gritted his teeth. Damn it! Those two idiots! What are they doing there? Jago was baffled. Why are two rookies outside the walls in the middle of the night? Ji Yaotong sighed, totally done with this crap. I see 3 captured unranked demons. They must be snuck out to finish the mission those punks ruined earlier. Joel ground his teeth, furious. Give them a little power and they get cocky, trying to show off. Typical rookie syndrome. Ji Yaotong couldn't watch anymore. He launched himself toward the demons. Jago rushed after him, leaving Joel to hold the fort. Meanwhile, the 2 first-stage demons sensed the incoming threat. Aki knew the score. Get behind me, he told Situ Liu. We just gotta stall until backup gets here. You gotta think this through carefully. Why is this situation happening? Seems like their target is me. Is it like that first-stage demon from last time because I was reborn? Or did something go down back in that cave? Just as the tension spiked, Situ Liu stepped up. No way, we fight together. She didn't want Aki facing 2 first-stage demons alone just for her sake. If she has to fight, she ain't hiding in the back like a coward. But to those 2 demons, her move was basically a joke. They both jumped down, ready to attack. But only the blue demon landed. The gray one, it just vanished. In a split second, that gray freak appeared behind them, claws out, aiming right for Situ Liu. Kill the useless one first. Luckily, Aki reacted fast, shoving Situ Liu aside and saving her life by a hair. The gray demon's attack was terrifyingly strong. Ground cracked open in one hit. Situ Liu immediately threw a counter kick, but her attack got blocked by water. When she looked closer, she was tied up in blue threads. That's the blue demon's power. Situ Liu couldn't react in time and got tied up, unable to move. Aki tried to save her, but the gray demon locked onto him. Ugh, distracted. Being distracted is not good. Right then, Ji Yaotong swooped in to save the day, punching that demon right in the face. Don't you dare hurt them. Just as they arrived, Jago analyzed the 2 demons. Looks like a water core and an earth core. Priority 1 is rescuing Situ Liu, but that gray demon that just got punched away, it's already back. Thanks to its rock armor, it didn't seem to take any damage. Lucky it blocked, or its brain would have been smashed to bits. Seeing the standoff, Joel immediately ordered the defense turrets to hold fire to avoid hitting our own people. Suddenly, a soldier ran up in a panic to report. Captain Joel, massive amount of unranked demons heading our way. Countless numbers. It's a demon tide. Under the blood-red moon, the ground started shaking violently. Below the city walls, countless unranked demons had gathered, a totally terrifying sight. Joel was sweating bullets, shouting orders to his squad. Sound the alarm. All soldiers in the city, combat stations now. As soon as the siren wailed, every soldier rushed to the walls. They were ready to die protecting the civilians. Meanwhile, on Aki's side, the demon tide completely ignored them and charged straight for the city. This definitely had to be the work of those 2 first-stage demons. The 2 captains had to end this fast and get back to the wall. Realizing how critical the situation was, Situ Liu screamed with everything she had. Forget about me! Go help the city! She felt like this was all her fault, dragging the captains down. But before she could finish, the blue demon gagged her with water. Too noisy! Shut up! At that moment, Ji Yaotong decided not to retreat and charged at the 2 first-stage demons, with Jago and Aki right behind. The gray demon saw them, slammed its hands on the ground, and sharp stone spikes shot up instantly. Its target was only the 2 captains. It rushed forward, breezing right past Aki without even attacking him. Haha, you go on ahead! This move was way too confusing. Ji Yaotong was stunned, not understanding why, but now wasn't the time to think about it, since the 2 captains were pinned down by the gray demon, unable to move forward. Then the blue demon signaled with its hand, and you come with me. Saying that, it turned into water and dragged Situ Liu into the forest. Aki stood frozen, fighting a war inside his head. Trap. Separating me from the captains, it's clearly a trap. Damn it, stay calm, don't lose it. My strength right now isn't enough. Even in the heat of battle, both captains shouted almost at the same time. Aki, don't go there, you're not its match. Aki was shaking, grinding his teeth in rage. But Situ Liu, she might die. Ha, that look in her eyes is so familiar, how can I not chase after her? How can I just ignore her? After making up his mind, Aki sprinted after them with everything he had. He swore he'd save Situ Liu at any cost. The demon dragged Situ Liu a long way, then suddenly stopped. It stood in front of her and started talking. Interesting human. Us first stages are very curious about the rich emotions of humans. Heard that when humans despair, they scream and beg. Aha, I want to hear you beg. After rambling, it realized it was gagging the hostage. How could it hear anything? To hear those screams of despair, it removed the gag and got ready to listen. All right, scream, beg for mercy. But contrary to its expectations, Situ Liu's eyes were filled with fury. You think you were worthy? The demon didn't get it and asked back. Huh? Worthy? So am I worthy or not? Even though first-stage demons have intelligence, looks like this one isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Situ Liu broke it down for him. I was born into a martial arts family. We never bow to enemies. Weakness is an insult to us. Either kill me or keep fighting me. Took a long time to understand, but the demon got pissed and kicked Situ Liu right in the face. Angry. Me. Angry. You are bait. You will die. Situ Liu fell to the ground, eyes burning with hate, wishing she could fight to the death. Just then, Aki caught up. Hey, let her go! Your target is me, right? Seeing Aki, the demon literally danced with joy. Ha! You really came! Bait worked. You are the target. Target? Hearing those words, Situ Liu had no clue what was going on. Her head was full of questions, but Aki? He was only worried about her condition first. With her unyielding spirit, she shouted at Aki, I'm fine. Why did you come alone? You can't beat a first-stage demon. Go now. The demon kicked her in the stomach to shut her up. It couldn't let anything mess with its goal. Seeing that, Aki's blood boiled. Hey, don't hurt her. If I'm your target, then trade me for her. Let her go. The demon sneered. Huh? Trade? You both die. Scary fast speed. It rushed Aki in a split second. Aki's attack missed, and he got punched hard in the ribs. With his current body, Aki couldn't keep up with that speed at all. The demon turned its body into water, relentlessly attacking Aki. You have the same smell as us. Curious why? Aki tried to block while thinking of a plan. It's a water type. Demons have evolved more attributes now. This weak body can only use martial arts, no other skills. If this keeps up, I am done for. Situ Liu lay on the ground, helplessly watching the fight. She knew if it went on like this, Aki was gonna die. Suddenly, she spots a jagged rock sticking out of the ground nearby. No way she's gonna just lay there and die. She uses every ounce of strength to drag herself toward that sharp edge over by Aki. One of his arms is already trapped in the demon-s water prison. He can't move a muscle, but hey, the gap is closed now. This is his shot. Without hesitation, he slashes his dagger forward with everything he's got. Nice idea, kid, but with that slow-ass body? The demon read that attack like a book. Now both his hands are on lockdown. You want to kill a tier 1 demon with those weak moves? Are you even trying? Aki struggles like crazy, desperately looking for a way to fight back. I don't know what the hell you're barking about. Kill a tier 1 demon? Screw you! Aki's fierce attitude just pisses the monster off even more. It decides to punish him by twisting his arms like pretzels. Aki's head spins and he screams in pure agony. But the demon isn't done. It wants to torment him even more. Liar! Liars have to die. Spill your secret now. It kicks Aki flying, leaving him paralyzed and helpless on the ground. It hurts so bad, did that kick shatter my insides? I can't believe I'm getting trash-bagged by a tier 1 demon. Meanwhile, Liu is frantically trying to slice through her bindings as fast as she can. Even though her hands are bleeding, the demon ignores her and stalks toward Aki. If you want to talk, I'll just kill you and eat you. I feel like eating you will help me evolve. Coming with me. It reaches out to grab him, but suddenly senses danger and tilts its head, barely dodging Liu's blade. After kicking the demon back, Liu stands tall in front of Aki, eyes sharp as glass. Don't you dare touch my squad. You want him? You gotta go through his captain first. Through his blurry vision, Aki sees the nasty cuts on her wrists and ankles. He realizes she literally tore herself free just to save him. He never thought he'd see the day a girl would stand up and protect him like this. The demon decides to grant Liu's death wish and unleashes its ultimate move. Water droplets float up from its body, hardening into countless razor-sharp needles. Then, all those needles launch forward at insane speed. Feeling like a total burden, Aki wheezes out, Liu, get out of the way. But Liu isn't going anywhere. She stands her ground, swinging wildly to knock away every single needle, determined to keep Aki safe no matter what. The demon reaches out a hand. Watch your feet! The needles she deflected suddenly regroup, stabbing right through Liu and knocking her straight toward the monster. It catches her by the throat, grinning like a psycho. You want a death match? Too bad. I'm not gonna kill you yet. I am gonna torture you until you scream. Aki watches it all through a haze. Inside, Aki is screaming in total helplessness. Let go, let her go, let go of her. It's so ironic. He got a second chance at life, only to watch his teammate die right in front of him again. Nothing has changed. In the end, he's still hiding behind a girl. He can't even protect himself, so how the hell is he supposed to protect anyone else? Suddenly, the core on Aki's chest shatters. His eyes glow a blood red, radiating a terrifying energy. At the very least, I want to stand here and do nothing while my friends die. Aki slams his fist into the ground, sending a massive shockwave rippling out. Before the demon can even react, a blur shoots past and snatches Liu right out of its claws. Aki hasn't even touched it yet, but the demon's arm is already shredded with cuts. It's all from the sheer pressure of the wind. Aki holds Liu gently in his arms and says softly, "For your first time being captain, you did amazing. Liu, leave the rest to me." One of his eyes has turned completely red. He doesn't look human anymore. The demon notices the change immediately. Oh, that scent is strong. You definitely have a secret, don't you? Gently placing Liu on the ground, Aki spins around, aggressive as hell. Scent? Even I don't know what the hell is going on with me. He clutches his head in agony as the power in his chest surges upward, feeling like it is going to rip his body apart. Suddenly, that energy bursts out of him in a massive explosion. On his chest, where the demon core used to be, a brand new core appears, glowing with a strange symbol. The demon spots it instantly. That heart, is that a king-class heart? Lying on the ground, Liu faintly senses that something is seriously different about Aki. Too bad she doesn't even have the strength to speak. She just has to lie there, helpless. Aki fully unleashes his energy, and his body begins to mutate. The entire left side of his body transforms into a demon, complete with horns and razor-sharp claws. His Tier 1 form has awakened. Now, with every step Aki takes, the terrified demon stumbles back. Time for you to die. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the gray demon stalling the two captains suddenly feels a tremor from far away. Huh? What is this pressure? That aura is strong. Is it one of us? While it's distracted looking away, Diao launches a surprise attack. You are distracted, you piece of trash. Jago follows up with a brutal kick to the face, sending it flying. They don't stop there. Both captains rush in, raining down attacks. The demon staggers, totally dazed. Too strong, I can't fight back. Before it can even recover, the two captains combine their powers and punch a massive hole right through its chest, turned him into a demon donut. Finally, Jago kicks it high into the air, but the thing still has a breath left and it moves its hand to the core on its chest. You put a hole in me, fine. Then you humans can die with me. Realizing the demon is about to self-destruct, Jago instantly shields Diao. She knows damn well neither of them can survive a Tier 1 self-destruct blast. But if sacrificing herself saves her teammate, she is totally cool with that. Just then, something blasts the demon out of the sky and slams it into the ground. It croaks before it can even finish exploding. That lightning-fast arrow thing came from the defense turrets. Even though things are chaotic at the wall, Joel gave the order just in time, saving both captains' lives. Meanwhile, Joel is fighting like a madman on the wall, but no matter how many he kills, the number of demons doesn't seem to drop at all. At this rate, the demons are going to bypass the wall and slaughter everyone in the city. There's no other choice. Joel turns to the captains and screams, "Get back to the city now, it's a demon tide." Diao and Jago get the message, and Jago immediately starts to head back. "Diao, we gotta go, the city needs us." But Diao hesitates, looking back over his shoulder. "Damn it, what about those two kids?" Jago gets it, she really does. But she has to be the voice of reason. I feel the same way, but we aren't just captains, we're soldiers. Those words slap some sense into Diao. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he turns around and rushes back to the wall. Over on the other side, the blue demon is shaking non-stop. "What the hell are you? One of us or a human? You a Tier 1 demon? Shh, nah, you're way stronger than that." Huh? What? How can a measly human possess this kind of power? No freaking way. Why? Its head is exploding with questions it can't answer. Like, seriously, nothing this crazy has ever happened before. Total opposite vibe from Aki, though. He calmly forms a little ball of light on his fingertip. Maybe this is the whole point of me coming back to life, to own all the demon powers and then change everything. Snap. Just like that, the orb flies straight to Situ Liu and heals every single wound on her body. Seeing this, the demon's jaw hits the floor. Huh? Healing? You're a wood type? Aki places a hand over his chest, muttering to himself. I think some memories are coming back. Probably because I absorbed that wood Tier 1 guy earlier. If I absorb you, maybe I can snag your water powers too. The second he stops talking, countless tree branches burst from the ground, twisting into a massive throne. Standing tall on it, Aki spreads his arms wide, looking more and more like a straight-up demon. Ha! I am actually starting to look forward to this demon power stuff. Hearing that, the demon is absolutely terrified. Absorbed a wood Tier 1 core to become one of us? Seeing the demon trembling like that, Aki grins with pure satisfaction. This is hilarious. Never saw anything like this in my past life. Turns out demons get scared too, huh? Because of that, he decides to play with his food a little longer. Vines start growing out, wrapping around Aki's feet. Riding the growing vines, Aki moves effortlessly, hovering right in the demon's face. Come on then, hit me with everything you've got. I want to see what this form of mine can actually do. The demon snaps, unable to handle the endless questions spinning in its head, and screams like a maniac. Are you a human or a demon? It screams while slashing forward with a blade made of water. But in this state, Aki just backflips away, dodging it like it's nothing. Ha! Elemental control. Pretty sure that wood demon I absorbed had a move like this. Aki reaches out his hand and slowly clenches his fist. Boom! Tons of branches shoot up from the ground, binding the demon instantly. He doesn't stop there. He clenches his fists and crosses his arms, making the vines crush tighter and tighter. Aki's controlling the wood element around here like it's child's play, like it's literally part of his own body. The demon screams in agony as it gets crushed. If this keeps up, it's going to get ripped to shreds in total pain. With no other choice, it has to play its trump card. In a flash, it turns its body into water, slips out of the trap, and shoots straight at Aki. Aki dodges, but the demon instantly solidifies its upper body and starts attacking wildly. Heh, not enough. You can't kill me. A wood type like you can't dissolve your body like I can, right? It grabs Aki's arm and rips it clean off, then keeps hammering him. Ha ha ha, you're just a human. You don't get it. My demon power is superior. Aki gets overwhelmed, can't fight back, and gets kicked way back, but somehow he's smirking confidently. He conjures a giant wooden hand to catch himself midair and slowly lowers himself to the ground. You're right, I really don't get how far demon powers can go. But hey, guess what? I'm the strongest warrior there is, and I'm a quick learner. To kill you, I just gotta keep learning and getting used to this demon power. In a split second, Aki's arm starts growing back, looking exactly like that tier 1 demon from the cave. The blue demon is totally freaked out. Wood type, self-regeneration. Figured it out instantly. In no time flat, Aki's arm is completely healed. He charges in, launching a full-on demon-powered attack. Every time his foot hits the ground, little branches spring up to boost him forward. By the time the demon reacts, Aki is already right in its face. It scrambles back to avoid getting wrecked, but something's already grabbed its leg. Aki grabs its head with both hands, his eyes looking absolutely savage. Shh, quit running. Fighting you is getting kinda boring. This scene, man, there are no words to describe it. The demon suddenly feels something wrong with its body. It swells up and boom, explodes, just like that move C2 Leo uses. You'd think it was over, but water droplets start gathering around the demon's core, reforming its body. Idiots! Ha ha! I can separate my body! The demon laughs, thinking it's safe even though it got skewered by branches, thinking it had no way out. Yeah, I know that. But you are a demon, and your core, the most important part, can just separate like the rest of you. You moron. Got a little too cocky with your powers, didn't you? The branch had pushed the core right out of its body, so it couldn't reform anymore. Watching its core drift away, the demon reaches out helplessly. My core, give me my core. It's clawing at its last hope of survival, but it's way too late. Aki snatches the core, smiling like a total creep. Once the core's busted, you're dead meat even if you were a tier 7 demon. I'll be taking your water power now. Without the core, the demon's body freezes up and melts into a puddle. Aki crushes the core, soaking up all that water energy. Ha 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 ha, make me stronger. Does this look like humanity's strongest warrior to you? The demon's twisted thoughts are creeping into Aki's mind. After fully absorbing the water core, his eyes suddenly lock onto Situ Liu. Even though he just got the core, he's already turning his body into water like a pro. Standing over Situ Liu, Aki looks more and more like a savage monster. Demons devour, humans kill. Demons devour, humans kill. Under the blood-red moon, Aki keeps repeating it like a broken record. It's like he's being controlled by some absolute command. Without hesitating, he thrusts his sharp claws straight at Situ Liu, smashing through her wood healing shield. Blood sprays everywhere, painting the sky red. But wait, it's Aki's blood. Turns out, at the last second, his human side fought back, took control of half his body, and blocked the attack for Situ Liu. Stop! Damn it, stop! How could I kill my own teammate? How? I have to get her back. Shut up! Get the hell out of my head! Aki grabs his head and screams, the demon core glowing violently again. The Crimson King's will is actually shocked. This guy, he can actually resist my will? Interesting. Meanwhile, over at the city walls, all the warriors are fighting for their lives. The demons have already managed to scale the walls, and they re-storming the city. In the middle of the chaos, Sino yells out to Tomo, "Hey, where the hell are Aki and Situ Liu? 2 of us ain't gonna be enough for this squad." Tomoe replied coolly, slashing a demon. Word on the street is, 2 fighters snuck out and got targeted by a 1-star demon. Pretty sure it's Aki's crew. I'm worried sick. Hearing that, Sino's jaw hit the floor. Wait, you said what? Sneaking out? He couldn't believe some moron would pull a stunt that crazy. Tomoe just face-palmed, groaning. She didn't even want to think about the mess of getting hunted by two one-star demons. But hey, no time to zone out now. You guys gotta focus on the fight, unless you want to end up dead right here. Just then, Ji Yaotong and Jago made their comeback and jumped into the fray. The second Joel saw him, he asked about their core status. Fighting and talking at the same time, Ji Yaotong said they weren't too drained and could keep slaughtering these damn demons. A warrior's core burns out the harder you burst, the faster it drains, which means your power fades the longer you go. But lucky for us, the two captains teamed up to take down that one-star demon. So their cores are still holding up. Otherwise, this demon tide would be a total pain in the ass. Before long, the three captains grouped up. Jago asked Joel what the move was. While fighting, Joel laid out the plan, since two of them wasted a one-star demon. The aggression from these 0 stars has clearly dropped. The other 1 star is missing too. These demons are like headless snakes now, attacking with 0 aim and 0 discipline. These 0 stars might be brainless, but they know the fear of death. So let's make them terrified of us. That'll kill their urge to attack even more. And buy the fighters on the wall some time to recover. Get a grip on your cores, guys. We redoing one massive burst. Plan locked in. The captain's core energy suddenly exploded. They launched into the air and slammed down like 2 bombs, pulverizing countless demons into scraps. Counting the hit on the 1 star earlier, this was already their second core energy burst of the day. If cores and bodies didn't have limits, Ji Yaotong would stay in this mode and keep killing forever. Ji Yaotong and Jago turned into 2 streaks of red light, going berserk and sweeping everything in their path. The red core S burst might be the most violent, but a blue core user like Joel wasn't gonna lose out. Moving at breakneck speed, he slaughtered his way forward, not letting a single demon off the hook. But get this, Tomoe actually stopped to film it. So dope! First time seeing the captains attack like this? Whoa, so strong. Damn, I'm literally speechless. Meanwhile, Sino was carefully studying how the 3 captains fought. This was the 1-star core power he'd been dreaming of. He swore that one day he'd reach this level of badassery. After the slaughter, the 3 captains stopped in front of the city gate. They were still in decent shape. Nothing to panic about yet. The demons were so freaked out by the massacre, they didn't dare get close. Seizing the moment, Joel shouted up to the wall, "Warriors, recharge your status and keep fighting." The demon tide is going down. Pumped up by the speech, the warriors were fired up and ready to go. Joel finally let out a sigh of relief. Right then, Joel suddenly screamed, "Watch out! Something is coming!" The 3 captains instantly went on high alert, ready to throw hands with the last 1-star demon. In the distance, the 0-star demons were kneeling on the ground, clearing a path. But what showed up left the 3 captains too stunned to speak. Walking through the sea of demons, Aki was carrying Situ Liu, slowly moving forward. Jago looked at Aki, totally confused about what the hell was going on. She clearly remembered Aki chasing a 1-star demon. The fact that Aki actually saved Situ Liu was just insane. Joel, meanwhile, was freaking out. Hey, Aki, even if we broke their will, you can't just waltz through like that. You guys are gonna get swarmed by demons in a split second. And sure enough, the demons immediately lunged at Aki to rip him apart. The 3 captains saw it and charged in. Even if they had to die, they weren't gonna let a subordinate get killed right in front of them. But standing amidst the horde, Aki didn't even flinch. He really didn't want to be bothered right now. With just a single scram and a cold glare, the whole pack of demons recoiled, shaking in their boots and too scared to take another step. When the fear hit the max, they decided to bolt. They knew if they stuck around, the only thing waiting for them was death. The demons further back had no clue what was happening, but they turned tail and ran just like the others. Aki stood there in the middle of the demon tide, safe and sound, without a single scratch. Seeing that, the 3 captains slammed on the brakes, watching the demon tide retreat. The warriors on the wall thought the captains did it, so they cheered like crazy, but the guys getting all the praise had no idea what was actually going down. Was that us, or was it Aki? Just then, Aki passed out from exhaustion. In his daze, it felt like he was lying on a giant demon-S head, surrounded by a massive ocean of blood. In the darkness, a voice echoed, "You're really enjoying my power, aren't you?" Aki didn't flinch. He just calmly asked, "Who the hell are you?" The voice spoke again. "We've met before. Half a century ago. You should definitely remember." Aki thought for a second, said, 8-star. You're one of the 2 8-stars I saw back then. How many of you are there?" Suddenly, the voice was right next to his ear. "Oh, don't sweat that. You'll find out soon enough." Aki turned his head and saw a blazing red demon sitting right next to him, casually adding, "I'm the Crimson King, the strongest of the 8 stars. You see me, and you don't even flinch? No wonder your mind is tough enough to resist my influence. You really live up to the title of strongest warrior, but I'm definitely not going to hurt you right now. Ignoring the chatter, Aki jumped up and fired off questions. Why did you pick me? And what the hell happened to my body? Too many questions. The Crimson King looked annoyed. Suddenly, another Crimson King appeared and hugged Aki from behind. You'll find out. Don't rush it. As for your body, well, it's my body now. For some reason, I gotta go to sleep for a while. For my safety, you are gonna have to work hard to evolve. You need to get infinitely close to my perfect form. Hearing that junk, Aki couldn't hold back his rage anymore. He used every ounce of strength to stand up and smash his fist right into the demon's face. Ha! What the hell do you demons think us humans are, anyway? You bastard! I'll kill you! Just then, a voice snapped him back to reality. Aki, wake up! By the time he realized what was happening, he saw two bouncing mountains right in front of his eyes. So white, he knew this situation was totally wrong, but Aki couldn't tear his eyes away. Wait, what the hell am I doing? Immediately after, Situlu's bodyguards grabbed him and started beating him up. You brat, where do you get the guts? Shit, even if you save the young Miss's life, this is unforgivable. Damn it, how dare you disrespect our young Miss like that? We should just chop this arm off and kill him. Just then, a man entered the room. Yeah, he shouted loudly, knock it off. Is this how we treat a lifesaver? Everyone in the room immediately bowed to the man. Hearing Situlu call him father, Aki stared blankly, totally confused. Joel spoke up to introduce him. This is the renowned master of our town's martial arts family. The Situ family's Situ Jun. You're a local, right? How could you not know him? Aki guessed that this man must have taken care of him while he was in a coma, so he immediately bowed. Greetings, Master Situ. Please forgive my rudeness. Surprisingly, Situ Jun laughed loudly, looking very friendly. Haha, it's fine. You saved my daughter's life. Our Situ family owes you thanks for your bravery. Then he turned to the three captains. Tonight, everyone should just rest here at the dojo. Later, we'll celebrate this afternoon's victory over the demon. I watched you three grow up, so no need for formalities. Consider the Situ dojo your own home. If anything, my daughter caused you trouble. She's stubborn and gets punished a lot, so I'll still need you guys to teach and train her in the future. Ji Yaotong replied immediately, Uncle Shun, don't worry, we'll do our best. It was clear that the Situ family's status in this town was incredibly high. Even the three captains had to be respectful in front of Situ Shun. Suddenly, Ji Yaotong asked everyone to leave the room, requesting only Aki to stay. When it was just the three captains and Aki, Ji Yaotong asked him carefully, between the Tier 1 demon appearing during the warrior exam and the one this afternoon, what do you know? Joel suddenly cut in. Yaotong, even if he's one of ours, we can't hesitate. Let me handle this. All three captains radiated terrifying killing intent toward Aki. Aki, are you a demon? Hearing this, Aki froze for a second, then scratched his head like an idiot. Me? A demon? Haha, are you guys pulling my leg? Liu and I barely escaped death from that Tier 1 demon. Joel stepped closer and said, Yaotong and Jago took down the other Tier 1 demon together. Are you saying you took care of that one all by yourself? Speak. How did you manage to get Situ Liu out of there? Aki panicked, unable to come up with a logical excuse. Joel's eyes flashed intensely. Or is it because you're an accomplice? Is that why you always escape them? Aki grit his teeth, not knowing what the hell to do. Do I seriously have to reveal my secret here? Can I trust them with it? If I tell them how will this end, they'll kill me instantly. They wouldn't miss a chance like this. They want to believe I'm human. They'll just see me as a demon. After all, the strongest demon is inside me. Seeing Aki silent, Joel prepared to draw his weapon. If you don't talk, I am taking you down. Aki clenched his fists. He prepared for the worst-case scenario, fighting all three captains. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. A brawl could break out any second. Just then, Jago stepped in to stop it. Quit messing around. Only Tier 4 demons or higher can take human form. Aki obviously isn't a Tier 4 demon right now, is he? Even if he had the potential, coming to a C-rank town like ours wouldn't make any sense. Ji Yaotong chimed in too. Another thing, demons don't save their comrades. They don't have a concept of friendship. They're selfish and cruel. But Aki risked his life to bring Situ Liu back. I don't believe he's a demon. Joel finally suppressed his killing intent and laughed cheerfully. I know, I just wanted to mess with him. Why are you two being so serious? You and Liu basically walked through the gates of hell and back. Good job. Seriously speechless with this captain. We were seconds away from a huge fight. Although the suspicion was gone, Ji Yaotong still had questions for Aki. But Liu told us that she fought the Tier 1 demon and passed out, and after that, she didn't know anything else. In the end, you saved Liu from the demon. So what actually happened? Jago had the same question. Did you seriously defeat that Tier 1 demon? That question gave Aki an idea. He was so focused on the demon inside him that he forgot other possibilities. Without hesitating, he answered confidently, Actually, I'm a genius. Seeing the speechless reactions of the three captains, Aki reeled it in a bit. Cough, I can instantly draw out most of the core S energy to use. I can temporarily unleash power way beyond my current level. It's my secret weapon. Jago asked immediately, "You're saying you absorb most of the core's power in a split second? Like how we trigger core power?" Aki nodded without hesitation. The three captains looked at each other and continued. "So you mean, last time? And this time, you used this ability to beat the Tier 1 demon?" Aki shamelessly added more lies. "Right. The first time was actually when I discovered the ability. My body instantly absorbed all the core S power and unleashed an attack. While the demon was off guard, I blew it up. Since it was my first awakening, I lost consciousness afterward. This time, I used the same method to defeat the Tier 1 demon that took Liu, but my body couldn't handle the sudden power surge, so I only lasted long enough to bring Liu back before passing out again." Ji Yaotong listened and fell deep into thought. If it's true, it explains everything. "I noticed a few times that the core in his chest cracked. It must be because the power was drained beyond its limit. Is that really it? Is Aki actually a genius?" Jago spoke up. "If what you say is true, this ability of yours is off the charts. Can you control it now?" "This is basically the same method we captains use to trigger energy. Through training, we minimize the strain on our bodies when unleashing power. That's how we control it. So, until you learn to master it, try not to use this ability. It's too dangerous." Ji Yaotang suddenly cut in. "Jago's right. So let me test this ability of yours. Aki, if you're such a genius, let me see for myself." To the training grounds. After changing clothes, both of them headed to the arena for a sparring session. It seemed Ji Yaotong still didn't quite buy Aki's story. Right from the start, Ji Yaotong adopted a stance like he wanted to eat Aki alive. Aki basically couldn't fight anymore. Even though the captain's abilities were basic of the basic compared to his past life, but his body right now, it's totally useless. He can't pull off any of his sick techniques. Aki places a hand on his core, debating whether to tap into that devil power or not. Right at that moment, Ji Yaotang charges in with insane speed. Luckily, Aki reacts just in time and manages to dodge the hit. But judging by the power behind that kick, it looks like Tang has zero intention of going easy. Even Jago has to yell from the sidelines for him to chill out. Everything else about him sucks, but Aki's reaction time? Actually impressive. That's purely based on his combat experience, but honestly, he's at his limit. Tang doesn't give him a second to breathe, throwing a punch straight at his face. He smashes the reinforced training ground to bits. Thank God Aki dodges again. Suddenly, Tang pops up from behind and grabs him by the neck. With this weak-ass body, Aki can break free at all. Then, Tang sweeps his leg and kicks Aki flying into the wall. Seeing things go south, Joel tries to stop it, but Jago blocks him. Tang smashes his fists together and talks smack. "Is this all you got? You don't deserve to be called a genius." Now Aki is legitimately pissed. "I seriously hate being underestimated. In my past life, I was hailed as a king by every warrior out there. Ha, Ji Yaotong. You're basically just my descendant. Calling yourself a genius? If you don't show genius-level skills, you're not passing this test. Since I'm reincarnated, I can't just judge myself by my old standards. Let me secretly use the power of that damn devil inside me. Who cares if I use a few dirty tricks on this 200-month-old brat?" As Aki stands up, the core on his chest starts glowing and his aura changes completely. He steps forward without hesitation. "Captain Ji Yaotang, my turn to attack." Aki's aura explodes outward. After using the Devil S power, his body is surrounded by red energy. The rate jumps from 19% to 30%. The sync rate of the low-level core on his chest is rising too. Looks like now I just need to use my mind to unlock more potential in this body. Joel's eyes go wide in shock. Can you feel his sync rate climbing non-stop? Jago is totally surprised by the aura coming off Aki. Is this for real? No way a C-rank town our city F actually has a genius among geniuses? Tang grits his teeth, staring at Aki, feeling a knot of worry in his gut. With this energy, his sync rate just jumped to at least 40%, and it's still going up. He thinks of Situ Liu. I remember Situ Liu's sync rate was 39%. Aki surpassed Liu. Suddenly a voice cuts through his thoughts. "Captain Ji Yaotang." Aki walks through the smoke, taking slow, deliberate steps. "Don't get distracted." In a flash, he teleports right to Tang, fist raised. "Here I come." He slams a powerful punch straight into Tang's gut, but Tang blocks it with his bare hand, hiding an excited grin. This kid Aki, his speed is double what it was. His stats are shooting up too. Aki's voice rings out. "Captain Tang." He spins and swings his leg up. That was just a feint. Then he kicks straight at Tang's ankle, throwing him off balance. Seeing how Aki fights, Tang struggles a bit but still manages to smile. "Not bad, kid." Using the moment he was distracted blocking to attack again and knock him off balance, very smart fighting. He looks down, sensing something off. Aki suddenly lands a kick right on him without warning. Joel watches the fight, impressed. Those attacks are so dense. Where did Aki get this insane combat experience? A voice suddenly speaks up from behind. Getting close to Tang, who specializes in melee, isn't that risky? The newcomer is Situ Jun, head of the Situ clan. Joel and Jago scream the moment they see him. Uncle Shun Gong! Jago grabs his hand, looking super hyped. Uncle, when did you get here? Situ Jun looks pretty chill. Just now, you two were way too focused. Joel scratches his head, embarrassed. Sorry, Uncle. Tang borrowed the training ground to spar with this kid, caused a bit of a scene. Situ Jun looks at the wrecked arena, sweating. You call this a bit of a scene? Joel stays confident. If anyone's paying for damages, ask Tang. Uncle Shun Gong just laughs it off. It's fine. I want to see how the kid with the same name as the greatest warrior handles little Tang's counterattack. Right then, Tang catches Aki's leg. He pulls his leg back to build momentum, eyes glaring with killing intent. Gotcha. Situ Jun talks about Tang as past, convinced he is gonna win. Little Tang has been like this since he was a kid. Give him even a tiny opening to counter, and he'll seize it. Plus, he's been fighting devils for years. He has trained his timing to perfection. With his ankle caught, it is hard to struggle free. That Aki kid is about to learn a painful lesson. At the same time, Tang raises his fist, ready to school Aki. But Aki isn't scared, he just smirks. No, his eyes flash with something terrifying. Just like the greatest warrior. He smiles confidently. Actually, I caught you, Captain Tang. Then he jumps up and leans back and smashes his forehead right into Tang's. The three observers are totally shocked by this move. Tang stumbles back, clutching his forehead in pain. He lets go of Aki, stumbling back a few steps, totally pissed. You little... Taking the chance, Aki jumps away. He lands, eyes glowing red. Human skulls are hard, but the center of the forehead is weak. He dashes instantly toward Tang. Take this, Captain Tang. Tang's eyes light up, and his body shifts. He gets back into a fighting stance, red energy radiating off him. Fine, bring it! Joel notices something wrong and screams a warning. Looks like Tang isn't holding back anymore. Giant rocks start floating around Tang. Aki guesses the move immediately. An attack and defense combo? Instead of worrying, he looks hyped. Let's test this devil power a little more. He reaches out, controlling a devil's hand to grab those rocks. In a split second, Tang's move is completely destroyed. Tang didn't see that coming. What the? Aki's figure vanishes instantly and suddenly appears right behind him. Jago is stunned again by Aki's attack style, using the smoke to get in his blind spot, then using Tang's own move against him. Joel just sighs. He really is the type to hold a grudge. Situ Jun shot back. Nah, or rather, his learning curve is just freakish. Right then, Ji Yaotong turned around, reaching his hand out to snatch Aki up. Don't forget, this is my move. I know it better than anyone, but too bad, this fight's already reached its conclusion. Ji Yaotong couldn't beat Aki. Situ Jun sharply realized little Tang had lost. Just then, Aki's fist came flying in, slamming a hard hook right into Ji Yaotong's gut. However, he deflected the fist's path to the side. Ji Yaotong couldn't help but be shocked. The power behind Aki's punch he missed on purpose. Aki slowly pulled back his stance. Captain Ji Yaotong always uses grappling as his go-to attack. If you'd used your real skills from the get-go, I probably wouldn't have gotten the upper hand. He explained it to Ji Yaotong. A hit to the forehead messes with your vision. You start seeing double, and that leads to bad judgment calls. I just happened to take advantage of that. He grinned and winked. Anyway, you guys believe what I'm saying now, right? Ji Yaotong just closed his eyes, staying silent. He asked himself, a genius? Situ Shun witnessed the fight, his heart pumping with excitement. He couldn't hide his grin. Aki, if it's this kid, maybe it's actually possible. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. It was Tomoe and two others. Why aren't you guys eating? What are you doing? We heard a noise, so we came to check. The Situ house prepared tons of good food, and the room is super fancy. As soon as she opened her eyes to the current scene, she was totally shocked. Whoa, what the heck are you guys doing? The scene looked pretty chaotic. Aki just scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Captain Ji Yaotong did most of this. Situ Liu looked at the pile of broken junk and wondered, sparring? Joel went over to Ji Yaotong and asked, admitted defeat yet? He just let out a huff. Aki explained it for him. Since Captain Ji Yaotong is always fighting demons, suddenly switching to an opponent like a brat like me, it's no wonder he's not used to it. Suddenly Situ Shun laughed out loud. He winked, grinning broadly. Don't be so polite. The sparring ends here. The celebration party for tonight is starting. Saying that, Aki left, not forgetting to turn back and say thanks. Just in time. I'm starving. Thanks, master. I'm gonna dig in then. The old man just silently watched him go, his eyes locked on the boys retreating back. Doesn't give up. has the skills, knows his limits, and even saved face for little Tang. Excellent battle IQ and limitless potential. He turned to call Situ Liu. His massive frame loomed over Situ Liu's petite figure. He suddenly asked her, "That young man isn't bad. You interested in him?" She blushed and jumped, screaming, "Huh?" A while later, the moonlight outside was super romantic. Inside the dining room, everyone was eating warmly with Situ Situ Shun and his daughter. He held up his wine cup, looking at everyone with gratitude. "Everyone, on behalf of all the residents of this town, I thank you for your protection, and for the warriors who fought hard until the very last second. I thank them deeply." Saying this, he looked at Aki, "And you too, talented young man. Thank you for saving my daughter." Aki saw he was talking about him, so he picked up his glass and stood up, bowing politely. It was the right thing to do. "Master Situ Jun, no need to be so polite." He was about to clink glasses when Ji Yaotong lunged over, punching him so hard his eyes almost popped out of his skull. "Yuri, a minor, why the hell are you drinking?" Aki didn't even know his birth year but still tried to argue. "I'm an adult. I'm 18 already." "Probably. Don't you have to be 18 to take the warrior exam?" Jago saw this and cracked up. "Ha ha ha. Tang Tang is just taking this chance to get revenge." Situ Jun laughed. "I'm not forcing it, just giving face and all that. No big deal, no big deal." He looked over at his daughter with a meaningful glance. The word adult made Situ Liu blush and act all coy. She sighed, remembering earlier. Her father had his hands clasped behind his back, looking at her. "I was watching the fight. I realized he is actually pretty good. His potential isn't any less than yours. If it's him, maybe he can actually make someone as high and mighty as you catch feelings." Situ Liu tried to act like she didn't get it, but inside she was screaming. "What kind of talk is that? Make me catch feelings?" She remembered the scene where Aki grabbed her shirt, ripping the buttons right off this morning. Situ Liu felt totally mortified. "Dad, stop joking. Besides, that guy is a huge idiot." Just then, Tomoe's eyes were sparkling as she snapped photos of the food like crazy. "So lavish. Heh heh, Sino and I are totally benefiting thanks to you." Sino finally got a chance to look at Aki and ask a question that flustered him. "But hey Aki, how did you beat back that tier 1 demon? That was awesome." Well, at that time He didn't know how to explain, but luckily Ji Yaotong sitting next to him spoke up. "Him? He can forcibly draw out most of the core's power, temporarily exploding with strength way beyond his current level." Jago added, "Kind of like how us captains draw power from the core. Maybe he triggered that power in a life or death moment." Saying that, she looked worried. "But that's also super dangerous, since he hasn't been trained for it. It puts a huge overload on the body. Doing it too many times could even cause major damage." Joel chimed in. "Just now, we let Aki and Tang spar." He laughed, raising his wine glass. "The explosive power was honestly terrifying, but Aki needs more training, or else his body won't be able to take it." But inside Aki's head, he was thinking something else. "If I told them I absorbed 2 tier 1 demon cores and have wood element healing abilities, so even if my body can't handle it, I can recover fast." But he knew this wasn't the time to spill the beans, so he just laughed it off. "Can't say anything more. Just let them think I have the ability to absorb cores like the captains. The situation is already good enough. The captain is right. That's why I passed out afterwards. Looks like I need to beef up my physical training. Ha ha." Hearing that, Sino looked at Aki with admiration, while Tomoe was snapping pics of Aki like she was meeting an idol. "Didn't expect you to have that kind of power. Aki, you're so cool. We can't fall behind either. You're amazing." Situ Liu didn't join in with the others. She just kept it to herself. "He has this kind of power, no wonder he could save me back then." At that moment, Ji Yaotong, sitting with his arms crossed, spoke up. "Originally, Aki and Lu's night operation was a violation. There should be punishment." The next sentence made them breathe a sigh of relief, though. "But considering you two killed a tier 1 demon, your merits cancel out your faults." Joel and Jago laughed and reminded them, "But don't get happy too soon. The squad competition is still ongoing. Your squad is still in dead last. You gotta work hard to rack up points tomorrow." Aki clenched his fist, declaring, "Of course, our squad's goal is the top spot." After that afternoon demon incident, a month flew by in the blink of an eye. The competition for the squad points leaderboard entered a heated phase, as everyone scrambled for more points. Many squads were also aiming for A-rank missions, so for a while, even getting a mission was super tough. That's why, after Situ Liu and the others talked it over, they made a decision. Hunting for a fat sheep to hustle for points to bet against other teams. Mu Xiao, the Black Spear squad captain, heard the challenge and totally freaked out. "The hell? Challenging for points?" He sneered, looking at us like trash. "Did you guys forget what happened last time?" Wen Yong started yapping, but Situ Liu shut him down instantly. "Save your breath. 10 points. Solo." The masked Black Spear captain agreed right away. 10 points? Damn, that is like an A-rank mission payout. Got guts. I'm down. That veteran Ji Yao Tong isn't here this time. We're settling old debts and new ones all at once. The whole Black Spear squad geared up. Vibes completely murderous. A bit later at the town arena, a huge crowd swarmed in to watch the drama. A new squad using points to challenge vets? Seriously? 10 points a match? These rookies don't know their place. Bet they haven't even killed a demon yet. Which squad is this cocky? End of the month broke vibes, huh? Interesting, but Black Spear ain't no pushover. How dare they? Mu Xiao looked at the two girls in the ring, trying to warn them, but Aki didn't give a damn. The crowd was getting bigger. Turn back now while you can. Don't say we're bullying noobs. Who knows who's gonna lose face here? Aki side-eyed him. Why isn't your captain stepping up? Mu Xiao acted all fair just to snag easy points. You send a girl? Don't be a crybaby about points when you lose. Meet Sis B. Our vice cap is a girl too. That's enough respect for you guys, right? Hearing that, Aki burst out laughing. Is that right? Dude, I wouldn't underestimate our captain if I were you. His eyes flashed gold as he turned to Mu Xiao. She ain't just some normal girl. Tomoe was snapping pics of the ring like crazy. Liu, let's roll. Situ Liu started walking toward her opponent, taking the lead. Her body glowed green with demon core energy. Speed run this. 10 points, come to mama. Sis B still loved running her mouth. That girl is the eldest of the Situ family, Situ Liu, the unsmiling Rakshasa. She channeled blue core agility energy into the needle in her hand. Time to school you. Situ Liu didn't want to waste time, so she dashed at Sis B with insane speed. Bring it! In a blink, a massive punch flew in, forcing Sis B to block with both arms. B grit her teeth, thinking, wait, isn't she a green core healer type? How is she as fast as a blue core speedster? Sis B felt something off, looked down at her arms, and saw Situ Liu transferring energy into her on contact. In a flash, she knocked the needle out of B's hand, disarmed. Seeing the plan work, she thought, just as calculated. These veteran squad members might have been soldiers longer, but they rely too much on teamwork. In a one-on-one, their offense and defense are a mess. Teamwork is cool and all, but they ignore individual skill. Sis B grit her teeth. She pumping energy into my muscles, forcing them to cramp up. Situ Liu channeled energy into her palms, opening the taboo central gate of combat. She shot forward like an arrow, hitting pressure point after pressure point. She lit Sis B up so fast she couldn't react. Mu Xiao down below couldn't believe his eyes. Striking muscles and joints with perfect precision. Just like that, Sis B was on the floor, totally out cold. Situ Liu glanced down. Situ family specializes in taijutsu. She flipped her hair and walked off like a boss. Good game. Two squad members scrambled into the ring while the crowd murmured. Vice Captain Situ Liu really is the best seed among the rookies. Their squad probably rides her coattails to rank up. Unsmiling Rakshasa for real. So cool. If it's Situ Liu, that changes things. In hand-to-hand, nobody can touch her. Tomoe grinned and turned to Mu Xiao. Send the 10 points. Don't forget to transfer. M to our squad. Mu Xiao was fuming, eyes bloodshot. Damn it, Situ Liu isn't bad. He stepped up, glaring at Aki's crew. I'll handle this myself. You guys still dare to fight? Bet 20 points. Hearing that, Situ Liu's eyes lit up. Face cold, but inside she was celebrating, reactivating her core. 20 points? Sweet. But Aki stopped her. Captain, chill. He pointed at himself with eyes full of confidence and swagger that really pissed Mu Xiao off. I got this. Mu Xiao saw that and got cranky, pointing a finger at Situ Liu. You ain't qualified. Get lost. I'm only fighting your captain. Aki looked at him, grinning like he was watching a comedy. I told you she's our captain too. So, shouldn't you beat me first to earn the right to challenge her? He shrugged, looking bored. Don't even have the guts to fight me? Whatever, I don't care. Mu Xiao's crew started whispering. Ha, clumsy bait. Mu Xiao pointed his index finger right at Aki, voice provoking. Fine, I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you. The crowd panicked. Captain took the bait. Sino looked back at Tomoe. Aki's up. She was holding her camera, hyped to snap pics. Mu Xiao and Aki stepped into the ring, surrounded by a massive crowd. Mu Xiao used his ability to manifest a gun. I swapped in air bullets for training. He acted all arrogant. Don't worry about dying, but it still hurts like hell. Aki watched him, deep in thought. They have training ammo now? That's dope. He kept thinking, back in my day, we didn't have that. Gunners had to use live rounds on the battlefield to get good. He walked forward slowly, confident and unreadable. Better aim straight, someone in the crowd hollered. No joke for a rookie, but Captain's aim is nothing to sneeze at. Saying that, you aren't afraid of losing face? Mu Xiao frowned at him. Confidence is good though. He stood ready to fight. I'll let you use whatever weapon you want. What's it gonna be? Don't say this vet is bullying a newbie. Aki rubbed his chin, thinking, Weapon? Maybe just a standard combat dagger? But my weapon from my past life. His eyes looked determined, missing it. That one-of-a-kind existence was my partner in crime. Wonder if it's still back there. Aki shook it off, rubbing his hands. Nah, forget it. I'll use my fists, cool? Mu Xiao was shocked. What, fists? The whole Black Spear squad down below was just as surprised. Fists? What is he talking about? Mu Xiao leaned back, mocking him. Ha ha, wanna fight me barehanded? Are rookies this delusional nowadays? He added. I gave you a chance, kid. If you chose bare hands, then I'll grant your wish. Aki dug his ear, looking annoyed. Talks too much. Someone seriously needs to put a mute button on this guy's mask. Mushu suddenly growls, voice dropping low. I'm warning you now, even a lion goes all out when hunting a rabbit. His eyes are shooting daggers. I ain't holding back. I'm taking back every single point I lost. Aki looks chill, totally confident. Good. You better come at me with everything you got. Down below, Sino's yapping away with Tomoe. Man, I'd pay to see their faces if they knew Aki took down a Stage 1 demon solo and even beat a squad captain from the Polar Radiant Hall. Tomoe nods, totally agreeing. That's exactly why I'm hyped for his fight. But Situ Liu looks a bit down, like she's got a lot on her mind right now. Beating a Polar Radiant Hall captain in a spar really grabs attention. Is that guy actually better than me? Situ Liu is seriously doubting herself. I am the captain, I can be weaker than my own crew. Her face starts heating up. She keeps remembering what her dad said, looking at that dummy. Aki just brings it all back. No way. Now's not the time for this crap. Ugh, seriously. Cutting back to the arena. The ref signals the start, and Mu Xiao launches himself forward. He's moving so fast, he is leaving after images in the dust. 1 inch reach, strongest inch, he yells. I'm gonna riddle you with holes before you can even get close to my face. Situ Liu spots something, surprised. He didn't shoot right away, he's using footwork to reposition. Meanwhile, Aki is deep in his own head. That last fight let the 3 captains figure out my strength anyway, so I don't need to hide it anymore. His vibe is totally unreadable. My goal right now is simple. Grab that #1 spot. He feels his spirit rising. Plus, if I want to fight the demon inside me, I gotta recover. My old strength as fast as possible. No, I need to surpass my past life. I have to be stronger. Aki's speed explodes. Mu Xiao definitely senses the danger. He grips his gun, aiming dead at Aki. Spacing out? You got a death wish? I told you I ain't a holding back. He fires an air blast straight ahead. The power isn't bad at all. Aki focuses. That demon inside, I'm gonna make it work for me. He smoothly sidesteps, dodging Mu Xiao's shot effortlessly. His eyes glow as he closes in. But Mu Xiao doesn't flinch, already prepping the next round. Ha! Rushing in? Big mistake. He racks the slide and unleashes a barrage. His voice drips with mockery. That first one was just bait. Get it, moron. 3 shots fire in rapid succession, insane speed. These high-velocity sticky rounds, even an agility-type blue core demon would have trouble dodging these. He thinks to himself, I just need one to land. The sticky effect will pull the rest in. He pours his energy into the attack. Perfect. I picked him to test my limits anyway. Aki twists his body, dodging every single bullet with crazy agility. The crowd goes wild. He dodged the captain's shots. He's moving like liquid. I can't even see him. Mu Xiao panics. He never thought anyone could dodge his shots that easily. Damn it. I didn't want to use my ult to win. Aki rushes Mu Xiao, moving faster than the eye can track. Down in the stands, someone's analyzing the captain's weapon, the Black Spear. Its biggest perk is storing energy internally, then combining it with a round to fire a massive power shot. Mu Xiao raises his gun right in Aki's face. Let's see you dodge this explosive round maxed out with perfect accuracy at point-blank range. But Aki clenches his fist, gathering power. He already predicted Mu Xiao's move. Vines burst from the ground. Mu Xiao is shocked. Huh? What the? The shot goes wild, straight up into the sky. The crowd gasps. The Black Spear missed? Seizing the opening, Aki lunges. He grabs the gun barrel and smashes his fist down onto Mu Xiao's arm. Mu Xiao loses his balance instantly. Aki follows up with a brutal kick straight to the gut. The Black Spear squad screams, Captain, as they watch Mu Xiao get launched back 30 feet. Aki sets Mu Xiao's weapon down and shouts, That's 20 points for me! Mu Xiao's face goes pale. He never imagined this guy was such a monster. How is this possible? Below, Situ Liu's team is going nuts. Sino cheers, Heck yeah, while Tomoe snaps photos like crazy to capture the moment. So cool! Situ Liu crosses her arms, thinking, even I couldn't see it clearly. Where did he learn moves like that? And just like that, they bagged 30 points from the Black Spear squad. Situ Liu's challenge match grabbed everyone's attention. More young fighters are itching to challenge them now, and even the veteran squads are stepping up. After tasting victory, the four members of Team Liu used the point challenge rules to fight non-stop. Sino and Tomoe are showing off their skills too. Team Liu is winning way more than they lose, and their points are climbing the scoreboard at an insane speed. By the end of the month, Team Liu left everyone jaw-dropped, taking the #1 spot on the Polar Radiant Hall leaderboard. The whole crew stands tall, beaming with pride. They qualified for the finals. The showdown between the top 3 squads is about to begin. Time flies. It's the end of the month at the arena. A beautiful sunny day. A voice echoes out. Every month's end, these ruins in town bring up so many feelings. Watching these squads grow up, even if it's usually the same old faces. Haha, Joel thinks it over. Situ Liu's team, they only took a few days to go from dead last to first place in the hall. Jumping over 9 other squads isn't easy. Jago crosses his arms, chiming in. I heard they bet their points in matches against other squads. Won most of them too. She brushes her hair back. Totally reckless way to do it. Her tone gets a bit sassy. Didn't see you stopping them though. The hallmaster speaks up. They earned those points with skill. No reason to stop them. He explains seriously. Aki and Situ Liu, their team was never weak. I've been watching their matches. And the other two? His eyes shift. Sino and Tomoe aren't bad either. The 3 of them stop in front of a massive stone door. Looks like they've reached the assembly area. Joel looks amused. After all these years, we finally have a new team in the top 3 finals. He grins. The crowd outside is probably going crazy right now. The hallmaster pushes the stone door open. Blinding light pours out. Let's see who takes the crown this time. Behind the door lies the main arena, packed with squads. All eyes turn to them, and the captain of the elite squad looks at them with pure disgust. They ain't even got a rep yet, and they already made it to the finals? What the hell are the other Polar Radiant squads doing? The black-haired guy covered his mouth, whispering. Shh, keep it down. Don't let them hear you. The elite squad captain scoffed, then went quiet. That's the winning team from Oga's group, the elite squad. Over here, the Flash squad captain piped up too. That Polar Radiance captain over there led the newbie squad with the highest points? I thought they were just blowing smoke. He crossed his legs, looking totally mocked out. Looking at them now, guess it's real. That guy was the winner from Joel's group, the Flash squad. Cut to Tomo. She was stretching, checking things out. Those guys are totally fired up. Sino was stretching his arms, looking at her. Elite and Flash. He lowered his voice to explain. They are the strongest squads under Jago and Joel. Pretty damn famous in our city, too. He seriously sized them up. I even heard the successors for the 3 great captains of Polar Radiance Hall will be picked from their crews. Aki started warming up, rolling his shoulders like he was amused. Oh, that tough, huh? Guess our squad's gotta step it up. He winked, calculating. This body is still my weak spot. Though, but relying on my secret ability right now, even against a Polar Radiance captain or a Phase 1 core warrior, I won to lose ground. He was bursting with confidence. Taking first place shouldn't be a problem. The real question is, what's the prize? Jago walked in, looking absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. She shouted with breezy confidence, "All right, babies, gather up!" Immediately, the group of 4 ran over. "Captain Jago!" She reached out and ruffled the elite squad captain's hair, looking at them with total affection. The elite captain beamed. "We elites are already prepped to take first place. And if we do, we want an extra reward." She pouted, demanding a prize like a spoiled brat, like taking us to a Class B town to go shopping. Suddenly, someone cut into the conversation, clearing their throat. Going to a Class B town just to shop? That's the elite squad's big ambition? His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Truly impressive. The Flash squad captain had a mocking look in his eyes. Our squad is actually looking forward to visiting a Class B town to meet stronger warriors. He shoved his hands in his pockets, acting all high and mighty, maybe even spar with them. The elite captain glared at him, getting aggressive immediately. What do you know? For girls, shopping is a form of training, you moron. The elite members nodded in angry agreement. Flash Squad is so annoying, always trying to pick a fight with us. Another voice chimed in as 2 guys suddenly appeared. It was Captain Joel and Captain Ji Yaotong. Joel spoke up. "You guys about to spark a love connection with all that friction?" The elite captain frowned, annoyed. "Captain Joel, you're never serious." Ji Yaotang looked over at Aki's group and shouted, "Liu, you guys get over here and assemble too!" The whole group responded in unison. "Yes, sir!" Situ Liu took the lead. "Let's move." Once all the squads had gathered, Ji Yaotong gave a brief intro. "I'm sure you all know the drill, so I won't waste time introducing everyone." He got serious explaining the rules. The finals are split into 2 stages, team battle and individual challenge. We all use the total score to decide the #1 ranked team. Jago raised her hand to explain the specifics. "We'll give you the details when each stage starts. But to get you guys hyped up, let's reveal the prize first. She winked. I know you've all been dreaming about this, and trust me, this reward won't let you down. Joel spread his arms, hyped, just like you wanted. First place gets a 1-week study trip to a Class B city. Every single squad member lit up with excitement. They started shouting, "Hell yeah, we actually get to go to a Class B town, that's sick. We have to bag first place now, make all those missions worth it." Sino looked at Tomoe curiously. Seriously, a Class B town? Tomoe, what are you gonna do there? Tomoe stared at her old camera. Buy a better camera, obviously. Ji Yao Tang called the squad captains over to draw lots. The members down below started whispering, Class B, huh? That's a huge reward. I heard the gear in Class B is way more stacked than our Class C stuff. As the captains walked up, the crowd got noisy again. Is the Class B town far away? Class B has warriors who can survive the Phase 2 core stage, you know? The gossip kept going. Phase 2 core? Does that mean they're stronger than our 3 captains? Theoretically, yeah. I really want to see a Phase 2 core warrior. Contrasting with the chaos around him, Aki was quietly lost in thought. He rested his chin on his hand. Traveling 50 years into the future, there are still so many changes I don't get. Class B? Back in my time, we didn't have strict rankings like that. We just fought on our own, survived on our own. Aki fell into deep thought, his face serious. Sino mentioned earlier that this Fu city is Class C, the lowest tier. Then comes Class B, then A. He mapped it out in his head. Town rankings are based on strength and warrior levels. Phase 1. Core warriors are usually Class C. Phase 2 and 3 are Class B. If they have Phase 3, 4, and a few Phase 5 warriors, that makes it a Class A town. The image of Glitter City flashed in Aki's mind. And the one judging all these rankings is the only Class S town in Dawn City, sitting right in the center of the Land of Hope. Aki memorized the location instantly. I heard Hope City is massive. Not only do they have Phase 5 and 6 core warriors, but even the strongest Phase 7 ones too. An image of that person appeared in his mind, a mark right in the center of their chest. That's where the strongest human combat power is gathered right now. Aki thought back to his old town. The only Class S town, Dawn City. The name is so brilliant. Wonder how it compares to the town I used to command. Digging up old memories made Aki feel a bit heavy. He sighed. 60 years after that great war, I don't even know if my town still exists, or if my trusty comrades are still there. Thinking about it, sorrow washed over Aki's face. He pictured his old squad. I wonder if my old teammates are also... Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of it. Aki! It was Sino and Tomoe. Sino looked at him with concern. You really like zoning out, don't you, Aki? Tomoe grabbed his hand. Stop daydreaming. Get ready to hit the field. She looked toward Captain Situ Liu. His face was totally calm as he held the ticket with the number 1 on it. First match is starting right now. The referee shouted, Weapons have been swapped for training gear. Flash Squad versus Liu Squad. The two teams locked eyes, looking ready to throw down at any second. Tomoe suddenly suggested, Hey, our squad still doesn't have a proper name, right? Don't you think we should come up with one? Sino grinned, totally down with the idea. I mean, obviously, a 6 squad name is super important. If we get famous later, dropping a cool name is going to be a total flex. Aki agreed too. Not bad, let's talk after the fight. Situ Liu didn't look too hot. She was stressing out. Then the captain of Team Flash started running his mouth, sounding all salty. You slowpokes actually want to fight for first place? He frowned, all annoyed, and barked orders. Listen up! Everyone pick a target and fight solo. I'll handle that captain named Liu, he said. His whole squad yelled back, Roger! The ref signaled the match, shouting, Begin! And everyone scattered immediately. Liu's plan popped into her head instantly. Solo tactics, huh? That strat works great when you're actually stronger than the other guys, but too bad for them. Her eyes went sharp, totally locked into battle mode. She signaled for a team attack, and just like that, Liu's squad charged forward. Aki was plotting in his head too. Looks like Liu figured out their game. For our squad, smashing straight through their captain is the smartest move. Aki watched quietly, making predictions. The weakness of splitting up is that everyone is fighting on their own. If the captain goes down, the rest will lose their nerve. Aki watched Liu's back. Her judgment isn't bad at all. But someone on Team Flash realized something was wrong. They want to take out the captain first. Liu's whole squad moved out fast. Fall back, defend, surround them. They switched tactics to target the captain. Situ Liu. Suddenly, 3 enemies jumped her from behind. She stayed chill and held the formation. Sino and Tomoe instantly rushed out to break the encirclement. The Team Flash captain was feeling the pressure. Want to take me down directly? His eyes got intense. Don't look down on me, losers. He stomped the ground hard, ready to counter Liu's move. Liu came diving down from above with her staff. The Flash Captain spun his leg and charged right at her. He laughed with cold, scary eyes and unleashed an attack. He jumped up and blasted a move straight at her. "Eat my flash attack," Liu warned everyone. "Close your eyes, defend," she thought to herself. He's focusing energy into a light blast. It's gonna hit his own team too. His move was so bright, everyone had to cover their eyes. Ji Yaotong shielded his face and said, "That kid still fights like that? Didn't you warn him? One-on-one, his skills are a weapon. But in a team fight, he's gonna blind his own teammates for sure. I told him 1,000,000 times, but he wanted to listen. Sometimes you gotta suffer to break a bad habit." The Flash Captain spun his sword, thinking to himself, "Little birds shouldn't show off in front of my Flash. I'll take out the captain first, and your squad will be useless." He swung his sword. "I don't care if you're from the Situ clan." Aki rushed forward and blocked the hit for Liu. "Hey, did you ever think about how this affects your teammates?" Aki smashed his foot down hard on the guy's shoulder, then kicked him flying. The Flash Captain grimaced, looked at him, and spat. "Kid, since when do you wear waterform combat glasses?" Aki didn't answer, just smirked and explained. "Ignoring your teammates in a group fight isn't smart. Waterform glasses are made of water. They bend light and block out the glare completely." Liu looked at him, surprised. "When did he?" Aki walked past her, smiling. "He's all yours now. Finish him." She looked at the guy struggling to stand and thought, Aki really messed him up. Was it when everyone closed their eyes? Aki's impressive. Then Leo spun around and charged at the Flash Captain. He grimaced, bracing for the hit. "You dare come straight at me? I'll end you." Suddenly, his arm went numb. He couldn't lift it. "That damn kid dislocated my arm with that kick." Since he couldn't fight back, he took Liu's attack full on. She attacked with cold eyes, saying, "You were right about ending it fast. But Aki has it way easier. He's just casually supporting Sino and Tomoe. Those two are already talented, so they're getting better as they fight." Suddenly, a loud boom made everyone turn around. Liu stood tall and said, "Captain, you lost. Still want to go?" Everyone was exhausted and couldn't fight anymore. On the wall, Ji Yaotong announced, "It's over." Just as predicted, Jago looked at Aki and said, "That Aki guy hasn't even used his powers yet." The captain of Team Elite heard the results and wasn't surprised. "You guys actually lost? For real? Was it because of that Liu girl? Is she that good?" The Flash Captain hung his head. "We underestimated the enemy. You're up next. As longtime rivals, let me warn you." He stood before Aki's team. She was deep in thought. Flash's words are messing with my head. "Damn it." Jago shouted from the wall. "Liu's squad versus Team Elite. Weapons are switched to training props." The match started. Right away, the Elite Captain rushed in, yelling reminders to her team. "Don't let Flash's words shake you. Stick to our training. Do not break formation." "Roger." He attacked, thinking, "Pouring all my power into this punch." He slammed his fist into the ground, making the whole area explode. Aki waited for the perfect moment. Dust covering their eyes. Perfect. He launched a surprise attack so fast, Team Elite couldn't even react. "Where did these vines come from?" Aki smirked. "It worked. Looks like the element I absorbed from that demon has a ton of uses. Water element, wood element, wonder about the rest." He called out, "Sino! On it!" Sino dashed like lightning toward Team Elite. The attack was so fast, the Elite Captain only had time to say, "Scatter, regroup at the rally point." She cursed, "Damn it, they forced us to break formation." Tomo and Liu charged at the Elite Captain together. Their combo attack, she blocked it. Then she yelled, "Back up!" Her teammates tried to rush in, but Aki cut them off. That's when she remembered what the Flash Captain said. "You're up next. Since we've been rivals for years, here's a warning. Watch out for Aki. If you ask me, he's the strongest one on that squad. He controls the whole battlefield." She was still thinking about it when Tomoe snapped her back to reality. "Oh, you better pay attention to us." She gritted her teeth. "So what? I'm an agility type." Tomoe attacked and taunted her right back. "Speed type? Same here." Then bam, she hits her with a paralyzing move. The crowd goes wild, screaming, "We have a winner!" "Sick move, Tomoe. Up on the wall," Dada Jago calls it. "Looks like that's a wrap." Team Liu Quan takes the team battle. Next up, one-on-ones. The captains of the Elite Squad and Flash Squad look deadly serious, glaring daggers at the arena. They both point at Aki and shout in sync. "Challenge whoever you want," Ji Yaotong says. "I want Aki from Team Liu, but solo challenges are strictly one-on-one." Aki doesn't back down. "Doesn't matter who goes first." He shrugs. "Save us some time. Just come at me together." He stands tall in the crowd, throwing down the gauntlet. In the arena, Aki stands alone against the duo, adjusting his gloves. Final battle, he thinks. Time to stop playing around and get serious with you guys. Flash Squad S captain frowns, pissed off. "Ha! Looks like he thinks we are a joke." Elite Squad's captain puts on her goggles, standing right next to him. She clenches her fist. I'm gonna make him regret being such a cocky bastard. Dada Jago, captain of Team Jago, watches from the wall. Same rules as always, he announces. Give up or get knocked out. That's how it ends. So, for the challenge round, she signals and yells, "Start!" The second Dada Jago's voice drops, both captains split up, rushing Aki from both sides. Flash Squad's captain screams, "Don't forget the plan!" Elite Captain shoots him a look. "Shut up, I know!" Aki stands his ground, crouching slightly to charge up, the ground cracking under his feet from the sheer pressure. His eyes light up. Before anyone can blink, he launches himself at Flash Captain with insane speed, seeing the two figures about to collide. Elite Captain yells, panicked, "Hey, watch out! You think I'm trash?" Flash Captain snaps back, channeling energy into a blinding red flare in his palm. "Don't look down on me, you jerk!" Elite Captain flinches looking at him, totally shook by the intensity. "Flash? Already?" Flashback to before the match, they were scheming. Flash Captain says, "Listen, we team up this time. We win, no excuses. If we do, we can keep challenging and maybe snag a ticket to the Class B city. I've got a foolproof plan." He holds out a pair of goggles to the Elite Captain. "Put these on. Only got one pair." He grips the custom yellow goggles. "These tactical specs can barely block my light. When I blind him, you hit his weak spot." Elite Captain grabs them without hesitating, eyeing the gear. "You're giving the good stuff to me? Seriously? Hard to believe, huh?" Flash Captain clenches his fist, eyes burning with determination. "That Aki guy isn't basic. To get to Class B, we gotta work together. Remember, Flash is the signal. When you see it, you go." Back to reality, Flash Captain triggers the flash, blinding light exploding from his hand. As he rushes Aki, who's crossing his arms to shield his face, he yells, "Nowhere to run. This is Flash times 5. The crowd can even look, turning away to avoid getting blinded. Dada Jago S. shocked. That kid saved up that much energy for an extreme flash? Way stronger than last time. Joel analyzes from the side. Burning that much energy right at the start? His core won't handle it. He wants a blitz win. Tomoe shields her eyes, bummed out. Ugh, can't see a thing. Meanwhile, Elite Captain stares dead at Aki. He's definitely blind now, she thinks. Max out my speed. Just take him out in a split second. Found him. Thanks to the goggles, she spots Aki instantly. She pumps power into her arm, lunging forward to strike. Aiming right for him. This hit knocks him out cold, but right at the critical moment, Aki's eyes glow gold. He turns his head, locking eyes with her. "Knew you were the real striker." Behind her goggles, the Elite Captain's eyes widen in shock. She freezes, totally paralyzed, terror flooding her veins. What's with his eyes? It feels like something monstrous has her in its sights, dragging her down into the freezing deep ocean. Aki flicks his hand, ice cold. Water style. A stream of water snakes out of his palm, growing bigger by the second. It wraps around the Elite Captain, morphing into a giant water hand that crushes her. The impact knocks the goggles right off her face. She screams in agony. Flash Captain is reaching his limit, shaking as he tries to keep the flash going. "You're the one attacking. Why are you screaming?" The blinding flash hits the Elite Captain's exposed eyes, forcing her to squeeze them shut. Gritting her teeth, she shrieks, "I'm getting beaten up here! You moron, I lost the goggles! I'm blind!" Aki, controlling the water with one hand, says coldly, "Sorry, but your plan just crashed and burned." Immediately, he triggers vines to burst from the ground, slamming into Flash Captain. The flash dies out. Aki's vines smack him clear out of the ring. At the same time, he whips the water hand, tossing the Elite Captain backward. He takes them both out at once, the impact kicking up a massive dust cloud. Ji Yaotong looks down from the stands, blinded by dust. He can't help but worry. Flashbangs and dust clouds. Hope these kids didn't overdo it and kill someone. Panicked, he jumps straight from the stands into the arena. "Yao Tang!" someone screams. Ji Yaotong lands safely. He looks at the center of the ring, and his eyes go wide. Aki is radiating a terrifying aura, like a demon ready to devour everything. Ji Yaotong freezes. This aura, he can even find words to describe it. Aki cuts through his thoughts, voice cold. It's over. The dust on the battlefield slowly clears. The Flash and Elite squads came rushing in. Someone was like, "The dust is clearing. Looks like someone actually beat Captain Ji Yaotong." "Our captain?" A crisp voice cut in from the stands. "Wrong." Situlio crossed her arms and smirked. "I'm betting it's Aki." And boom, there he was. Aki was adjusting his goggles in the middle of the arena. He looked up at her and grinned, and the rest of his squad scrambled down to meet him. Sino was hyped, shouting, "Hell yeah! How do you fight back in that blinding light? You took down both of them." By the time we could see again, you were already done. Aki held up the goggles he'd snagged, winking at Sino. "Yup, I just swiped their protective gear." He played it cool, but honestly, Aki was thinking, "Thank God I grabbed these." Sino Bear hugged him and noogied his head, screaming, "That's my boy!" Tomoe was on the sidelines, snapping photos like crazy. Situ Liu watched them, deep in thought. Why does Aki always feel so mysterious? Liu's squad! Captain Ji Yaotong's voice snapped her out of it. He marched right up to them. "Attention!" he barked. The squad instantly straightened up, hands behind their backs, shouting, "Sir!" Captain Ji stood before them and announced, "Your squad took first place. Congrats." He looked at Aki with approval. "Aki, excellent work. You surprise me every time you fight, especially countering 2 squad captains at once." Aki gave a humble laugh. "Heh, you flatter me." But inside, he knew he was the strongest warrior alive. Even with this weak body, I am not losing to a couple of brats. My experience alone guarantees the win. Used a little power to end it quick, which was honestly bullying. Captain GS' eyes lit up as he continued. "Anyway, you guys got first place, so you get a reward. Tomorrow morning, you will take the underground tunnel to the nearest B-rank city for a 1-week training camp. Unlike the chill vibes from Aki and Situ Liu." Tomoe jumped in the air, arms wide, screaming, "Awesome!" Even Sino pumped his fist, grinning. "So sick. That's it for today. Pack your bags and meet here in the morning." Dismissed. As soon as Captain G finished, Liu's squad shouted, "Sir!" and the 4 of them headed out. Sino was buzzing. "I heard the B-rank city has tier 3 core warriors. I can't wait." Tomoe immediately volunteered, "I'll take pictures of you with them." Aki looked at Situ Liu. "Liu, anything you want to do in the B-rank city?" She crossed her arms, cool as ever. "Still thinking about it." Joel watched them leave and chuckled. "That Aki kid is a monster. If he went all out, I'm not sure we could beat him." Captain G looked at Joel, hesitating slightly. "He doesn't belong here." Watching Aki's confident stride, he added, "He's destined for greater things. I'll take them through the underground tunnel." Joel glanced at Captain G, then nodded. "Fair enough. It's safer than the surface road anyway." Jago stood next to them, arms crossed. He sounded worried. "Still gotta stay sharp. Sometimes unranked demons wander in there." Even though Captain G was only a tier 1 core warrior, he replied with total confidence, "Relax. If tier 1 demons show up, I'll slaughter them all. And honestly, those 4 could handle it without me." The underground tunnel. It was a complex maze, now abandoned and used only for travel between cities. Inside, a warrior with a terrified face was running for his life down the tunnel. A red light was hot on his heels. In a split second, that red light morphed into a massive hand. It killed him instantly. The giant red hand, with long black claws, gently lifted the head of another warrior. These human warriors are boring and weak. The demon, a towering hulk of fiery red, scratched its head. It dropped the dead warrior and wandered around the tunnel looking for an exit. "I'm lost. How the hell did I get lost underground?" The demon stepped over the bodies and kept walking. It was a tier 2 demon. Ability unknown. Attribute unknown. Kill count 21 rookies, 9 tier 1 warriors, and 2 tier 2 warriors. Meanwhile, Aki's group entered the tunnel. Tomoe had her camera out, eyes sparkling, snapping photos of everything underground. "Wow, so this is the underground tunnel? I had no idea this was down here." She snapped photos front and back. "Looks super old though. When was this built?" Captain G half closed his eyes. "Ha! This place has been here longer than I have." Tomoe was even taking pictures of the dusty spiderwebs. She crouched down for a shot and asked, "It looks totally abandoned. Do people actually use this?" Captain G explained, "After the Dawn War, countless great warriors fell. Our elite numbers dropped, so we couldn't expand territory or handle large-scale missions anymore. That caused a serious shortage of the energy crystals we need to survive. Without enough power, this massive underground network was abandoned. It was built during the era of the great King Aki." Everyone in Liu's squad turned to look at Aki, who was trailing behind. Tomoe giggled. "Oh, hey Aki! It was built by a king with your name!" Aki had his hands behind his head, totally chill. Makes sense." Captain G, walking ahead, got annoyed hearing Aki casually take credit. He spun around and snapped, "Makes sense, my ass. You just share a name. It's not your achievement. Don't joke about the greatest warrior." Aki jumped. He rubbed his head, looking sheepish. "Whoa, chill out, Captain G." Tomoe cracked up. "Ha, Captain G looks like he's about to explode." Sino snickered. Even the Ice Queen Situ Liu covered her mouth to hide a smile. "Pfft, idiots." Captain G coughed into his hand to cover his embarrassment. "I am getting too casual hanging around these kids." Regaining his composure, he glared at them. "Hurry up! Keep moving!" Aki gazed at the tunnel, his mind wandering far away. Kinda embarrassing to admit, but this huge project was actually my idea back in the day. Aki followed the group, his eyes growing serious. But Captain G got one thing wrong. This isn't just a tunnel. It's a massive underground city network. Back then, this wasn't just a link between towns. It was a super safe and popping trade route. Aki slid his hand over the tunnel wall, totally not expecting this. Engineering masterpiece to end up as abandoned trash after he died. Aki's eyes got all gloomy. For a second, the shadow of a king filled with regret flickered over him. Suddenly, Sino pipes up. Yo, Captain Jiao, those energy crystals you mentioned, are they like the demon cores in our chests? Captain Jiao nods. Bingo. Think of it as a bunch of demon cores mashed together. A single core powers you guys up, but what happens when you purify and stack them? Took a bunch of fails, but they finally figured out how to fuse them. That creates a massive energy crystal. These bad boys run our whole city grid now. It's basically our electricity. High-tier cities hunt demons, harvest cores, refine them, and then dish them out based on rank. S is the hub, then A, B, and finally C. Captain Jiao leads the pack forward, saying, "We're hitting up Per City, a Class B spot. It's not just a field trip for you rookies. We gotta pick up the energy crystals for our hometown forests." Tomoe gets curious. Hey, what happens if a city burns through its juice and doesn't get a refill? Jiao looks back at the squad. He makes this creepy face and says, "Total paralysis." The Liu squad freezes. No energy means life stops. Weapons and defense systems die first. With no shields and no tech working, humans get kicked out of their own homes. Exile. It's a massive catastrophe. The Liu squad starts sweating bullets. Jiao bursts out laughing. Ha ha. Chill out. Our town's small. We've got enough juice for like 3 months. We come to Pier every month anyway. This is just a backup run. Don't stress, kiddos. Tomoe sticks her tongue out. Bleg, you totally scared us on purpose, mean old man. Lame. Jiao gets serious. Listen up. Prep yourselves. Per is Class B. They don't just have Tier 2 core warriors. They've even got 2 Tier 3s. He looks grim. Rumor has it one of them has a sync rate of 69%. Insane. Everyone's eyes light up. Sino repeats it in shock. Whoa, Tier 3 with 69%? Tomoe squeals. For real? That's OP! Aki stands in the back, hand on his hip. He thinks. Please, you're looking at the strongest Tier 7 warrior right here. 96% stable sync rate, baby. Tomoe spots a red button. Huh? What's this? She reaches for it. Aki screams, "Stop! Don't touch that!" Jiao rushes over. Bonk. He knocks Tomoe on the head. Don't touch random stuff. Good looking out, Aki. Tomoe rubs her bump. But the button my hand just moved on its own. Jiao covers the switch. That's the emergency shutoff. In a crisis, it seals the tunnels. The yellow and black warning reads, "Absolute lockdown." Jiao looks up at the ceiling gate behind them. See that? Press it, and a massive iron slab slams down instantly. It's a last resort. To save the other tunnels and cities, Aki keeps his hands in his pockets, thinking. Looks like the old defense systems are still online. Suddenly, the ground shakes hard. Aki frowns, his gaze turning sharp. He goes on high alert, heavy killing intent coming from up ahead. Something S approaching. Seeing Aki shift into battle mode, Jiao worries and tries to stop him, but then he smells it blood. Did Aki sense it before me? Jiao stares at Aki's back. No way his nose is sharper than mine. Pure instinct? Whatever. Not the time. Jiao bellows. Battle stations. Drop the bags. Hold formation. The squad shouts. Roger. Ahead, the floor is slick with red liquid. It's blood. Jiao looks toward Per City, panicked. What the hell happened? A red glow appears in the darkness. Jiao grits his teeth. What is that? A demon? A warrior sprints toward them. Jiao and Aki shout at once. He's from Per City! The guy clutches his chest, bleeding out. You guys from Forest. His eyes roll back. Thud. He hits the ground. Aki asks, "Hey, you good?" Jiao dashes in. He's hurt bad. What's going on in Per? The dying warrior collapses, choking out his last words. Demon tide, a swarm hit Per City. Per City sounded the abandoned city alarm. Jiao's eyes go wide. Situ Leo yells, "Captain, what's an abandoned city alarm? Are we going in to help?" Jiao goes silent, then whispers painfully, "There's only one reason to sound that alarm. It means every single warrior in the city is dead." Fear hits the squad hard. Aki grips his dagger, hand trembling. Broken city, that means a massacre. Before they can breathe, a golden beam shoots out of the dark. Bam! It hits the guy on the ground. Aki flinches. Damn it, I lost focus! The beam drags the body into the shadows right in front of them. A demon grabs the soldier's head. Found you. It drags the corpse out of the dark. Oh? More humans? It flashes a jagged grin. Gotta kill 'em all, or it'll be a pain to explain. The soldier gasps. Run fast! Snap. The demon twists his neck. Dead men tell no tales. The demon slams the wall, still dangling the corpse by the neck. Its mouth full of razors chatters, "Kill, keep killing." It steps into the light. Tier 2 demon. Red core. Fire type. Massacre log confirmed. 21 rookies, 10 first stagers, and 2 second stagers. That Phase 2 demon is holding a long whip with a nasty sharp blade at the tip, still dripping with the blood of innocent fighters. It scanned the crowd, so many humans. As it spoke, it started walking straight toward Ji Yaotong's crew. It gripped the whip and spun it insanely fast. That blade blurred into a razor-sharp golden ring. Which one? Who should I start with? It opened its mouth, leaking this gross, sticky goo. Heh, decided. You go first. Just like that, it shot the blade on that long whip forward. It turned into a streak of golden light, flying straight at Sino. Hey, kid! Sino couldn't even react, just stood there frozen, eyes popping out as that blade got closer and closer. A red light flashed by. Ji Yaotong dashed in front of Sino with crazy speed. He caught the blade with both hands, trying desperately to stop it. Ah! A loud boom echoed as the blade deflected into the tunnel ceiling. The demon casually scratched its face with a claw. Oh, you re pretty good. Way stronger than that last guy. Ji Yaotong's arms were bleeding non-stop and shaking after blocking that. He was panting hard, totally drained. That Phase 2 fire demon is way stronger than he thought. Chisate. Damn it, can't take another hit like that. Ji Yaotong gritted his teeth. This wasn't the time to show off. He had to protect the kids first. No time to think. Ji Yaotong clenched his fists. Aki, Situlio, Tomoe, and Sino turned around and sprinted the other way as fast as they could. The demon instantly sped up to chase them. Think you can run? It stomped its foot and shot that bladed whip right at their heels. Its power was massive. Even Ji Yaotong couldn't handle it. He screamed, "Hit the button! Get through that door! Hurry! I'll press it!" But the demon wasn't letting them off that easy. It lunged at Ji Yaotong before he could get them through. "You're all gonna die!" Right then, Aki suddenly stopped running. He shoved Ji Yaotong forward and took the demon's attack head-on, rolling across the ground. Ji Yaotong and the others got pushed through the door just in time, face-planting hard. Groans echoed out, and both Sino and Ji Yaotong yelled, "Aki!" Ji Yaotong looked back. Aki had stabbed his dagger into the ground to stop his slide. The demon walked up behind him, just buying a few extra seconds. "I told you, it lunged! You re-all dead meat!" Aki stood up and shot the demon a look. He spun to face the demon, one hand gripping his dagger, the other smashing through the button's safety cover and slamming the red switch. The door behind him immediately started coming down. "Aki!" Situliu screamed and rushed forward. "Look out! Get over here!" Aki looked back at her, his face totally calm. The demon got closer and closer until the door slammed shut completely. "Aki!" Situliu collapsed. Then she scrambled up, banging frantically on the door, yelling, "Aki, you okay in there?" No answer. Ji Yaotong went pale, looking down as he remembered what Aki said before pushing him. Protect these three. He looked at Situliu's group. Tomoe and Sino's faces were unreadable. Guys, stay calm. Aki, he gave us a chance to survive. We can't waste what he did. It's not safe here. We gotta move now. Sino shouted, "Captain, that's a Phase 2 demon. Even if it's Aki, going up against a Phase 2 is..." Tomoe cut in. "Yeah, we can't just ditch Aki." Situliu punched the door hard, screaming, "Break it down! Save him!" Ji Yaotong tried to explain. "That door is made of special materials and alloy. It can withstand at least a Phase 3 demon attack. It's not breaking that easily. It's totally soundproof. We can't even hear the other side. Damn it, there's nothing we can do." Sino looked ready to charge. "Captain, please think." Tomoe agreed. "Yeah, is there really no other way?" Situlio clenched her fists, trying to find a plan. "We go back and get Captain Joel and Captain Jago." "Just give the order, Captain Ji Yaotong." Ji Yaotong closed his eyes, helpless. No, even with Joel and Jago, there's no guarantee we'd win. Then something clicked. Ji Yaotong's eyes snapped open. "Wait, there is one way. Follow me back." Ji Yaotong led the squad rushing forward. "These are tunnel intersections. One leads to the Class A city, Brian. We can go there and beg for help." Ji Yaotong stopped at a fork in the tunnel. "This is it. Go!" They sprinted into the passage with everything they had. Taking this path means ignoring whatever happens to the Class B city, but we believe Aki will survive no matter what. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, green demon blood splattered against the door. The monster stared at Aki in shock. This weak-looking fighter actually hurt it? Aki yanked his dagger out, kicked the demon back, and landed in a crouch. Entering his demon form, a blood-red horn sprouted from his forehead. Finally, he didn't have to hide his power anymore. The demon looked at Aki, confused. "Are you human or demon?" Aki laughed. "I don't really know myself. I just knew I had to try harder against you. Guess I couldn't avoid transforming in front of them. But right now, I am just curious about that firepower of yours." As soon as he said it, Aki unleashed his energy, his eyes glowing. He licked his lips, looking totally manic as a red aura swirled around him. The demon was shocked. "First stage? No, that energy is way above first stage." Aki finished transforming, and vines erupted all around him. He sent them shooting toward the Phase 2 demon. The beast wasn't scared at all. It crouched down and roared. If Yuria would attribute first stage, my fire is the perfect counter. Instantly, a massive fire exploded around the demon, burning every single vine Aki sent at it. Seeing this, Aki stayed dead silent and calm. The demon had no idea danger was right in its face. It just bared its teeth, mouth overflowing with flames. I'm gonna eat you and turn you into my own power. It opened wide, a fireball forming in its throat. It roared, and the fireball grew huge, shooting straight at Aki. Aki's eyes flashed, and he dodged it effortlessly. The fireball slammed into the door, but didn't even leave a scratch. Aki used the vines to launch himself at the demon with a burst of speed. The demon was a bit surprised, but quickly went back to looking down on him. Close combat? You can't even touch me! Getting close is just suicide by fire! Aki ignored the trash talk and circled behind the demon. His hand curled into a claw. If you looked close, you could see streaks of water. Aki used his water attribute to strike, his hand punching straight through its body and grabbing the core with perfect aim. Who told you I only had wood attribute? Now I'm the one countering you. Water attribute? You're a dual attribute human? The demon didn't even see it coming. Before it could spit out a final curse, Aki ripped the core straight out of its chest. Boom, massive explosion. The freak's body detonated, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Through the haze, Aki looked absolute terrifying. He stood there, fully transformed, gripping the core in one hand and clutching the Stage 2 demon's skull in the other. Suddenly, the tunnel echoed with the sound of dozens of monsters rushing in, trampling over each other in a frenzy. They were dying to tear him apart. Aki heard the commotion and shot a glance at the tunnel. The swarm lunged at him, baring their razor-sharp fangs, ready to kill. Aki thought, Stage 0 trash. Guess the noise drew him in. He stared at the demon heart in his hand and muttered, Stage 2 fire core, let's see what kind of juice you got. Without hesitation, he crushed the heart in his grip. The moment it shattered, a massive shockwave of energy blasted out, knocking the horde back. Aki raised his hand and roared, Fire demon, give me your power! He channeled that surge straight into his own core. Instantly, Aki threw his arms out as the raw power radiated around him. It engulfed his whole body until the glow reached his eyes, evolution complete. Aki had leveled up to his Stage 2 demon form. 2 long red horns sprouted from his temples, and his eyes turned a piercing yellow. Hell yeah, I can feel the flames boiling inside me. The monsters kept screeching like maniacs, baring their fangs to strike. Aki watched them and thought, damn, there's a ton of these Stage 0 freaks. Then it clicked. Wait, I remember. He opened his mouth, mimicking the attack move of the demon he just wasted. Energy gathered into a blazing sphere right in front of his mouth. So this is how you use the fire, he thought, blasting it straight at the horde. It hit like a hurricane, turning them all to ash. The blast range was insane, didn't leave a single one standing. While the demons screamed in the sea of fire, Aki just walked through the flames like it was nothing. Filthy animals. Scream louder, maybe it'll comfort the soldiers who died in this tunnel. With that, he kept moving, leaving the blaze to finish them off. The tunnel exit was a mess, cluttered with fallen electrical gear. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from below, blowing the exit door off its hinges. Through the flames, Aki calmly walked up the steps. He climbed through the thick smoke, but the second he stepped onto the surface, he froze. The place was a graveyard. Innocent people were lying everywhere in pools of blood. The whole city was drowning in fire. Buildings had collapsed into rubble. It looked like a ghost town. Aki scanned the destruction in shock and thought, a Class B city completely wiped out. He treaded carefully past the bodies. This was the work of a high-level demon, he thought. Then, he spotted a soldier. The guy was sitting there, impaled by thick branches. Wood type? Aki imagined the demon skewering people like kebabs. That's a one-hit kill technique. Aki kept walking. This is a massive AoE attack. Must be a Stage 3 demon slaughtering civilians. He imagined the demon torching everyone and cursed under his breath. Damn it, he knew there were supposed to be 2 Stage 3 core warriors here. A sudden gust of wind swept past him, carrying smoke with it. A flock of crows took flight. Aki looked up to see where they were going and spotted a pair of legs dangling in the air. High up in the tree, 2 soldiers were impaled by branches. Aki squinted. It was them, the 2 Stage 3 warriors, dead. Aki stood there in silence, just staring. Then, he activated his own wood powers, raising himself up toward their bodies. He gently lowered their bodies to the ground and bowed his head. You guys were good soldiers. One of them died with his eyes wide open. Aki reached out and gently closed them. A heavy sadness washed over him as he looked at the fallen duo. Rest easy now, your fight is over. He thought about how hard they must have fought against those monsters. This war is brutal. Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind, You damn monster! Get away from them! Aki flinched, surprised. A survivor. He turned to see a guy clutching a knife, shaking like a leaf, tears streaming down his face. But the kid still yelled, "That form, you're a high-level demon disguised as a human, aren't you? They died saving me. If you desecrate their bodies, I swear I'll kill you." Aki closed his eyes, looking pained. He wanted to explain, but then he remembered what he looked like. Damn it, this kid is never gonna trust me. This is messy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a demon lunged at the survivor. Aki's eyes went wide. The survivor took a hit and blacked out, falling backward. Aki moved instantly, using his powers to crush the demons swarming the guy. He caught the guy's head before it cracked against the pavement. Damn it, there are still Stage 0 stragglers hiding in the city. He used his wood powers to heal the man's wounds. Save your breath. Let me patch you up. The survivor was barely holding on, mustering his last bit of strength to whisper, "Are you a monster or human?" Then he passed out in Aki's arms, leaving Aki frozen for a second. Am I a monster or am I human? The demons sensed fresh meat and started swarming around him. Aki stood up. Human or monster, it didn't matter. He scanned the horde and frowned. There's one thing that never changes. He powered up, getting ready to slaughter them all. I'm gonna wipe every last one of you out. As they lunged, Aki's wings of fire fully materialized. He stomped the ground, cracking the pavement as he launched himself. He shot up like a missile, breaking through their encirclement. But instead of fighting on the ground, he soared high into the sky. From above, he rained down fireballs, carpet-bombing the entire area to exterminate the swarm. Then he touched down softly a short distance away. He turned back and muttered, "Turns out stacking flames on my back doesn't just boost speed, it can blast out explosive sparks too. Damn shame I can't fly though." So he kept attacking the demons. Chew on this. The demons hit by his move couldn't fight back and just got knocked helplessly into the air. Aki dashed over instantly, snatching the floating demon by the neck. He thought, if I pump flames into this freak's body, what happens then? He channeled his energy into it, making big fire spots pop up on its skin. He slammed the demon into the ground and yelled, "Go back to the filth you crawled out of." Aki smirked, whispering, "Surprise." Then the demon he just threw exploded, shaking the whole earth. Aki watched the scene, grinning with satisfaction. Compressing flames inside a demon. Did I just make a demon bomb? Looks like elemental power plus some brains can create some fun games. Seeing their buddy blow up like that, the demons looked at Aki in terror, screaming as they scrambled to run away. He glared down at the fleeing demons, refusing to let them off the hook, without a word. He shot towards the demons like an arrow. The second he landed, he slammed his hand into the ground, summoning 2 pillars of fire on both sides that incinerated the demons into dust. Standing amidst the fading embers, he chuckled softly, "Too late, scum." A moment later, every single fleeing demon was dead. Aki just stood there, stepping on a dead demoness head. He remembered his squad. Liu and the guys were really looking forward to this trip. Captain Ji Yao Tong wanted to grab the energy crystals here too. Dawn to know how they redoing now. Ferris Town. The energy core can only hold out for 3 more months. But the road to Ferris is blocked now. If we can't bring the energy crystals back, the whole town is screwed. He made up his mind. He had to find where the energy crystals were stored here first. Gotta bring at least one back. Aki looked around and realized there was no path forward. He frowned, calculating. Can't just wander around like an idiot. Gotta watch my gear and resources. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like he just had a genius idea. He used his power to summon tree roots. Lucky he could use wood element skills. He controlled the roots to scout the area. Energy crystals are condensed cores, so they probably give off energy pulses. I can try scanning the whole town, feel the pulses, and pinpoint the crystals. A bit later, the roots dug underground, searching the place. Aki felt the roots closing in on what he wanted, so he poured in more power. Following that lead, the roots found the energy crystals. Aki looked over, totally stoked. Found it! Aki bolted forward instantly. Seeing a huge hole in the ground, he thought, the energy signal underground is super weak, must be heavily guarded. Perfect. Without hesitating, he jumped straight into the pit. While falling, he glanced at the energy crystal and was totally shocked. Whoa, there's a cave down here. Aki landed softly and looked up at the crystal. Is this the energy transmission system for a B-rank town? Pretty massive. But the energy crystal. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him. Soldiers, defend the crystal with your lives. Please, soldiers. Aki whipped his head around. Automated broadcast? Got it, that's where the crystals are. He rushed over, wondering how many were stashed there. The moment he stepped in, his eyes went wide at the scene. Behind the door, it was a total wasteland, dead bodies scattered everywhere. These were the people who tried to protect the crystals. Aki's face twisted in anger, cursing the demons in his head. Damn it, those freaking demons. He walked forward slowly, looking side to side. These soldiers, they were protecting the crystal until their very last breath. He reached out and touched the red crystal. Targeted attack. The demons barged in here with one goal: destroy the crystal. They were under orders, way smarter than the old ones. He sighed. Looks like there aren't any perfect energy crystals left here. Gotta raid the underground base for gear and supplies. He gritted his teeth, determined. I have to bring an energy crystal back no matter what. If Captain Ji Yaoteng and the others are in trouble too, then Forvarus City is facing a major crisis. Aki came to a quick conclusion. I have to find a new town within 3 months and get the crystals back to Forvarus. Just then, the equipment room door started blaring an alarm. A light flashed from behind the door, beaming straight ahead. Aki slammed the gas pedal, wheels spinning so fast they sparked against the ground as he took off like the wind. Aki drove the car straight out, charging forward. He just floored it. A command kept echoing in his mind. Head out and find a new town. Sitting in the car, Aki thought, outside hasn't been scouted yet and the fog gets thicker at night. In no time, he hit the desert terrain. This huge city buried by sand. These ruins used to be full of life. Now it's probably just a resting spot for demons. Aki drove while checking the map in his hand, muttering, next town marked on the map should be this way. While Aki was driving, someone was watching him closely from the side. They quickly pulled out a knife and cut a rope. Suddenly, tree trunks tied to the rope dropped down, startling Aki. He yanked the wheel to the side to dodge. With his insane driving skills, he drifted hard, carving a curve right in front of the trunks. He managed to dodge it by a hair. After dodging, Aki stepped out of the car slowly. He took off his glasses, muttering, what the hell was that? He looked at the trunks that just dropped in front of him. He thought, demons here? No. Wait, there's rope. Could it be? Suddenly, someone stepped up in front of him and barked an order. Don't move! The guy pointed a gun right at him and yelled, who are you? Which hunter squad are you with? Give me a name! It was a hunter. They're human fighters who don't live in the towns, usually forming small squads. Their standards for individual skill are crazy strict. Aki looked at the guy, sighing internally. Ha, just my luck. Hunters, of course. The hunter stood on the tree trunks and shouted, state your name. I'm not asking twice. Aki thought to himself, man, what a headache. He didn't expect to run into a hunter squad out here. He threw his hands up fast to explain. Don't get it twisted. I ain't with any hunter squad, just a regular fighter passing through. Now, hunter squads are human fighters who don't live in the cities, usually rolling in teams with crazy strict standards. They wander the wastelands, no fixed crib to call home. Their main gig is scavenging and exploring, fully armed and super organized. Hearing that, the other person snapped, a fighter, huh? That's a load of bull. City fighters don to roll solo out here. You are a scout for the Silver Wolf Squad, ain't ya? Aki thought, surprised. Silver Wolf Squad? He kept his cool and replied, nah, like I said, I'm not with any squad. It's complicated to explain right now. But she wasn't listening to a word he said. She instantly raised her gun, shouting something out. Bang! A shot rang out, but the bullet just kicked up dust right next to Aki's foot. Aki just looked at the spot, speechless. She kept screaming in a rage. Shut your trap! You demons are worse than animals. Are my teammates from Falling Spear still alive? Answer me! Hearing that, Aki stared at her, thinking, Falling Spear Squad, wait, did she just ask if her crew is still alive? Must be that Silver Wolf bunch. He looked her dead in the eye, calm as ever. Look, I can't prove I'm a fighter, or if I'm in a squad right now, but we can't exactly talk while you're waving that gun in my face. She didn't say a word, just slowly lowered her weapon. Suddenly, Aki glanced to the side. He sensed someone else. Seeing his reaction, she got suspicious and aimed at him again. Don't move! In a split second, bullets tore right into her arm, leaving her stunned. In the distance, 2 dark figures on bikes were speeding toward them. One guy smirked at his buddy. Heh, take out the one holding the gun first. Falling Spear's got survivors after all. We can score some points with the boss for this. Let's check it out. These guys were scouts from the Silver Wolf Squad. Meanwhile, the girl lost all strength in her arm from the shot. She couldn't even lift her gun. She thought, is that Silver Wolf? Damn it, I can move my arm. One of the thugs walked up, grabbed her by the hair and laughed. Well, look at this. It's a chick. Score. He yanked her head back. Come on, let daddy see that pretty face. Too hurt to fight, she could only glare at him with pure hatred. The thug turned to his partner. Holy shit, hurry up. She is a total knockout. Before we take her to the boss, let's have a little fun first. Aki couldn't just stand there and watch this trash anymore. He rushed in and delivered a brutal kick to the guy. The other thug panicked, eyes popping out of his head as he stared at Aki. He sent the guy flying and landed softly on his feet. Aki stood in front of the girl and spoke up. I didn't want to get mixed up in your little squad beef. But it looks like you Silver Wolf guys really are just a pile of trash. I've had a hell of a day, and my mood is crap. Before I lose it, glaring at the thug, he growled out one word, "Scram!" Terrified, the guy raised his gun, thinking Aki was some kind of demon. But Aki just blocked the barrel with his hand, crushing it tight as he glared at the guy. Getting a gun pointed at me twice, seriously annoying. The thug looked at him in horror, trembling. "Jay, just go! Silver Wolf will let you off this one time." But Aki didn't say a word. He just unleashed his wood element power. Giant roots burst from the ground, forming a massive fist that punched the thug straight into the sky. The girl behind him watched, totally stunned. The thug flew back several meters from the punch and hit the ground hard, writhing in pain. Clutching his stomach, he yelled, "A core! You have a core device! Are you human or a demon?" Aki held the gun, crushing it with his power as he repeated the question. "Human or demon? Crack!" He crushed the gun into scrap metal in an instant. Furious, he walked toward the thug, step by step. "For you? Doesn't matter." Then the only sound was the thug's blood-curdling scream echoing through the area. After that, Aki used his power to slowly heal the girl's wound, reassuring her, "Don't sweat it. I just happen to have some healing tricks. The bullet went straight through the muscle, so I just gotta patch that up." "Thanks." She went quiet, shyly turning her head to look behind them. Lying there was the corpse of the guy who attacked them, now wrapped tight in iron spikes that pierced right through him. The girl looked down at her wound. It was almost completely healed and couldn't help but smile. "It's actually healed. That's insane. Is that a skill? I heard 4-core fighters can unlock skills that create these godlike phenomena." "You were so strong." She looked up at him with sparkling eyes. "Are you a 5-core fighter?" Aki thought to himself. "Inside my body, I can clearly feel the power of a stage 2 demon. It's way stronger than a normal stage 2 fighter," but he flashed a bright smile and replied, "I'm just a 2-core fighter with a unique ability, that's all." Hearing that, the girl was so relieved she hurriedly bowed to apologize. 2-core is still amazing. "Anyway, thank you for saving my life, and I'm really sorry for pointing my gun at you." "No worries, you gotta be careful when you're out here alone." He looked at her and asked, "By the way, I need to get to a town. You know where the nearest one is?" She went silent for a few seconds before slowly answering, "I know the way. But if you're going, can I come with you?" Aki was surprised by the request. "Take you with me? We just met. Don't even know each other's names. You trust me that much? What do you need there?" She bit her lip tight. "The nearest place is Tanvi Town. It's a tiny Class C settlement." She continued, "But those damn Silver Wolf scumbags took it over. A few days ago, my squad, Falling Spear, tried to liberate the town from them. But we failed. My team could be won, but we didn't know the Silver Wolf captain had just broken through to become a 3-core fighter. His power skyrocketed. My captain is only a 2-core fighter. He didn't stand a chance against a 3-core. I'm the only one who made it out. If saving the town doesn't mess up your plans, I'm begging you to help. I'll pledge my life to serve you if you do." Aki looked at her. He recalled his past life. Hunter squads existed, but under his rule, things never got this out of hand. They've actually got the nerve to take over a whole town now? What the hell is management doing? The girl continued her story. "Plus, I heard the Silver Wolf hunting squad occupied the town just to snatch energy crystals. No clue what they want them for." Hearing this, Aki seemed to figure out exactly what they were after those energy crystals. He thought to himself, they dare to steal the town's primary power source? Then he slowly stood up to lead the way. "Whatever the reason," he growled in anger, "it's enough to piss me off." The scene shifts to a landscape of rolling hills surrounded by trees, where Aki and the girl are driving forward. The girl announced that Tanvi Town was just ahead. "All right, we gotta stash the car before we get any closer to the town." As soon as he spoke, the wheels came to a stop. Aki quickly got out, scanning the area and thinking, "I have no memory of this town from my past life. It wasn't even on the map. And now it's been taken over by the Silver Wolf hunters." After a quick look, he wanted to head into town to investigate, but suddenly, behind him a demon appeared, baring its fangs, ready to strike. The girl turned around, saw it, and screamed in terror, "Demon!" At the same time, a pack of them lunged forward, surrounding them. Without saying a word, Aki used his wood elemental power underground, causing roots to sprout up and bind the demons tight. The moment he punched the ground, the roots slammed the demons down in unison. He looked at them coldly. "Cooperate a little. You filthy animals aren't gonna mess up our infiltration." Can't kill him just yet. The stench of demon blood would probably attract more of their kind. Then he calmly turned and urged the girl, "Let's move." The girl's admiration grew even more. Aki nodded cheerfully in response. "All right." "Yes!" She quickly ran after him, evaluating him in her mind. "He's so strong. Whether it's the town or teammates, there's actually hope now." As they hid behind a bush to watch, Aki suddenly spoke up. "Weird. No guards in the town. Yeah, even the gates are wide open." Suddenly, a silhouette appeared from inside, carrying someone out of the gate. Aki saw it and quickly whispered, "Someone's coming out," but the man, carrying a boy in his arms, screamed in terror, "Help!" Because behind him, a hunter was reaching out to grab him. The hunter quickly caught the man's head and slammed it violently into the ground. Witnessing the scene, the girl couldn't take it anymore and raised her gun. "Silver Wolf scum!" Seeing her act so rashly, Aki immediately grabbed the gun to stop her, glaring at her. "That's gonna give away our position. Leave it to me." Suddenly, a giant arm reached out from behind the gate. Seeing this, Aki quickly looked over and saw the giant hand grabbing both the man and the boy. Then, the hand slowly pulled back behind the door, right in front of the hunters standing there. Beside him, the girl screamed in horror, "There's a demon in the city!" Meanwhile, Aki was calculating in his head. "If there's a demon, I can't wait to come up with a plan anymore. Gotta rush in. Maybe I can save whoever's left." With that thought, he instantly flashed forward, leaving the girl stunned. In no time, he knocked out the two hunters. Seeing this, the girl rushed up too. "Wait for me!" This was my request in the first place. She ran past the two hunters lying motionless on the ground, thinking to herself with awe, "He just beat Silver Wolf members?" Suddenly, she noticed something. Looking closer at the two guys, she was shocked. What the hell? Their skin, it's rotting. They look like they've been dead for days. Then she looked up and shouted, "Everyone in the city belongs to Silver Wolf." But Aki didn't care. He shot forward like an arrow, taking them down one by one. Grabbing a knife from one of them, he realized they were just corpses controlled by a demon's special ability. He swung the knife decisively, then I don't need to hold back. With his speed and strength, Aki slashed through them one by one like a pro assassin. Then he landed softly. Aki looked down at the bodies, which were emitting a strange aura, thinking, probably connected by those black threads. The demon has some special ability. They were mostly acting independently. Then he noticed purple smoke drifting in the distance. "Looks like I gotta follow the aura from these corpses to find it," he called out to the girl. "I'm gonna save that father and son from earlier. You go check if anyone else in town is still alive." Just like that, they split up. Aki ran past house after house, finally landing at a nearby shrine. Aki charged straight for the door, certain this was the place. He kicked the door open without hesitation. But the scene before him made him freeze. The man and the boy were just corpses now. Seeing this, Aki cursed inwardly. Damn it, one step too late. And right there in front of him, a demon had appeared, staring intently at him. Then it spoke. "Everything in this town belongs to me. Dead or alive. Trying to leave the city? That's crossing the line." It beckoned him closer. "Let's see who our guest is." That demon was a third phase entity, purple core ability, corpse control, phantom power, attribute unknown. Aki stood there, locking eyes with it. Behind its back were energy crystals, 3 of them. So the Silver Wolf squad took the town to steal energy crystals. Is that what attracted the demon here? What does a demon want with energy crystals? The third phase demon laughed. "Stranger, are you human or demon?" But Aki just glared at it in silence, thinking, it really is a rare purple core. Purple core demons have unique phantom abilities. Aki slowly walked toward it. "You killed all the Silver Wolf guys, didn't you? Even if the Silver Wolf captain broke through to become a third phase warrior." "He wouldn't stand a chance against someone who controls corpses like you." Hearing this, the demon looked confused. "Third phase warrior? You mean?" Then it suddenly pulled out the energy crystals. "Talking about this?" Suddenly something rushed at Aki, startling him. Another demon attacked him from the side, but luckily he dodged it fast. Aki immediately jumped back to observe, finally getting a good look at the demon. He assessed, "A third phase core warrior? That guy was the former captain of the Silver Wolf hunting squad, a third phase core warrior." And even more surprising, lights flickered in the dark corners, and people stepped out one by one. Seeing this, the third phase demon shouted happily, "Come on out, everyone, we've got a guest!" Seeing this mess, Aki scowled, thinking, damn, it's not just the Silver Tomb Hunter squad. Soldiers from other towns are here too. There's way too many of them. Catching his vibe, the Tier 3 demon laughed maniacally. "Welcome to my party, kid!" As soon as the words left its mouth, those soldiers went feral, rushing in to tear Aki apart. The horde of demons swarmed him. Aki furrowed his brow, annoyed. Tier 3 demon, I am only in my Tier 2 form right now. If that thing was a standard combat type, I'd be in serious trouble. But lucky for me, it's a necrocore demon. It sucks at actual fighting. It just relies on phantom energy to manipulate the battlefield. No time to waste. He immediately ignited his power, wrapping his fists in roaring flames. He slammed a punch straight into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave of energy. The blast radiated outward, scorching the demons and sending them flying. Just one hit, and he wiped out the entire grunt squad. The Tier 3 demon screamed in shock. There's no way you're a normal human. It tried to use its power to command the corpses to rise, but Aki stayed chill. Useless. My flames already incinerated their bodies to ash. The Tier 3 demon trembled with rage. Damn you, it took me forever to collect those precious puppets. Aki didn't flinch, his voice turned ice cold. Maybe it's disrespectful to the dead, but compared to being your puppets, burning to ash is the best mercy they could get. With no corpses left for it to control, he dug his feet in. In a flash, Aki closed the distance, knife in hand, appearing right in front of the Tier 3 demon. He shouted, "Without your meat shields, your combat power just took a nosedive." He rained punches on it faster than it could react. Overwhelmed, the demon shrieked, "Core Nucleus Ultimate!" Suddenly, a little boy appeared in front of Aki, blocking his path. He froze, staring at the kid in shock. Seeing him hesitate, the demon grinned from the shadows, winding up a massive punch. "You hesitated. Gotcha!" It slammed a decisive haymaker right into him. The punch was so heavy that, even after hitting Aki, the force smashed into the ground, triggering a literal earthquake. Aki scrambled to the side, instantly activating his water element for defense. Damn it! He had to focus the water shield on his gut to avoid being gutted. The demon smirked at him. "I don't just do crowd control, you know. I've got the sharp metal element too." Aki was actually surprised. He didn't know it could use metal. He quickly switched to wood element to start healing his wounds, his mind racing. "I gotta fix this stomach wound, fast." The Tier 3 demon spoke up. "Looks like taking you down is gonna require a little risk. Time to use the prize I worked so hard to get." It commanded a male corpse to walk over. In the dead man's hand was a vial of glowing green liquid. It turned to look at the two corpses. "Father and son, you both served your purpose. Bring me the serum." Snatching the serum, it downed the whole thing in one gulp. Aki got a bad feeling immediately. He didn't know what that stuff was, but his gut screamed danger. No time to finish healing. He gritted his teeth, ignored the pain, and charged. He engulfed his knife in flames, aiming straight for the Tier 3 demon. Too late. The serum was already down the hatch. The demon instantly conjured an iron shield, blocking Aki's strike dead. The impact sent Aki flying backward. He was totally caught off guard. Knocked back? Where the hell did that burst of power come from? Is it forcibly draining energy from a power crystal? No way. That crystal energy is condensed and volatile, refined by humans. Absorbing it raw like that? It should make his body explode. He muttered to himself, "I already proved that theory in my past life." But looking at the demon, he realized the chaotic energy inside it was stabilizing right at the limit. "It's that liquid. There's no way a demon could brew something like that. How did it?" Suddenly, the Tier 3 demon shrieked, "Evolve! Evolution!" A blinding purple light erupted from the demon's body. Aki realized what was happening. It was using the power crystal to force an evolution. In seconds, the Tier 3 demon morphed into a Tier 4 demon Necro-Phantom class, metal attribute. Aki ground his teeth, annoyed. A Tier 4 demon. This just got complicated. Seeing Aki's face, the Tier 4 demon gloated. "So this is what Tier 4 feels like." It summoned several orbs hovering around its hands and launched them into the air. They arced straight toward Aki. The Tier 4 demon grinned wickedly. Metal spike barrage. The orbs surrounded Aki, ready to fire. For a split second, he panicked. Crap, it really does have legitimate Tier 4 skills now. He reflexively triggered his wood element. Thick roots sprouted, wrapping around him. Just as the orbs fired a hail of metal bullets, Aki curled up tight inside his wooden cocoon. But the Tier 4 demon was too fast. It leaped up, closed the gap, and delivered a devastating kick. The impact knocked him out of the air and slammed him into the ground. A massive cloud of dust and debris exploded on impact. Aki lay sprawled on the dirt, barely able to move or defend himself. The demon stomped hard on his chest, beaming with arrogant delight. "Do you see now? The power gap between tiers is absolute. This is the end of the line for you." It charged energy into its hand. "But I have to admit I really like you." It screamed, "Become mine," and prepared to impale Aki, turning him into a corpse puppet, obviously. But just as the bladed hand was inches from Aki's throat, it froze. The air around them suddenly warped and twisted. Even paralyzed on the ground, Aki was shocked. Space it's bending. The spatial distortion grew more intense, wrapping around the Tier 4 demon. Suddenly, a hand reached out of the void, grabbing the Tier 4 demon by the skull. A voice like liquid ice echoed out, "Hey!" A bizarre-looking demon began to crawl out of the distortion. It gripped the Tier 4 demon's head tighter and whispered, I can't let small fry like you ruin the plan. The Tier 4 demon started shaking. Wait, are you the Black King? The stranger didn't bother answering. It just said one word, die. Instantly, it snapped the Tier 4 demon's neck. The demon's head was sucked into a dimensional rift, and its body vanished into thin air, leaving Aki staring in total disbelief. All that was left was swirling dust. The mysterious demon stepped onto the solid ground. It was a Tier 4 demon, the Black King. The demon looked down at Aki with amusement. Just as I thought, can't trust trash like humans. The Black King stepped into the light, revealing a shockingly beautiful human form. Aki scowled at her, thinking, this 8-winged demon, the pressure feels exactly like that red guy inside me. Suddenly, he realized something was messed up. He remembered there was a black 8-wing left back then. Right then, the Black King showed up in his face and said, whatever, not my problem. Who knows when the Crimson King's gonna wake up? You can't even beat a Tier 4. Humans are seriously such a low-tier race. Aki snapped back. The hell did you say? She pointed at him, mocking. Wasted on you, supposed to be the strongest human, but you digest way too slow. Then she used her power. Shouted once and lifted his aching body into the air. Suddenly, the Black King grabbed an orb, rushed at him, and screamed, just be a good boy and evolve to Tier 4. And then that orb pierced right through Aki. He stumbled back, letting out a groan. Then he dropped to his knees on the ground. And looking down at where that thing just entered him. She literally shoved a Tier 4 demon core right into his chest, skipping straight past Tier 3. A second later, the pain hit. Aki screamed in agony, his voice cracking. I'm gonna explode! My chest, it can't take it. The power in a Tier 4 core is too much, you moron. The Black King stood there watching, biting her nails and mumbling, is he actually dying? Is he that weak? He can't even absorb Tier 4 power? Aki roared, no, I'm gonna blow up. This body can't handle it. Do something, you stupid demon. Think of something. Right then, long cracks started appearing all over his body. The Black King immediately used 8 spatial shields to lock him down and shouted, I locked the space around you. You human piece of trash, hold on for me. Aki's body kept swelling up, cursing the Black King between screams of pain. Deep inside Aki, someone with their eyes closed growled, disturbing my sleep. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The Black King gasped happily. That voice, could it be? In a flash, Aki's body healed. He looked furious, eyes overflowing with bloodlust. Did you forget what I told you before, Black King? Just like that, he punched through the shield surrounding him. The Black King froze in shock. Aki had completely transformed into someone else. It was the Crimson King. She trembled, calling out. Red! She rushed over and hugged him tight. You finally showed up. The Crimson King held her gently and whispered, yeah, long time no see. The Black King looked at him softly. I've been watching him. He's too weak right now. He couldn't have beaten that newly evolved Tier 4. If he died, wouldn't you also? The Crimson King held her face, answering warmly, this body needs constant tempering. Human bodies aren't like ours. They're fragile but full of potential. He was only in the fusion stage, evolving to Tier 2. And you made him skip Tier 3 and absorb Tier 4 energy directly? His body definitely couldn't handle that, but that Tier 4 energy did wake me from my deep sleep. The Crimson King warned, from now on, you're not allowed to mess with his evolution. He needs to take it one step at a time to become the perfect vessel in the future. He glanced at her. Understand? She nodded. Whatever you say. Then she remembered something. Right, you faked your death. The 4 kings made moves, but no one attacked first. A balance formed between them, just like you predicted. The Crimson King chuckled. At first, they feared my power, so they teamed up to wipe me out. Looks like even without me, they can't change their suspicious nature. They've probably forgotten their original mission. What about you? You been okay? They suspect anything? She scoffed. Lucky you even remembered me. Even if they have doubts, they don't have the energy to investigate what really happened back then. So I am fine, don't worry. She touched him gently, pouring her heart out. I just wanted to welcome the strongest one back. The Crimson King smiled, assuring her, it's definitely just a matter of time. I forced this body to Tier 4, but he needs to gradually adapt and stabilize the power. Try not to get involved with this human anymore. We don't want unnecessary attention ruining our plans. She answered shyly, I just missed you, so I wanted to visit, even if it's just your vessel. Suddenly, the girl who came in with Aki caught their attention. The girl trembled. 8-wing. Why is an 8-winged demon here? The Black King covered her mouth and giggled. Ah, I forgot to clean up this area. The Crimson King stood there silently, just staring at the girl. Her reflection filled his eyes and then, a slash appeared. Deep in his subconscious, a voice echoed, "So you're a demon, Aki." He snapped awake. The moment he regained consciousness, he realized he was stabbing the girl who came with him. He screamed in panic, "Hunter girl!" But she was already out cold. Seeing her like that, he let out an agonized scream. He looked down at his shaking hands. "I did this!" He gritted his teeth, his power exploding as he screamed in despair. His power formed a massive pillar of light shooting into the sky. He clenched his jaw in fury, finally reaching a new state. Tier 4 evolution complete. Aki remembered what the hunter girl had told him. "Me? I want to go see Dawn City. After that, if I can, I want to be a flower apprentice there. I really love flowers." Back in the present, she wasn't walking in front of him anymore. She was sinking into a sea of fire. She was lying right there in the flames. Her voice from the past echoed, "This apocalypse is so cruel, I feel like we need more beautiful flowers to make up for it." Aki thought to himself, "I can't forgive myself for this mistake. It's because I couldn't suppress the demon power. I hope these flames can save everyone from the humiliation of the demons so they don't have to suffer anymore." The Tier 4 power inside him. "I am not in the mood to test it out right now. I've got too much to think about. I need to figure out every single clue. That female 8-winged demon. What's her relationship with the king inside me? She forced my body to skip Tier 3 and hit Tier 4 instantly. Damn demons, what the hell are they plotting? That shady item the Stage 3 demon used to break through to Stage 4 is totally unsettling. No way a demon made that. How did they get it? Or rather, who supplied that high-level tech? Probably only a top-tier city could craft something like that. Could it have come from Dawn City? Anyway, gotta find a major town fast. At least need to let Captain Joel know they are safe. And he's worried, wondering how they're doing right now. He hops on his bike, puts on his shades, hoping they made it out of the tunnel and actually reached a town. Just keep heading straight this way. There's a Class A town called Pidia ahead. At least there he can send a message to First City. So, the last bike keeps rolling forward. Another night passes. The next morning, over on Ji Yaotang's side, the four of them safely arrived at the Class A town. Brian's Stage 5 Core Warrior, Combat Commander Sai speaks up. "Sorry, can't send troops for support. We just got news. Class A City Pita got hit by a high-level demon tide. That teammate Aki you mentioned probably didn't make it. Sending soldiers blindly to rescue him would be irresponsible to them." Ji Yaotang stands there looking solemn, then shouts, "But sir, this soldier of ours, he has special talents. Maybe he could survive the danger." The commander listens, then replies coldly, "Class A City isn't short on young warriors with special talents, but even they wouldn't survive a demon tide of that scale." Hearing that, Ji Yaotang falls silent, not saying a word. "But in this apocalypse, no life should be thrown away. I can't send a direct rescue team, but I'll at least send some scouts to check the situation on their way." Ji Yaotang is startled, then replies happily, "Thank you, sir. I have things to do, please excuse me. You guys make yourselves at home." As the commander walks out, he announces, "Don't know if the high-level demon tide at Pita City will affect the demon hunting competition at Dawn City." Ji Yaotang replies softly, "I heard about that. The demon hunting competition is coming up soon. But you know, our place is just a Class C town. No worries. If you're interested, stay a few days to learn about the only Class S city. Dawn City is hosting the demon hunting competition. Minimum registration requirement is Class B. Your city doesn't fit right now, but those 3 young warriors behind you might have a future. So learning more is good. Feel free to visit this office and this town. Surprise them." All 4 bow deeply. Ji Yaotang shouts, "Thank you!" After he leaves, Tomoe calls out softly, "Captain Ji Yaotang." He turns around. "What's up, Tomoe?" She asks curiously, "What's the demon hunting competition?" Ji Yaotang explains, "It's a contest only Dawn City can host. Basically, by hunting demons of different ranks, they pick the new generation of powerhouses. They also give out special rewards provided by Dawn City. It's a regular event, a goal for all warriors. Too bad you need to be at least from a Class B town to join. But I believe you guys will definitely have a chance in the future." Sino looks worried, but I wonder how Aki is doing right now. Dawn City's demon hunting competition. If he were here, he'd be totally into it. Peta City hit by a high-level demon tide, I hope he survived. Waiting for the demon tide to get pushed back, Tomoe adds, "Didn't expect to run into this the first time leaving the city?" Situ Liu stands there staring out the window. "Aki fell into danger because of us." She just keeps looking into the distance, and Ji Yaotang can only sigh. Then he tries to comfort everyone. "Guys, we can only wait for news from the scouts. I used the comms here to report the situation to First City. For now, we'll stay in Brian." Since we made it here, might as well observe and learn. There are tons of elite warriors here. Outside, the sky is clear and blue. Clouds are just floating by. At the Class A town Pitia, in the Mayor's office, two people are sitting together. One speaks up. We verified the intel you brought. It's true. Class B City Pita was destroyed by a demon tide. The person flicks ash into the tray. Also, I sent the message to First City for you. Explained your squad situation. Pretty sure you'll hear back soon. But about your other request, the woman puts a cigarette in her mouth. Sorry, she turns to Aki and refuses. We can't give you energy crystals. That person is the Stage 5 core warrior, Pitia's combat commander, Baresi. She says, supplying crystals isn't up to us. It's usually a fixed distribution from the superior city. Your superior city, Pita, was destroyed. You can report this to Dawn City. Request a reassignment of your superior city. Aki thinks to himself, Dawn City didn't think the crystal distribution system had such complicated rules. Since that's the case, maybe I can make a trip to Dawn City. I can investigate that demon's breakthrough gear while I'm at it. Getting into Dawn City might be an issue, though. Thinking that, he speaks up. Thanks for the heads up. Can I go to Dawn City as a representative of First City? But she replies sternly, no. Unless you hold the rank of captain at first, or get authorization from First City, you don't have the status. Can't he just let a random rep go negotiate? He thinks, if I need authorization, I still have to go all the way back. What a pain. But suddenly she speaks again. However, there is another way to get there. Having a superior city vouch for you. Like me. Aki asks in surprise, you mean you can vouch for me? I can, but I have a condition. Hearing that, Aki reveals an interested smile. Oh, let's hear it. She smiles lightly. The demon hunting competition at Dawn City. Maybe you've heard of it. If you can join our squad as a foreign mercenary and act as a vanguard to help us scout for intel during the match, I'll vouch for you. But warning you now, I can't guarantee your safety. Vanguard member in the demon hunting competition. Every team sends out a vanguard. Their job is to scout demon levels, gather first-hand intel, kind of like an intel agent. But since the competition is insanely hard, the demon levels are massive too. So, being a vanguard member is insanely dangerous. Getting killed or injured is super common. They are basically seen as meat shields. That is why the fighters in the competition try their hardest to dodge this spot. But Aki just calmly replied, looks like nobody in your squad wants this gig, huh? It's fine. If you've made up your mind, I accept it. Then he thought to himself, whatever, this grand demon hunting competition was founded by me anyway. At the Nami Armory, Baresi and Aki chatted while walking, and she spoke up first. Asking you to be the vanguard was a last resort. Basically, none of the participating towns nowadays put their key members in the vanguard role. Because in recent years, vanguards either die or get seriously messed up. She gritted her teeth and growled, that's why I warned you beforehand. I can't guarantee your safety. I can only try to satisfy your requests for weapons and gear. Then, both of them stepped into the armory. Aki happily replied, got it, let me take a look then. Watching Aki's back, she secretly sized him up. His core rank symbol is damaged, I can't see it clearly. Is he actually just a zero-stage core from City C? At best, his strength isn't more than a dual-core fighter, but he seems really confident in himself. A fighter from a C-grade town, does he have some kind of trump card? After choosing for a while, he decided, I'll take this one. Looking at the item in front of him, Aki couldn't help but feel satisfied. The Nami wings can transform into a great sword. He calculated in his head. The combat dagger from before was agile, but the damage just wasn't enough. Seeing him touch it, she shouted, wait! The specs for those Nami wings require at least a triple-core fighter to use. With your strength, forcing it might be unstable. You could easily hurt yourself. But he didn't care and just burst out his energy. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted around him, forcing Baresi to instinctively cover her eyes. Then she stared at him intently, like she discovered something. By then, the sword was spinning in midair before finally slamming straight into the ground. He grabbed the sword and praised it. Fits my hand perfectly. The weight feels really solid. Seeing this, Baresi couldn't help but feel a bit scared inside. He actually used it successfully with no issues. Does he have some special understanding of the Nami wings? I've heard some fighters have pretty high natural talent, but seeing it today is truly surprising. Next, Aki turned and asked, oh right, you guys must have a live combat field, yeah? Then both walked out the door. Baresi said, I'll try to meet your request, but why go to the combat field? Aki turned to look at her. I just want to test the new Nami wings on some demons. Consider it a warm-up. Baresi worriedly confirmed, are you sure you want to go alone? Even though we've flagged the combat field, first stage demons still show up occasionally. If you can't handle it, I can go with you. Flagging. Using local fog-dispelling devices outside the city to temporarily occupy an area for investigation. Live combat, or experiments. He calmly replied, no worries. If a first-stage demon shows up, I can handle it. Watching Aki walk away, Baresi smiled with interest. Confident and gutsy. That's a rare quality in a fighter. She called out, "Stay safe then. I still have some." Quad-core fighters waiting for training. If they had your confidence, everything would be so much easier. And then, they turned and walked in opposite directions, agreeing to meet later. Then, Aki flashed a sinister grin. He thought to himself, of course I couldn't let you come along, because I'm not just testing this new weapon. More importantly, I need to see what abilities I have in my 4th stage form. At the flagged zone, Aki was walking around some ruins. He muttered, "This area's been flagged, the fog's cleared out. Looks like this is the spot." Suddenly, a demon shrieked. Very quickly, Aki realized a demon was targeting him from behind. Just as he predicted, the demon lunged at him to attack, but Aki dodged it nimbly, then summoned his greatsword. In a split second, Aki sliced it cleanly in two. Seeing that, he looked at the greatsword with satisfaction. Using a greatsword really does feel better. Standing before the demon's corpse, Aki slowly retracted his sword, then glanced down below. By then, other demons had appeared. Aki grinned with excitement. "Awesome. I was worried you ugly freaks wouldn't come out during the day. Time to get used to the new weapon and go on a killing spree. Been way too stressed lately." Without another word, he stomped the ground to launch himself, flying into the air and locking onto the demons preparing to rush him. Aki swung the greatsword. Every swing sent demon blood and limbs flying everywhere, in that frenzied dance. Of blood, Aki's body moved gracefully, like he was born to slaughter demons. And without using the 4 elements he had mastered, wood, water, fire, and metal, he just kept swinging the sword again and again, honing the muscle memory of this life's body. In these ruins, Aki was frantically slaughtering a horde of 0-stage demons. No, or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. In the darkness, only the agonizing screams of demons echoed. Who knows how long Aki had been slashing, but the last demon finally went down. Aki decisively stabbed his sword into its head. Then he sighed wearily, "Has this body not caught up to the evolution of the demon power inside me yet? It's way stronger than when I first got to this world, but for me, the other specs still aren't enough. Just moving around a bit and I'm already out of breath." Suddenly, tree roots appeared behind Aki, shooting straight toward his back. Aki quickly sensed the danger and slashed all the roots away with his sword, then glanced back. Before his eyes, a demon appeared and spoke. No wonder something felt off. It was a wood-type first-stage demon. It mumbled, "Human fighter appeared, food appeared." Seeing it, he laughed with amusement. "Finally showing up, huh? First-stage demons?" Seeing his calm attitude, they gasped in surprise. "Huh? Not afraid of us?" Strange should be a fearful face, but his face was in a state of pure bliss. One demon suddenly turned to the other. "Did he kill that bunch of 0-stages back there?" The other replied, "Huh?" Then the fire-type one charged forward, shouting, "Let me try!" and kept screaming, "Burn! Burn it up!" Suddenly, a powerful beam of light flashed past, and by some force, the fire-type was knocked back to where it started. Seeing this, the other demon was shocked, having no clue what just happened. Not giving them time to recover, Aki rushed to where the fire demon was flattened. He stabbed his sword into it and scoffed, "Metal against fire? Yeah, that's super effective." He turns to the last one standing. "All right, time to test out this tier 4 power." Just like that, his body starts to transform. Seeing that, the demon backs up, shaking in its boots. You ain't human," Aki thinks to himself. "That tier 4 demon core's ability lets me control dead bodies, so if I consume it, I'll level up." He pumps some energy into the demon and commands, "You work for me now." In just a second. The demon starts standing up, making the one across from it scream, "No freaking way!" The demon standing behind Aki glares at its opponent, oozing with murderous intent. Seeing its buddy get puppeted, the demon totally freaks out. He can control corpses? Meanwhile, back at Piccadia City, the sun is starting to rise. Combat Commander, Piccadia S Tier 5, Core Warrior. Baresi frowns and shouts, "You saying the kid I took to the gate hasn't come back yet?" The soldier stands at attention and reports, "That's right, Commander Baresi. The sun is almost down, and regarding the demon tide around Piccadia, protocol says we have to close the gates, including the side ones." She frowns even harder. "Give me a sit rep on the recent demon tiers?" He starts his report. "Reporting, Commander. Lately, it's not just a bunch of Tier 1s. We've got Tier 2s and Tier 3s showing up. There are even reports of a Tier 4. She looks down, biting her nail and cursing under her breath. "Damn it, that brat better not be demon food by now. I told him to get back early. I literally just submitted the tournament roster. Don't cause me any more trouble, kid. Seriously." Then she vanishes, leaving only an afterimage. I'm heading to the combat training grounds to find him. "I'll be back before the gates close." The soldier responds, "Yes, ma'am." She moves so fast she leaves a red blur across the trees. "This is my fault." She flips and lands on another branch. "That kid is just a regular grunt from a C-rank city. I never should have let him go to the training grounds by himself." I know, he insisted, and the grounds usually only have tier 0 trash, but years ago, even a tier 5 monster showed up here. Thinking about that, she grits her teeth and picks up the pace. Ugh, if he dies during training, my reputation as a tier 5 warrior is going to be totally toast. And I'll really be letting down First City. She kicks off hard and leaps into the air. "Kid, you better be alive for my sake." But then, she senses something a demon's aura. Why does the scent of death feel so heavy? She frowns, gritting her teeth as she lands on a nearby branch. It's coming from the training grounds. She uses her senses to analyze the situation. This aura is bad news. There's a ton of demons, a swarm of tier 1s, some tier 2s, wait, even tier 3s? What the hell is going on? This doesn't feel like a normal raid. Why are so many tier 2s and tier 3s grouping up? Just as she lands on the next branch, a demon dashes past. It senses something and looks up. What it sees is the tier 5 insignia on her uniform. That sends it into a panic, slamming on the brakes. Tier 5. Immediately the demon turns to bolt, but she is way faster. Before it can get anywhere, she drops from the tree and appears right behind it. She delivers a high axe kick. A shockwave blasts out on impact. Wind and dust scatter everywhere. The demon that tried to run is now flattened under her foot. Green blood splattered all over the place. But she frowns. This feels weird, different than usual. Just like she suspected, a massive horde of demons starts stepping out of the shadows. She asks, perplexed, "Seriously weird? Since when did you freaks like hanging out together?" A long blade materializes in her hand. "Looks like I'm short on time." But the demons just keep trembling. She notices something off. These demons act like zombies, reeking of death, just marching forward, but they don't scare her one bit. In fact, it just makes her grin with excitement. She readies her blade. Whatever. If you're a demon, you're all gonna die anyway. She channels all her strength into her arm, muscles bulging, and swings a massive slash that slices countless demons in half. That single slash creates a shockwave that tears through the forest. But as the dust settles, she sees another wave approaching from the distance. She calmly raises her blade again as more close in from behind. "Just how many of you are there?" Before she can finish that thought, Aki jumps down from above, startling her. "What are you doing here?" Reflexively, she swings her blade behind her, but he blocks it. "Whoa, hey, it is me. Look closely." Hearing that, she snaps out of it. "Aki, is that you? Are you hurt?" Then her eyes go wide as she realizes something. Wait, did he just block my attack? That slash was pure instinct, but the power and speed weren't weak at all. Isn't it this kid from a C-rank city? She looks over as he holsters his weapon. Even a tier 4 warrior would have to use full power to block that. Yet, he just dusts himself off and looks at her. Tier 5, core power not bad at all. My hand is actually shaking a bit. I was testing some moves and lost track of time. My bad. She doesn't hold a grudge. Forget it, as long as you're okay. Right now, we need to deal with these weird demons. There are a lot of tier 3s in the mix, which are dangerous for you. Stay behind me. But before she can finish, he steps in front of her. "Oh, you mean these guys? Don't worry, they're already dead." He snaps his fingers, and purple flames erupt, incinerating every demon in sight. She stands there, eyes wide in total shock, as all the demons collapse at once. With the monsters dealt with, he turns back to her with a grin. "All done. Let's head back." But she grabs him by the collar and yanks him close. What did you just do? Were you controlling those demons? You're supposed to have 0 core power. What is your ability?" He calmly brushes her hand away. "I don't really have to explain that to you." She falls into silence. Then he adds, "But I will tell you this. I can control demons that have died in this apocalypse." A warrior's gotta have a few aces up his sleeve, right? She looks down at the fallen monsters. Controlling dead demons? Even among us tier 5 warriors, that ability is almost unheard of. She puts her hands on her hips. "If that is the case, we can set out for Dawn City tomorrow." He can't hide his excitement. "That's awesome. The sooner the better. I need to solve the energy crystal problem for Forest City ASAP. He starts walking ahead. She follows him, thinking, looks like I can actually expect some big things from him in the Demon Hunter tournament. Right then, Barezi was busting her hump to get back to the city, totally clueless about the situation far away at the combat school. The scene shifts fast to the spot where he just finished fighting. This place is a total wreck, blood and demon corpses everywhere. According to later reports, the combat school was completely wiped out by some unknown power. Aki left with her, following the crowd, while behind them lay a scene of total destruction. Trees and monsters scattered all over the city. Based on follow-up reports, the combat school was totally destroyed by some mysterious force. The armored vehicle finally reached its destination. Baresi, looking pretty annoyed, reminded Aki, "We're here. Everybody out, hurry up. and don't you dare dirty up our town." Aki looked up at the city for a long time, checking out the scenery and terrain along the way. I knew it couldn't believe it's actually true. He looked up at the massive high walls. Dawn City, sure enough. It's the same town I used to run back in the day. Dawn City, the only level 9 city. Looks like after I kicked the bucket in my past life, they renamed the city to Dawn City. Is it because of that operation called the Battle of the Dawn? Though it looks like this place has changed a ton since then. He frowned, thinking to himself, I thought it'd take ages before I could come back to my old city in this life. Wait a sec! Aki's face lit up with excitement. Is there a chance we'll see the 6 of them? In my past life, I created the strongest squad ever. They called themselves the 6 heroes, my 6 strongest subordinates. He thought back to the people who fought alongside him on the battlefield and couldn't help but wonder. After the Battle of the Dawn, I wonder how they were doing. If I tell them what's going on, will they even believe me? What is up? Scared out of your mind entering Dawn City for the first time? She smirked. Heh, don't to be surprised just yet. You haven't even stepped inside. Dawn City is the only S-class city for humanity, representing supreme power. She walked ahead. Not everyone gets as lucky as you to make it to Dawn City even once in their life. He suddenly realized something. As a 5-core warrior, Berezi must know some useful info. So he asked her, hey, I want to ask something. After the Battle of the Dawn, how are the 6 heroes doing now? Berezi stopped walking, asking back suspiciously. After the Battle of the Dawn? That's a weird question. Are you asking about the new 6 heroes or the old 6 heroes? Aki played dumb. What do you mean new and old? Aren't the 6 heroes just those 6 people? You know, the former subordinates. The ones called the strongest warriors who served the king with the same name as me? The group of the 6 strongest? Aki hadn't even finished his sentence when Berezi slammed her hand over his mouth. Are you actually stupid? Or just pretending? She said tensely. Everyone knows the new 6 heroes hate hearing people talk about the old 6 heroes. You can't say stuff like that in the city. As for the king, times have changed. The old king isn't king anymore. The strongest warrior right now is the new king. That strongest warrior king with the same name as you? He's the old king now. She waved her hand, speaking seriously. I'm warning you one more time. Inside the city, stop spouting this brainless nonsense. But Aki kept repeating what he just heard. New king, new 6 heroes. So tell me, what happened to the old 6 heroes? Berezi got pissed off, grabbed his shirt, and yelled, Did you not hear a word I just said? Aki didn't answer her. They stared at each other, the vibe getting super tense. A subordinate called out, Commander Berezi. Berezi let go of him. Fine, I don't get why you're so obsessed with that name, Aki. Maybe it's out of admiration, but I wasn't going to ask. She pointed her finger right in his face, threateningly. I'm warning you at least while you're in Dawn City, don't mention the old king and the old 6 heroes. Maybe in that backwater town you came from. Those people you mentioned are still worshipped, but not every place respects them. Especially that old king who sacrificed himself back then here in Dawn City. Nobody acknowledges him. Hearing that, Aki didn't reply, just stood there frozen. Berezi glanced at him. Hurry up and get in the city. Remember what I said. The 3 of them entered the city. Aki walked on, but his mind was a mess. Not everyone acknowledges me. Not everyone accepts my sacrifice. What the hell happened after I died? He flashed back to the past. Back then, I led the 6 heroes and all our soldiers to fight those demons with everything we had. Aki remembered the bloody scenes where he used to fight. That time, I walked into the ancient king's tomb alone to uncover the demon's secrets. The ancient king's tomb, year 3069. 6 massive ancient king tombs fell from the sky. Red, green, blue, purple, black. 6 types of demons with different colors kept pouring out from inside the tombs. This was the source of the demons. Nobody knew what was actually hidden inside the ancient king's tombs. Looking back, seems like only the old Aki discovered some secret inside those tombs. After everything, he felt it was totally unfair. Was everything I did meaningless? Didn't I die a hero? Aki moved closer to the gate. People and animals were busy, happy, and bustling all over the place. Stepping through that gate, he arrived at a new place. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he looked up at the city. Is that the city center? Way more advanced, huh? This giant place called Dawn City, calling it just a city doesn't seem like enough. Inside there are urban clusters and tons of independent buildings with different styles, forests, lakes, and mountains too. You could call it an independent world with its own ecosystem. This endless city is surrounded by towering walls and split into 7 zones. The 6 major zones are run by the 6 heroes. The new king lives in the central zone. He soaked up the fresh sunlight, even though a lot has changed. The layout is still the same as before. Even the vibe feels similar. I remember back then, right there was a statue of me. In front of it was a weird giant statue with a cloth strip carved around its face. Baresi thought he didn't know, so she explained, "That statue of the old king you worship has been there for decades. Carved by the people back then. When the old king was still in charge, he was really popular with the people. Too bad he's ancient history now. Anyway, rumor has it that this statue is going to be removed soon. Then, a statue of the new king is going to get carved right in this spot. And it'll be even bigger." Baresi held her head, frustrated. I don't know if this is lucky or unlucky. Over there, right at the foot of the statue, is the person you kept yapping about. One of the 6 former heroes, the last one left. Lena used to be the sickest healing warrior out there. Just hearing her name makes Aki shake, remembering the image of that girl. Lena hears someone calling her, so she quickly whips off her hood, revealing a pretty face. Is someone calling me? Some jerk shoves her aside, knocking the flowers right out of her hand. How many times do I gotta tell ya? Quit standing around here living in the past, especially since you are the last of those washed-up heroes. Baresi fills in the details about the girl. A patrol warrior, even though she was a top-tier healer, she was famous for having a short fuse. Haha. Aki S. suddenly interested. This is gonna be good. Those 3 low-level grunts act like they are gods or something. Excuse me? Aki can't believe their attitude? Those 3 are seriously tripping on power. They smirk down at her while she picks up her flowers from the dirt, one of them puffing up his chest and glaring. Who gives a damn about who you used to be, huh? Those 6 former heroes or whatever lost their cores, so you ain't even warriors anymore. If the new king hadn't let you losers stay in the city, we would have kicked your ass out of Dawn City to rot a long time ago. The guy raises his hand to slap her. It's all your self-righteous dead old king's fault anyway. If it wasn't for him, humanity wouldn't be living in fear like this. We need to tear down that statue as soon as possible, just a piece of trash taking up space. Smack. Just as he's running his mouth, Lena shuts him up with a brutal slap across the face. But honestly, that slap didn't look like it killed her anger at all. That nobody patrol guard isn't having it and tries to grab her. You bitch! You dare hit me? But out of nowhere, the tip of Aki's blade is right in his face, threatening him. Aki stares him down, his eyes screaming murder. You dare? Facing that sharp steel right in front of him, the guy starts shaking and shuts his mouth real quick. Aki pushes the blade even closer to his face. You can see the veins popping on Aki's skin. I said, do you dare? The guy's 2 buddies step up to back him. Hey kid, this is Dawn City. What do you think you are doing? They pull their guns and aim right at him. Drop the sword or we shoot. Aki looks ready to fight to the death with these idiots right here and now. You guys act like this? How are you any different from the trash scavengers outside the city walls? Someone needs to teach you a lesson today. Baresi grabs the tip of his sword to stop him. That's enough. She steps in to cool things down. Just a misunderstanding. We're warriors from the Class A town of Pikia, here for the Ghost Hunt tournament. Do you really want a conflict between the participating warriors and the locals? Baresi calms him down. And you, Aki, put the sword away. Don't forget you're representing Pikia right now. Aki reluctantly sheathes his blade. The 3 guards start whispering to each other. So they're actual contestants? Let's not mess with warriors from other towns. If the enforcer captain finds out, we're gonna get written up or worse. The aggressive guard grinds his teeth, still salty after hearing that. If you contestants, go back to your hotel like good little kids. You got lucky this time. Let go. Lena suddenly asks Aki, do you know me? He opens his mouth to say something, then stops. He almost blurted it out. Your strongest warrior has returned. But running his mouth right now would just bring her more trouble, wouldn't it? Baresi sees Aki freezing up, so she answers for him. This troublesome kid is named Aki. Lena stares at him, surprised. Aki? Aki closes his eyes and lets out a sigh. Aki scratches his head awkwardly. Yeah, I just happen to have the name Aki, that's all. Lena looks disappointed but stays quiet, pulling her hood back up. I see. She turns and walks away. Man, what a headache. Baresi thinks she's acting super weird and calls out to her. Hey, I'm talking to a senior here. Aki helped you out and you can't even say a basic thank you? Aki stops her. Let it go. Let's not bother her anymore. He watches Lena walk away with a heavy heart. I'll find a chance to explain everything to you properly later. Lena definitely has a ton of things she wants to say to him directly too. Red flags are flying everywhere for the Ghost Hunt parade. Baresi's team gets cheered wherever they go. So handsome. Look, there's a fresh face. Baresi turns back and whispers to Aki, wait until the competition is over. I'll vouch for you and introduce you to the guy in charge of energy crystals. You better remember that, okay? Thanks. Aki gives Baresi a confident smirk. Don't worry. I'm gonna bring you results that'll blow your mind. Better be true. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise that only he can hear. You have to be careful. Don't die in the tournament. Hey, handsome, look over here. Good luck. Aki realizes it's Lena standing in the crowd. He smiles and gives her a little wave. Lena sees it and pulls her hood down tighter to hide. Dawn City, the competition forest. The forest set aside for the ghost hunt is the size of a whole town, literally a city within a city. This kind of massive setup is pretty common in Dawn City. Since I am not a contestant, this is as far as I can take you guys. Once you re-inside, you ray on your own. Barizi slams the flag into the ground. For the glory of Pikia, go out there and slaughter some demons. For the glory of the town, don't let us down. Aki forces a smile with the team. Should I have screamed along with them just now? The MC keeps shouting instructions. Small teams enter in order. Vanguard captains, report to the referee room. Aki looks at the gate. It's starting. Talk about a party. In just a few decades, the ghost hunt has turned into this huge event, huh? Back in the day, it was just a small contest in my hometown. Next up, Team Pikia, Warrior Aki. They actually bow to him. Eternal friendship. Tomoe looks at him like she's about to burst into tears. We entrust the intel gathering mission to you. We will forever remember your sacrifice. Everyone looks at him with these sad puppy eyes like it's the last time they'll see him. Warrior Aki, should we shake hands one last time? Relax, relax, I'll do my best. And hey, I'm not dead yet, all right? He looks at them helplessly thinking, do you guys know how dangerous the Vanguard position is or something? You all look like you are re-attending my funeral. Being chosen as the Vanguard is basically a suicide mission to them, isn't it? Look at those desperate faces. The MC announces, are the Vanguards ready? First, I want to pay my highest respects to all of you. Your mission is filled with the unknown and extreme danger. The members of the Fallen Spear hunting team look pumped. Just daring to stand here proves your courage. Your mission is to go deep into the combat zone, finding as much intel and clues about the demons for your teams as possible. The crowd is getting louder by the second. Vanguards, hang in there, let us go! Watch your backs and stay safe, all right? Because you guys are going to be facing demons with unknown power levels. Aki S, deep in thought, just took a quick look around and most of these fighters are just dual-factor warriors. This demon hunting contest? It's basically a tryout. They want to see which town has the sickest new-gen warriors. Obviously, they aren't letting the top-tier guys join. He laughs to himself. He knows damn well his power is way beyond just two factors. Lucky for me, as long as I don't open my mouth, nobody's gonna suspect my real strength. Anyway, let's give a huge welcome to this big shot. He is joining the comp as the supreme referee this time. He is one of the 6 greatest warriors. Hearing that title hits a nerve for Aki, one of the 6 greatest warriors, huh? That mystery guy steps out humanity as strongest warrior. Come on out. The fangirls are screaming their heads off. Hubby, you re so handsome. The greatest of the new 6, the dual-core warrior, Van Dion. This guy is one of the new 6, the green recovery factor dual-core warrior, Van Dion. The second he steps out, all the girls stand up and scream, Hubby, you're so hot! That's one of the great new 6, dual-core warrior Van. With his status, he walks with total swagger. One of the new 6 wielding the green recovery dual-core Van Dion. Every single person watching knows exactly who he is. The crowd is losing it, chanting his name. Lord Van of the new 6, Van Dion, Van Dion, Van Dion. Aki watches him quietly, analyzing. Dual core, huh? Technology that was just a concept in the old world has actually been made real here. A dual core represents the power of 2 beliefs. No. If the sync rate is high, you can unleash some crazy unexpected power. A warrior's ability comes from energy supplied by a demon core. The sync between the warrior and the core, the higher it is, the more it triggers the demon core's hidden potential. But the higher that sync rate gets, the more the human body has to withstand the shock of that demonic power. It's like compressing energy. That's why some warriors with low adaptability to cores or just weak bodies have a low sync rate. Back in the old world, human tech could only decode and link up one core. Looks like now. The new 6 in this world don't just have gear for 2 cores. Their power is way crazier too. All the vanguards here bow their heads respectfully to him. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Thanks for watching despite being so busy. Aki's the only one not moving a muscle. Thinking about the fate of the old 6 just makes him sick of this guy. I ain't bowing to you like that. Van Dion looks satisfied, talking to the crowd. My amazing vanguards, you know the danger, yet you still dare to stand here. You are all great, amazing warriors. To honor everyone's bravery, after the match, I'll personally gift each of you a 3-fin core as a souvenir. Come back safe, everyone. The vanguards reply in unison. Thank you, sir. Someone notices Aki not bowing and nudges him. Hey, why are you being so disrespectful? Bow your head, quick. Can't exactly speak the truth, so Aki just scratches his head awkwardly. Sorry, my back hurts, can't bow. So Aki is looking Van Dien dead in the eye. The guy doesn't get mad, he just winks, sending chills down Aki's spine. That creep, why is he looking at another dude and smiling all pervy like that? The guide lady continues. Next, you'll witness a four-fin demon hunt performed by the great warrior Van Dien. One of the great new six to wish for the perfect success of this demon hunting competition. Please, Lord Van Dien, kept you waiting. The MC leads everyone forward. Next, vanguards, please follow me to the sidelines to watch. We leave the stage to Lord Van Dien. Aki glares at this show-off. A four-fin demon hunting show. So now they use this kind of stuff to flex the power and rep of the new six? Capturing and safely holding a four-fin demon alive ain't easy. Seems like Shangguan City's overall power is seriously way stronger than before. Van Dien stops in front of her. Excuse me, you are the new commander, right? The commander thinks she caught his eye, looking all thrilled. Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Van Dien suddenly leans in close to her ear. Ah, Lord Van, you... He whispers something that freezes her in her tracks. Have someone replace you in a bit, huh? We are the only six greats. Stop mentioning that new six greats name. That word new is really piercing my ears. If you weren't a warrior of Shangguan City, I might have accidentally crushed your internal organs by now. They're talking, but nobody else hears it. Oh, Lord Van Dien is bowing his head specifically to her, so gentle. Get lost. The girl runs away terrified, tripping over herself. Ah, naturally, Aki saw the whole thing. The camera cuts back to Van Dien. He puts that saintly look back on. So allow me to represent the six greats and perform a four-fin demon hunt for everyone. May this demon hunt go smoothly. And with this, let's kick things off for our brave vanguard warriors. The audience screams from the stands, Lord Van Dien! Lord Van Dien! They aren't worthy? A massive machine caging a demon appears. Lift it up, he says, looking amused. Open it. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now provide a detailed broadcast of the match over the radio. To capture this four-fin demon in the transport box, we had to mobilize 3 four-factor warriors. That just shows its terrifying power. Appearing before you right now is a red four-fin demon. Gold factor. It's extremely violent and strong, a rare breed even among four-fin demons. The demon sluggishly steps out. It growls, looking like it's been locked up for ages. What is this? I don't know what you humans are planning, but if you don't kill me and just leave me in this open-air arena prepared like this, not very smart. Crack! It stomps down and launches itself up. Your warriors aren't smart. Gotta admit, this demon is fast. Its attack is even reaching the audience in the stands. Oh my god, four-fin. But it didn't expect the protective glass on the stands. It grabs its head in frustration. Then, it gets shoved back, slammed down far away. Is it clear now? Who's the one not being smart here? The barrier around this area is pretty solid, you know. This barrier was made by one of our 6 greats, the one known as the strongest illusion warrior. Old, young, guys, girls, everyone looks at Van Dien and his green shield with total admiration. Look at him. It's like there's an invisible curtain protecting us. How interesting. Demons are truly interesting. The demon is wounded, dying, and Van Dien is looking incredibly smug. Well then, for the next part of the show, may I ask Van Dien enunciates every single word. Die. The demon uses its last breath to beg him. No, don't. Then it snaps and screams, stay away, trying to throw a punch, but it's totally useless. Van Dien keeps walking like nothing even touched him. Geez, stupid low-life demon, don't you know any manners? The demon keeps throwing attacks, basically asking for a death wish. But even if it tries to crush him with that giant hand, nothing happens. Van Dien just chills inside his shield, arms crossed, watching the thing attack like it's some pathetic clown show. You don't even have the right to fight back. That totally breaks the demon's spirit. But like, what is up with his green core power? Why is it so aggressive? I thought green was supposed to mean recovery. Usually green core warriors are just healers, right? The demon decides to go all out against Van Dien. Human warrior, even with one arm, I'm taking you down with me. Before it can even finish yapping, Van Dien blasts energy straight into its mouth. He binds the thing tight. Whoops, let me say that again. Even though I am a green core warrior, I am actually the dual core warrior of the Green Ace squad, okay? The demon is totally stunned. Huh? It tries to regenerate but gets smacked with another attack from Van Dien. You talk way too much. So let's start destroying you from that mouth. That giant monster kneels down before this normal-looking guy with crazy power, and then boom, it explodes. He spreads his arms out like a psycho, soaking up all that demon blood. And that's the opening act for our demon hunting tournament. Now, let's officially get this party started. The crowd goes absolutely nuts for him. They keep chanting, "Green Ace, Green Ace, Green Ace." Aki is standing up there watching the whole show too. He checks this guy out. His power is freaking terrifying. The way his energy works, that dual core isn't just double the power of a normal core. They actually boost each other to create even more power. The new Green Ace, he's no joke. Then Aki suddenly notices that mysterious person. I don't know what this so-called new king is like, but the way they treated Lena really ticked me off. Then the commander makes an announcement. So first, let's ask our great Green Ace to clear the field. At the same time, the vanguards come back out. They're all like, "Hey, senior," and bow respectfully as they walk past him. Wow, he's totally popular. Van Dion walks past Aki, and they definitely vibe check each other. Wait, Van Dion speaks up first. "You seem like you got a problem with me." Aki definitely doesn't like the guy, but he's gotta play nice. Ha ha ha, no way, big misunderstanding. I just have this habit of looking mean before I go out, to stay sharp. Being a vanguard isn't exactly a walk in the park. The guy stares at him without saying a word, then finally brushes it off. "Ah, you're an interesting warrior. I'll keep an eye on you. Hope you don't let me down." Aki thinks that's hilarious. "Don't let you down?" "Yeah, right. While I was playing with demons, your parents were probably still playing in the mud." The commander starts reading the instructions to everyone. "Now, will the vanguards from all teams please gather round? Get ready and listen close to the rules. Being a vanguard means you go first. You're the eyes of your team out there. Your job is to use your team's strength to figure out the best battle route within the time limit before the demon hunt ends. Points for this match ain't just about the 0-fin demons, nah. We got 1 fins, 2 fins, and some gnarly 3-fin demons randomly spawned all over the inner city jungle this time." Aki was totally locked in, listening to every single rule. The inner city jungle is massive, so the team vanguards better check their scouting routes carefully. While you re-out there exploring, watch your backs. Safety first, seriously. This ain't a joke, guys. Watch out for yourselves. Don't forget you're flying solo out there. Try not to aggro the demons, okay? The vanguards started whispering like nervous little kids. Do they really gotta tell us that? Who's dumb enough to provoke a demon? For real. Even if 0 and 1 fins aren't a huge deal, they're still dangerous. Exactly. You never know if attacking one will pull the whole pack. And the 2 fins and 3 fins? Those things are straight up nightmares. Bottom line, look out for number 1. Don't forget, in previous demon hunts, the vanguard survival rate was only 36%. Yikes. Only Aki stayed chill, just silently analyzing. These so-called dual-core warriors, please, they just have the core. They re miles away from the real power of a true dual core. It's all about the sync rate. A warrior's aura is a huge factor too. Maybe because they're young and don't have the heavy burden of being captain, they look super green. They ain't got that edge, that sharpness like the single-core vets from the Aurora Guild. That's pure skill and instinct, forged in battles defending fortresses in towns with 0 resources. Some of these guys were already shaking, literally trembling without realizing it. Aki could see it. They were already terrified of the 2 fins, and definitely the 3 fins. And here's the final instruction. Every competition has a special round, the existence of a 4-fin demon. That's right, there's a 4-fin demon somewhere in the zone, locked inside a container. If your squad is swole enough, you might want to consider it a target. You bag that 4-fin and the match is over instantly. That team takes the win. Aki's lip curled up slightly. Heh, I knew they'd keep this setup. Haha, everyone knows the deal. The 4-fin demon means top score, but no team has the guts to risk it. That is a freaking 4-fin we were talking about. The announcement blared out officially. The competition is live. Warriors scattered in a panic. Aki started his hunt too. His legs were so powerful, he was literally crushing the ground with every step. That's right, the 4-fin, that's my target. Aki's legs were pumping with so much power, the ground caved in wherever he stepped. Aki looked totally locked in on that 4-fin goal. He suddenly slammed on the brakes. After spreading out, most of the others were playing it safe, just following the main group forward. Looks like the vanguards from the other squads have 0 intention of finding that 4-fin demon. Aki looked up at the other warriors. Even though they know the 4-fin means victory, these young punks are too scared of dying. Meanwhile, Van Dion fired up the big screen to watch Aki. He calmly told his assistant, "Get me the file on that warrior." The assistant next to him got on it immediately. "Yes, Lord Van Dion, which vanguard do you want to look into first?" He rested his chin on his hand and pointed. "That one. The guy with the tuft of white hair." Just walking super chill, the assistant dug up the details. "Found him. It's a warrior signed up for Pikia City. Registration level, 3-core warrior." He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Triple core? I remember the Vanguard spot allows triple core warriors, but it's super rare for any of them to actually agree to this contest. It is a total grind with zero payoff. Being a whole level above the other competitors, is that why he's acting so high and mighty? Ha! Then he turned to his assistant. What is that guy's name? The assistant stammered. His name is Aki. Hearing that, his killing intent flared up instantly. What the hell did you just say? Realizing she messed up, the assistant quickly tried to explain. I'm just reporting the info straight from the files, sir. He looked at the system display. Aki Pycasia? Ha! That name totally deserves a death sentence. Meanwhile, the crowd went wild again. Let's go, Vanguard! Vanguard? Looks like the Vanguard spotted a demon. The warriors leaped into the trees, scouting carefully. The broadcast announced, the Vanguards have detected a demon. They were doing whatever they could to log the coordinates, carefully warning each other. This is a gathering spot for first-stage demons. Then, one by one, the Vanguards moved to the next location. Aki stretched lazily while logging coordinates, mapping out the route, and planning the best path for points. That's just what a Vanguard does. He smiled at the scene, like he'd seen it all before. Everyone pushing and shoving through the forest man. That brings back memories. Meanwhile, in the Pycasia City locker room, everyone was probably ticked off because he was suspiciously chill. The guy looked like he was just taking a stroll in the park. Is this dude actually reliable? Commander Baresi, look at that Aki guy. She just calmly smoked her cigarette, legs kicked up on the sofa. Yeah, I see him. She thought back to what he'd told her. Baresi, if you trust me, I'm not going to follow the lame cookie-cutter path like the other Vanguards, but I promise you this, Pycasia City will take the win. How about that? A guaranteed win? The confidence in his eyes back then didn't look like a joke, especially with the skills he'd already shown in real combat. Ha! That damn brat is getting bolder by the day. Can't believe he actually dared to call me by my first name. Whatever. She still found him entertaining. You were just making me more interested in you, kid. Someone shouted a warning to a scouting vanguard. That warrior looked careless, and now he was being chased by 3 first-stage demons. There's a cluster of 3 here. Stay away from these coordinates or it's gonna tank our scoring efficiency. Other sides were panicking too. It's a second stage, a red core second stage. They were running for their lives. A third stage demon. Run, get out of here. Someone sprinted past Aki, saw him chilling, and yelled a warning. Hey, there's a third stage demon over there. If you want to live, don't go that way. Aki just stood there unmoving. Third stage? Perfect. That's the exact way I gotta go. Up ahead, a bunch of vanguards were getting tossed around like feathers, screaming their heads off. The demon was closing in, letting out a massive roar. Yep, that's a third stage demon, all right. Wood element, blue core. The audience in the stands was freaking out for him. Look, a third stage demon. Get out of there, kid. The hateful demon kept cursing. Damn it, you humans have kept us trapped here for way too long. Damn humans deserve to die. Aki stood there, mulling it over. Since they've been locked up in here, the demons in this arena are way more savage than the ones outside. It sped up, charging straight at Aki. Don't you run. He dodged it easily, but he couldn't show off his full power yet. With so many people watching, it's kinda inconvenient to go all out. Aki made a split-second decision. Guess I just gotta end this quick. He moved so fast, the clock only ticked 0.25 seconds. Core location, 0.5 seconds, 0.75 seconds. Time to finish this. The 4th stage is waiting for me. Sorry, buddy, I don't have time to play with you. 1 second. He unleashed a single strike that landed perfectly. The whole stadium was stunned. Did that warrior just kill a third stage demon in 1 second? A vanguard took down a demon solo? Yeah. As the demon died, a gem floated up from its chest, representing the gold element. Infusing the gold element into a weapon boosts its sharpness and destructive power. Van Dien had been watching Aki closely. That was definitely a gold element fluctuation just now. Aki sighed and grabbed his loot. All right, got the core. A third stage agility type core. He let out a breath of relief. Phew! Then he moved forward again. He didn't have time to overthink this. The 4th stage has got to be somewhere up ahead, assuming they haven't changed the layout, since they want those people. With the highest status to get the sickest view of the action, the 4th stage demon would be placed on the highest ground, right near the VIP box. This is the view from the arena cross-section. Van Dien's face went dark as he realized what was happening. Aki, looks like your target is the 4th stage demon. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Every move he made was like setting off an explosion. His sword skewered a beast. That's number 5. He stood there watching the monster scream, lost in thought. The deeper I go, the more these demons' aggression spikes like crazy. There were some monsters I actually wanted to study, but I had no choice but to kill them. They just keep coming at me. No wonder nobody wants to be a Vanguard. For a low-level warrior, this is basically a suicide mission. But hey, I took the Vanguard spot and killed 5 second-stage demons for the squad. They can probably see our Team S points racking up, right? Hope they don't freak out. Contrary to his chill vibe, back in the prep room, all of Aki's teammates had their jaws on the floor looking at their score. Meanwhile, Aki looked up toward the highest point. The 4th stage demon must be on that peak with the high ground, huh? The guy in the VIP box up there is Van Dyen from the new 6. Van Dyen spotted him and smirked. That kid's got some serious ambition. Is your squad S target the 4th stage demon? Is that the Team S call, or just yours, Aki? Their gazes locked cold and sharp, both knowing exactly who was watching who. Inside the observation room, everyone was buzzing about where Aki was going. The Vanguard from Pakizia City is heading straight for the 4th stage demon. Weird, how does he know exactly where the 4th stage is? Is he trying to clear a path so our squad can take it down? There's no way our squad has the strength to beat a 4th stage demon. Was this your call, Commander Barisi? She didn't answer them, just kept her eyes on the screen. She took a drag of her cigarette and said, "No, I have no clue what that kid is up to. Aki, you better not bring a mess of trouble to my doorstep. Our squad definitely can't take down a 4th stage." Suddenly, the commentators announced, "He's found the 4th stage demon." Aki's staring down the seal of the Tier 4 demon. The Vanguard from Pygia looks like he's scoping the place out, cooking up some master plan in his head. He's checking his surroundings. Bet he's about to bail and regroup with his squad. If he makes it back, his team's gonna be the first to launch. Then boom! Everyone froze. He didn't run. He slashed right through the Tier 4 demon's seals. The crowd and the commentators were totally stunned, like glitches in a game. Aki's eyes went ice cold as he said, "Get your ass out here, Tier 4. Up in the sky, Van Dyen was losing it with excitement. He laughed his head off and shouted, "Is that how you want to play it? Interesting, really interesting. You never planned to use your squad for this boss fight. You want to solo the Tier 4 demon yourself? Trying to snag the win right now as the Vanguard, huh?" The commentators went absolutely wild. They couldn't believe it. The Vanguard from Pygia just removed the limiters. This has literally never happened in the history of the major leagues. A Vanguard soloing a Tier 4 demon? Officer Paris was so shook, he dropped the cigarette right out of his mouth. Commander Paris yelled, "Is that kid out of his mind?" On screen, the commentary turned into total chaos. The hype in the arena was hitting max level. Aki's move had the whole crowd pumping with adrenaline. But dude, that's a Tier 4 demon, he's totally gonna die. The commander just stared at the screen, thinking hard. Even with that freaky control ability, a Tier 4 ain't as soft as you think. Even I had to go full 100% power when I soloed one of those things. "Aki, you sure you got this?" The seal shattered, and there he was. The Tier 4 demon blue core, water element. Finally, I broke free. The demon looked down at Aki and scoffed. "Just one human warrior? Guess I'll start my meal with you." Explosive drill. Aki didn't even flinch. He slashed his sword, raising a wall of earth to block the hit. The commentators were losing it, shouting, "The warrior swings his giant blade." An earth wall went up, but the demon morphed into a drill and didn't slow down one bit. For a Tier 4 demon, that wall was flimsy as paper. Our warrior is in big trouble. The Tier 4 demon roared in rage. "You puny human, you dare fight me alone? Get crushed just like that wall." Aki's final defense started to crack, but suddenly, another huge demon burst from the ground and grabbed the Tier 4's arm. Aki replied calmly, "Who said I was alone?" Up in the air, Van Dyen looked genuinely surprised. "It was the Tier 2 demon he killed earlier." Then another one popped up. A whole zombie squad rushed the Tier 4 demon, landing a heavy hit that sent him flying, the stench of death. "What the hell is happening? You can control corpses?" Aki smirked. "Why so shocked? Isn't this usually your kind's exclusive power? But I'm not really in the mood to explain it to you." Officer Paris chuckled to himself. There it is, the kid's special ability. Domination. The commentary box was louder than ever. "Are we seeing this right? What in the world did the Pygia Vanguard just do? Those 3 demons are fighting for him. Aren't those the ones he just killed? Oh my god, since when can a warrior use that kind of dark magic? Controlling demon corpses to fight? That is insane." With just a single command, all 3 undead demons rushed the Tier 4 boss at once. The Tier 4 demon didn't flinch. He fought back instantly. "You think a few dead Tier 2 trash mobs can beat me? Take this, rapid hydro cannon." Suddenly, a figure appeared right above the Tier 4 demon's head. Boom! He slammed down hard, burying the demon deep into the ground. Aki shielded his face from the splatter of demon blood, thinking he crushed a Tier 4 demon with just the shockwave. It was Van Dyen. He landed and shot Aki a sinister grin. "My bad. I was just super curious about your power. I want to have a little spar with you." Van Dyen looked shady as hell, controlling dead demons. First time I've ever seen that ability. His voice dropped, getting serious. I believe you could have beaten that tier 4 demon on your own. Then he started powering up. Let me test what you're really made of. A massive aura erupted from behind him, a giant skull with glowing blue eyes. Murderous intent flooded the air. He slowly walked toward Aki. Meanwhile, down in the stands, the vibe was totally different. The sun was shining, sky was blue, and everyone was screaming, "Whoa, our great warrior D! He wants to test the rookie himself." Everyone was hyped. "We are so lucky to see this." They waved their hands, cheering nonstop. "Lord D is so welcoming to the newbies." "Lord Van Dion!" The crowd roared. Wonder if the kid can last longer than that tier 4 demon? But somewhere else in the stands. A group of people looked worried. What the hell is going on? They were panic-stricken. Van Dion from Liu Hao is personally testing Aki. Baresi grabbed her head, totally freaking out. This is way out of control. Aki shielded his eyes, thinking deep. What is this guy's problem? Is he crazy? His eyes narrowed, testing my strength. That silent hostility, you can't hide it with pretty words. Van Dion kept a straight face. Not bad. You don't look scared at all. You're too seasoned for a rookie. Aki smiled calmly and shot back. I've been through a lot of training. His eyes focused sharp. Since I was born with a special ability. My captain's been riding me hard since I was a kid. He held his sword up, looking like a total boss. That's probably why I'm way stronger than everyone else my age. He said it with pure confidence. You know what that is? It's called being a genius. He thought to himself, even if I'm lying through my teeth, you can't exactly fact-check me, can you? Van Dion just laughed. Ha ha ha, you're hilarious, kid. I'm liking you more and more, if that's the case. Before he even finished, Van Dion lunged. His eyes glowed, and his hand was coated in blue magic as he dashed at Aki. Aki dodged just in time. The blue magic morphed into a giant fist and slammed into the ground, cracking the earth and blasting a massive crater. Aki stayed calm, analyzing the fight. Those rocks are flying like bullets. He used his sword to shield his face, so fast and so damn strong. He got knocked back. If I hadn't been keeping my guard up, that hit would have flattened me for sure. He frowned at Van Dion. Not good. He's actually serious. Damn bastard. D grinned like a fox. You've been watching me this whole time, haven't you? No other way you could have dodged that hit. His eyes light up, and that weird aura around him gets thicker. Can I actually expect something more from you? Aki struggles to get back up, boldly asking, "Seem like you got some beef with me. Why's that?" Instantly, the guy in front of Aki vanishes into thin air. He leaves nothing but an afterimage. His voice is deep and raspy. 3 reasons. Suddenly, Dion pops up right behind Aki. First off, I hate your attitude. Dion uses his power to form a fist and smashes the spot where Aki is standing. He acts like he didn't even try. Aki barely holds himself up with his sword but gets blown back. Dion keeps teleporting behind him. Second, you stink like a demon. He calmly keeps attacking with his powers. Aki has to keep dodging, his body running on fumes. He crashes into a tree branch, shattering it, sweat pouring down. His mind's racing. Of course, he's suspicious since I've got demon power inside me, but this guy, the strength he's using right now isn't even over 50%. Aki feels the insane pressure, silently sizing up his opponent. This kind of crushing feeling only happens when you're facing absolute power. Besides that time with the 8, how long has it been since I felt this? The guy keeps applying pressure. Dion whispers in his ear, "Third, I really hate your name." Aki is stunned by what he said, and then he gets legit angry, his expression changing. You hate my name? Ha, so basically, you hate my past identity as the king, huh? Memories flood back into his head. I risked my life for you people. I lost so many teammates for you. Dion pushes his luck. He waves his hand, pointing all 5 fingers at him and charging up power. I am done playing with you. Aki's mind is drowning in thoughts. Haha, done playing with me? His whole body feels like it just woke up. His eyes glow, releasing terrifying killing intent and raw power. He rushes in to counterattack. Who the hell do you think you are? They go face to face, their powers clashing and creating opposing energy forces that crack the ground wide open. Dust blinds everyone, forming a massive explosion that shakes the whole area. The crowd around them starts screaming. Ah, lucky the chairman has a protective barrier. Dion dashes out from the center. His face hasn't changed, but there's a small scratch bleeding. He resets his stance, bracing himself against the massive magic power in front of him. Aki's strength makes everyone watching the screens under the arena drop their jaws. Holy crap, I can't believe this vanguard actually blocked Lord Van Dion's attack. He stands there, his whole body radiating an intense aura. Everyone is amazed. I can't figure out this vanguard's true strength. Dion uses his hexacore, his healing ability, to patch up that scratch. He observes silently. The crowd behind the screens judges again. It was just a split second, but I never thought Lord Dion would get hurt. Dion crouches down, channeling every bit of power in his body, a crazy strong aura surrounding him. He looks like he's losing control. I'll kill you. I'll just explain later that you reeked of demon energy. The crowd below the stands screams through the screens. The great Dion unleashed his skill. What a show! The crowd is loud, going wild. Those high-speed energy gears will crush everything. That is so dope, they keep shouting. Lord Dion is definitely going to end this. Let's watch the great Dion's performance. Every step Dion takes is full of power. He stomps and shoots forward, his speed climbing higher and higher. Over here, Aki is wrestling with his own thoughts. With this vibe, looks like he really wants to send me to my grave. If I keep hiding my power, I'm gonna die here. Aki's thoughts are a mess. You forced my hand. Van Dion of the Hexa, if you want me dead, then even if I can't beat you, I'm taking you down with me. Aki snaps out of it, eyes wide open. His eyes are different now. Gone is that calm, arrogant look from before. Now they're wilder, way more aggressive, with killing intent flooding the sky. Two opposing energies, two guys pumping with adrenaline, clashing head-on, creating a totally captivating scene. Suddenly, a figure shoots up from the distance. She cuts right in between them, and a protective barrier suddenly pops up, blocking Lord Van Dion's skill. He steps back, his eyes dark and hard to read. This move of yours wasn't very bright. Why interfere? Former Hexa 1, 7-flag healing core. Lena looks calm and decisive. You say you hate this kid? Her eyes look sharp as she declares, well, I really like him. Win! Lena unleashes her move and shoots a sharp glare at her opponent, making Aki look up at her, eyes wide in total shock. Lena is standing against the light, so when he looks at her, she's shining bright like the sun in his eyes. Lena, did she use the hexacore to restore her body to its peak form? Van Dion looks at her with pure hate, his gritted teeth smile looking savage. Win, Lena. Did you forget? You girls aren't allowed to wear combat gear, right? Surrounded by smoke and dust, he stands before them, laughing mockingly. But she stands her ground, keeping up a protective shield for herself and Aki, who's injured, propping himself up with his sword in hand so he doesn't collapse. Are you trying to challenge the king's rules? She withdraws her skill and crosses her arms, staring him down. Aki suddenly remembers seeing her fight alongside everyone else. Back when Lena was happy, full of energy, giving her all for her teammates. Haha, Lena still got that sharp tongue just like before. She was the liveliest one in the Hexa. Standing behind her, looking at her back, he gets nostalgic about the old days. Meanwhile, the guy shoves his hands in his pockets, staring intensely at both of them. In my past life, I was always the one standing in front of her. Didn't expect the roles to swap like this. How is it possible that the one showing up here is former Hexa member Lena? Van Dion sneers, his face going dark, but she and the boys stand firm. God, is there some secret relationship here? This demon hunting tournament is full of surprises. I respect you because you used to be a warrior, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna go easy on you. You shameless woman! Lena frowns and grits her teeth, shooting a cold, sharp look right back at him. What about you, huh? In broad daylight? A big shot Hexa member starting a fight like this ain't really appropriate, is it? Lena keeps her eyes locked on him. But then she mentions Aki, making him turn to look at her in surprise. The kid behind me? He's the son of an old friend of mine. Huh? You've tested him enough, haven't you? Or do you want more? She shot a sharp side-eye his way. Your goal isn't really just a test, is it? He stared right at her, that cocky smirk plastered all over his face. Knew it. He's pulling a sneak attack. Green arrows shot out from him straight at them, caught her totally off guard. Ugh, what a drag. She braced herself, powering up as a light glowed on her chest. Her eyes were ice cold, full of hate. Lord Dylan just popped his tracking command skill, flooding the whole area with heavy energy. It blocks any escape skills. Lame. Lena was about to tank the hit when her eyes went wide. Something just flashed right in front of her. It was Aki. He rushed in with his sword to block the attack for her. She gasped, lurching forward in shock. A shadow that looked familiar popped up in front of him. But then, bam! Another wave of attacks came crashing in. Looks like they can't block this one. This vanguard actually deflected the first wave? Crazy! Too bad the next one has locked on. Looks like there's no stopping it now. She lunged at him, grabbing his shoulder with a glare that screamed, "Get back!" Then she used him as a launch pad to jump forward. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I only flexed that hard so Lena wouldn't jump in. But she vaulted over, slamming her hand on the ground for leverage. She kicked off hard. Once she loses her cool, it's over. With one eye glowing eerie green, she shot toward him like an electric missile. Someone's gonna get wrecked. The MC watching the screen went nuts. Is this a battle between the Hexes? This is rarer than a Seven Flags demon sighting. Dylan watched her with that nasty smirk. Looks like he actually has to try against her. They smashed into each other like missiles, ready to kill. Meanwhile, Aki tilted his head back and blew out a cloud of gray smoke. Lord Dylan unleashed his secret art, demon-piercing spear. He's dead serious now. Vandian was about to hurl his sword at her, but his eyes popped open in shock. "Thank you, great warrior Dylan!" Lena whipped around. Huh? Aki had popped a skill, his eyes totally white as he stared them down. "Thank you, great warrior Dylan!" A killer smile crept onto his face. Heh, worked like a charm. He screamed at the top of his lungs. The great warrior Dylan took time out of his busy schedule to teach us rookies such generosity. His voice echoed through the whole stadium. The other two just froze, staring at him, totally forgetting they were about to kill each other. "I am so touched." Barisi looked up, totally lost. What the hell is happening down there? The whole arena stared at him in confusion. Huh? He ignored the awkwardness and kept screaming into the void. "Sir, are you satisfied with my performance?" After screaming his head off, he looked at them with this goofy, innocent grin. The crowd instantly erupted into chatter. "The vanguard from Picardia is thanking Lord Dylan. Man, I thought we'd see a Hexa throwdown. Is it over just like that?" "Quit whining. Hexes only fight when it's serious. Seeing Lord Dylan use 2 moves is already a treat." "Yeah, true that." The whole crowd ate it up and started chanting, "Great warrior! Great warrior! Lord Dylan! Lord Dylan!" Exactly! Mentoring the next generation. Vandian looked up, watching the digital fireworks rain down on the arena. The cheering didn't stop. "That's our great Hexa for you. Let hear it for our great Hexa." He closed his eyes, chuckling. Clever little rat. Lena, Vandian, and Aki stood there frozen as fireworks exploded around them. "So I guess I can finish what I started, huh?" No, we thank you deeply for your guidance." Aki put his hands on his hips, giving him a cheeky, provoking look. "I promise, we rookies won't let you down. We'll keep getting better." Phew, thank God sucking up to him actually worked. With all these eyes on him, he can't just attack. They both glared at Aki, totally killing the mood. Dylan ground his teeth, fuming. He looked like he wanted to send Aki straight to hell. "Not bad. You pass. You are an excellent young warrior. Keep it up." Congratulations to the vanguard from Picardia for earning Lord Dylan's approval. What an incredible test. The crowd went wild as the announcement blared. "Congratulations to Picardia for winning the championship. Picardia, Picardia." Elsewhere, the rest of the team was stunned. "What? We won? We literally didn't do anything." On the arena floor, Dylan stood still watching him, while Lena walked slowly toward Aki. "I declare this the fastest and most shocking demon hunt in history, and this miracle was pulled off by a vanguard." Lena stormed past him with a sour look, leaving Aki blinking in surprise. Aki's face was plastered all over the news screens. Despite relying on a super-powered vanguard mercenary, Picardia has taken the championship in this devil hunt. The team surrounded him, tossing him into the air, cheering like crazy. The gold trophy gleamed nearby. "Aki! You got guts, kid!" Baresi grabbed him in a bear hug. "You actually brought the championship home to Picardia. Do you have any idea how big my bonus is gonna be?" Yeah. Aki laughed nervously. "I don't know what to say. I seriously almost died out there." "Oh, Baresi." She pushed her chest out and leaned in close, grinning. "Tonight's my treat. We can do whatever you want." Image redacted. Aki's face turned beet red, totally dizzy. Hey, Commander Baresi! Aki's suffocating. Commander, stop! Commander Baresi, calm down." She looked away, pretending to be shy, but totally peeked at him. Aki broke free, coughing loudly to clear the awkward air. "Cough, Baresi." His expression sharpened, eyebrows furrowing seriously. "Do you remember what you promised me?" She stood there, hands on her hips, staring back at him. "Obviously, I remember. I'll vouch for you, bro. That way, you can go chat up the Quartz energy manager. Sorry for the hassle, miss." He snapped his fingers and ditched his outer layer, cause the cloak was totally gross. "Hey, while you're at it, can you hook me up with a shirt for this ceremony? Also, if there's like, a party or whatever?" "I've got stuff to do, so I'm bailing on that." One guy heard him and his eyes lit up like freaking stars. "Whoa, what's with that face? Does Warrior Aki have a hot date or something? Is it a guy or a girl?" He just smirked. Lena walked up to this high hill where you could see the whole massive city. "Just meeting an old friend, that's all." He'd changed into a long cloak and walked slowly toward her. The sun was setting, lighting them both up, totally romantic vibes. He walked toward Lena. "Yo, I'm here. What's up? Why'd you want to meet here?" She turned around to look at him. "You actually showed up." She remembered Baresi calling him a different name, and that time she walked past him in the arena, he looked at her like he was seeing a ghost. "How did you even know about this place?" Lena walked closer to him, step by step, her voice getting more intense with every move. Are you seriously? Her eyes were swimming with tears, ready to spill, sparkly and sad, but still super pretty. Is that you, Aki? Back when Lena and Aki were standing on the edge of that cliff, Lena shouted, Aki, look at this! I was right, wasn't I? Nobody ever comes here, and you can see the whole town from up here. She spread her arms and took a deep breath. Whoa, I love this place. Her voice was totally chill. This is the spot where you and I... She stopped abruptly before finishing. Lena started flashing back to her memories again. Back then, she was twirling a lock of her hair. This is my secret base. Aki paused, then flicked her forehead, looking at her with these super soft eyes. Secret base, huh? Haha, his voice was gentle. Lena, are you a kid or what? Lena pretended to be mad. You flicked my forehead again. You're gonna make me stupid. Everyone wants their own secret base, duh. She looked at Aki and scolded him. Especially you, Aki, you dummy. All you know is killing demons. You don't get anything else. Aki covered his ears, acting all chill. Okay. He looked toward the sunset, his voice soft. But for real, it's super quiet here. Both Lena and he loved this spot. She used her magic to make a bunch of little plants pop up from under the rock, controlling them to carve some letters into the stone. I've decided. From now on, this is our secret base. Turns out those letters were her name and Aki's. Aki, don't you dare tell anyone else, okay? Her mind snapped back to reality. That rock was covered in moss now, and her eyes were glistening with tears. Are you that Aki? She just wanted to be sure. You remember our secret base, right? Aki hesitated. Lena immediately turned away, wiping the tears from her eyes. So sorry. I kinda lost it and probably freaked you out. Lena rubbed her eyes and kept explaining. You just look a lot like someone who was super important to me in the past. Lena's back looked so lonely. The way you acted at the tournament was totally reckless. If I hadn't shown up in time, you probably would have ended up dead. She quietly added, consider this payback for your statue. We're even now. Aki interrupted her. Lena. She looked at him in surprise. Huh? What did you just call me? Aki flicked her forehead really hard, his eyes soft, just like in her memories. You remember the secret base? It's been so many years. Are you still a kid or what? That voice, those words, everything was exactly like that person from the past. Her eyes filled with hope and shock. Aki! She screamed his name, and tears just started rolling down her cheeks. Aki looked at her with total affection. You're doing well. Really well. That's great. Under the sunset light, Aki admitted it. Yeah, I am. Aki. His face was calm. I am back. Lena threw herself at Aki, hugging him tight. Her voice was all sulky. What took you so long? She screamed. Why did it take you so long to come back? Boo-hoo! Aki held Lena close and comforted her. The two of them under the sunset looked like they finally found the peace of reuniting with someone they treasured from the past, with birds flying all over the sky. Peace settled back into both of their hearts. Lena got curious. So, you're saying you time-traveled from like 50 years ago to now? And there was really a Rank-8 inside the Ancient King's monument? Huh? She kept firing off questions. Isn't the highest level for demons supposed to be Rank-7? Aki shoved his hands in his pockets and calmly explained. Confusing, right? Honestly, I don't know the how or why either. Aki's eyes changed. Even saying it out loud sounds crazy to me. Simply put, I died 50 years ago. But somehow, I just skipped straight to the present. Plus, there's something weird inside my body. As he spoke, he thought about the demon silhouette inside him. Lena quietly looked at him, totally moved. Like you said, the main thing is that you're alive. That's good enough. Aki looked at Lena, a bit puzzled. Oh yeah, Lena, I don't get why everyone in this city seems to hate our guts so much these days. His gaze darkened. Back then, we sacrificed our lives for everyone. Why do they hate us so much? Lena sighed. Actually, if I have to say it, it's because of you. Aki was confused. Me? Lena slowly explained. In the Battle of Dawn back then, you led a squad to the Ancient King's monument, remember? Most people tried to stop you from just charging in there. As she spoke, she remembered the scene. Even the logistics reps and soldiers came to the front lines to stop him, because the odds were totally against us. Everyone thought we should just maintain the status quo. Images of fire and thousands of warriors flashed before her eyes. But back then, you didn't listen to anyone. You told everyone to wait for us to get back, and then you led a squad inside. The memory of the chaos back then was intense. Then the news came that you died inside the Ancient King's monument. Aki had been impaled on a pillar that looked like a cross. Lena calmly continued, when the news of your death hit, the soldiers' morale and hope were completely destroyed, because the strongest warrior was dead, and the king abandoned us too. Despair took over all of humanity. The tragic scene played out in Lena's mind again. After you sacrificed yourself, the demon hordes launched a massive counterattack. The territories we had taken back got overrun and crushed by demons. Dead soldiers were everywhere. It was a huge battle, with both sides tearing each other apart. Lena's voice got sad. Back then, someone ran the numbers. 9 out of every 10 soldiers died. For a lot of people, they felt like none of this should be happened. She thought about her fallen comrades with regret. If only you had listened to the advice back then. If we hadn't just rushed into the ancient king's monolith, way more people would have survived the Dawn War. Lena kept talking. Then, as time passed, the new Six and the new king started showing up. And the worst part? They were the exact same people who hated your decision back in the day. So yeah, tons of people hate your guts right now. Lena thought back to how it was for her. And us, the survivors of the original Six? Since we had your back, everyone treats us like trash too. The new king even stripped us of our warrior titles. Hearing this, Aki froze, his hands trembling with rage. That choice I made, his voice cracked, doubting everything. Did I get all those people killed? Lena sighed softly, her look softening. It's been years, I'm used to it. The past is the past. Doesn't matter who was right or wrong anymore. She pictured herself walking the streets. Sometimes when I walk by, I stop at your old statue and just look up, remembering everything. She turned to face Aki. But hey, you actually came back to life in some freaky way. Aki replied, yeah, a total miracle. Disbelief filled his eyes, and he shouted, this is total BS. I went into the monolith to wipe out the demons at their source. I did it for humanity, so the future generations wouldn't have to deal with this crap anymore. That's why I made that call. Lena looked at him with sympathy. She tilted her head and lifted his chin. Aki, I know it hurts, but you can't really blame them. A lot of people just couldn't handle how things ended back then. And since you were the king, you're the one everyone points their fingers at. Aki closed his eyes, thinking it over, then asked calmly, so where are the rest of the Six? Lena froze. After you died, 3 of the original 6 went down fighting too. She slumped over, looking crushed. That left 3 of us, me included. Anran, the yellow core, she got messed up bad. She gave up her title and went into hiding in some random town. Looking down at the city from the cliff edge, she admitted, honestly, I was planning to bail on this place too, just get away from all these memories. Then she got serious. But Desa the Blue Core, he tried to fight the new king. They broke his arms and legs and threw him in a dungeon to rot. Hearing that, Aki gritted his teeth, furious. What? Desa? He was the best of us. How could they do that to him? Those bastards. Killing intent radiated off him. Why didn't you guys team up with our supporters and fight back? Lena answered flatly, because the new king is a monster. He's too strong. Aki frowned. Elemental power? Lena explained slowly, making a sign with her hand. Demons don't just have the 6 core types anymore. Red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. They've evolved. Now they have the 5 elemental powers. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Images of the beasts flashed through her mind. So killing demons isn't a walk in the park like it used to be. Aki clicked, thinking, so it's split into the 5 great elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That means the only one missing from my body right now is earth. Confused, he asked, but what's that got to do with the warriors? Lena paused, then dropped the bomb. What if warriors could fuse with elemental power? Aki's eyes widened. Warriors can use elemental power now? He thought to himself. Fusing with elemental power, is that like how I can control elements? Lena looked at him, dead serious. It's not just about the power gap between a 4-core and a 5-core warrior. She explained calmly, 5-core warriors are insanely strong now, and they fight over these rare fusion cores. A massive fortress appeared in her mind. They go to the Dogura Boneyard Fortress to get that fusion power. I bet you still remember that hellhole. Aki's expression darkened. He thought, the Dogura Boneyard Fortress? Yeah, I remember. Old memories came flooding back. That was the bloodiest battlefield ever. I led 1,000,000 warriors into that grinder against the demons. The brutal scenes played out in his head. It's called the Boneyard because that's where the heart of the Great War was. Is that why they named it that? Lena spoke up, her eyes dark. It's been a long time since the Dawn War. The ground under that fortress is packed with the corpses of humans and demons alike. One day, someone found a special kind of demon in there. She continued, this thing, it's at least a stage 5 demon. She pictured the beasts as she spoke. And get this, they're different from the others. Their chests are hollow, with a fusion crystal just floating inside. Lena looked at Aki, her voice rising with excitement. That crystal is the key. It allows a warrior to fuse with elemental power, but not just anyone can handle it. She gave her assessment. Bottom line, You gotta be at least stage 5, and you need insane resistance. Aki was curious. So if you get the crystal, can you fuse all 5 elements? Lena waved her hands frantically. No, no, no! Are you crazy? You can't fuse 5, just 1. She broke it down for him. The elements clash with each other. Nobody's ever pulled that off. Theoretically, a body can handle multiple elements at once. Even the new king and the new 6 have only fused 1. Aki was shocked and yelled, wait, you mean they've already got elemental powers? She nodded. When I fought Van Dellen, I didn't even notice it at first. He was holding back so he wouldn't shatter the arena's shield and hurt the crowd. Lena put her hands on her hips. That guy is obsessed with his image. If he had gone all out from the start, using 100% of his power against you, you wouldn't have stood a chance. The wind blew Lena's hair. She brushed it aside and continued softly. I hate to admit it, but the new 6 and the new king, they're way stronger than we ever were. They've got dual cores and elemental power. She thought of her captured friend. That's why I couldn't break Deza out of prison. Aki thought about his own situation. I've already got 4 elements inside me. Is that because of the 8 tails? But Lena's right. Even with that, I'm still way weaker than the new 6 right now. Aki steeled himself. I'm a warrior. I can't just rely on demon powers forever. If I want to save Deza, I have to get strong enough on my own terms. Aki's eyes were locked in. Got it. Looks like I gotta make a trip to the Dagora bone-bearing citadel. Lena looked at him with pity, because he wasn't at the level of a stage 5 core yet. Stage 4 to stage 5 is... He smirked, cutting her off. A massive gap. Yeah, I know. Aki got his swagger back. That whole massive gap thing, I'm the one who coined it back in the day. It's just, in this life, he hesitated. Aki was starting to face reality. Maybe I don't gotta play by those rules anymore. I think I can smash through those limits. Scene switch. Aki and Baresi just left the bar. She was dragging him out in a hurry. Man, I thought you'd stick around a few more days, live it up a little. Aki walked with a chill stride. Plans changed. Once I'm done with the energy quartz deal, I'm out. Baresi stood up straight and stretched her arms. Youngblood really has energy to burn. She fixed her hair. Don't sweat it. I promised I'd vouch for you, so I'm coming with. Aki looked back. Yeah, thanks. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. The energy quartz supply issue for Hilo City is handled. Surprised, he walked toward the sound. The person kept talking. Next, we hit up Warrior Ops to ask for backup. He recognized the crew ahead. Huh? Guys? Baresi was confused. Why'd you stop, Aki? Situlio sensed something and whipped her head around. I swear I heard something. Seeing his silhouette, she shouted, Aki! The whole squad turned around. Aki! Aki called out to them. Totally shocked, they sprinted over and tackled him in a happy bear hug. What are you doing here? Ji Yaotong shook his hand. Aki, you little rascal. His eyes sparkled. You really are back from the dead, and damn, you got jacked. Aki looked at him. Captain Ji, thanks for holding down the fort. Sino eyed him skeptically. Hey Aki, did you get way taller or something? Aki scratched his head. Huh? Didn't notice. Maybe it's a side effect of the demon core? Sino excitedly started catching him up. Oh, we were just tagging along with the Bryan City commanding officer to watch the tournament. On the way, Liu caught wind of some news about you. We ditched Bryan squad to look for you, but the intel was bogus. We just got to Dawn City. Captain Ji just finished negotiating the energy quartz split. Ji Yaotang piped up. We were gonna keep looking, but who knew you were already in Dawn City? Aki grinned. That works out perfectly. So the energy quartz split is settled? I was gonna try to negotiate as a rep. Barizi dipped her head, ready to leave. Looks like you guys are Aki's long-lost crew. I want to crash your reunion. Ji Yaotong looked awkward. We were so hyped we didn't notice you. My bad. Thanks for looking out for Aki. Haha, you guys are new here, so you don't know Aki's actually the one who looked out for me in PGS City. Sino tugged Aki's arm. Go talk to Liu. Ever since you got separated from us, she's barely eaten a thing. Su Mei chimed in. Look at this pic I took of Liu. She looks so gloomy. Talking to her is like talking to a zombie. Situ Liu looked down, her back looking lonely as hell. Aki walked up to her gently, his eyes all soft. Captain, reporting for duty. Sorry for making you worry. Situ Liu pursed her lips and playfully hit him. She reached out, cheeks blushing, and happily warned him, you are not allowed to leave the squad alone ever again. He looked at her with pure affection. Yes, ma'am. The whole squad laughed and chatted. In the shadows, Lena watched it all, her eyes filled with regret, lips pressed tight. She flashed back to the past. Just like us back then, his image is still so bright and warm. Over at Dogora Bone-Bearing Citadel, Situ Leo was panting hard, dragging Aki's exhausted body along. Demon corpses were everywhere. Liu kept telling Aki to hang in there. Aki was clutching an elemental quartz, the fusion crystal they'd snagged from the battle. Seeing his eyes closing, she panicked. She couldn't let him sleep now. Situlio struggled to hoist Aki onto her shoulder. Her legs were shaking from exhaustion, but she kept telling him to stay awake. Wake up! We fought so hard for this! But before she could finish, his hand went limp. The elemental quartz slipped and rolled away. That quartz could let a warrior fuse with a demon as elemental power. Suddenly, a demon popped up and spoke. Low-level trash carrying an elemental quartz? Too bad your only future here is death. It lunged at them, screaming, Die! Situliu blocked the attack fast, but she was too drained to hold out and collapsed to the ground. She tried to struggle back up. The demon saw that and got all interested. Oh? Still moving? She looked over at Aki lying next to her. I'm too weak, I can't protect you. I'm sorry. She reached out to touch Aki's motionless body, trying to say his name. Suddenly, Situlio snapped her eyes open. She was in bed, drenched in sweat. It was just a dream. She sat up slowly. That nightmare felt real as hell. She could even feel the stab wound. She sighed and decided to stop dwelling on it. Looking down, she saw her clothes were soaked. She needed a shower like, now. Suddenly, Aki barged in from outside, shouting, Leo, what's wrong? I heard you scream from next door. You okay? Seeing him, Situlio frantically grabbed the blanket to cover up. Her face went tomato red from embarrassment. She chucked a pillow right at Aki's face and screamed, Don't look! Didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering a girl's room? Aki tried to explain, but I heard you scream, so Situlio didn't let him finish, yelling furiously, Get out! Slam! She shut the door hard, leaving a bruised and confused Aki standing in the hall. Meanwhile, outside the C-Rank Town Hotel, Situlio walked out. Aki hustled her. Let's go. You packed? But Situlio was still salty about this morning, so hearing him talk like that ticked her off. She snapped, Call me Captain. Aki didn't want to argue, so he laughed it off. Fine. Captain, are you feeling better after resting? We got a long road ahead today. Situlio replied coldly. Don't worry about it. Inside, she thought, it was just a weird dream. Scared the hell out of me. Ugh, what a drag. After all that crap just happened, this guy still looks so chill. Aki checks the map in his hand and goes, Won't be. Right now, we're in a C-rank town. We gotta pass through here to reach the Dogora Bone Citadel. If we bust our asses, we should reach the Citadel by sundown. Word on the street is, getting into the Citadel requires passing a strength test from the gate guards. Fail that, and they'll treat you like a criminal trespasser. Man, what a pain. But Situlio points out, didn't the captain of Radiance Hall say so? The Bone Citadel is a major strategic spot. It's where powerful Tier 5 warriors go to get elemental quartz. That massive wall was built specifically to lock down the whole area. Plus, there's an army of high-level elites stationed all around. That heavy security isn't just to stop intruders. It's to stop the demons inside from breaking out if shit hits the fan. That's the real defense measure. Aki looks at her skeptically and asks, You seriously not scared tagging along with me to the Citadel? I know the Radiance Hall captain ordered it, but I didn't think you'd say yes without even blinking. I mean, that place is basically a playground for Tier 5 monsters. Situlio doesn't hold back, shooting back. It's because the captain doesn't trust a reckless maniac like you. It's not safe without a green core healer watching your back, and lucky for you, that's exactly what I am. She glances back at him and clarifies, Also, don't get it twisted. I'm not doing this for you. I'm here for the mission. The captain told me to help you level up. And I need to hit Tier 2 before we get back, so dawn to you forget it. Obviously, Aki wouldn't dare forget. Didn't Hannah and Sino also have to take the Captain S special training? Seems like they are totally pumped. Situlio brings up the past with a stern look. I am the team leader here. Remember what happened last time. You went AWOL on your own. I gotta keep a leash on you. Hearing that, Aki cracks a smile, remembering how innocent she used to be. Seeing him just stand there quietly, Situlio shoots him a confused glare and asks, Why are you smiling like a creep? You're thinking about that earlier stuff, aren't you? Just like that, the two head toward their next target. Elsewhere, voices echo through the crowd. We need a green core healer over here. Minimum requirement is Tier 5. Our squad is moving out. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Dogora Bone Citadel, they're running checks and prepping for battle. Situlio and Aki finally arrive after the long haul. The warriors hanging around start whispering the second they spot them. Huh? A Tier 4? And a Tier 1? Where did these brats crawl out from? Is this for real? Are they desperate for power or just crazy? Did they come here to be Demon Chow? Nearby, two other guys gossip. Are those two lost? No way they're getting in. They'll never pass the strength test. One of them smirks mockingly. Even hearing the trash talk, Aki doesn't get mad. He just stands there, unbothered. Looks like we're being looked down on. The crowd gathers as a group of 3 approaches. Well. Look who brought a chick along. Aki turns to see who's running their mouth. It turns out to be a redhead tier 5 fighter, sneering at them. Just a clueless tier 4 idiot acting tough with zero skill. A tier 4 dragging a tier 1 to the Bone Citadel, you guys won't even know how you died. Hearing this, Situ Liu gets annoyed. Where did this piece of trash come from? Whatever. Cheap provocation like this? Best to just ignore him. The crowd recognizes the redhead and starts buzzing. That's young Master Hout from the Min family in Yura City. Can't believe he's here to fight for the elemental quartz too. The guy behind him is a tier 6. Pretty sure he's one of their top mercenaries. I've seen their info on the mercenary ranking list before. He's super strong. Crazy that he sold out to the Min family. Yeah, I saw that too. He used elemental quartz to get an elemental power that matches him perfectly. With a bodyguard like that, the quartz is basically his. Hearing everyone hype up his background, Hout puffs out his chest to show off. I am young Master Hout of the Min family from the A-rank Yura City. You've heard of us, right? The Min family is the biggest warrior clan in Yura. He then smirks at Situ Liu. Hey, long-haired cutie, let me give you some advice. The Bone Citadel isn't a playground. Seeing Situ Liu ignore him, Hout pushes further. You're a Green Core healer, aren't you? Ignoring the girl panting in his arm, he reaches out with a sleazy grin. I've got an opening for a personal healer right here by my side. I might make an exception and keep you around. When she doesn't answer, he glares at the pair and scoffs. While he's busy bragging about himself, Situ Liu and Aki aren't even listening. They're just chatting with each other, leaving his hand hanging in the air, trembling. Furious, he screams, "Do you seriously not know who the Min family is?" "Damn it, I was only being nice because you re-hot," Situ Liu snaps, shouting back. "Who gave you permission to speak to me?" Hout and the blonde girl beside him freeze, faces turning pale with shock, their pupils shrinking. Situ Liu sneers, yapping about your family name all day long. Just proves you're a total loser yourself. Humiliated, Hout shoves the blonde girl away and roars, "Shut up, bitch! Are you talking to me? I could crush you with one finger!" Situ Liu throws her bags to the ground in a rage. My skills might be low, but I've never been scared of anything. Even as she says it, she thinks to herself, a damn pervert like you has the nerve to get angry? I'm calling you trash. Who's scared of who? Let's go. Hout grins viciously and lunges in an instant. You were just a tier 1 scrub. He raises his hand to strike. I'm gonna teach you a lesson you won't forget. Suddenly, a red flash cuts through the air. Aki dashes in, shielding Situ Liu right before Hout's palm hits. Aki slides back slightly, catching Hout's attack easily with one hand. Seeing this, Hout's eyes go red with rage. Let go or I'll kill you too! Aki holds his grip tight, looking at him with contempt. Young Master Hout of the Min family, right? You started this fight. If you keep going and word gets out, it's gonna look real bad for your precious family, don't you think? Aki shot a sharp look at the entrance. Keep acting up in a place like this, and I doubt the guards will let you inside the Bone Fortress. Aki smirked, gripping the guy's hand tighter. Need a minute to think it over? But Hausa, fuming, put all his strength into the arm Aki was crushing and snapped back. Think about this, asshole. Suddenly a voice called out from behind, Young Master Hausa! A giant guy carrying an axe stepped up to warn him. That brat is actually right. Young Master Hausa, any warrior who makes it here has some skill. If you ruin your reputation the second you arrive and word gets back to the family, it's gonna look bad for you. Even if you want to teach them a lesson, don't rush it right here. Getting into the Bone Fortress smoothly is what matters most. Once we're inside, anything can happen. His face turned sinister. Hausa seemed to catch the drift and smirked just as wickedly. He yanked his hand out of Aki's grip. I'm done wasting time on trash like you. Then he brushed past Aki and Situ Liu, leading the old guy and the blonde chick away. Let's go! The warrior, Luki, shot a nasty, calculating glare at Aki as he walked by. He stomped on the ground, secretly channeling earth elemental energy. Red sparks flared around his feet, making the dirt and rocks float up. The small stones shot up, glowing red as they flew straight at Aki. He didn't even open his eyes or look back, just threw a punch and completely crushed the old man's cheap shot. Hearing the noise, Situ Liu turned around, totally confused. What was that? Aki just laughed. Nothing. Just swatted a mosquito. Let's go take the test. I bet we'll pass easily. As he relaxed his hand, crumbled bits of rock fell out. He used the metal element to harden his skin and neutralize the sneak attack from that Luki guy following the redhead. Seeing this, Luki glanced back at Aki, terrified. That kid he blocked my hidden earth attack with his bare hand? Forget his crazy reaction speed. His hand should have been blown to bits. That brat. He suddenly called out to young Master Hausa. Hausa turned around to see what was up. The guy said, we need to change our hit list for the elemental quartz contenders. That kid from earlier? I think he's actually our biggest threat. His power is definitely way above stage 4. I can't even read his true level. We gotta find a chance to kill those two first, just to be safe. Elsewhere, someone stared at a display screen and gasped, "Sync rate is at 54%. The other one is over 42% too." The inspector was totally shocked after checking Aki and Situ Liu's stats, but the two of them just chilled like it was nothing new. "Since there's no rule about rank, our sync rate test is a pass, right?" The staff member hesitated, looking at the screen. "Well, this is," Aki thought to himself, surprised. "I remember her sync rate was 39% before. She didn't just jump to core stage 1, it actually went up to 42% in such a short time. Growing fast." The inspector stared at the screen, hesitating. "You two, a red core stage 4 warrior and a green core stage 1 warrior. You really want to enter the Bone Fortress to fight for the elemental quartz?" Inside, her face turned serious. "The weakest demons in there are at least stage 3. Are you sure?" Aki pointed at Situ Liu. "Yeah, we can handle ourselves. She's our squad's healer and she's got some agile moves too." Hearing that, Situ Liu blushed, grinding her teeth in annoyance. "So annoying, being called a healer. Aki, you jerk." The inspector explained, "No warrior below rank 5 has ever dared to enter the Bone Fortress, even though there's no strict rule about power. You two are the lowest ranked team in history. I am warning you, this elemental quartz can only be found on special elemental quartz demons inside the fortress, and once killed, that type of demon only respawns after a certain cooldown period. So you won't just be facing demons, you'll be up against other warriors, powerful contenders gunning for the prize. Just staying alive will be a struggle. You still want to go in?" Aki's eyes were rock steady. "Obviously. Besides, our goal isn't just surviving. Thanks for the tip." Seeing their resolve, the staff member stopped arguing and led the way. "Right this way, please." Once inside, Situ Liu let out a breath. "Rumor has it this place is a total death trap. I should be scared, but for some reason, I am super calm. It's like as long as Aki is here, I've got infinite courage." Inside the fortress, a demon seemed to be searching for something. Waiting for it to move away, Situ Liu whispered, "This place is totally overrun by demons." Aki scanned the area. "Dogura Fortress, they call it a fortress, but it's really a city. Did you know? Back in the day, Dogura was just as massive and popular as Dawn City is now, since it sits right in the center of the continent. It used to be packed with people. Then the demons invaded, and it turned into a wasteland. A battlefield. Eventually, the demons took over the massive central area of the old citadel. Nobody dared to stay. People started calling it a fortress, maybe to forget its glory days." Aki's eyes looked a bit sad. Situ Liu sat across from him. "You know a lot about this." "That's it. Just heard some random stuff when I was a kid." Situ Liu thought, "This jerk." He stood up. "Let's move, Liu. We need to find those special demons carrying the elemental quartz. Let's save our energy and avoid pointless fights." Situ Liu saw an explosion in the distance. "Aki, should we go help?" Aki replied coldly, "Best not to. At least not in the Bone Fortress. Don't help anyone." He sighed internally. "Liu grew up in Hesperus City. She's too kind. She doesn't get how dangerous the outside world is. You think those jerks at the entrance were the exception? This place is crawling with selfish people you can trust. Just to be safe, let's just skip the kindness for now." As he turned back to look at Situ Liu, panic hit his eyes. There was a demon right behind her. A terrifying boom echoed as the beast struck, shaking the ground. Luckily, Aki grabbed her and dodged just in time. "Water element," the rank 5 blue core demon gloated. "Didn't think you'd react that fast. My water strike was dead silent. This ain't right." Aki dropped her. Situ Liu was freaking out. When did that rank 5 demon get behind me? That bastard must have used the water element S silent flow state, mixing it with crazy agility to sneak up on us. If Aki hadn't turned around and spotted it just in time, I'd be toast right now. Aki cut her thoughts short. "Liu, we gotta wrap this up fast. Try not to attract other demons. To keep the other squads off our backs, we need to take it out without leaving a trace. I can't burn out here," she thought. "No way am I gonna be a burden to Aki." The rank 5 blue core demon strolled over. "Hold up, wrap this up fast? A 4-core and a 1-core warrior didn't think you'd look down on me like that. Seriously?" He vanished into thin air, leaving them blind. Then bam! He appeared right above their heads, ready to strike. Freaking terrifying. "Die!" he screamed, launching an attack. Aki managed to dodge just in time. The close-range blast absolutely shattered the ground. He smirked. "A rank 4 and a rank 1. Don't worry, I won't even bother looking at your corpses." The demon didn't stop there. He launched another direct attack at them. Aki circled around to block with a mix of wood and metal elemental power. The demon was shook. How the hell do you have two types of powers? Don't human warriors need to be rank 5 to master elements? Aki ignored him, dashing at the rank 5 blue core demon and landing a hit that knocked him back. He blocked the hit with water power. I know the water element too, you know. Then Aki charged with a speed that actually surprised the demon. So fast! Aki closed the gap. He looked stunned, right? Wrong. The demon gloated. Psych! Tricked you. So what if you use water? Can you keep up with my agility-boosted water style? Aki shouted to Situ Liu, letting her dodge the demon's move just in time, before she kicked him in the back. At the exact same moment, Aki raised his sword and skewered him. After finishing him off, he turned to her. Sick teamwork, Liu. Pleasure doing business. Situ Liu ripped the core out of the demon's back. Here's your rank 5 blue core. This rank 1 warrior will take good care of it, don't worry. Then she kicked the corpse down. I don't give a damn about looking at your dead body either. Situ Liu pocketed the blue core, stomping on his back. Seeing how quick she was, Aki gave his props. That move just now? Not bad speed. He pulled his sword out of the guy, blood still dripping from the tip. She lowered her head. Don't forget, the Situ family is a martial arts dynasty. That was just the basics. He slung his sword over his shoulder, looking at the massive hole he'd just punched through the demon's chest. Let's bounce. That brawl definitely caught some attention. She looked at him and panicked when she saw a long, bleeding scratch on his face. Hey, you are hurt. Let's find a spot so I can heal that cut on your cheek. He laughed it off, touching the wound. Just a little scratch from being careless. No need to waste energy healing this. Do I look that weak to you? Situ Liu stared at him, dead serious. I told you when we started, healing is my job. Big or small, I have to heal it. Otherwise, my existence here is totally meaningless. Seeing how serious she was gave him a headache. He fixed his hair. So serious and stubborn, huh? You really live up to the name, the unsmiling Rakshasa of Hesperus. Fine, you win. Good time to reset anyway. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over them. Situ Liu's eyes went wide with terror as she looked up. Aki, watch out! The guy raised his leg to stomp. Aki froze seeing her face, but the attack came down so fast the ground cracked, sending a shockwave that blew her away. Aki was one step ahead, swinging his sword behind his back to block the hit in a split second. Damn, they found us that fast. The guy stomped harder on his axe. No joke, the attacker was a rank 6 red core warrior. He put more weight into his leg, but Aki held his ground, blocking the attack. Looks like my guess was spot on. You're just a rank 4 warrior, the one-eyed man said, his single eye looking like it wanted to swallow Aki whole. But your strength is way beyond rank 4, isn't it? The axe ground against the sword, throwing red sparks. Aki swung his blade, knocking the axe aside and jumping back. Get lost! The man stared at him, eyes burning with cold fury. A rank 6 red core earth warrior. Situ Liu tried to cast a support spell, but something blocked her, making her eyes pop open in surprise. A rank 3 green core warrior had locked her in place. Oh, you were so focused on your buddy that I could paralyze you without breaking a sweat. The rank 3 green core warrior channeled the paralysis. As she tightened the spell, Situ Liu's whole body shook, completely frozen. Damn it, Liu thought. This is the healer class's special paralysis skill. The enemy smirked. Since you're a green core healer too, you know exactly how screwed you are, right? Paralysis is meant for treating wounds, but pump it directly into an enemy's body, and they lose all ability to move. She ignored Liu and walked toward Aki and the big guy. So it's you guys. No wonder we got targeted so fast. She shot a cold glare at them. Shouldn't you be protecting your precious little young master Haosu instead of ambushing us? You know life is cheap out here. Another guy was slowly walking their way, talking as he approached, making Aki turn around. You're about to die and you've still got a smart mouth? Aki narrowed his eyes. You're Haosu. At the mention of his name, his eyes went dark and mocking. Ha ha, kid. Don't want to look like a loser in front of your woman, do you? Hearing that hit Situ Liu like a lightning bolt, leaving her dazed. She gritted her teeth, her face turning beet red with rage, but she couldn't move a muscle. His woman? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Ugh, I'm gonna explode. Her face went dark as she bit her lip to cool off. Chill. Now is not the time to lose it. Haosu walked up to her, one hand in his pocket, and slapped his teammate's ass with the other, making her arch her back like she'd been shocked. Good job, babe. I'll give you a treat when we get home. Then he turned and grabbed Situ Liu's chin, forcing her to look up with a mocking grin, but her eyes stayed glued to Aki. They both looked over at him, standing tall with his sword in hand. Haha, I want you to watch him die. I'll play with you later. No chick has ever dared to say no to young Master Haosu before. You've got me interested. His hand was still gripping her chin, making her eyes pop with rage, teeth gritted tight. The Red Core Rank 6 warrior just sat there on a rock, watching the show. Young Master Hao Tao, didn't I tell you to hide your ass? Why show up now? I can handle this loser on my own. If you want that chick, I'll drag her back for you. Everyone stood their ground, chatting away while he kept his grip on her chin, laughing like a creep. Ha, with you here, old man, I bet nobody's stupid enough to jump us. I ain't a-hiding. That's for cowards. He shot a glance at the boy, letting out a mocking little laugh. Besides, no matter what you say, I'm still a rank 5 warrior. You looking down on me or something? You value that hand of yours? Sparks started flying all around the kid. I thought you were just some spoiled brat. Wasn't even gonna waste my time on you. But turns out, you're actual garbage. Let me just check one thing. His eyes glowed with a sharp, deadly chill, lips pressed thin. Hao Tao, you've ruined a lot of girls' lives. Haven to you? Situ Liu's eyes were ice cold, ready to kill, but Hao Tao just turned around, pointed right at him, and cracked up. Wahaha, what kind of dumbass question is that? You trying to act tough with me? Tonight, I'm gonna wreck your woman. You are just a piece of rank 4 trash. On the side, the Red Core rank 6. Warrior frowned, grinding his teeth in annoyance. What a moron, spoiled rotten by his family, and he has no clue how pathetic he actually is. That rank 5 title? You only got it because your daddy pulled strings and begged everyone in town just to barely get you certified. A badge in a red circle for a warrior who's never even killed a single demon. What a joke. I'm a rank 6 core warrior. And if the Ming family didn't pay so damn well, I would have snapped your neck ages ago, you little delusional punk. He sat there, watching the kid run his mouth, and let out a sigh. Whatever. Young Master Hao Tao, your father gave strict orders to follow my lead out here, so please don't. The kid cut him off, his eyes cold enough to swallow them whole. Then I won't hesitate to kill you. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, startling the old man. The Red Core, rank 6, warrior scrambled to catch up, screaming for Hao Tao to move. Watch out! The kid's eyes were filled with hate and the stench of death. Wait, why does he have the fire aura? Isn't he a rank 4? How the hell is he wielding elemental power? He kept coming like a missile. Hao Tao stood his ground in front of the girl and the warrior, fist clenched, ready to fight back. The kid raised a fist blazing with terrifying power, eyes sharp with rage. Seeing him charge like a starving wolf, terror finally hit. Hao Tao's eyes bugged out, teeth chattering violently. He stumbled back, falling on his ass and screaming in pure terror. Ah, Don T, come over here. Why can't I even think about fighting back? He covered his face with his hands, peeking through trembling fingers. He's clearly just a rank 4 warrior. But look at him! Situ Liu pointed his sword straight at Hao Tao, his other hand bunched into a fist crackling with sparks. He looked like a demon, ready to devour him whole. The pressure was so immense, Hao Tao couldn't even stand, while the girl remained frozen in place. He was like a demon god. Ah, save me! Somebody save me! The warrior flew in, axe raised to strike, but the kid clocked him instantly. The axe swung down, aiming to slice the boy in half. But he dodged it just in time and spun around for a counter. One slash sent the old man flying. The warrior glared back, grinding his teeth in fury. He changes tactics so fast. The Red Core rank 6. Warrior used his weapon to block, but the impact was heavy enough to shove him backward. He can actually control the fire element. How is this kid doing that? Well, my earth element isn't gonna hold back either. Just as he was pushed back, the kid seized the moment. Tree branches shot out, chasing him, trying to spear him through. The warrior went from shocked to totally dumbfounded. Wood element? He scrambled to dodge. The Red Core rank 6. Warrior skid back, using his hand to steady himself. He can control wood too? What the hell is going on? Then a wide grin spread across his face. Interesting. I underestimated you. You're hiding a hell of a lot of secrets, aren't you? He slammed his weapon into the ground. Never thought you'd be able to control 2 elements. He activated his skill, encasing his axe blade in jagged rocks. I'm dying to know how you pulled that off. He readied his axe to swing right at the kid. If I could master 2 elements, Earth Giant Axe plus magma power, I'd be unstoppable. He chuckled darkly. I'll give you 10 minutes of beating before you start talking. Suddenly, a purple aura wrapped around the kid. He was forming something in his hand, staring the warrior down. Is that so? A massive blue hand grabbed the warrior's arm, making his eyes pop out. A rank 5. Blue Core Demon had appeared out of nowhere, stopping his swing cold. Roar. Corpse Control. Water Element rank 5. Blue Core Demon. The beast loomed right behind the warrior. He finally realized the monster was behind him, cold sweat breaking out. A demon? I didn't sense any demonic aura. The moment he realized it, the stone on his chest flared up. It got this close before I even noticed. The warrior spun around, leaping away from the beast. It's a rank 5 demon. The demon slammed its weapon into the ground. The warrior clocked its element immediately. A water core! The demon didn't wait. It charged, forcing the warrior back. Realizing he was in trouble, the warrior shouted over his shoulder, "Hey kid, can we pause our beef for a second? Let's deal with this demon first." Aki twitched his finger like a puppeteer. He cut the man off. Pause? Did you stop to think why the demon is only attacking you? At that instant, the demon conjured thousands of razor-sharp crystals. The warrior realized what was happening. He whipped his head around, but the crystals were already inches away from taking his head. He's commanding the demon. Terror filled the warrior's eyes. That's a manipulated summon? How is that even possible? Just how much power is this kid hiding? No time to think. He slammed up an earthen shield from the ground. The rain of crystals slammed into him, but the barrier held. Aki watched, actually impressed. Not bad. I guess you are worth the money the big families pay you after all. Blocking the rain, the fighter reached out like he was summoning something. Suddenly, that axe in the distance twitched and floated up. Spinning like crazy, the axe flew right back to the fighter. But at that exact moment, the demon was already right in his face. That axe was practically touching the demon's back, slashing straight down before flying back to the fighter's hand. He caught it, instantly unlocking giant axe mode, but the thing still dodged it. He glanced at Aki, because that punk was the one controlling this power. In his eyes, Aki looked exactly like a demon himself. Is that kid a 7-core fighter or something? No time to think. The fighter rushed in to clash with the demon, got to deal with this 5-core freak first. Suddenly, vines wrapped tight around his leg. He stared at the vines crushing his leg in total shock, completely missing the demon about to attack. That punk used the wood element to mess up his movement. The demon climbed right onto him to attack, but the fighter blocked it with his axe. Still, he took a hit, and his strength was fading fast. If it was just a 5-core demon, whatever, but with that mysterious brat ambushing him? Screw this. Hao Tao saw the demon and freaked out, cowardly pushing the 6-core healer girl forward. A demon is a demon, just kill it already, hurry the hell up. You go in there too, you hear me? She panicked, trying to explain. But young master, I suck at fighting, I'm only good at healing. Plus, don't I need to use paralysis to watch this chick for you? Right then, Situ Liu's hand trembled, her fingers twitching just a bit. Hao Tao still shamelessly pushed the 6-core healer forward. Who cares about that 1-core loser? If anything happens to me because of that demon, none of you are getting a single cent, the 6-core healer stammered. But Situ Liu suddenly ambushed her from behind, making her scream in pain. She spat out some savage words. Pathetic? You call yourself a fighter? Shouldn't you fight harder so you don't look weak next to the men? The 6-core healer turned her head, shocked. A sneak attack? But my body's paralyzed. She struggled to squeeze out the words. How did you break my paralysis? Situ Liu glared at her with murder in her eyes. Ha! I was originally a 6-core fighter. I memorized healing theory ages ago. I just used my energy to reverse your skill and break free. Restoration types can save people, but they can also kill them, right? The 6-core healer was losing consciousness, too weak to speak. You bitch! She collapsed forward right as Situ Liu yanked the knife out of her body. She was a healing genius, too. After she hit the ground, Situ Liu turned to face Hao Tao. You piece of trash, you're next. I missed her vital organs, so whether she lives is up to her. But you're done. Hao Tao's fists were shaking. He yelled, you actually dare to sneak attack me? You're just a 1-core fighter. Is stabbing people in the back all you can do? I might not be able to beat the demon, but you're just a 1-core girl. You're dead meat. Situ Liu mocked him. Chaotic aura, weak stance, looks like you have 0 combat experience. Let me guess your family bought resources to trade for that 5-core title just to boost their reputation, didn't they? Tch, you're just a spoiled rich boy. Her eyes were cold as death. You're a disgrace to fighters, Hao Tao snapped, furious. Humph, you rotten bitch. He wondered how this stinking woman knew he had no experience. Suddenly, memories flooded back. 10 years ago, his dad hired tons of strong fighters to carry him. Forced core fusion, even though the process was agonizing, and he couldn't handle it every single time. Thanks to those fighters protecting him, he barely scraped by to reach 5-core level. The image of a tall man and that 6-core healer flashed in his mind. For this trip to the Bone Burial City, his dad spent a fortune hiring that fighter to escort him, and even assigned him a personal healer. He was supposed to get the elemental quartz without lifting a finger. The more he thought, the angrier he got. My plan is totally ruined because of this damn girl. And that brat, too. He turned and screamed at the hired fighter. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get over here and protect me. My father gave you tons of benefits so you would protect me. He kept whining while the fighter was struggling against the demon. Do you hear me? Get over here. His nagging made the fighter grind his teeth in rage. I heard you. Just let me kill this thing first. He couldn't take it anymore. The fighter roared, Shut your mouth, you piece of trash. All you know how to do is chase skirts. You are such a loser, you are scared of a zero-core demon. It was the first time he'd been yelled at like that, and he actually trembled. He wanted to scream back, but then he saw Situ Liu standing silently in front of him with that knife. Hao Tao knew he couldn't count on that mercenary anymore. He was about to attack, but Situ Liu had already flashed behind him. She stabbed him right in the ribs, making Hao Tao shriek in pain. He spun around and shoved her away. Get off me! Situ Liu jumped back. Suddenly, Hao Tao clutched his head, losing control and screaming, It hurts! Situ Liu realized something was wrong immediately. That punk doesn't know how to use energy, so if he randomly activates the massive power of a 5-core, she remembered what Ji Yaotong said. Listen closely. If the core energy backlashes, they'll lose all control. If you see a fighter like that, get away fast. You can't predict what they'll do when they lose it. A small injury turns fatal. Ji Yaotong's face had been super serious. If you ever experience energy backlash yourself, stay calm. Guide the energy back to the path you know. If you don't, that violent energy will make you self-destruct. Back in reality, Situ Liu smirked slightly. If that's the case, she charged straight at Hao Tao anyway. There's an ending that suits you perfectly. She readied herself. Situ Liu rushed Hao Tao with terrifying speed, barely visible. Hao Tao watched her, veins popping on his face, eyes bulging out, one hand in her hair, the other gripping his sword tight. You still dare to fight me? He slashed straight at Situ Liu, fast and powerful. He had completely lost his mind. He swung the sword back, raised it high, and spun his body to build momentum. Taste my power! He unleashed a barrage of slashes right at Situ Liu, laughing like a maniac in victory. She couldn't track his chaotic movements and got caught off guard. But with her raw skills and crazy reflexes, she managed to block a heavy hitting attack. See that? Seeing Situ Liu react like that, Hao Tao got all cocky. He laughed loud, bragging about himself. I'm a blue core agility type, baby. How can a green core healer like you even compare to my speed? Situ Liu looked at him, scowling in total annoyance. Shut your trap. She snapped back while parrying his strikes. She recalled forgotten memories, daily drills, and her dad's casual words. Situ Liu remembered doing one-handed handstands on top of a high pole. She thought to herself, compared to the agility training Dad drilled into me growing up, sure, his attacks rely on the massive energy of a 5-core, but he's got no technique. He's just slashing wildly. Meanwhile, Hao Tao kept swinging his sword like a maniac at Situ Liu. He saw that she was easily dodging his insanely fast strikes. He gritted his teeth, asking furiously, how can a 1-core loser like you block fast attacks from an agility type like me? Situ Liu was just toying with Hao Tao, letting him attack, saying, slash however you want, it's your choice. She stayed calm, confident she'd win, thinking, I'm gonna beat you head on. Situ Liu unleashed a green energy blast that shot out like an arrow to push Hao Tao back. He couldn't dodge in time and took the hit. Situ Liu looked straight at Hao Tao and said, Dad used to say, no matter how much power you have, if you don't know how to use it, your actual strength isn't even 1%. With a decisive move, she slashed Hao Tao away, and he took the full force of her attack. He couldn't accept it, grinding his teeth. I am the young master of the Min family. You're not allowed to look down on me. You're all gonna die. Hao Tao lunged at Situ Liu with everything he had. Die. Situ Liu reacted and stepped back. Damn it, his out-of-control self-destruct speed is faster than I thought. Can't dodge at this range. She stabbed her blade into the ground, crouched low to prepare, surrounded by a green shield. Situ Liu decided to tank his explosive attack alone. I can only use the barrier to block it head-on. Hao Tao detonated, veins popped, eyes bulged, and a blinding blue light erupted around him, shooting out currents of electricity that shook the ground. That intense light caught the attention of Aki and the 6th-stage Red Core warrior nearby. Everyone was shocked, startled, and amazed. Aki reacted fast and ran towards Situ Liu and Hao Tao. Meanwhile, that Red Core warrior stood there pissed off, mocking, that idiot driven crazy by a 1-core girl. Light blinded the whole area. Powerful air currents blasted out, forming a terrifying mass of blue energy where they clashed. It caused an earth-shattering explosion. After the chaos, a massive crater appeared on the ground with thick dust filling the sky. Situ Liu shielded her face from the dust with one hand, eyes closed, not knowing what happened yet, wondering if she survived. Did the barrier hold? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. You made a 5-core warrior self-destruct. Situ Liu opened her eyes and looked up toward the voice. Yeah, Aki appeared in front of her, holding up a huge rock with one hand, looking back at her. Good job, Liu. I used the power of metal and wood to create a solid defensive barrier to protect you. Otherwise, your flimsy shield mainly meant for healing support definitely wouldn't have held up. Situlio slumped to the ground, bowing her head in frustration. He didn't have true 5-core strength. Plus, his attitude sucked, and he had zero combat experience. He couldn't even beat a veteran 1-core. Situlio felt a mix of confusing emotions and added, otherwise, there's no way I could have beaten a 5-core warrior on my own. I probably would have lost instantly. Aki just looked at Situlio without saying more, just giving her a small reminder. Yeah, you got hurt fighting him. Heal up, quick. Situlio finally looked at herself. Wow, I really didn't notice earlier. Aki watched Situlu for a moment before saying, your strategy and guts, they were impressive. Hearing that, Situlu's face turned bright red, feeling an indescribable mix of joy. She looked at Aki with sparkling eyes, surprised, fumbling around and stuttering. Quit yapping! Is your fight over? Hey, where's that 6-core fighter? Her head was filled with question marks. Why did he suddenly praise me so seriously? Aki glanced over at his battlefield. The demon I controlled got scattered in the explosion. It was just a mindless body anyway. As for that fighter, he has a 6th stage core. I don't think he will. He didn't finish, but everyone guessed what he meant. That 6th stage red core warrior stepped out of the smoke. Damn it. Haha. He walked out majestically, weapon in hand, completely unfazed by the explosion. But that trashy young master is dead, even if I leave the Min family immediately. He put a hand to his face and sighed. I'll probably get harassed every day by assassin warriors hired by his clan. Everyone knows the Assassin Warriors are an underground org taking client requests, formed by fighters with a death wish. They specialize in assassinating other fighters, but their rates are crazy expensive. Rumor has it there are even terrifying 7-core warriors in that group. But to hire assassins of that level, money isn't enough to satisfy them. You need an equivalent trade. The Earth Element user hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder and made a decision. I'm done fighting. You two are freaks. You're this strong but only use low-level cores. Aki smiled cheerfully and agreed. You're right, there's no point in continuing. In his mind, he seemed to have confirmed it. The person the guy needed to protect was dead. In a place like this, he lost his reason to fight. The Earth Element user continued. If you fought me seriously combined with that demon earlier, I really couldn't have retreated in one piece. Elemental control, manipulating a demon corpse, you're hiding too much. He narrowed his eyes, looking straight at him. What kind of power do you actually have? Where are you from? Aki just stood there, expression unchanged, and answered calmly. Just a 4-core fighter who got lucky with some special energy. If a 6-core like you fought me to the death, I'd be in danger too. Hearing that, he thought darkly. Special ability? Is he a rare genius fighter? I've heard of a few warriors with extreme talent. Serious skills, man. No basic fighters got moves like that. The old guy stares at him, all confused. I'm curious, kid. If you've mastered elemental power, then why drag yourself all the way to Bone Burial Keep for elemental quartz? Should be useless to you. He just looks at the guy. None of your damn business. The old man's words actually got him thinking about that elemental quartz. Yeah, usually that stuff is for 5-core fighters to fuse just one element. But I want to try something crazy. If elemental quartz lets a fighter fuse elemental power, what if I gather all 5 metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one body? Then smash them together with the quartz? What happens then? He's had this insane idea from the start. It's not new. He frowns, looking dark, talking to himself. I gotta find a way to get stronger, like way stronger. He flashes back to some guy, face blurry, clothes shredded, covered in blood. Looked less like a human and more like a freaking monster. Da, being a former 6-mark can't be stuck somewhere easy to break out of. If I want to save Da, I can't just rely on the demon power inside me. Because I'll probably have to face the new king and the new 6-marks. Back in reality, that red core 6-flag fighter runs out of things to say and turns to leave. Whatever. Look, I'm telling you guys to scramble. That idiot blowing himself up is going to attract a ton of demons or fighters to this place. Better save your own skins. He walks off, tossing back one last thing. Good luck, you're going to need it. Aki and Situliu stay behind to scout and check the tracks. They find weird footprints like wild boars or something and run into a few monsters. On the way, they spot a fire and meet a camping group. Made some new friends, too. Aki happily shakes hands with a redhead girl. Looks like they decided to team up. Late that night, in the middle of nowhere, a voice pipes up. Aren't you gonna sleep? Turns out it's Situlu calling out to Aki. She's in her sleeping bag while he keeps watch. You crash first. I'll catch some Z's later. Situlu, half asleep and looking totally out of it, mumbles. Aki, your fighting skills and the way you deal with people, you're so pro at it. You're like our age. Where'd you get all that experience? He doesn't really know how to answer, so he just sits there thinking for a bit. Finally cooks up a decent excuse. He answers himself with a super sure face. Maybe I just know how to handle stuff. Yeah, that's it. Situ Liu hears that and just gives an awkward laugh, totally speechless. Look at how he acts. Dude's got the soul of an old man. He leans back against the wall, looking up at the moon. Feels like this scene has happened somewhere before. A shadow of who he used to be, a warrior flickers like a mirage in the soft moonlight. His answer was vague, super cryptic, maybe. He cuts off her questions and tells Situ Liu to sleep, go to bed, night. Next morning, Situ Liu gets woken up by an explosion. Sounds like a fight. Aki's already up, staring at a hole in the wall. He's just watching, totally chill glances at her. Yeah, plus there's demon vibes coming from it. First thing Situ Liu asks is, did you even sleep? He shoots back, close my eyes for a bit. I'm good. The energy over there is chaotic. Looks like a bunch of fighters are chasing something. Probably that elemental demon showing up. He gets ready to check it out. Suddenly, he sounds hyped. Follow me. I know how to find that demon fast. Two streaks of light shoot past super fast, barely visible. Aki leads the way, can't even hide how stoked he is. Situ Liu chases after him, confused. Why are you so excited? He keeps the hype going. Heh, it's whatever. Saying one thing, thinking something totally different. Hell yeah, I'm excited. A new type of demon? That's what I'm talking about. In my past life, I fought literally every kind of demon there was. This elemental demon's got me curious. Before anyone else finds it, I'm gonna wreck it. Shadows bounce fast off the ruined stone walls. So fast you only see colored blurs in the air. Aki keeps his pace, glancing back. It's slowing down. Probably found a hiding spot, but I'm dragging it out now. Situ Liu asks him point blank, do you even know where those elemental demons are? This place is huge. It's gonna be hard to find. Aki's eyes glow with determination. Don T sweat it. I know. He thinks to himself, Don T really want to admit it, but ever since that elemental demon's aura popped up, I can feel it. An image of the whole city flashes in Aki's mind. Like sensing one of my own. It's heading underground. Situ Liu shouts, pointing at the city wall. Aki, look over there, a whole mob moving on the wall. They re-crazy fast and seem to have spotted Aki and Situ Liu. Aki frowns at them. Eyes sharp. Looks like the rapid response squad noticed the fight, but it's gonna take them a while to actually find the elemental demon. A wild idea hits him. Gotta take a shortcut. He grabs Situ Liu's hand, voice serious. Liu, let's roll. Situ Liu is confused, no clue what's happening. Aki instantly drags her along at breakneck speed, heading straight for a massive, deep pit. Aki holds onto Situ Liu and jumps right into the hole. It's pitch black and super sketchy. Aki senses something. It's hiding under the castle. This is the fastest way to find it. I've been vibing with mastering elemental powers lately. Aki exerts force, his face going pale. Always wanted to try this. Holding onto Situ Liu, huge branches shoot up from the abyss, weaving into a crisscrossed square net. That's the wood element. It wraps around them, slowing their fall with the wooden nets. Situ Liu screams, but Aki is absolutely loving it. Ha, what a rush. A loud scream echoes. Scene change. Someone's calling Aki. It's Situ Liu. She yells, Aki, where are you? She looks down, and his weak voice comes from right underneath her. Aki scratches his forehead, laughing awkwardly. My bad, didn't mean to scare you. Can you get off me? Situ Liu's face turns bright red, and she punches him. He struggles in the dark. Who knew there was a cave in these underground ruins? Situ Liu trails behind, scared, whispering, how much further? He stopped cold, very close now. Signaling for silence, he peeked ahead. A demon stepped out. It was a rank 5. Looks like it's chilling. He whispered, gotcha, elemental demon. Situ Liu spotted it too, breaking it down. That's an elemental quartz demon and it's a rank 5. But unlike your basic rank 5s, this thing's aura was insane, Aki added. Start a fight here, and every strong squad in the area is gonna swarm us. Liu, we gotta wreck this thing before anyone else finds this spot. Grab the elemental quartz off its chest and bounce. He looked at her, dead serious. I'm guessing we got like 5 minutes tops to fight. I need you on this. Situ Liu thought, 5 minutes to take down a rank 5 elemental demon? For real? Her eyes narrowed. What do you need me to do? They huddled in the shadows, scheming. Situ Liu looked at him, totally shocked. High-tier energy channeling? Dude, where do you get that kind of experience? I've never even heard of the method you were talking about, Aki explained slowly. Bottom line, I know you can pull this off. I am going in first. He charged straight at the monster, and the rank 5 demon let out a shriek. Aki flared his magic. His face changed. A red streak ran from his forehead to his eye. His eyes glowed as he mapped out a plan to crush the monster in front of him. From what he'd seen, the other squads entering the Citadel were packed with fighters who had crazy strong sensing skills. If they didn't speedrun this kill, the heavy hitter teams would show up fast. Then grabbing that elemental quartz would be a total nightmare. The rank 5 beast snarled, "Found my hideout already? Not bad, kids. Not simple at all." It powered up, conjuring flames, one yellow-orange, one blue. Called it. You really can control multiple elemental forces. Aki stomped the ground and launched himself into the air. The rank 5 demon looked suspicious. That aura. Are you a demon? It mixed the flames into a two-colored fire vortex and blasted it straight at Aki. Something clicked for Aki. So that's it. You just gotta balance the energy between elements, and you can control them all at once. Aki focused his energy. My turn. He conjured two flames exactly like the demons and rushed in. The two powerhouses clashed, dead even. Dust went everywhere, and a massive aura exploded outwards. Situlio remembered what Aki told her earlier. Don't freak out when you see my power and what I look like. Just think of it as my special ability. Remember, I'm still Aki. Situlio got it now. This was Aki's special power. That aura felt exactly like a demon's. The impact blasted both of them back. The rank 5 demon stared at Aki. Sounding impressed, it said, "Mastered my skill with one look? How can you control water and fire too? You're no amateur." Aki closed in and threw another hit, catching it off guard. It stumbled back, using wood element to heal up. Metal element? Knew it. You use wood to patch yourself up. Aki raised his hand confidently, staring it down. I've figured out your whole kit. Let's end this. His eyes hardened. He used wood power to summon vines, locking the demon in place. It was shocked. Wood element, you control this too? He confidently formed a weapon with his hand, remembering the demon hunting tournament that rank 4 used metal just like this. The demon stood its ground. Fine, let's see whose element is stronger. I'm betting all my metal power on this. The rank 5 demon unleashed a massive energy construct, the tri-head blade shield. Aki smirked. Finally forced you to concentrate your energy. He shouted, Liu, now! From a distance, Liu knocked an arrow, locking into combat stance. She flashed back to Aki's explanation earlier. This is high-tier energy channeling. Try gathering the coarse energy. Feel it existing. Feel the flow and shape of the power in your heart. Turn invisible energy into form. Turn that power into a weapon. She thought to herself, let me use it. Situliu readied her arrow, eyes glowing with heroic grit. In her memory, hearing Aki's crazy plan, she'd looked up at him, worried. You want me to land the killing blow? She lowered her head, unsure. But that's a rank 5 demon, a special one too. Plus, it's smart. If it turtles up and defends, we won't be able to take it down fast enough. Aki had smiled, encouraging her. I'll force it to focus all its energy into one spot to counter me. You know that when it goes all in on offense, its defense drops to 0. That's when, back in the present, Situlio threw the spear, forged from her green core energy with everything she had. It flew towards the demon's back while it struggled against Aki's assault. My perfect ambush moment. By the time the demon sensed the attack from behind, it was too late. They'd been setting up this shot from the start. Situlio's attack blasted right through the demon's chest, making it howl in pain. Still in her throwing stance, Situlio stared at the demon, shocked. That energy-gathering trick Aki showed me, it maxed out my core S output. Can't believe it actually pierced a demon. Guess it really didn't save any energy for defense. Impaled, the demon tried to use wood element to heal, but it failed. It was stunned. Can't heal? Seizing the moment, Aki sprinted at the demon, shouting, Nice work, Liu! He got close and reached straight for the elemental quartz. Quartz in hand, he appeared behind the demon. Without the elemental quartz, the thing dropped to its knees. It was furious, as its energy faded. Why couldn't I heal instantly? Aki held the quartz, looked back, and explained patiently. Because Liu's attack was pure recovery energy. When it hits, it rejects any healing method that doesn't come from your own body. Drained of power, the demon slumped over, trembling. Rejected, you calculated finally, out of juice. It hit the floor, gasping its last words. It's over. Seeing the demon dead, Situliu rushed over. Yo, Aki, you good? Aki holds up the elemental quartz, winking and grinning at her. No sweat, thanks to you, we actually snagged the core. That move earlier was sick. Seriously, total genius material. Hearing Aki hype her up, she stares blankly, face turning bright red, then snaps her head away. She crosses her arms, trying to play it cool, but inside she's dead serious. Quit playing dumb. Obviously, I just don't want to drag you down. He's praising her, but Aki is still worried. And you, that attack drained like nearly all your juice, didn't it? Whatever, at least you can still move. Suddenly, footsteps echo from behind, catching Situliu's attention. She bites her lip, freaking out a little. Just like you guessed, those guys found us. Aki glares at the entrance behind them. Some warriors have insane sensory skills. They can pinpoint exactly where a battle energy wave starts. This squad S definitely got freaks like that. Saying that, he instantly bolts the other way. Move! He frowns, calculating. Footsteps coming from the left. We just gotta head right and find a way out of this hellhole. While they haven't mid-sentence, a sharp pain hits Aki, freezing him in place. He drops to one knee, hand over his mouth, coughing up fresh blood. Seeing Aki puking blood leaves Situlio totally paralyzed, having no clue what's happening. She rushes over to grab his arm, dropping the elemental quartz. Aki, are you okay? Aki props himself up with his other hand, in agony, wondering what the hell is going on inside him. I didn't even feel that demon hit me, so why? He collapses in serious pain, fingers digging into the floor. It hurts like hell. What is this? My body feels like it's burning. Aki groans, head on the floor, shaking so bad. Situlio is panicking. Aki, where does it hurt? After a second, he grits his teeth to fight the pain, thinking to himself, I get it, my body is overloaded. This vessel was weak from the start, even if the sink rate is way higher than the last one. He flashes back to the fights. But I've been abusing that demon power way too much lately. Did I finally hit this body's breaking point? Damn it. Why now of all times? Aki struggles to hand the elemental quartz to Situlio. Take the rock and get out of here first. The other warriors are closing in. Just take the quartz and go. Don't wait for me. Before he can finish, she grabs his wrist and screams, Shut your mouth! She slings his arm over her shoulder and hauls him up. We leave together. She drags him to the turn. I don't know what's wrong with you, and I don't have time for your excuses. She glares at Aki, voice low and fierce. I'm the captain. I am absolutely not leaving you here alone. Seeing stairs ahead, she tries to hype him up. Looks like forward leads to the surface. Hang in there, Aki. There's more oxygen up top. You'll feel better. A massive place like Bone Burial Fortress gotta have other exits. Aki's sweating buckets, enduring the pain without saying a word. A bit later, they climb out and see sunlight. But Situlio looks wrecked and sweaty, thinking, finally made it above ground. So if we just keep going this way, we re-out of the fortress, right? But Situlio looks at the castle ahead, worried. Why does this look exactly like the building in my dream? Suddenly, tearing sounds erupt from the stairs behind them. Dark shadows fly out, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A guy with a 5-core badge grins, showing teeth. Teaming up with you guys actually paid off. You triplets have some crazy sensory skills. The gang strikes a pose, staring down Situlio and Aki. We're all 5 cores here. No need for the polite crap. Heh, so these are the punks who started that mess earlier? Situlio looks at the group, totally dead inside. 6 5-core warriors. We re-screwed. A guy with dark circles under his left eye crosses his arms, looking down at Situlio. A 1-core warrior? Am I seeing things? Is your squad seriously just 2 people? Is the other one hurt from fighting that demon? Suddenly, he notices something and looks at Aki's hand. He points, shocked. Wait a sec, that guy is holding an elemental quartz. The whole mob freezes. Then they start grinning, already splitting the loot. Nice. Ha 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 ha. Looks like we barely have to lift a finger. Us 3 brothers are taking that quartz. Ha ha ha. Yeah, right, my squad isn't agreeing to that. Listening to them, Situlio grits her teeth, terrified. What do I do? I can't beat them. This sucks. If only I was a little stronger, I could protect Aki. Suddenly, Aki pulls his arm back and pushes away from Situlio, shocking her. Aki, He struggles to lift the elemental quartz to her. Keep this safe. He calmly breaks down the situation. They want the quartz, but they aren't gonna let us walk away alive either. Seeing Aki tap into his core energy again makes Situlio panic. Aki, but your body, I can still fight. He drags his sword forward, leaving a massive, heroic silhouette that demands respect. I am a warrior, and I'll fight until my last breath. Seeing this battered guy hoist a sword on his shoulder and walk toward them totally shocks the group. Oh, a 4-core warrior with some spine. You want to take on both our squads? We got 6 5-core fighters here, buddy. Haha, be smart and hand over the quartz, and I'll make your death quick. Aki pants heavily as he walks, thinking, I can feel the demon power inside me. It's almost dormant, my body just can't handle that massive demon power anymore. This is going to be a rough fight. The mob sees Aki isn't talking, so they make their move. Whoever grabs it keeps it. Skill rules all. Fine then, let's see who snags it before the others catch up. Suddenly, an image of Aki collapsing flashes in Situlio's mind, freaking her out. Why am I suddenly remembering that dream? I have a seriously bad feeling about this. Back to Aki. The mob is already rushing him with weapons drawn. A bald guy screams aggressively, Kill him! Just leave the elemental core to us this time. A guy from the other team cuts in. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, but that thing belongs to my squad. This guy looks serious. Whatever. Our squad already found a buyer. Even if we don't need the core, we can sell it and make a killing. Even splitting it 3 ways, we can buy way better gear. About 1 minute. Aki clenches his jaw so hard veins pop out on his face. I can tell if I trigger the demon power one more time, my body's gonna hold out for exactly 1 minute. Why's this damn body gotta bail on me right now? Situlio watched him twitching, freaking out. He just had to make sure she got out of here safely. Aki used his sword's power to hold back 6 guys attacking at once, blood dripping from his mouth. If I had just a little more juice, you punks would be dead meat. His true power flared up like a bonfire. 60-second countdown. The bad guys couldn't believe their eyes. That guy, that aura? How's that possible? Is he a freaking demon? Aki moved like the wind whoosh and vanished in a blink. He's gone! The enemy turned on their sensory detection skills. But even with that, they couldn't track Aki. He was already standing right behind them. 58 seconds. Blondie sensed him. 57 seconds. He screamed. It's him! He bam! Punched right in the gut before he could finish. Aki's eyes were glowing. Let's start with you. The other 2 were stunned, then they got salty. Number 3, 55 seconds. They rushed him. Kill the demon. Avenge number 3. 54 seconds left. 53, 52. Metal, earth, and water elements. Aki was agile, taking them down one by one like it was nothing. Baldy was totally shook. His skills and speed are insane. He dropped 3 guys in a heartbeat. Ugh, what the hell is he anyway? Aki just walked forward casually. 40 seconds left. Baldy started rethinking his life choices. Those 3 were sensory types, sure, but they were still rank 5 stone warriors and they got wrecked in a second. The rest of them started plotting. Let's team up. No way we can't beat one demon. All right, let's risk it all. Aki charged at them. Bring it on! Suddenly, he froze, dizzy. He had to lean on his sword just to stay standing. 38 seconds. He bit his hand to stay awake. His insides felt like they were gonna explode. Damn it, 36 seconds. Situlio realized he was running out of time. Aki's body couldn't hold on. 34 seconds. The attackers were grinning like idiots. They planned to steal the core from that rank 1 stone warrior later. It should be easy, but this guy is a total wild card. Might as well 32 seconds. Baldy charged him. Kill him while he's down. Aki was still awake enough to notice. You want to kill me? Try it. Aki used his leftover energy to make a shield. Clueless Baldy just laughed. It's just a shield. Hit it head on. Everyone, use your skills. But their attacks seemed totally useless. They were all gasping for air. Boss, keep attacking. We're drained. The shield was shrinking, but they couldn't break it. Baldy was having an existential crisis. Why? Shrinking? Then it hit him. Could it be? He panicked. It's a trap. Everyone, stop. Aki grinned like a maniac. Too late. I'm sending all that energy right back at you. Counterforce, reflect, countdown over, 0 seconds. All the attacks they threw at his shield got launched right back at their faces. That guy, that energy definitely has something to do with the elemental quartz. They scrambled toward the blinding light. Aki's shield vanished. Exhausted, he dropped to his knees. Situ Liu ran to his side. Aki! He was gasping, barely hanging on. Ha, got him! His eyes snapped shut, and he couldn't speak another word. Lucky controlled the blast range. Glad you're okay. Saying that, Aki fell backward. Situ Liu caught him fast. Aki whispered weakly, Liu, don't worry about me. Go. That crazy energy blast had attracted a ton of warriors and demons. Situ Liu frowned, totally annoyed. If it were you, would you ditch your teammate? Hold the quartz tight. I'm carrying you. She hoisted Aki onto her back. She couldn't let him fight alone forever. Leave the rest to me. Her eyebrows furrowed as she remembered that dream. Damn it, this is getting way too similar to that nightmare. Aki! The wooden door creaked open, letting outside light flood the dark hallway. At the start of the hall, light still cut through a few windows. But the air reeked of blood. She knew it was dangerous, but there was no turning back. Situ Liu had to carry Aki inside. She was panting hard, lugging Aki down a hallway littered with demon corpses. Just a little more. She gripped the elemental quartz, gritting her teeth and hunching over so Aki wouldn't slip off. We got it. No movement from Aki. She glanced back. Don't sleep. Aki, don't sleep. But he didn't answer. His dead weight made her legs shake. Don't sleep. Aki, I'm begging you. Wake up. We worked so hard we barely made it. Suddenly, Aki's hand went limp. The elemental quartz dropped and rolled across the floor behind them. Situ Liu froze in horror. She turned around, reaching a trembling hand for the elemental quartz. As she picked it up, a bad feeling hit her. That scene just now, actually, I don't even know when it started. She remembered her sleep. This was exactly what she had dreamed about. Every detail was happening in real life. So, next comes... She gulped and looked up. Speak of the devil. 2 high-level demons were right above her, staring her down. Seeing the danger above, her legs started shaking. She gripped Aki tight with everything she had and bolted, trying to get out of their range. But she couldn't match their speed. One of them caught up. Situ Liu had to pull Aki down, shielding him in her arms as the demon swung a sharp limb and roared. This is the end for the rank 1 stone warrior who stole the elemental quartz. It drove its sharp arm right through Situ Liu. Die. When it pulled back, she collapsed forward, sending Aki tumbling out of her grip. The two demons looked at the motionless bodies. How did you two pieces of trash even make it this far? Can't believe you actually got the elemental quartz. Guess it wasn't a waste of time. C2 Leo lay on the floor, gasping. My heart, it was pierced by a demon. Can't I heal? The blue demon walked over to Aki and flipped him over with its foot. This guy S still breathing. Weird. Situ Leo saw the demon get close. Her vision was blurring, but she saw Aki trying to reach out. He's got a scent that really pisses me off. Don T, touch him. The demon crouched and stared at Aki for a long time. I don't like how this guy smells. Let's chop his head off for fun. Hearing that, C2 Leo used her last ounce of strength to scream, making both demons turn around. Don't you dare touch him! She stared daggers at the two demons, even as her own blood kept pooling on the floor. The blue devil stepped closer, sneering. Wow, pretty badass, huh? You are at death's door and still got an attitude? Cute. Then he kicked C2 Leo right in the gut, making her fold like a lawn chair. The force was insane. She got sent flying backward, but you are weak as hell. C2 Leo writhed in agony, thinking bitterly. Yeah, he's right. I am trash. I am too weak. She struggled to open her eyes, looking over at Aki. I couldn't protect my crew. Couldn't protect Aki. Her vision started fading out. Don't you dare touch Aki. As her eyelids grew heavy, she kept blaming herself. Damn it, I just wanted to keep Aki safe. It's all my fault for being so weak. I can't accept this. If only I had a little more power. Right then, a voice echoed through the space. Ugh, what a drag. This is awkward. Suddenly, the click-clack of high heels rang out. A beam of light split the hallway. As those legs stepped out, time and space froze solid. While Situ Leo was suspended in midair from that kick, the Black Queen gracefully stepped out of the void. She's one of the 6 great sovereigns, the ruler of time and space. Her strange blue eyes looked over the scene with amusement. The Crimson King specifically told me not to help that human fighter, but here I am, interfering anyway. What a headache. She looked at Aki, gasping for air near the demon about to finish him off. But hey, you can't really blame me. The one I'm actually worried about is you, Crimson King, hiding inside that human body, right? She smoothed down her dress so it hugged her curves, then sat down. A human body definitely can't handle the power of my darling Crimson King. She tucked her hair behind her ear, staring intently at Aki. This vessel should have overloaded ages ago, yet somehow you've held it together until now. She gazed at Aki's peaceful, sleeping face. You really are the one the Crimson King talked about. The willpower of the human he likes, it's actually insane. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. Oh, right. I should double-check something. The Black Queen leaned down close to Aki, whispering in his ear like a lover. Are you in there? Her voice was sweet as honey, but silence was the only reply. In the quiet void, she stood up, looking bored. Ugh, this sucks. It's so rare I get to see you and you won't even wake up. Then the Black Queen noticed C2 Liu. Oh, right. That chick. She vanished and instantly reappeared right in front of C2 Liu. She grinned, staring at her face. You've got a vibe. An energy I recognize. Interesting. She stood there, thinking for a beat. Actually, it feels stronger than I thought. Your power, it's a shame you're just a human. You can't unlock what you've really got. Then, a light bulb went off. She touched her lips, amused. If the Crimson King said I can't help that boy directly, well, helping him indirectly is totally fine, right? I'm literally a genius. She scooped up C2 Liu, holding her head and legs. All right then, let me help you evolve into a whole new life. Her pretty mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. You've got the waves of time in you. Perfect. Then she leaned in. She pressed her lips right against C2 Liu's. I'm giving you my power. Instantly, the green core on C2 Liu's chest got corrupted by black energy. Every cell in her body started mutating, turning her chest core pitch black. But it didn't stop there. The rank 1 symbol spun like a propeller, then locked in at rank 4. A rank 4 core, a black core, the power of time and space. All done. The Black Queen pulled back, leaving those cute lips. She looked at the core on Situ Liu's chest. Wow, didn't think your body could handle that much of my juice. Nice. Guess you're really thirsty for power. She leaped back toward the portal, flashing a finger heart at Situ Liu. I'm counting on you, okay? After the Black Queen left, the dimensional gate slammed shut. In that instant, ripples spread out, signaling time was flowing again. Situ Liu finished her fall from earlier, slamming into the ground and coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Aki was staring down the sharp claws of the demon, who was laughing like a maniac, ready to chop his head off. But a hand grabbed that claw, stopping it dead. The demon was shook that hand didn't belong to the guy in front of him. Huh? What the hell? The blue devil looked over at the other person. He stared in shock at the smoke, hearing a voice coming from inside. How is that possible? I thought Isitu Leo walked out of the smoke looking totally different. Get your hands off him. Her signature white hair was now half pitch black, and her eyes looked just like the Black Queen S. This was her demon form, black and white Situ Liu, rank 4, master of time and space. She lunged at the demon. Touch him again, I dare you. Warping space, her hand instantly closed the distance, slashing him. He yelped and scrambled back in surprise. Oh? Are we the same species? Situ Liu scoffed. Same species? I ain't nothing like you, filth. The other demon tried to act cool. Whatever you are, kill her, it charged at her. Situ Liu just stood there, weaving a spell with her hands. Suddenly, a massive cube materialized above the demon's head. The cube slammed down, crushing him. He couldn't move an inch. You can manipulate space? He struggled weakly, clawing at the ground to stand. Don't underestimate me. Ha! It's just one block, not enough to kill me. Situ Liu smirked. Who said there was only one? Dozens of those blocks appeared around him. Furious, she slammed them all down at once. Something cracked, and the demon screamed in agony. The ground where he stood was now a crater, deep and empty. He was gone. Dusting her hands off, she walked toward the last demon standing. Seeing her power, this demon started freaking out. His limbs were shaking. Just how deep did that space attack bury him? There's not even a corpse left. She glared at him. You are up next. The demon trembled, backing away. Why does this tiny human feel so terrifying? He stammered. Wait, I don't get it. What exactly are you two? Actually, save your breath. I can tell just by looking you're one of us. That rare space power and your friend. You've got this energy that terrifies us. What the hell are you guys anyway? Situ Liu calmly gave the same old answer. We're human warriors. The demon laughed out loud and said, Human warriors? You actually believe that crap? That power just now was only stage 1 level. In a blink, you hit stage 4 strength. Hell, even if we were stage 5, we couldn't handle you. Before it could finish, Situ Liu rushed in and tore that demon in half. You're too loud. She stood there silently looking at Aki, then bent down to stroke his cheek. You always saved me before. This time, I'm saving you. She collected the demon's spirit stone and helped Aki up. Let's get out of here. At the exit of the bone burial fortress, a knocking sound echoed. Knock, knock. 2 warriors outside checked the speaker system and confirmed they were humans. One warrior went back to open the gate. As it opened, there was Situ Liu helping Aki walk out, covered in battle scars. She said wearily, Aki, we made it out. Before she could finish, she collapsed. Seeing that, the 2 warriors rushed over. Get them to the treatment room, quick! When they looked behind the gate, everyone froze in fear at the scene before them. It was a bunch of demons crushed by space compression. Holy crap, what is this? How did they even get here? Dozens of demons were being crushed by space or skewered through their bodies, making for a terrifying and gruesome sight. In Situ Liu's dream, a voice suddenly appeared. I knew I didn't pick the wrong person. You suit my power perfectly, little sister. You even have a dormant precognition ability inside you. I am very curious and looking forward to it. Situ Liu opened her eyes slightly to see another version of herself. She suddenly jolted awake, staring at the ceiling, then sat up in bed. This is the infirmary outside the city. Looks like we were saved. Who was that in my dream? She lifted her hand to look at it for a moment. My wounds are already healed. What's going on? Those injuries were serious, but it's like they never existed. Situ Liu felt her memory go fuzzy. Why can't I clearly remember what happened inside the fortress? My head hurts. That part of her memory felt like it was covered by black fog. Suddenly, a hand draped a jacket over her. You saved me and got us out, Liu. She turned to look at Aki as he continued. I heard the story from the guys who brought us here. You held on all the way to the gate. That's pretty badass. Situ Liu started, remembering the recent battle, and turned to ask Aki. Aki, are you okay? Are you hurt? Aki smiled and answered, totally fine, just some small scratches, nothing to worry about. Then his voice dropped, sounding a bit sad. Just some small scratches, nothing to worry about. Sorry, I was too careless. My body felt off inside the fortress. Because of that elemental core, we almost died. Situ Liu suddenly realized something, looked around and asked, Oh right, your elemental core, where is it? Aki held the core in his hand, waved it around, and showed it to her. Don't stress, I've got it right here. When I woke up, I found it tucked in my clothes. Did you put it there for me? Thanks, you are really thoughtful. Situ Liu looked suspicious and said, I did that? Aki said, Anyway, we achieved our goal at the Bone Burial Fortress. Next, we need to find somewhere safer. I need to try refining this core. Situ Liu stepped off the bed, looking thoughtful. Yeah, okay, let's tell the medical staff then. She put on her jacket and walked out, saying, Once the paperwork is done, we can leave. Aki watched her looking so healthy and smiled, saying, "Sure," but a moment later, he felt something was off. "What happened inside that fortress? Liu, why do you have the same aura as me now?" The two of them drove away from the medical station outside the city. Situ Liu turned to Aki. "You need a place for seclusion?" Aki drove and replied, "Yeah, somewhere I can focus my mind completely." "I probably need some time to study this elemental quartz fragment so I can fuse with it easier," Aki thought to himself. Based on the demonic element's ability to use all elemental forces, this quartz piece contains the last one I need, the earth element. If I fuse all 5 elements, and then use the quartz to merge the 5 elements into one, what will happen? Situ Liu spoke up. "I heard my dad mention something once. Some Class B cities or higher have training rooms for rent. They usually for warriors to train, so they might fit your needs." Aki replied, "That's perfect. There's a Class B city not far ahead. Let's check it out." At Salamanca, a Class B city built with ancient architecture, it looked ancient on the outside, but was a modern commercial hub on the inside. Aki and Situ Liu got out of the car and walked into the bustling streets. "This place seems pretty famous." "Yeah, I see a lot of warriors walking around who aren't locals." Situ Liu saw 2 warriors with guns on their backs and looked surprised. "Huh, there are even Hunter Squad members hanging out here." Aki smiled. "Oh? A city girl like you knows about Hunter Squads?" Situ Liu replied. "That's just common knowledge. Hunter Squads are human warriors who don't live in the cities. They roam the wastelands with no fixed place to call home, mostly to explore and scavenge for resources. They usually work in small groups, have super strict requirements for individual skill, are heavily armed, and are highly organized. Salamanca might only be a Class B city, but it's a rare commercial hub." Hearing her explanation, Aki exclaimed, "No wonder other warriors are allowed in. Since it's a developed trade city, hopefully we can easily find a suitable training room." Inside a shop, a loud voice rang out. "Huh? 3 battle points? What the heck is that?" The shop owner looked at Aki and said, "Are you serious? You're a warrior, and you don't know what battle points are? Battle points are the exclusive currency for you warriors. You guys can use them to buy stuff in any city." "Aren't you a warrior? You've got a stage 4 core. How do you not know this? Are you just cosplaying?" Situ Liu cut him off, pointing at the machine on the table. "Battle points are linked to your ID. Checking your balance is simple. Just put your finger in this machine to scan." Seeing how knowledgeable she was, the guy exclaimed, "This beauty really knows her stuff." After listening to the explanation, Aki put his hand into the machine. "Ooh, cool. Let me try," he thought to himself. "In my past life, battle points didn't even exist. We just split resources equally among everyone. If you needed something, you just filed a request. Times really do change fast." A moment later, the machine announced the result: 0 battle points. The people around looked at him and then everyone burst out laughing. "Is this punk here to play games or what? 0 combat points. Bro S got nothing, yet he wants to rent a training room." The shop owner turned red and screamed right in his face. "You think mocking me is funny, huh? 0 combat points. You are broke but you want a room? This little brat is just here to start shit, isn't he?" Aki just chuckled and dug a finger in his ear, thinking, "Man, am I seriously that broke in this life? Why does this vibe feel so weirdly familiar?" The owner kept ranting. "My training rooms are the absolute best in this area. The cheapest one is going to cost you at least 600 combat points a day." While they were yapping, over at the console, someone swiped their hand to check a balance 1.2 million combat points. Turns out it was Situ Liu. She told the owner, "Book me a spacious room." Aki, the owner, and every bystander had their eyes popping out of their skulls, jaws on the floor. She snapped, "Hurry it up." In reality, her other identity is the filthy richest person in Helos City. Then the owner guided them toward the back. Aki muttered, "I owe you one for this. I'll pay you back full later." "Don't worry about it," the owner kept rambling. "Right this way, my precious, beautiful, lovely VIP customer." Aki stepped up beside her and asked, "I knew your family was loaded, but I didn't think you were that level of rich." Situ Liu thought to herself, "Dad always told me to stay humble. It's all their fault for laughing at Aki." The owner walked ahead and pointed to a door. "This is the spot." The 3 of them stepped into an insanely massive room. The owner started explaining that this place was huge, with an area of nearly 200 square meters. The floor, ceiling, and walls are all reinforced with heavy-duty materials. Plus, there's a balcony at the back that's a special rest area. If anything goes wrong during training, you can hide underground. How about it? Not bad, right? "My training rooms are the cream of the crop." Aki walked in. "Not bad." Standing outside, Situ Liu replied, As long as you like it, we'll take this one. As for how long, we'll settle the bill when my partner is done. The owner grinned ear to ear. Yes, 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 no problem at all. I'll get out of your hair now. Just holler if you need anything. Situ Leo stepped into the room and told Aki. Aki, I won't disturb you anymore. Use the place however you want. I'm gonna go take a walk around the city, then I'll rent a room nearby. I also need to tally up our loot from the last few days. Aki replied lazily. Cool, I'll hit you up when I'm done. Oh hey, it's getting cold out. Here, borrow my coat. Situ Leo blushed, then snapped loudly. Who the hell wants to wear your coat? Then she stormed off, and both of them started doing their own thing. Aki set the core down. I have to get stronger. I am definitely breaking Desa out. He recalled the phantom of Desa, the old 6th seat because of resisting the current new king. His arms and legs were shattered. The new 6th seat, and the new king I am coming for all of you. The backlash from the demon power this time proved that he couldn't just rely on the demon's strength anymore. I have to make my own base power stronger too. He began extracting the earth element from within, using it on myself first, then fusing it with the 5 great elements. He chanted a spell, and the core began to glow. Answer me, elemental core. Meanwhile, Situ Liu walked through the bustling streets, lost in thought. On the way here, I think I remembered something about the city of buried bones. It feels like some kind of power suddenly awakened inside me. My strength hit stage 4 in a blink. It's a power that feels incredibly strong but totally alien. It is thirsting for battle, craving to get stronger like something whispering in my ear. Is it another version of me? Is my body just that desperate for power? What the hell is this force? I still don't have a handle on it. While she was pondering, she noticed a long line forming somewhere. The arena is amazing. No cutting in line for tickets. Turns out it was a place for gladiatorial combat. The fighters' arena where warriors from all different factions gathered. So this arena ranking is a huge draw the arena weight. Maybe I need to fight to actually control and master this mysterious power. I don't care what that voice inside me is mumbling about. One thing is for sure, I'm going to fight to get stronger. If I'm joining the arena, I'd better hide my identity. Suddenly, she heard a hawker shouting, "Masks! Get your masks here! Special nano cloaks for fighters!" She went over, bought a mask, and put it on. That's right. I want power. I am done being a burden. I want to let anyone or any demon look down on my strength ever again. If there's some mystical force waking up inside me, then I'm gonna be the one to control it. She walked inside, and the manager paused his ticket counting. Staring at the pile of cash he'd made, the manager sighed happily. We're making a killing today. Situ Liu stepped right up to him and asked, Hey boss, I want to fight in the arena. How do I join? He beamed back at her. Oh, welcome, female warrior. What's your rank? Real name or alias is fine. Stage 4 fighter, call me Situ Liu. Seeing a new sign-up, the manager grinned like a blooming flower. Welcome, welcome. The Sakalaman Fighter Arena welcomes you. Do you want to participate today? Or, Situ Liu tilted her head slightly, I can fight right now. The manager's eyes crinkled with delight. That is perfect. It's been ages since the female fighter arena had fresh blood. The power rankings in the South are pretty much set in stone, so we rarely get new female warriors. If we hype this up, we were going to make a fortune. Thinking that, he whipped around and screamed at his staff, Get over here! Show her the way! Take this lady to registration, now! A young guy came sprinting over, sounding panicked. Coming! I'm coming! When he got close, he bowed respectfully and pointed down the back hallway. Please follow me. As they walked down the long corridor, the kid stammered, I've already registered you on the computer, miss. Fighter Situ Liu. So I'll give you a quick rundown of the arena rules. Situ Liu watched a pair of fighters helping each other hobble toward the exit. She cut the kid off, surprising him. Just Situ Liu is fine. You don't need to be so formal. Hearing that, the kid flashed a happy smile, though he still stuttered. Okay, then I'll call you Big Sis Situ Liu. Situ Liu walked behind him, looking totally aloof. Whatever. Hey, what's the highest rank among the fighters here? Currently, at the Sakalaman Arena, the top fighter is a 5-core warrior. But don't worry, Big Sis Situ Liu. That's in the male fighter arena. The highest rank in the female arena right now is the same as yours, stage 4. Since she hadn't done her homework, Situ Liu was curious. You mean the arenas are split by gender? That's right, the number of people in the male bracket is huge. It's really rare for female fighters to join this kind of arena. Situ Liu moved gracefully behind the kid, asking, Why split them up? Wouldn't a mixed arena be better? It used to be a mixed arena, but word is the guys couldn't handle fighting the girls, so they complained. Talking about it, the kid got all shy. Said it was embarrassing for them. Even if they won, it felt weird, so they split it up. Eventually, barely any female warriors showed up. Situ Liu heard that, and was not vibing with it at all. Strength decides the winner. There is no such thing as losing face. Whoever said that is just a self-righteous weakling. Hearing that, the kid blushed hard. So cool, freaking dope. He closed his eyes, nostrils flaring with admiration, clenching his fists and breathing heavy. Ah, big sis, you were so right. Warriors use strength to decide who wins. Hey, sis. He was about to chat more when a blinding light hit them both, so he just pointed forward. We're here. In front of them was a huge area with an octagon-shaped arena, buzzing with the roar of the crowd, the female warrior arena. Situ Liu felt a bit overwhelmed seeing all this. Phew, so many people. If I wasn't wearing a mask, I'd be freaking out right now. She pulled herself together and looked at the arena, asking the kid, I just go up there, right? Yup, good luck, Sister Situ Liu. If you win, there's prize money. Since she was a rich girl, she didn't give a crap about the cash, so she turned back and asked, surprising him. Prize money? Is there anything else besides that? Yeah. The kid rubbed his nose, sounding unsure. Ranking? Your rank on the arena board goes up. It's kind of like an honor thing. That's good enough. She marched straight toward the stage, her robe fluttering in the wind like a boss. Nothing matters more than a warrior's glory. Seeing her like that, the kid just stared, dazed. Then he blushed, covering his face. He felt like he was seeing a bright moon in the dark night sky. I think I'm in love. The announcement blared out fast. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are lucky today. Situ Liu was standing tall on the arena. Our female warrior arena has a newcomer. Let's welcome the Stage 4 warrior Situ Liu. The crowd went wild. Woohoo! It's been forever since we had a girl fight. Hurry up and fight! Situ Liu looked up at the screaming crowd. The reaction is intense. Guess female warriors really are rare here. I wonder what the guys' arena is like. The MC saw the heat rising in the stadium. Looks like you guys can't wait. Then let's invite our other challenger, currently the only other female warrior we have, our goddess of the arena. A gate lifted, revealing a girl holding a huge fan with a Stage 4 badge on her chest. Situ Liu was shocked. What? The only female warrior left? She looked at the ranking board and saw just one name, Dazzling Linghua. Really, just one person. Following the MC's voice, a flirty girl stepped onto the stage, thirst trapping the audience. Welcome, Dazzling Linghua! I love you all, boys! The crowd erupted as she walked out. Finally, we get to see the beautiful Linghua fight. Linghua, step on me! Situ Liu looked at the girl's outfit and pose, totally confused. She closed her eyes and sighed. I get it now. I see why normal female warriors don't come here. This place has turned into a joke. Dazzling Linghua looked at Situ Liu with those sparkly, seductive eyes. Are you my opponent? Hello there, please go easy on me. I'm Dazzling Linghua, Stage 4 Blue Core. Situ Liu introduced herself simply. Situ Liu, Stage 4 Black Core. She thought, ever since my awakening, I can feel strong space-time energy. To figure out my exact powers, I need to go all out. She looked at the miscongeniality in front of her, feeling unsure, but looking at this situation. Linghua's pretty lips parted in surprise. Oh, a rare black core? And wearing a mask? I'm so curious about you, little sister Rakshasa. She struck a cute pose and reached out. If you lose, you have to take off that mask. That's a bet with big sister, okay? Seeing Linghua's glam look on the big screen, the crowd lost their minds. Linghua, you are so hot! Situ Liu didn't want to say anything, but she hated this flirty vibe, so she shut it down with one sentence, staring right into the camera on purpose. Such a drama queen. If we both Stage 4 warriors, then fight me seriously. After speaking, both of them released their core energy. Alright then, Situ Liu versus Dazzling Linghua officially starts now. With a deadly serious mindset, Situ Liu instantly got into a defensive stance the moment the MC yelled start. On the flip side, Dazzling Linghua just tiptoed gracefully. Are you ready to watch my beautiful dance? Hearing that, Situ Liu was full of question marks again. Dazzling Linghua started dancing like a fairy, bright flowers blooming with every step she took on the stage. She winked and smiled at Situ Liu, singing a song that made the arena feel super romantic. The MC narrated, beautiful thorny flowers bloom wherever she goes. It's the classic Linghua steps. How lucky we are to see this, absolute perfection. The crowd screamed their heads off. There it is, keep dancing, Linghua. The MC watched Situ Liu standing still and commented. Looks like Situ Liu dropped her stance. Did she give up facing such a massive attack? Linghua kept dancing closer to Situ Liu with a sweet, gentle look, surrounded by glitter and flowers. She was mid-song when whack! Situ Liu slapped her straight in the face, twisting her features into a mess. The audience's eyes popped out of their sockets in disbelief. The MC wasn't doing much better than the crowd. The guide kid was stunned too, but at least his eyes stayed in his head. One hit KO. Dazzling Linghua was foaming at the mouth, passed out cold on the floor. Behind the mask, C2 Leo was totally disgusted. You're even more ridiculous than that trashy young master I met at Bone Burial Castle. I couldn't even feel a stage 1 aura from you. Your skills are just for show. Her voice rang out, silencing the whole stadium. It's because of people like you that female warriors don't get the respect we deserve. Warriors exist to fight. She clenched her fist, radiating pure killing intent. Stop insulting the word warrior and stop looking down on us. Damn it. Hearing that, the guide kid shivered with pure joy. Whoa, this is actually, he threw his hands up in the air. So freaking cool. Big sis, Situ Liu, you were amazing. The fanboys in the crowd. The crowd looked totally clueless. Then bam. They ripped off those flowery pics on their shirts and swapped them for Situ Liu logos. Everyone started screaming, Situ Liu, you're a freaking legend. Big sis, destroy me! The MC rushed out to the ring, announcing that Situ Liu took the win. Taking out the opponent with one slap? That's just insane. Her aura is off the charts. Let's hype her up for hitting #1 on the rankings. But Situ Liu looked at the MC like he was trash. Ugh, what a bunch of childish games. This solo ring is pointless. You can just scrap it. Take me to the men's ranking board already. The guy thought his ears were broken and just stared at her. Huh? Say what now? Situ Liu flared up this sick blue energy all around her and made it crystal clear. I said, I want to challenge the men's ring. Scene switched to the jam-packed market in Salomon City. Everyone was walking their own way, but they all turned their heads to gawk at this dude carrying a little girl on his shoulder. Yo, look at that guy. Is he seriously walking around in a bathrobe? And is that his daughter riding on his back? What's his deal? Gotta be his little sis. He looks super young, like barely 20. Ignoring all the gossip, Jidiao just held Little Bean's hand and grinned, while she sat on his shoulder looking totally deadpan. After squeezing through the crowd, the kid looked around curiously. She spotted a stall with those super sweet red candied hawthorns and pointed right at him. I want that. Jidiao held onto her leg and walked up to the stall. Oh, this stuff? Heard it's sweet and sour. The owner chimed in. You want to buy some candied hawthorns? The owner turned to his candy stick tower, eyes literally sparkling with hype. My candy is the sweetest in the whole town, I swear. Jidiao just looked up at him. Little Bean was reaching out, totally desperate for a bite. Then the dude just grabbed the entire straw tower full of candy, scaring the crap out of the owner. Sure thing. He lifted the whole tower and handed it to the kid. The owner was so shocked he stumbled backward. This guy has zero manners. He just walked off, leaving the owner with question marks floating over his head. That should last you all night, right? Let's see what else is fun around here. The owner finally snapped out of it, sweating bullets, and yelled, Hey, hold up, bro! You didn't pay me yet! Hearing that, the dude in cloth slippers stopped dead. They both turned around. Zidiao had his eyes closed like he was deep in thought. The little girl just stared at the owner, totally clueless. Seeing them stay silent, the owner got ticked off and rolled up his sleeves. What are you staring at? Trying to dine and dash? Think you are tough? Believe me, I'll beat you up. I used to be a fighter in the arena back in the day. Finally, Zidiao opened his mouth. The human world is such a drag. Suddenly his eyes glowed with this creepy purple energy, like it was gonna suck the whole world in. The owner looked straight into those eyes. Suddenly the owner's eyes went blank and bloodshot. Zidiao's voice echoed out, Go home. Like a zombie, the owner turned around and walked away. Yes, sir. Little Bean chatted while shoving a bunch of candy into her mouth. The vice captains and captains have all left the city. Standing against the light, Zidiao's face was shadowed, but you could see his bright white teeth grinning. That is right. Just go kill a few random human warriors around the city. They'll panic instantly. He squinted his eyes, smiling. Humans are so weak and gutless. He looked up at Little Bean with a grin. Once you finish the mission, slaughter this whole town. Hearing that, Little Bean crunched right through the wooden stick, grinning like a maniac. You got it. Back at the arena, the male fighters heard the MC screaming his lungs out. A female fighter was actually challenging the men's ranking. This is a historic first, folks. The MC beamed, pointing to the entrance. Everyone, look to my right. Right now, give it up for our challenger, Situ Liu. As he finished, Situ Liu walked out with her hands in her jacket pockets, looking absolute boss. The crowd went wild. She's so cool. Go wreck those guys, sister. As Situ Liu stood next to him, the MC gestured to the opposite entrance. At first, none of our male fighters wanted to accept the challenge, but after some negotiation, he pointed his hand dramatically. A dude walked out looking super salty, his Tier 4 core glowing blue on his chest. Please welcome our first contender, the Tier 4 warrior. Iron Hand Blade. He stared her down, thinking, a Tier 4 female warrior, same level as me, but she's got a rare black core. The MC backed off, leaving the two opponents staring each other down in the middle of the ring. I'll leave the stage to our fighters now. Rule 1. Don't cripple them. Rule 2. Don't Don't kill them. Shake hands. Iron Hand stood there arrogantly, extending a hand with a fake-ass smile while looking down on her. Let's have a good match, Situ Liu. Honestly, if there wasn't a bonus, I wouldn't even bother fighting a chick. Just as their hands were about to touch, Iron Hand whispered something that made Situ Liu freeze. Situ Liu, let's make a deal. He grinned like a total creep. How about we team up and split the winnings? It's a win-win. I don't lose anything, and you get to look cool. What do you say? Situ Liu didn't say a word, just stood there staring at Iron Hand like he was an idiot. Getting no answer, he ground his teeth, getting super annoyed. Did I stutter? Situ Liu looked at him with pure disgust and walked away. A fighter like you isn't even worth shaking hands with, realizing he just got totally dissed. Iron Hand stomped the ground hard. You want to do this the hard way? Fine. I don't give a damn about the rules anymore. He flipped through the air and charged straight at Situ Liu. Die! He threw a punch that ripped through the air right at her head, but she leaned back and dodged it easily. Even though he missed, he still smirked. 4 blades popped out of his left arm like a fan. You were pretty flexible, huh? While Situ Liu was still moving, she leaned back to dodge the right hook, but he slammed his left hand down. Perfect timing to slice you in half. Situ Liu's blue eyes locked onto his arm. Those blades came down fast. It looked scary as hell. It seemed like Situ Liu couldn't dodge in time. Boom! The punch smashed the ring, cracking and sinking a huge chunk of the floor. The audience covered their eyes, terrified. Holy crap, did he just kill her? Is she dead? The MC stared as the dust cloud started to clear. Iron Hand's smug, grinning face appeared. A full power strike from Iron Hand. Did he actually just murder his opponent? That's against the rules. While he was still gloating, a shadow appeared behind him, glowing with green light and aiming straight for his head. Only when that green glow was inches from his face did he realize it was a hand wrapped in green energy. He scrambled back in a panic, staring dead ahead as a slashing sound cut through the air exactly where he just stood. That terrified him. Damn it, what the hell is that? Why is there someone else in the ring? Iron Hand whirled. Saber's eyes bugged out, searching for answers. Then he saw Situ Liu, half her body on the ground, the other half floating in midair, arms still outstretched. He was totally lost, but the announcer was losing his mind. What is up with Situ Liu? Holy cow, she was hiding a trump card all along. Situ Liu slowly pulled her body back together through the spatial rift she made. Looks like she wasn't planning on quitting. Under her mask, she cracked a smile, thinking, Dad was right. Being backed into a corner really does unlock your potential. The crowd went absolutely wild seeing this. Is this the power of a black core? What an eye-opener. Let's go, Situ Liu. Iron Hand whirled. Saber gritted his teeth, annoyed but also super jealous. Black core powers are freaking creepy, but man, do I want them. Gonna steal it. He immediately put his dukes up like a boxer and zigzagged straight at Situ Liu. Iron Hand whirled. Saber unleashed his agile core skill Viper Dash. Facing the assault, Situ Liu just calmly closed her eyes and mumbled, first, a fake with the left jab, then a right hook if I dodge it all. Just then, Iron Hand's left fist came flying in. Situ Liu's eyes snapped open, glowing with a green light as she whispered, finally, he'll put everything into a left-handed world saber strike. Hearing her mumble threw Iron Hand off. He thought, why does she know exactly what I'm thinking? Situ Liu channeled her spatial power into one hand and grabbed Iron Hand World Saber's left wrist tight, freezing him in shock. Well, that's simple then. She instantly used her spatial powers to warp right above his head. She grabbed his other arm and stomped hard on his back, smashing his chest into the floor. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Situ Liu looked at her handiwork, totally satisfied. Controlling your hands is all it took. Iron Hand World Saber, eyes bloodshot, gritted his teeth, thinking, my left arm energy hit the pressure points. It's paralyzed. Isn't this a green core warrior technique? How the hell does she know that? Seizing the moment while Situ Liu was still close, he clenched his steel-plated fist, pumping energy into it while staring her down. You want to beat me bare-handed? Huh. Seeing this, the announcer screamed, Contestant World Saber is manifesting a backup nano gauntlet. I can't believe he can operate gear on both hands at once. That's a powerhouse with a 40% sync rate for you. Iron Hand whirled. Saber's eyes flashed, and he threw a punch with his enhanced arm straight at Situ Liu's face. So arrogant. Just as the fist was about to smash her face, Situ Liu triggered her power, opening a spatial rift right underneath it. Immediately, a palm strike shot out of the rift, knocking Iron Hand World Saber's fist upward. Seeing his attack fail and him get shoved back, the announcer shouted, Contestant World Saber just got shoved back by a hand from another dimension. He's losing his balance. He's stumbling back. Situ Liu chuckled behind her mask. She figured it out. So that's it. I remember now. My power is space control. I can see the future. She pulled her hand back, brimming with confidence as dark energy swirled around her. Suddenly, the announcer's glasses started beeping like crazy. He couldn't believe it. Situ Liu's sync rate is skyrocketing. Those glasses were actually a sync rate scanner. It was a pricey gadget, not as accurate as the big machines, but super portable. His jaw dropped as he clutched the glasses, staring at Situ Liu as the numbers climbed. It hit 42%. It's not stopping. 50%, 60%. It's still going up. What the heck? How is that possible? Are my glasses broken? Meanwhile, memories flooded back into Situ Liu's mind. I remember everything that happened at the Bone Burial Citadel. The one who gave me this power, emotions crashed over her like waves as she realized the truth. It was a demon. Across from her, Iron Hand World Saber tensed up, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. A sync rate that high? What the hell are you? Not letting him finish his nonsense, Situ Liu focused energy into her hand and raised it up. Instantly, a transparent cylinder materialized, crushing down on where Iron Hand World Saber stood. Before he could react, the cylinder flattened him, making his eyes bulge as he spat blood. The audience watched in terror. Holy crap, what kind of power is that? Is Situ Liu seriously that strong? Crushed into the floor, one eye swollen shut, Iron Hand World Saber still wouldn't shut up. Damn it. I'm ranked 10th in the male division. How could I lose to some chick? I'd rather die than accept this. Situ Liu stepped closer, making him flinch. You got guts. She summoned a whole cluster of cylinders hovering in the air. Iron Hand World. Saber felt his scalp tingle with terror. Situ Liu stared at him with ice-cold eyes. Now, he was genuinely terrified. One cylinder flattened him. A whole bunch would send him straight to hell. I give up. I give up. From now on, call me Chicken World Saber instead of Iron Hand. The announcer threw his hands up, laughing. Iron Hand surrenders. Unbelievable. Situ Liu is such a badass. Congrats on taking down the 10th ranker. That's her first victory in the male division. The crowd in the stands went into a frenzy. Situ Liu, step on me, queen! The atmosphere was electric, so the announcer seized the moment. Situ Liu, will you accept another challenge? Tell us your choice. Situ Liu, looking absolutely stunning under the moonlight, turned around without hesitation. Next, the announcer confirmed it, sending the arena into a meltdown. Situ Liu says she'll keep fighting. So cool. Let's go all the way. Fireworks lit up the sky, signaling a sleepless night of celebration. Tonight is huge, folks. We're gonna watch Situ Liu fight until the sun comes up. While Situ Liu was tearing it up in the arena, Aki wasn't slacking off in the training room. Panting hard, he looked down at his chest and cursed, "Damn it, it's been half a day and I can't sense a single wave from the quartz element. Regular breathing techniques are useless." But he quickly got his head back in the game, visualizing the elemental cycle. Fine, I had zero experience with this in my past life anyway. Gotta chill. Elements or whatever. It's my first time messing with this kind of power in this life. Just gotta close my eyes and feel the vibe of my body. I'm still missing the earth element. If I stack all 5 elements in one body, imagine the insane power boost. Suddenly, it clicks. Aki snaps his eyes open. Demon elemental power. He rubs his chin, sorting through the data in his head. If this so-called elemental force is just a spin-off of demon power, then human breathing techniques are totally useless here. Do I gotta act like a demon just to sense the energy inside? Aki sighs, eyes closed, roasting himself. What a joke. I wanted to get strong on my own, without mooching off that demon power. And here I am, relying on it anyway. Zap, crackle. The room lights up as red energy starts leaking from the core on his chest. In a flash, his chest core shifts to the 5th stage symbol. Boom, elemental quartz activated. Stone hands burst out of the floor around him. Energy shockwaves go wild. Next thing you know, the room's choked with dust, can't see anything but a shadow. Dust settles, revealing Aki's sharp gaze and those massive stone hands hovering behind him. He grins, totally satisfied. Earth power, I can feel it. As Aki wraps up his transformation, his demon aura spills out, catching Zidiao's attention nearby. Little Bean notices the vibe and ducks her head. What's up, Zidiao? He doesn't answer right away, just zones out for a sec, then shakes his head. Nah, nothing. Probably just paranoid. Zidiao gazes down at the city lights, switching gears. So, you ready? Little Bean? The girl perks up, her pretty eyes locking onto him. I've been training you since you hit the 2nd stage. Zidiao grins. Aki looks up, serious. I am counting on you. Don't let me down. Crush this mission, and you'll earn your rank up to the 5th stage. Little Bean shuts her eyes. Pop! 2 horns sprout from her head. When she opens her eyes, she's gone full demon mode, wrapped in purple energy. I'm ready. Perched on the highest tower in Jiang City, she spreads her arms wide. Let's get this party started. Tonight, in Prosper City, the hype is real. Everyone's dragging their friends to catch the arena fights. One guy suggests it, and the whole crew follows. Word is, there's a crazy strong fighter girl over there. Goes by Situ Liu, I think. Oh, I know her! She's soloing the male arena. That's unheard of. We gotta go see. Yeah, heard she already wrecked a few guys. Before he could even finish, the crowd stamps toward the arena. Inside, the MC is getting an update from the staff. Boss, feels like the whole city is rushing us. We are totally maxed out. Hearing that, the old man stammers like he is dreaming, then jumps for joy. For real? I'm gonna be filthy rich. Rich! Meanwhile, the ticket guy is going through hell, dealing with wave after wave of people desperate to get in. Everyone's shoving. Ticket. I need a ticket. Gimme 10. It's a mosh pit. He loses control and just screams, "We're sold out. Stop pushing. Seriously, stop." Nobody listens. They just storm toward the arena. He fumes silently. Thanks to you jerks, I can even go watch that hottie fight. Center stage, the crowd is going nuts, chanting her name with pure fire. Situ Liu, Situ Liu, Situ Liu. The star of the show stands there, looking down on her opponent like a queen. Meanwhile, the guy is gasping for air, thoughts racing. What the hell? Since when did Salamanca City have a female fighter this insane? His eyes narrow, replaying her moves in his head. She wiped the floor with guys holding rare black cores. That fighting style, it's definitely rare space magic. But it's weird. My speed is my best weapon, yet I can't get an edge on her. It's like she's reading my mind. Then it hits him. This kid, no, this warrior, she's got more than just space power. To test his theory, he summons his weapon. I thought I was pretty tough, but she handles herself like a total pro. Damn it, I'm gonna look like such a loser. Seeing him pull a dagger, Situ Liu muses. A dagger, huh? I used to rock one of those. She summons her own blade. Let's see who's better. Whoosh! She lunges at him before he can blink. Using space magic to warp distance and boost frontal speed? Cheap trick, is she mocking me? Furious, he grits his teeth and charges. Bring it on! They clash at lightning speed, but the more she attacks, the more he backs off, scheming something. He deliberately blocks her strike with his dual blades, parrying it hard enough to knock her weapon away. He looks smug. He smirks. Just needed the right moment to disarm you. So? Still think you can beat me with a dagger? He powers up his blade and lunges. Caught off guard, she uses her space magic to blindfold him, then sweeps his legs. He goes flying across the ring. Humiliated, he scrambles up, cursing. Damn it, why can't I see a freaking thing? Suddenly, the MC announces, out of bounds. Situ Liu takes the win. She does it again. Next up, she takes on the #1 ranker. The guy freezes, then yells back, hold up, who said stepping out of the ring means I lose? The MC stammers, it's always been the rule, nobody's ever just used it like that. The guy screams, I don't care, I want to keep fighting. Tell the next guy to wait a sec. Boom! A massive mace slams into the ground, cutting him off. He shrinks back, gulping in fear. The #1 ranked fighter strolls onto the stage, oozing confidence. The MC hypes him up. Here he is, the current champion, undefeated for 6 straight months. They call him the strongest 5-core warrior. He's top tier among the free fighters living in Salamanca. Rumor has it he's only a hair weaker than the captain. Give it up for the current champion, the Lulan dancer, Cario. As the MC shouts, Cario struts arrogantly right into the center of the ring. Behind him, the crowd's whispering, totally skeptical. Is this a joke? She's challenging the champion straight up? Isn't that a bit much? Why is everyone so quiet? They're murmuring questions back and forth. Meanwhile, a staff member runs over, frantically talking to the old MC. Boss, are you seriously letting Big Sis fight that guy? This feels wrong. Can't we suspend the match? But the old man just snaps back at his useless concern. What do you know? I'm just respecting her wishes. She came here to challenge him, didn't she? He turns back to the arena, looking weirdly excited. I just need to leak this news, and ticket sales will jump 10 times over. I'm gonna make a boatload of cash. As for those two, who wins or loses has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, Situ Liu is staring Cario down, analyzing him. 5-core, huh? I actually want to see the gap in power between me and a 5-core warrior. Suddenly, Cario speaks up, snapping her out of her thoughts. You are a really interesting warrior. I've watched every one of your matches. Your spatial power is freaky, and your prediction skills are pretty impressive, too. Then he unleashes a wave of killing intent to intimidate her and continues, not bad at all. Even among the 4-core warriors, you're a powerful existence, one that makes me want to beat you to a bloody pulp. Sensing his bloodlust, she immediately drops into a defensive stance, ready to predict his next moves. This guy's killing intent is on a whole different level compared to the others. It's like he knows exactly what I'm planning to block. I see it. He's using an aerial skill to suppress me. Great. Then I'll use my spatial power to warp behind him for a surprise attack. Suddenly, his staff smashes right into her face, cutting off her thoughts and knocking her flat on her back. He laughs. What are you staring at? Trying to use your prediction to find my weak spot? That's useless against me. Getting smashed like that makes the masked girl doubt her own abilities. She wonders, what the hell? I clearly saw that coming. Where did I go wrong? Situ Liu stands there thinking. His moves just now were different from what I predicted. Why? Is my prediction ability glitching out? Cario glares with murderous eyes. Hey, Mask Face, if you are too much of a noob, I'm afraid I can finish you off properly. He spins his weapon behind him like a propeller. Because I don't want people saying I'm bullying a weak little girl. That would just ruin my mood. Situ Liu is furious hearing that, but she forces herself to calm down and looks up. I was a little surprised at first, but congratulations, you've successfully pissed me off. She steadies herself, watching his footsteps closely as Cario grips his weapon. Oh, you mad? He says, rushing towards Situ Liu. I like him feisty like you. At the same time, her prediction ability kicks in. The left, he's going to grip the end of the staff and spin it hard to attack from the left. She quickly raises her dagger, ready to strike. I see it clearly, but then Cario attacks from the right, catching Situ Liu completely off guard. The right side. She can't react in time and takes the full force of his blow. Cario knocks her flying, shouting, I'm going to crush that mask and your skull right along with it. The audience panics, clutching their heads and covering their mouths. Oh my god, another hit straight to the face. That Cario is brutal. He really lives up to his reputation from the hunting squad. Did Situ Liu's mask fall off? I'm dying to see what she looks like. Meanwhile, Cario realizes something isn't right. Wait, she actually blocked that attack. Situ Liu doesn't have a scratch on her. She was just knocked back a bit. The MC watching the match screams. It turns out Situ Liu risked it all at the last second, using her dagger to block that strike. It was so fast, we thought she took another hit to the face. Situ Liu's hand is trembling. She looks a little shaken. So fast, I barely reacted in time. The MC watching the match screams. It turns out Situ Liu risked it all at the last second, using her dagger to block that strike. It was so fast, we thought she took another hit to the face. Situ Liu's hand is trembling. She looks a little shaken. So fast, I barely reacted in time. The MC watching the match screams. It turns out Situ Liu risked it all at the last second, using her dagger to block that strike. It was so fast, we thought she took another hit to the face. Situ Liu's hand is trembling. She looks a little shaken. So fast, I barely reacted in time. If it weren't for the sheer force of that blow, I would have almost forgotten he has a red core power. In Cario's eyes, I'm just prey being hunted by a demon. His speed and power stats are way beyond mine. So this is a 5-core warrior. Her eyes flash with determination. I get it now. It's not that my prediction is glitching. It's that he's using high speed to throw out a bunch of feints to confuse me. What I saw was just one of his fake moves. To beat this guy, she decides she has to rely on her black core ability. Situ Liu stomps her foot down hard, cracking the ground. I have to take the offensive. She flickers in and out of sight, rushing forward like the wind. Cario's eyes flash with deadly intent. That position-shifting spatial ability again, trying to take the lead. Cario swings his weapon up and crouches low. A woman being too aggressive isn't cute. He activates his secret technique, Lulin's shadow treading dance. He moves at breakneck speed, swinging his staff relentlessly at Situ Liu. The naked eye can't even keep up. Cario shouts, no matter which direction you pop out from, my staff will smash you. Your moves are useless against me. He's gloating inside. Spatial powers are definitely annoying. But I just need to guard against the skill. Besides, my best defense is offense. In an instant, Cario creates a ferocious tornado. The MC standing far away yells out, holy cow! Cario's staff just spun up a tornado reaching the sky. If we weren't in this arena, this whole building would be destroyed for sure. Cario shouts a challenge, come and get it! I'll guess where you are and then smash you like a game of whack-a-mole! Situ Liu's voice rings out, you underestimating my spatial ability. As soon as she speaks, she appears right at Cario's ribs. One thrust pierces through. Blood sprays everywhere. Cario leans back, screaming in pain before collapsing. Unable to attack, he sits there looking up at Situ Liu. Damn it, my leg is cut, I can stand up. But how did she appear from right under my feet? It's not just simple spatial movement, she can actually phase through things. Situ Liu looks down at Cario, radiating power. If your speed is going to be a problem, then I'll just cripple your speed first. Relax, it's just a flesh wound. Go see a healer, and you'll be fine in a few days. Or, if you beg me, I might use my green core to patch you up myself. Cario trembles in fear. Damn it, I underestimated the power of the black core. And is her aura really only at the 4-core level? Situ Liu stands up, smirking at him. Bro, you were literally just a dartboard now. The crowd screams their heads off. Whoa, Situ Liu's power is on a whole other level compared to that Kala guy. Kala's attacks are totally useless against Situ Liu now. A 4-core wrecking a 5-core? That's sick! Just then, a staffer comes huffing and puffing to the gate, looking totally freaked out. Why do I keep hearing screaming from the ring? The match isn't over, don't tell me big sis Situ Liu is getting owned? His eyes are full of fear for Situ Liu. That Kala guy is the Thunderlord, and he's famous for being a ruthless psycho. Big sis Situ Liu rushed this. How is a 4-core supposed to beat a 5-core? I gotta stop this match, even if it kills me. But the second he steps through the gate, the MC's voice booms out. Situ Liu is totally dominating. Is the Southern Warrior Arena getting a new champ today? The MC takes a sec to plug some merch too. Go buy the badge set now. It's the first ever gorgeous souvenir for Situ Liu fans. Resale value is gonna skyrocket, trust me. Only 1,000 made. The staffer finally relaxes, totally amazed. Big sis Situ Liu is the real deal. The MC turns to the staffer. Situ Liu's got this in the bag. Why are you standing there like a moron? Get over here and cover the commentary for me. The MC is grinning ear to ear. I'm gonna go sell another batch of goods outside. Every second is money right now. The MC runs past him, adding, make sure you keep the crowd hyped up. The staffer runs over too. You got it. He grabs the mic from the MC. Let me witness the moment you become champion, big sis. He looks super pumped. Leave the support to me. He hugs the board and screams with everything he's got. Is Situ Liu gonna take the Southern Warrior Arena title today? Let's watch and find out. Everyone cheers along. The MC is in a great mood, skipping away. Let me calculate if this goes well. I could make 2 or 3 months worth of sales right now. La la la. Situ Liu is seriously my money tree. He walks past a little girl and suddenly freezes. He stops dead in his tracks. He turns back to double check. A kid? He warns her. Hey brat, you can't hang around here. You lost or something? Where are your parents? A voice answers from. Right there. Parents? Little Bean looks up with black sclera and red pupils. Little Bean doesn't have any. The MC is terrified out of his mind. Are you a demon? As soon as he finishes his sentence, Little Bean sends him straight to meet his ancestors. She looks over at the commotion where everyone's chanting Situ Liu's name. Oh, seems lively over there. Little Bean walks toward the noise, leaving the MC's corpse behind like it's trash. Below the stage, the intro continues, mixed with the roar of the crowd. The atmosphere is on fire, everyone's eyes glued to the ring. Today, a female warrior is about to become the champion of the Southern Arena. She's proved that being a warrior isn't about gender, it's all about raw power. Kala is focusing, trying to summon his strength. Suddenly, a mysterious frame pops up right behind him, shoving him towards Situ Liu. Caught off guard and stumbling, Kala tries to regain his balance while Situ Liu preps her weapon and charges straight at him. Shocked by what just happened, he grits his teeth in rage. The necklace on his chest flashes red like it's hiding some kind of power. Son of a bitch, pushing me around like a toy. You want to beat me head on? He counterattacks, swinging his mace right at her. Situ Liu readies to strike, but suddenly a vision of the future flashes before her eyes, making her freeze. What the hell was that feeling? Why do I feel so anxious all of a sudden? That flash was way too real. Seeing her distracted, Kala seizes the chance and swings his mace right at her face. Gotcha. Whoosh! The mace slices through the air but hits nothing. Instead, she stomps hard on his head and lands gracefully. Touching down, she thinks back to that vision. For just a split second, I felt a massive demon aura appear. Mae. But we're in the inner city, how is that even possible? How could a demon be here? Confused, she realizes the feeling is familiar, stirring something deep inside her. I can't be wrong about that sensation. That was definitely a demon's aura. The demon power inside me can smell its own kind. Kala is screaming in pure rage. Motherfucker, I can't believe I'm losing this badly. I'm gonna kill you today, I swear. Up in the stands, everyone's laughing and mocking him. Did you see that? That's our champ. Kala got stomped on the head and fell flat on his face, amidst the noisy roasting from the crowd. Situ Liu doesn't give a damn. Instead, she's scanning the area. Everyone's totally confused by her weird behavior. Big sis, what's wrong? You looking for something? Huh? Why isn't Situ Liu attacking? Yeah, she's just looking around. Why is she spacing out like that? Situ Liu, keep attacking. Her weird actions are driving Kala crazy. You looking down on me? This bitch has zero honor. He talks big, but inside he's screaming. Shit, that stab wound hurts like hell. Normally I would be rushed in and bashed her by now. Suddenly, Situ Liu tries to negotiate. You probably won't believe me, but I just felt a demon's presence. Just for a split second. Let's call a truce. You're a warrior, aren't you? Hearing this, he doesn't believe a word and just mocks her. Where's this demon, huh? This is the B-rank city, Salamanca. How could a demon be in the inner city? Are you actually stupid or just pretending? Before he can react, a hook pierces straight through his chest from behind. What is this? Is this another one of your abilities? Before he can finish, he gets blown to bits. Behind him, Little Bean stands there with a sneer. Ah, a 5-core warrior? Why so careless? Sensing danger, C2 Liu jumps back, scanning the area on high alert. A kid? No, that's a demon. The audience hasn't processed her appearance or Kala's death yet, waiting for the announcer to say something. She turns to look at the announcer, seeing him slumped back in terror, speechless. Damn it, it's a demon. Everyone get out of here, now! The crowd is totally confused. Huh? What's she screaming about? I can't hear her. Something about a demon? What happened to Kala? Wait, when did that kid show up? As if hearing the gossip, Little Bean glances back, making them gulp in fear and scramble to escape. Is that really a demon? Run! Stop pushing! A demon in the inner city! Move it! Watching them trample each other to get away, Little Bean gives a sarcastic smirk. I only scared them a little, and they're already losing their minds. Humans are such a bunch of freaking cowards. Meanwhile, Situ Liu's over there frowning, trying to wrap her head around this kid. Like, how the hell does a demon turn into a little girl? While she is suspicious, Little Bean looks totally shocked, but not because it's hard. This mission is way too easy for her. Hunting down the 6-5 Elements warriors? Piece of cake. The kid gives this creepy, sinister smile. She needs to wrap this up fast. After all, her master said once the mission is done, she can slaughter the whole city. Hearing that, C2 Liu freaks out and snaps back. 4th era demon, what the hell are you planning by breaking into this city? Little Bean finally notices her and goes, wow, a female warrior. Rare find. Then she mutters, 1 minute. Master said it takes a B-rank town about 1 minute to react to a demon. Once I'm exposed, you human warriors will come running within 60 seconds. C2 Liu glares at the kid, her eyes sharp as daggers. Shape-shifting at will? This isn't your average demon. But Little Bean cuts right through her thoughts, asking, hey, this is a martial arts arena, right? 1 minute. Let's fight. What do you say? Scene switch. We see our main guy sitting in a house when he suddenly jumps, sensing some weird vibe coming from the inner city. The inner city's been acting up since yesterday, but why are there 2 massive demon auras flaring up now? Aki definitely feels it too. Sensing something's off, he looks outside, deep in thought. Am I just being paranoid? He frowns, looking dark, but then shakes it off to focus on the real problem. No, I can't let anything distract me right now. An orange light glows around him. He lost focus for a second, and he's already sweating bullets. Not good. The stone on his chest lights up, pulsing with that orange glow. This elemental quartz is special because it can grant power. It gives warriors elemental power because it holds the pure energy of the 5 great elements. Usually, you can't control raw elemental energy, but if he can resonate with it, he can pinpoint the exact earth element he needs. He's sitting on this giant stone statue shaped like a hand. The design looks like a human body, almost like a throne, which makes him look super creepy sitting there. Aki's face is locked in, totally focused on the resonance. Just need to finish resonating and absorb the earth element. Then I'll have all 5, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Next step, fusing them all together. He's more determined than ever, his spirit hyped up, ready to face whatever happens. Meanwhile, back outside at the martial arts arena, everyone is stampeding toward the emergency exits. It's a total mess, people shoving, crushing, and trampling each other, pure chaos. Screams are everywhere. Move it, quit pushing. Thousands of voices trapped in that tight space. People are starting to lose it. Fear takes over, making them act like crazy sewer rats fighting to survive. Little Bean cups her ear, listening to the panic with a sick, satisfied look on her face. She looks like she's about to break into a happy dance. The screaming, the crying she sighs, sounds like music. Suddenly, she freezes. Little Bean's red demon eyes go wide as she giggles. Master Chidiao said humans are low-level creatures who get scared easily. Fear is such a pathetic emotion. It makes you lose your cool. It makes you lose your mind. She points at herself, bragging with pure pride. But us demons? We don't have that problem. We don't let feelings mess with our actions or judgment. We are superior beings. Situlio just watches silently, her face scrunched up in disgust. She's not just hostile, she's shaken, wary, reminding herself to stay sharp. She knows she can't let that innocent kid act fool her. Seeing that green aura leaking out, Situliu is 100% sure this is a high-level demon. The way it talks and thinks is totally different from the trash she has fought before. Gripping her weapon tight, Situliu shouts, "Who is this Chi Diao you keep talking about? How many of you freaks invaded the city?" Suddenly, Little Bean is right behind her, radiating gloomy vibes and whispers, "Dawn T forget." You only have 1 minute. Little Bean attacks. Those green lights turn into razor-sharp needles shooting straight at Situliu. Luckily, she reacts fast, using her spatial teleport skill to dodge. Little Bean looks stunned, totally surprised by Situliu's power. Spatial powers? Little Bean finally gets serious, eyeing her opponent. The scent on you, your aura is strong. Who gave you that power? Black spatial ability? Is it him? Just as Little Bean says that, Situ Liu unleashes her full power. Green energy explodes everywhere. For a second, it looks like the phantom of some super powerful, high-ranking demon is standing there. Situ Liu is shook by the demon girl's strength. She drops to one knee, struggling to stand, hand over her face. The energy is insane, so pure. Definitely a high-level demon. She figured out my power was a gift instantly, but who is this him she keeps talking about? She needs to make the kid talk. Situ Liu comes up with a plan. Trick her. She says, "That's right, it's him. We're on the same side." So, why did you invade the city? Little Bean's face goes dark and scary. Evolution mission. Seeing the kid get defensive, Situ Liu jumps back. Evolution mission? Don't demons level up by devouring each other? What the hell is an evolution mission? Little Bean freezes, looking confused, then smiles that creepy smile again, walking towards Situ Liu. Devouring to evolve? Ha! That's how low-level trash evolves. Before Situ Liu realizes it, Little Bean is right in her face. We have more than one way to grow stronger. Situ Liu is processing this new info, so her reaction is a bit slow and awkward. "Oh right," she says, trying to play it cool, thinking to herself, "Damn, the other warriors donned to know this. I need more info. Who is this guy?" Suddenly, Little Bean grabs her hand, but something feels wrong. Little Bean smirks. "If we're on the same side, how could you not know that? You're lying." A sharp blade strikes straight at her. "Crap, I'm off beat, can't use my spatial move." Situ Liu barely dodges the death blow. Looking back at the damage, she's terrified. Before she can catch her breath, Little Bean grabs her and casts Blazing Light Bind. But this time, Situ Liu is faster, countering and dashing behind the demon kid. Lucky for me, I have been grinding in the arena, so my skills are way sharper now. Just gotta get my head in the game and aim right for the back of the neck. Situ Liu saw her shot and lunged straight for Xiao Duzi's neck. But even with a blade right at her throat, that demon didn't even flinch. It was like Situ Liu suddenly saw something sketchy and bailed, stopping her slash midair to get away. Self-destruct? Then Xiao Duzi's voice echoed through the smoke. "Your spatial arts are kinda trash, making me switch forms like this." Hearing Xiao Duzi still talking smack, Situ Liu was totally shook. Wait, it wasn't to self-destruct? As the smoke cleared, blue flames started flaring up around her. Whatever, I was planning to use my true form for this gig anyway. Xiao Daozi stepped out looking like a beast in her original blue flame form. Situ Liu was stunned. Original form? How many freaking secrets is this demon hiding? Wrapped in those blue flames, Xiao Duzi walked up to her and growled, "I'm out of patience. I've got a job to do, so I'm gonna tear you to shreds." Meanwhile, outside the arena, the soldiers were scrambling everywhere to check the situation. Damn it, why does crap always hit the fan when the captain and vice captain aren't around? Is it really just a coincidence? Another soldier shot back. I know, right? It feels weird. Usually these demon attacks follow a pattern. We always handle them just fine. But the last few days, it's like the demons are plotting something. There have been brutal massacres popping up all around the city. Even the supply runners got jumped out of nowhere, and a bunch of high-level fighters got taken out too. That's why the captain set up this massive sweep operation to keep Salamanca safe and the economy running. Who would have thought we'd get a report of a demon inside the city on day one? Yeah, it's sketchy. Whatever, let's just go check it out. With 3 4th-stage fighters like us teaming up, a normal demon won't stand a chance. We're all candidates for vice captain, so don't you dare look down on us, you damn demon. Up on the roof, the demon Zijiao just ignored their yapping and smirked. Strange, huh? Guess I gotta make these accidents look a bit more convincing next time. Humans are such weird creatures. They ignore what's right in front of them and obsess over things that don't matter. Anyway, time to see how Xiao Dozi is doing. Back in the arena, Xiao Dozi and Situ Liu were still going at it hard. Situ Liu, rocking her Situ Liu persona, eyed those blue fire attacks and thought, I definitely can't let those blue flames touch me. I can feel the insane heat coming off them even from here. But before she could finish that thought, Xiao Dozi shot forward like a rocket, wrapped in blue fire, and mocked her. You keep dodging and wasting my time, Miss Soldier Lady. Situ Liu wasn't having it and charged right back. Don't call me Miss. It makes me want to puke. She opened up a spatial dimension and shoved Xiao Daozi inside, but the demon didn't even panic. Pushing me into a subspace? Useless. Your human tricks can't hurt me. But then Situ Liu grabbed onto her, and suddenly both of them shot straight up into the sky. Xiao Daozi was totally caught off guard. This chick just launched her into the air. How the hell did she manage that? What level is her spatial power anyway? Dragging someone with you isn't a basic skill. I've only seen top-tier human officers pull off moves like that. Has someone actually mastered spatial arts to this level? Is her power seriously connected to that lord? Situ Liu glanced at the burn on her arm. Just one touch and it was already that bad. I can only handle this because the demon power is reinforcing my body, right? Gotta act while her spirit fire core is up in the air and weaker. She gripped Xiao Duzi's arm tighter and smirked. This move is supposed to be for grappling enemies on the ground by launching up, but now I can use my spatial powers to turn it into a fatal finisher. She wrapped her legs around Xiao Duzi's neck, locking her down so tight she couldn't break free, even in her blue flame form. Then she pile-drived her into the ground like a missile. The impact was so fast, Xiao Duzi couldn't do a thing and took the full force of the hit. Situ Liu's mask cracked and fell off. How many other demons like you snuck in here? Talk! Xiao Duzi ground her teeth in rage, unable to believe she was getting owned by a human soldier. She snapped back, furious. The one who gave you that spatial power, was it Lord Black King Qi, one of the great kings? There's no other way you'd have power that high level. Who the hell are you? Hearing that, Situ Liu thought back to Black King Qi, the figure that haunted her memories. That woman, Black King Qi. Who is this king? Do demons seriously have kings now? I thought the 7 stones were the highest level demons. So what rank is this Black King Qi? Pinned under her boot, Xiao Duzi shouted in rage. You damn human, you filthy soldier. You are clearly using our demon power, yet you act all high and mighty. Master Diao was right. Humans really are just a bunch of low-life scum. Suddenly, Xiao Duzi's arm snapped and purple flames exploded out. Situ Liu got blasted away, her body paralyzed. Is this a mental attack from the purple core? How did it evolve into the 5th stage already? Xiao Duzi dragged herself up and sneered. Master Diao's gonna be so disappointed if he sees me like this. You actually forced me to perfect my power, didn't think you'd push me to go all out. Her form was now a 5th stage demon, dual core style. The soldiers sensed the power spike and charged in. It's a 5th stage demon, stay focused. So what if it's 5th stage? The 3 of us together can take her. As they charged the 5th stage demon, Situ Liu whispered weakly, No, don't come here. The demon laughed and looked down on them. Ignorant humans, you guys aren't even worth being my targets. The 3 soldiers froze in terror. The dual-core 5th stage demon turned, pointed at them, and shouted, Soul-binding voice, freeze! Then she chanted a death spell. Blood splattered everywhere. She turned back to Situ Liu and said, But you're different. You're worthy. Xiao Duzi watched with glee as Situ Liu trembled, struggling to stand up. You've got what it takes to be my target, the target for my assessment mission. That chick slowly walked toward her. High-level demons like us get to evolve if we pass our assessments. And my test? I gotta kill 6 5th stage soldiers. Total citywide slaughter. She thought back to how her master played this whole city like a fiddle. Just to make my life easier, master baited those annoying vice captains out of town. If those human fighters teamed up, they'd be a massive pain in the neck. But hey, there are still a few 5-core warriors left inside. That'll do. You might only be a 4-core fighter, but your strength. She glanced over at Situ Liu, whose clothes were shredded, body covered in cuts, frowning and barely holding it together. Is totally worthy of being my target. She gritted her teeth, but inside her mind was a total mess. What the hell do I do now? That thing is a dual-core demon, way too overpowered. I'm no match for it right now. What should I do? Aki! Her thoughts suddenly froze. She brushed her hand through her hair, memories flooding back all the hardships they survived together. Weird, why am I thinking about Aki at a time like this? Before she could snap back to reality, the enemy raised her hand. Dark energy spilled out, condensing into a black orb. All right, whatever. I've wasted way too much time on you. The orb expanded, sucking in everything around it. Thanks for the entertainment, though. That comment snapped her back to the present. The flames got sucked right in. The demon stomped the ground, cracking it open. Situ instantly accelerated, flashing toward her like a lightning bolt with an attack ready. Die! The demon was so fast, Situ Liu could only widen her eyes in shock, unable to react, but suddenly her eyes popped open as she was yanked into another dimension. Then, a voice echoed out, I can't interfere too much. Little sister, we are all existences who want to protect something, and I've already given you power. Floating naked in the water, she suddenly opened her eyes. You're starting to get the hang of spatial skills. But how well you use them, that depends on your own enlightenment. Black King Qi appeared right behind her. She just scoffed at the sight. You're just a demon. Her power exploded outwards. And you're lecturing me about enlightenment? Back in reality, the enemy noticed something was off as she charged. Boom! A massive burst of energy knocked the demon back. She looked surprised. Such domineering energy? Lord Black King Qi definitely gave that to you. Who the hell are you? Aren't you just a human warrior? Lord Black King Qi betrayed us demons, yet you are only using your own moves. I don't care, she said, slowly floating up. I have to accept this power without a second thought. To protect him, I just need to keep getting stronger. Blue lightning began to gather around her. Infinite evolution. The demon gritted her teeth in fury. Don't think accepting our demon power puts you on our level, you stupid human. She summoned a phantom of a monster with a giant mouth. As for what Lord Black King Chi is planning looks like to get that answer. I'll have to bring your head back with these sharp teeth. She looked down at the demon, totally unfazed. Try it then. Even if I die, I'm taking you down, you dual-core freak. She immediately launched her own attack. The two moves collided. A massive shockwave lit up the whole city. Elsewhere, Ji Niao, wearing a loosely tied bathrobe, looked up at the sky. I absolutely hate this kind of weather. Boom, boom, boom. So damn noisy. While he was busy hating the sky, someone shouted at him. Hey, you! A group of people ran toward him. The man in front yelled as he ran. What are you doing strolling around here? Don't you know there are demons in the city? He calmly held onto his robe so it wouldn't blow away, walking toward them. There are demons in the city, and you guys want to go over there and annoy them? His expression darkened, eyes locking onto them. Oh wait, my bad. You guys want to go over there and take them out? The leader got pissed and lunged forward to interrogate him. Are you a resident here? Where exactly do you live? ID card? He was on high alert. Damn it, I heard a humanoid demon appeared. Xiniao just smiled and raised his hand. He looked totally relaxed, but kinda provocative. I'm just a passerby. Don't get so worked up. He reached into his robe. I've got ID. Let me show you. He dug around for a long time, making everyone tense. Then, he pulled his hand out, made a finger heart, and winked. Hey! That totally snapped the crowd. You bastard joking around at a time like this? Whatever you are, I'm gonna rip you apart. He smirked. No. Suddenly, purple energy and monster phantoms appeared behind him. This really is my ID. He drifted toward them, snapped his fingers, and the energy rushed forward. Before they could defend themselves, they screamed and dropped. A drop of blood accidentally splashed onto his face. He wiped it off in disgust. I hate blood. You really should have just left me alone. Seriously. He scrubbed the blood off and turned away, flipping his robe. Rude humans. After walking a bit, he stopped in front of a large training hall. He seemed to notice something. So it's coming from here, that weird energy. He flared his aura and walked into the building. All right, let's take a look. Aki was still focused on training, energy cycling through his body. Earth element, ready for extraction. He meditated, fusing the element into his mind. Great. First, stabilize the earth element in my body. Now I've got all 5. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Let's try fusing all 5. Energy radiated from his forehead, making him frown. Didn't expect absorbing the earth element to be this draining. One slip up and the energy flow could cut off instantly. This isn't easy. Phew, focus! The earth element slowly merged into him. Can't get distracted, or it's all for nothing. On the first floor, someone shouted from the door, Boss, why's that kid using such a huge room all by himself? The owner rested his chin on his hand and sighed. You don't understand the joy of being a sugar baby. You tell me, what sugar mommy would like a guy like me? Suddenly, the TV started blaring. Breaking news, suspected demon presence in the city. All residents are advised to stay indoors. Do not go outside. The shop door swings open while the TV screams out some emergency broadcast on loop. Meanwhile, Xi Niao just waltzes right inside. The owner freezes, totally shocked. Someone gets in Xi Niao's face and yells, Yo, what's your deal? You don't look like a fighter. Did you miss the news about the demons swarming the city or something? We reclosed. Get lost. But the guy just ignores him and keeps walking. Now the owner getting pissed. Hey, this is a private training ground for fighters. You can't just barge in. But the guy just mutters one word, twist. Instantly, everyone's neck in the shop snaps backward. He thinks to himself, so, a training spot for fighters, huh? Does that crazy energy vibe really belong to some human trash? He keeps strolling inside. Which room is it? Someone asks, Who the hell are you? He answers, Kill. Then, not you. Someone else screams, Where'd you come from? Get the hell out. Kill. Not you. He leaves a trail of blood at every door he passes. Seriously, which room is it? Meanwhile, Aki is deep in the zone, training hard. Sweating buckets, he frowns and tells himself, Focus your mental energy. The earth element is slowly merging with his consciousness. Just a little more to go. Just then, Xi Niao steps up to Aki's door. He scoffs, Only one room left. Fancy place. He grins, charging up energy. Right into his palm. Human fighter, huh? He blasts the door just to say hello, but out of nowhere a hand pops out and catches the attack, scattering his energy everywhere. Seeing the door without a scratch, he's confused. Huh? Couldn't break it? This feeling, he looks down and sees a hand gripping his own. The hand crushes his grip. The Crimson King phases through the door. Xi Niao freezes in shock. You, the Crimson 8. I remember you. You Ray? The king puts a finger to his lips. Shh. while his other hand snaps Ji Niao's arm like a twig. The Crimson King raises an eyebrow. Keep it down. He glances back at the door. He's at the most critical moment. Even I'm excited to see this. Gotta kill the noise. Instantly, a red soundproof bubble wraps around them. Ji Niao is still freaking out. You're the legend Lord Crimson King. He chuckles darkly. Legend? Ha, guess I really have become a myth. Those guys have been living too comfortably. He instantly clocks who Ji Niao is. You work for the Violet King, don't you? How strong are they now compared to back in the day? The guy immediately slams his head on the floor. Yes, I serve Lord Violet King. The kings are the strongest beings in our clan. That includes you, obviously, Lord Crimson King. The king asks, Me? Look at the state I'm in. It is pathetic. He glances down at the city getting trashed below. You're not weak, probably one of Violet King's top dogs, but I sense another demon in the city. A buddy of yours? Still terrified to look up, the guy answers, Yeah, that's my apprentice. We came to test his strength today. Higher-ups gave him a shot. If he passes, he gets power and a promotion. The king smirks. Let me guess, the mission is to slaughter everyone and wipe out the city? The rules I made back then pretty fun, right? He continues. But not today. I don't want him disturbed. Ji Niao trembles. Him? Isn't there just a human fighter here? Who are you talking about? Is it the guy with that weird energy I felt earlier? The Crimson King looks down at him. Him? He's my little secret. Can't have you running back to snitch to the Violet King's crew. Hearing that, his face goes pale. He jerks his head up, begging, Wait, Lord Crimson King, I swear I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm still loyal to the Violet King. Before he can finish, his upper body explodes into a bloody mess. The king smiles. That's better. Now I'm reassured. He turns away. My secret stays hidden. He steps back through the door. Can't let anyone know. Back inside, the Crimson King starts rambling while Aki trains. Damn, you've grown fast. Actually manifesting elemental power in your mind? Human fighters can usually only handle one attribute, but you're trying to cram in 5. Aki frowns, fighting to focus. Greedy kid. The king floats in the air, watching him. But I like that about you. Hurts like hell, doesn't it? Even with me standing right here, you can't sense me. Forcing 5 incompatible elements into one body. You're lucky you haven't exploded yet. Aki grits his teeth, focusing everything he has. The king cheers him on. That's it. Dive deep into your own mind. For a human, your mental game is insane. Aki the guy they used to call the strongest fighter. Right? He thinks, guess I was right to pick you as my vessel. He stretches. Well, time for me to hop back inside your body. Had to use my spirit form to keep the trash away. Cost me a lot of energy, you know. He just want to stop smiling and rambling. But hey, totally worth it. Your body is going to get a massive upgrade, which is good for me too. Suddenly, lightning crackles around the earth element, spreading to the others. The king blinks. Thunder? Aki's brow is still furrowed tight. Lightning starts sparking in the air above the room. The king realizes something. No way, a massive bolt slams straight into the training building. It obliterates the whole place. Debris everywhere. The Crimson King shields himself in a red bubble, speechless. He asks himself again, why thunder? Aki's elements are binding together like crazy. The king frowns, dragging 5 attributes into one body and fusing them. Is that even possible? The 5 elements keep merging. Aki grits his teeth. Burst! Then he throws his head back and screams. Another bolt slams down. The Crimson King watches Aki floating in a pillar of light. This human, I might have underestimated him. The kid isn't just evolving to the 5th realm. He's controlling and fusing 5 elements to create this unique lightning. He scowls. White lightning so annoying. I hate thunder attributes. With that thought, he slowly fades away. Elsewhere, Situ Liu looks up at the pillar of light, watching the lightning energy shoot into the sky. What is that? Suddenly, something rushes at her. You distracted. The clash cracked the ground beneath them. Xiao Duzi huffed. Crazy, what surprises me is that you are only at the 4th stage, yet you're repacking this much heat. Guess Lord Black King's power is no joke. Situ Liu gritted her teeth, blocking the hits. If this drags on, I'm gonna burn out. Sure, I awakened the 4th stage, but this freak? Definitely a dual-core 5th stage demon. She frowned. The city captains gotta know by now they're on their way. Gotta switch gears. Use my powers to stall for time. Xiao Daozi threw a punch. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Seeing the fist aiming right for her face, she snapped her head back just in time. Cubes started materializing behind her back. She launched them at Xiao Duzi, blasting that witch away. She spread her stance and stomped the ground, summoning a swarm of cubes. A memory of her old training flashed through her mind. If you can't crush the enemy, keep your distance. Watch them, find the gap, find the weak spot. Back in reality, she unleashed a barrage of kicks against the cubes. Her kicks materialized on the cubes surrounding Xiao Duzi. The demon smirked, something weird in her eyes. Spatial powers, huh? Instantly, she hit her with the voice of delusion. The mental attack froze Situlio in her tracks. The demon grinned, easily catching the kick. Then she drove her hand straight through Situlio's calf. She ripped it out, and Situlio scrambled back, retracting her leg. She gritted her teeth. Damn, she put a hole right through my leg. Even with regen abilities, this isn't healing anytime soon. Xiao Duzi smirked. Gen City is on our hit list. It's gonna be a ghost town. Even if I fall, which, let's be real, isn't happening. My master, Zi Diao, she thought of her teacher, puffing out her chest as she charged her magic. He'd wipe this place off the map in a heartbeat. Bottom line, this city doesn't survive the night. So, she launched her attack. Just give up, human soldier. She couldn't dodge, just staring as the blast rushed toward her. I'm dead. Suddenly from the sky, a lightning shield crashed down, blocking the attack effortlessly. Xiao Daozi screamed in disbelief. My technique destroyed by lightning? How is that even possible? Immediately, a demon landed right in front of her. She blinked. Did a 5th stage demon just save me? But then, relief washed over her. Wait, this vibe, Aki, is that you? Aki stood there, rocking his new 5th stage Thunder God form. He raised an eyebrow at his opponent. The demon recoiled in fear at Aki's power. You, who the hell are you? Situ Liu gasped. Aki, it's really you? He nodded. Yeah, it's me. That thing's tough. You did good holding it off. Aki sized her up. Looked like Situ Liu had gotten some demon powers too. She cut in. Aki, watch out. It's a dual-core demon, and it's not some average grunt. It's high level. Its abilities are… Aki cut her off. I know. Chill out. High-level demon? Perfect. That's exactly what I'm here to smash. The demon sneered. You're a soldier too? You and that girl, you both reek of our kind. Aki scoffed. Reek of your kind. Ha! Don't act like we're on the same team. He flared his power. We're the ones who slaughter animals like you. That ticked it off. The demon hated the stinging vibe of his lightning. It had to end him. Fast. Unleashing a massive attack, it roared. All of you just die. Situ Liu braced herself, but Aki stopped her with a tap to her forehead. You are hurt. Dawn to be a hero. He charged forward. I'll take it from here. Aki matched the Demon S power head-on. Thundersnake. His move sliced the Demon S attack right down the middle. The friction between the two energies erupted around Aki, filling the air with crackling sparks as he clashed with the beast. The demon realized, he split my energy apart? My attack was pure, concentrated energy. How could he split it? What the hell is that lightning? A human like Aki was actually making a demon tremble. A protective aura of killing intent swirled around him, shielding Situ Liu. Everything in sight was getting zapped by the static. Looks like Aki mused. Fusing those 5 elements actually gave me something good. Aki thought to himself, this lightning seems super effective against you freak shows. When I fused those 5 elements, I thought I was going to burn alive. It felt like I was being stabbed all over. I was ready to pass out and die, thinking the elements were rejecting each other. Who knew it would fuse into this mysterious lightning attribute? He stared at the power buzzing in his hand. So, how's this gonna feel when I slam it into a demon? The demon saw Aki stealing himself. Huh? You want to kill me? Don't get cocky just because you blocked one attack. Aren't you thinking a little too highly of yourself? It prepared a massive strike. I've already triggered my core potential here. Haha, if Master finds out, I'm definitely getting an earful. The demon thought back. Master, consider this Xiaoduzi being disobedient. But I just really want to use my max power to blow these 2 humans to bits. It morphed into its most brutal form, bursting with raw, demonic power. Aki was strong, sure, but seeing that sudden spike in energy, even he had to be wary of that core potential. What it's talking about, it's probably like our core power. You know, the trick we use to instantly boost our stats to the max for a short burst. Looks like this freak is going all out. The demon spread its bat wings, slamming air pressure down so hard the ground shook. Launching off its claws, it shot up with a burst of blue-purple energy. The air was its domain now. Those bat wings gave it range and a serious speed advantage. Aki tried to seize the moment and attack. The demon roared, "Lock him down!" He barely managed to block with his bare hands. Damn it, the attacks just keep coming. I'm stuck on defense. I haven't mastered this lightning power enough yet. Plus, that core demon is fast, hard to hit. If I keep clashing with a guy camping in the air like that, I'm gonna be in trouble. I can manifest wings, sure, but I can't keep them up for long. Blocking and weaving, Aki shouted to Situ Liu, "Hey Liu, remind me, what's your actual ability?" The core demon unleashed a full-scale assault. Ha! I gotta admit, the way you humans adapted to our demon power, it's actually opening my eyes, the creature laughed. But a pathetic human is still a pathetic human. Even if you borrow the great power of my race, you're still trash. Let's make sure you never speak again. The demon core is going all out. Humans are going to have a hard time surviving this. That power is way beyond just dark space magic. It's a mysterious cosmic vault. This is real demon power. This move is a straight-up city buster. That multi-sided universe is curling in on itself, shrinking down to spawn a trippy black and blue murder tornado, the vile god's great vortex. Suddenly, Aki barked an order at C2 Leo, grabbing her right then and there. Run! It's locked onto us. Move! The monster cackled. Ha ha ha! Run all you want, you punks can't escape my vortex. The vortex obeyed its master, devouring every living thing nearby. It hijacked the demon inside the core, like victory was already in the bag. The blacker it got, the stronger it hit. High above, the demon core gloated. Ha, gotcha, you're toast now, right? But it had no clue Aki had a different play in mind. A tiny rift opened up. A space gate. No way? It heard a noise from behind. I remember now Aki was ambushing it from the rear. Warriors like us never back down. Aki and Situliu unleashed a massive surge of energy downwards. Both of them screamed, "Get your ass down here!" The energy tore the sky open with a massive lightning bolt, slamming straight into little Dowsy. She couldn't fight back anymore. Why the hell is his lightning so aggressive? She gritted her teeth, realizing her body was totally paralyzed. Situliu and Aki jumped down, landing on transparent crystal blocks. Aki leaned forward, looking down with a razor-sharp glare, and spoke up loud and clear. "Lightning paralyzes the enemy, slows you down," he declared with swag. "Tonight is the night you die." Little Dowsy glared with pure hatred. You dare kill me?" Her voice was hard and defiant. "If you off me, my master will definitely come for your heads." Master is an immortal super being. Aki stayed cool in the face of her trash talk. An immortal existence, huh? I don't know what kind of deity your master is supposed to be, but if it shows up, Aki's eyes got dead serious. I'll kill it again and again until it stays dead. Little Dowsy, in her dual core form, went ballistic. She smashed her hand into the ground. "Don't you dare look down on my master. You have no idea how powerful he is." Aki kept his cool, raising his hand to conjure a long weapon. Electricity wrapped around the arrowhead, surging with insane energy. Aki looked arrogant, brimming with confidence. "I don't care how strong you guys are. I just have to be stronger." Little Doozy looked wretched as she stared at the two figures looming over her. Situlio swung her arm, signaling she wanted in. "Aki, let me give you a hand." A stronger push. Aki nodded, giving the green light. She tapped into her own spatial magic. She warped Aki from spot to spot, boosting his speed until he moved like a literal flash of lightning. Aki gripped the lightning arrow tight. Bolts of electricity crackled across his body, tearing through the air as he dove straight down. Two dragons forged from his magic materialized. That was the thunder form in his heart. The two power sources crisscrossed, charging violently toward Little Dowsy. He slammed down, triggering a massive explosion. Smoke and debris flew everywhere, leaving Little Doozy looking absolutely pathetic. She was wrecked, groaning in pain. "Cough, cough, it hurts, master." Memories of her master and her past self flashed before her eyes. The master held Little Doozy up, beaming with pride. "Oh, look what I found, a little kinfolk, and a dual core one at that. Haha, I'm gonna teach you how to evolve and blend in." They went through hellish training together. Little Dowsy's heart was always full of obsessions. The joy of slaughtering humans, I know it. The fear when facing a powerhouse, I know that too. These are just emotions, instincts that even low-level demons have. The image of her and her master on the meadow that afternoon resurfaced. She was so much more innocent back then. But master, what is sorrow? Her master just smiled at her and said, "Not knowing sorrow is a good thing. I hope you never have to feel that emotion." Little Doozy's body began to fade away. "Master, I failed you. Just thinking about dying and never seeing you again, I finally feel it. This is sorrow." Tears streamed down her face. Little Doozy finally understood. As the thought ended, her body completely dissolved, leaving behind only tiny crumbs of energy. Aki landed inside, finally took it down. Situlio clutched her shoulder. That was a high-level demon. Even if it was still maturing, its power was seriously gnarly. Aki turned to her, smiling with satisfaction. "Holding your own against it with just stage 4 warrior stats? You are tough as hell." Situ Liu's face turned beet red. Aki silently sized her up. Liu absorbed demon power too. Dunno if that's good or bad, but I gotta keep an eye on her. Spotting the injury on her leg, Aki asked, clearly worried. "How's your wound holding up?" Situ Liu looked down and rotated her ankle slightly. "I used the 6-core energy to keep it in check. It's pretty bad this time. If I want a full recovery, I need a place to lay low and heal." A purple energy signature radiated from the distance. They both sensed it. Aki confirmed internally, that's a warrior's aura, and they're definitely not weak. Situ Leo got anxious about the aura. I know that feeling. The captain-level warriors who went out on missions, they're back. This ambush was planned by this demon and its master from the start. Her eyes darkened as she analyzed the situation. Even if every captain-level warrior left the city, that was probably part of their scheme too. This is the perfect chance to brief the captains on the demon situation and their new plot. We gotta warn them. Demons aren't as simple as they think. Her voice dropped, dead serious. There's something incredibly powerful among them. Maybe even stage 7 or higher, something humanity has never even detected before. Aki was stunned. He didn't expect the girl standing in front of him to be this sharp. She'd already figured it out. Humanity's knowledge of demons capped out at stage 7. We don't even know their specific species. Like that high-level demon just now, even if it was still growing, the power it displayed wasn't something a 5-core or even a 6-core warrior could handle. Aki looked at Situ Liu and asked, "But you think we should stick around, looking like this?" Situ Liu looked at herself, confused. Seeming to read her mind, Aki explained, "You just absorb demon power, so you can't snap back to your normal form right away, can you? You probably know this, but I'm way past the level of a normal warrior. It's because I borrowed demon power," he added seriously. "And now, looks like you're in the same boat. What do you think happens when humans or normal warriors see with how we look, you think they'll take us for humans?" Aki reaches out to Situ Liu, signaling her to come with. "Let's roll. We need to leave, like, right now. Hang on tight." He immediately scoops her onto his back and bolts forward like a shot. "Gonna get those wounds treated, then we hit the road again." Piercing through layers of thick black clouds, rays of light finally decide to show up. Cut to the training room, Sino is lying dead tired on the floor. His body parts are all over the place, but then his hand starts twitching. Some weird new energy wraps around him. Cells, blood, organs, everything starts pulling back together. Bit by bit, he pieces himself back into a whole body, slamming his hand on the floor. Sino looks totally wrecked. Seems that power move he just used drained the hell out of him. Lucky I got this reconstruction revival ability. That Crimson King is a freaking monster. I gotta report this to Lord Violet King immediately. Gotta stop the evolution mission fast and bring Little Bean back. Thinking that, he freezes, realizing something is off. Hold up, Little Bean's aura is gone. Sino is totally shook. He looks out the window, looking painfully lonely. Looking down from above, he spots a group of people chatting. Other squads split up to find clues. "Citizens, please clear the way." Someone carrying a chest walks up to Iron Hand to report. "Captain, these are the core fragments we collected." Inside the chest are a few small stones, probably from a 5 Flags demon, but they are completely drained of energy. Iron Hand turns around. Drained of energy? Then they're basically trash rocks. Whatever, just hand them to the analysis squad, see if they can dig up any info. The guy shuts the chest and nods. "Roger that." Iron Hand grinds his teeth, frowning. This was a weird ambush, felt like it was planned. Caused a lot of high-level deaths. And this arena-turned battlefield, it is still leaking a crazy amount of demonic aura. Looking at the wreckage, he knows for a fact this wasn't some average 5 Flags demon. But the question is, who did this thing fight? Why did it die? And who killed it? Questions just keep popping into his head. And this aura, why does it feel like there was more than one demon? A girl rests her chin on her hand, guessing. If the aura isn't just one demon, maybe it was a death match between demons? He snaps back. "You mean a demon protected the town on purpose? Don't say such stupid crap." Somewhere else, this blonde guy is lining up for his mission, thinking all happily to himself. "Incidents mean it's showtime for me. Feels like the captain's been noticing me lately. Hehehe. Definitely got a shot at that promotion." Suddenly, a hypnotic voice calls from the alley. "You come here." He freezes instantly, then turns and walks toward the voice. Inside the alley, Sino is standing there wearing nothing but a bathrobe. Sino frowns. "Tell me what went down at the arena?" The guy immediately spills the beans. "The demon that attacked the town was destroyed. But nobody knows who did it. I don't know anything else." Sino thinks in silence. Little Bean is dead. He recalls the recent stuff caused by the Crimson King. No, that's not right. If the Crimson King did it, this city would be wiped off the map. He asks again, "What's in the chest?" The blonde guy reports, "Demon core fragments we collected." Sino orders immediately, "Open it." The guy obeys, and Sino stares inside. "Little Bean, let's see who killed you." He glares with soul sight. Purple smoke starts rising from the core fragments, expanding instantly. Here's the deal with soul sight. Basically, it controls consciousness energy to enter the core, letting you see the final moments the core S owner saw. The more complete the core, the more info you get. If it's broken, you get less. The smoke shrinks back down, forming a small screen. It replays the battle from last night. He's shocked. Two human warriors, a guy and a girl. He listens intently. I don't know who the hell your master is. The screen clearly shows Aki's face in his demon form, but I'll kill him over and over again until he stays dead. Hearing Little Bean's last words, "Master thinking of you, I think I finally understand this sadness." He clenches his jaw so hard veins pop on his face. He swipes his hand, slicing the blonde guy's head clean off, then crushes the core fragments in his hand until he bleeds before dashing out. I'll report the Crimson King news first. He walks away, totally losing it. I'm gonna kill you all. Elsewhere, Aki is holding Situ Liu's ankle, healing her wounds. While healing, he says, "That fight drained way too much of your energy. You don't have enough juice left to heal yourself. My wood attribute isn't bad. Just leave the healing to me." She blushes. "Thanks." Inside, she's screaming, "Ah! No one's ever touched my leg before, let alone a guy." She asks, "Aki, where do we go next?" He thinks for a sec. The whole point of coming here was to find an elemental core to fuse with my body. And I did it. I think I should keep moving to gather the info I am looking for. She wonders, info? What kind of info? Her reflection appears in his eyes. He thinks, I guess I can tell her. Besides Lena, nobody knows I reincarnated. Liu definitely doesn't know my plan to break Desa out. He thinks about the two warring sides. The clash between the Dispersion King and the Neo 6 heroes. If Liu and her crew find out, will they stand with me? Aki looks down, dodging the question. It's nothing. I just think it'll be easier if I roll solo for a bit. Your strength is already on par with a 4 flags warrior anyway. You're totally neck and neck with Captain Jiao. She looks worried. You want to set off alone? He nods. Yeah, but I'll walk with you for a bit. I got some stuff to say to Captain Jiao. All right, your wounds are good, but it's gonna sting a little as the skin knits back together. Don't move around too much for now. As sunset falls, he says, let's bounce. She agrees. 3 days later at the Grade C city Hesperos. Tomoe snaps a pic of a bird flying in, then slumps over the windowsill. So boring. She flops onto the floor, thrashing around. When are Liu and Aki gonna be back? It sucks without them here. Sino is nearby lifting weights. Maybe they regrinding levels. He glances at her and grins. We can fall behind either. She rests her chin on the floor, staring at her camera. I know, it's just boring. Without them here, I am bored to death. I gotta get out and grind some levels. Leveling up inside Hesperus City is dragging way too hard. Suddenly, she heard a voice she knew all too well. If it's that slow, how about your captain takes you guys out for a power leveling session? What do you say? She shot up instantly, looking toward the door to see a figure standing there. They all yelled out at once. Liu! Situ Liu just gave a low grunt. Sino rushed over, asking as he ran. Liu, you're back? Where's our bro Aki? She broke the news. He went to find Captain Ji Yao Tong. He's asking to revoke his Hesperus warrior status. Hearing this, the two of them panicked. Revoke his status? In the captain's office, Ji Yao Tong gritted his teeth, his fist smashing right through the table surface. He demanded, resigning from the city? Ji Yao Tong was sitting next to Joel and Jago. He shouted at the guy standing with his back to them. What the hell actually happened? Joel rested his chin on his hand, quipping, so you go out for one training session and now you think you're too good for Hesperus? Aki chuckled, waving his hand. No, Captain. You've got it all wrong. How could I ever be that ungrateful? He explained further. It's just what I need to do next. I don't want to drag you guys down with me. I don't want to implicate Hesperus City. Jago sat with her legs crossed, asking calmly, drag us in the city down? Be clear, Aki. Revoking a member's status isn't some small thing. Aki rubbed his hair, answering Jago. Honestly, I don't even know how to explain it. In this day and age, saying that kind of stuff out loud is basically treason. But inside, Aki was racking his brain. He couldn't just straight up tell them he was a reincarnated Aki who wanted to overthrow the king and the current new 6 lords. He frowned, speaking decisively. It's complicated, and I don't know how to explain it properly, but I hope you guys can trust that I have my reasons. I just really don't want to get you all in trouble. The three of them sat in silence. Then Joel crossed his legs, sighing dramatically. Good kid. You've got a bit of that carefree swagger I used to have. Jago let out a surprised, huh? She challenged him. Joel, that makes 0 sense. You were just going to agree like that? Jago turned to Ji Yao Tong, urging him, Tang, say something. What if he gets himself into some serious danger? Ji Yao Tong frowned in thought, staying silent. Then he stood up, leaning his hands on the table. Aki, it's not that we don't trust you. We're just worried. How about this? He stood tall and declared, if you can defeat the 3 of us, I'll agree to it. What do you think? Jago looked at Ji Yao Tong. She held her head helplessly. Guess I just have to go along with you guys. Aki was confused. Huh? Really? It's just, I'm pretty strong now. Maybe we should try a different way? Ji Yao Tong was firm. Think of it as a test of your strength after your time away. Which one of us three do you want to spar with? Both Joel and Jago were looking forward to Aki's answer. Killing intent flooded the room. Aki put his hands behind his head. How about this? Just to put your minds at ease, why don't you all come at me at once? In the warrior training room. Sina was still puzzled by what Situ Liu had said. So you mean bro Aki doesn't just want to leave Hesperus? He wants to completely wipe his warrior status here too? He lowered his head. So he's drawing a line in the sand with us. Tomoe also spoke up, asking Situ Liu, does Aki have some kind of hidden trouble? Situ Liu looked down at the ground. She said, he didn't tell me the specifics. She recalled the drive back, speeding along a broken highway. The two of them were talking in the car. Aki told Liu, there's something I want to do. It's probably something the current laws wouldn't allow. He thought back to his past, hands still focused on the wheel. Aki continued, it involves my past. I want to challenge some high and mighty powers and rescue an old friend of mine. So, to avoid dragging you guys into it later, I came back to Hesperus with you this time to officially resign my current warrior status. Liu was listening intently to every word. Wind blew her hair back as she turned to Aki, asking, why so sudden? Do you really have to quit? Maybe we can help you. Aki answered firmly, impossible. Liu's eyes went wide in surprise. Aki said, even if you guys knew what it was and were willing to help with your current strength, you wouldn't be able to do a thing. Situ Liu kept staring at Aki, confused by his words. Recounting this to Sino and Tomoe, Situ Liu lowered her eyes. That's how it is. I don't know anything else. Sino and Situ Liu fell silent. Tomoe said, confused, so Aki sees us as a burden? Sino rested his hand on his forehead, closing his eyes. Since we met, Bro Aki has always looked out for the team, risking his life to save others. I've always seen so many things in him that I need to learn from. If he's dead set on this, he definitely has his reasons. I trust him. His shaking hand clenched into a fist, veins popping on his knuckles and arm. But Sino said, clearly annoyed, this feeling of not being trusted, it really sucks. He gritted his teeth. I can't accept this. Tomoe turned to Situ Liu. Liu, you've always hated losing the most, that's why I like you. Are you really gonna just give up this time? Tomoe winked at Situ Liu. Don't you plan on leading us to get some of our dignity back? Sino agreed firmly. Yeah, Captain, we're a four-man squad. We haven't even done a mission together yet. How can we just disband like this? Situ Liu looked at the two of them, touched. Guys, Tomoe smiled, holding up a photo of the four of them on her device. She said, that's right. Our squad of four can't be missing anyone. In the photo, Situ Liu was standing in the back, looking cool and distant. In the front, Sino had his arm around Aki and Tomoe, all grinning happily. Situ Liu parted her lips, then declared, you're right. I can't believe that jerk Aki thought he could just leave the team on his own. Situ Liu turned and walked away. Let's go. We're going to find him. The three of them marched out the door to find Aki, at the warrior combat zone. Aki stood opposite the three people he had just challenged. Joel spoke up. Looks like after getting out for a bit, your standards have gotten higher, huh, Aki? Joel stared straight at him. Smirking like that, you don't take us seriously at all. Don't look down on us. We're the guardians of Hesperus. Ji Yaotong bent down to stretch. Joel put his hands behind his head, looking relaxed, while Jago put her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest. Joel introduced the Hesperus trio of overflowing charisma. Jago objected immediately. That's so unprofessional. You just made that name up, didn't you? Ji Yaotong agreed. Nobody uses a weird name like that. Making Joel groan in frustration. You two are so boring. Aki stood straight, hands behind his back, smiling as he spoke. Sorry for the trouble, captains. So, how are we settling the score? Ji Yaotong stood there with the other two, looking totally confident, ready to go full force to crush him. You think we were messing around, kid? An aura of energy wrapped around Ji Yaotong, eyes blazing, fists clenched tight, ready to throw hands. He called out to Aki. Aki, if you are dead set on ditching your city warrior title, then let us treat this like a final exam. I know you've got crazy talent, and you probably leveled up while training out there, but challenging all three of us at the same time, that's just plain cocky. Aki winked. Got it. I'll keep the captain's advice in mind. The energy core on Joel's chest lit up too. He chuckled. Heh, young bloods, just a bit too full of themselves. Guess we gotta teach you a lesson. Just like that, all three of them rushed at Aki. Joga shouted, all right, since this is a test. Even if Aki's your subordinate, don't hold back. The three of them charged forward. Ji Yaotong wanted everyone to fight for real, to see if the kid actually had the guts and power to roll solo. Ji Yaotong stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath him. I'm taking point. United. Ji Yaotang launched himself into the air, fist cocked back, ready to smash Aki, who was just standing there, totally chill. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, the shockwave glowing and blasting everything away. Through the thick smoke, you could see Aki's hand catching Ji Yaotang's fist cold. Ji Yaotang was confused. What the how? He was stuck in midair, Aki's grip locking him down, surrounded by swirling dust. Aki stayed calm. Captain, I told you, all three of you need to come at me. Inside the cloud of dust, Aki's hand was blocking Ji Yaotang's punch dead in its tracks. Ji Yaotang couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Suspended in the air, Aki's grip was like iron around his hand. Smoke swirled around them. Aki didn't flinch, Captain. Like I said, bring all three. The other two rushing in were shook, seeing Ji Yaotang get stopped like that. Joga yelled out. He blocked Yaotang's attack with one hand. Just how strong did you get, you brat? Both of them stomped on the ground at the same time, cracking the pavement with their raw power. Yaotang Joel, unleash core energy, Joga shouted. Joel flew upwards, combining their strength for one hit. All three took their stances to jump Aki. Aki reached back, thinking he should avoid hitting them head-on. He muttered, transform. Instantly, all three captains felt something was wrong. They got blasted backwards. Aki was now rocking a red demon form, pulling his fist back. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and said, wood, raising his hand towards them. Giant vines burst through the reinforced steel walls out of nowhere, aiming to take them down. The branches slammed hard into all three of their bodies. They were pinned tight against the wall. All three were totally stunned by Aki's attack. He stood down below, raising a hand to control the vines wrapping them up. Joel, getting crushed by the vines, gritted his teeth at Aki. That form no wonder you felt off during the last demon tide. You're a freaking demon. Aki stood there calmly, his demon form on full display. He nodded slightly. Captains, chill out for a second. I've shown you my power, so please trust I don't have bad intentions. I'll explain everything now. The vines slowly retracted. The three captains dropped down in front of Aki to hear him out. Captain Ji Yaotang, you probably remember that Liu and I headed out to the bone-burying keep this time. Ji Yaotang confirmed, that's right. I told Liu to tag along so you'd have backup. They found a small, glowing white crystal. Like I said, I found an elemental quartz there. I accidentally absorbed it and ended up with this insane power. Aki, still in his demon form, gestured as he explained. He thought about how Liu transformed too. Fierce face, horns popping out, claws changing color, looking just like a demon. He continued. Liu got a similar power around the same time. It's just that when we use it, our appearance changes. Eki remembered he'd already prepped Liu on the way back to stick to this story to explain their mutations. Since it involves elemental quartz, they definitely know about it. This makes it way more believable. After all, I can't just tell them we got Demon Clan powers. Joga looked surprised. Liu got the same power as you, so she hasn't even shown her full strength yet? Aki replied, she's not totally used to it yet, needs more practice. Right now, she's about the level of a 4th stage warrior. The three of them were stunned. Yoga questioned, seems like your power is way beyond Liu's though, so what's your actual level? Aki closed his eyes, focusing on controlling his energy. The energy aura flared, and Aki reverted to his normal form. In human state, I'd say I'm a 5th stage warrior. All three of them were so shocked their jaws practically hit the floor. Aki's eyes were still glowing, sparking with a tiny bolt of lightning, but using demon power to control the lightning element that was uncharted territory. That thought flashed through Aki's mind. Joel was hyped. I can to believe it. I've heard of elemental quartz before. You need strength to get it, but you also need luck to actually unlock its power. Jaga chimed in. Guess they both got their own lucky breaks. A 4th stage warrior and a 5th stage warrior for Hesperus City. We are gonna look good. The two chatted excitedly, then noticed Ji Yaotang just standing there quietly. Yaotang, why aren't you saying anything? Ji Yaotang was lost in thought. Aki turned to look at him. Captain Ji Yaotang? That's when Ji finally spoke. It's nothing. I'm proud of you two. I just suddenly remembered years ago, my little brother was about your age. He drifted back to the past. The image of the city covered in darkness, surrounded by flickering red lights like blood. He explained that Hesperus City had faced a small-scale demon tide back then. My brother got taken by the demons. When I found him, he was just a corpse. Ji Yaotang had held his brother's body, screaming amidst the rubble as the city drowned in a sea of fire. A power orb had appeared, blood red. Ji Yaotang continued. Since that day, I swore I'd become a warrior strong enough to protect everyone around me. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Aki with dead serious eyes. As a warrior, the more power you have, the more responsibility you carry. Aki fell silent after hearing the story. So Captain Ji Yaotang had a past like that. No wonder he reacted that way when our squad got taken by demons before. Word on the street is Captain Ji Yaotong went absolutely nuts looking for us. Guess he really misses his little bro or something. The image of a frantic Ji Yaotong searching everywhere pops into Aki's head. Everywhere he went, he looked like he was losing it. Ji Yaotong closes his eyes to focus. Even though I don't know exactly why you want to ditch your soldier status, seeing how you didn't just cave under the pressure, but actually handled it like a boss. He looks at Aki with total pride and says, "As the captain of Yu and Liu, I'm hella proud of you guys." Joga turns around, forcing a smile. "Hold up, Tang Tang, do you mean?" Before he can finish, Ji Yaotong cuts in. "Yeah, I agree to let him quit being a soldier." Aki's eyes go wide, total shock. He puts his hands behind his back while Ji Yaotong stands there all serious. "I trust this kid knows what he's doing. No need for 20 questions. They've got their own choices and their own future." Aki bows respectfully. "Thanks, Captain Ji Yaotong." The three of them stand outside the city, watching Aki's car speed off. Yoga brushes his hair back. That brat really just left like that. Flashbacks of Aki start hitting him. A weak Aki who used to collapse constantly during physical training, sometimes he even passed out right in the commander's arms. She recalls, "Remember how pathetic he looked during the exams? It was honestly sad. How far do you guys think he's going to make it this time?" The three of them stare off into the distance. Joel laughs. "Who knows? But that kid, we definitely couldn't keep him here. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but that brat and the name Aki." The image of a powerful warrior pops into Joel's mind. He continues, "He always reminds me of this legendary existence." Ji Yaotong watches the car shrink in the distance and smiles. Maybe his future achievements will go even beyond that legend. You never know. Under that big blue sky, Aki is tearing up the road alone, chasing his own goals. Driving along, he thinks, next step, I gotta at least hit the 6 core level, then the plan to save Desa will be solid. Seems like there's a swarm of demons nearby, might as well scout it out. If I can snag more cores, leveling up should be easier. Che. Suddenly, there's a noise from the trunk. Aki wonders, is the trunk moving? Bam! A fist punches through and sends the trunk lid flying. Aki freaks out and screams, "Ah! What the hell?" Inside the trunk, Liu, Tomoe, and Sino are gasping for air like crazy. Tomoe yells, "Phew! I was suffocating in there, couldn't take it anymore." Then Tomoe and Sino start grilling Aki. "Lucky for us, Liu told us you were planning to ditch the squad and go solo. Aki, you jerk!" Aki's lips are trembling. He can't even speak. "Eve," then he shouts, "since when did you guys get in the car?" After getting out, the whole squad stands together. Aki speaks up, Captain. Situ Liu looks all shy. She looks down, cheeks blushing, and says, "Ahem, a captain has to respect the opinions of her members." Aki interrupts, "But back in the car, didn't we say?" Situ Liu raises her voice. "I don't want you to." She suddenly stops, pretending not to care, and looks away. I just don't want the squad to break up like this." You don't understand anything." Aki has a massive question mark over his head. Two conflicting vibes appear in Tomo's frame. Her voice is full of blame. "Me and Sino were bored to death back in the city." "You're real nice, huh? You and Liu go out for a trip, come back, and immediately want to quit?" She puts her hands on her hips, eyes fierce. "I absolutely do not agree. No way." Sino raises a hand to explain, "She's right. Since we're a squad, your business is our business." Tomoe nods. "Exactly, that's right." Situ wants to help too. Sino adds, "And if it's something dangerous, you definitely shouldn't go alone." Aki scratches his head, messing up his hair. "I swear, I can't win with you guys." Aki thinks to himself, "Fair enough. As a squad member, I should fill them in. I can't exactly tell them about me coming back to life. But for the rest, it's up to them if they can handle it." Aki pulls himself together, face getting serious. "All right, maybe after you hear this, you'll be able to choose. My situation isn't simple. If you guys get involved, I'm worried about your safety." He continues his story. After talking for a long while, everyone asks in shock, "You want to rescue the person imprisoned by the new king at Phantom River?" Aki calmly replies, "That's right. This is my secret." He closes his eyes deep in thought, then explains, "You all know. This is totally forbidden. Are you guys still planning to?" Tomo cuts him off. Super excited. "This is so thrilling. Whoa, I am in. Fighting the new king, saving a past hero." Sino is also hyped, beaming as he adds, "That's Saki for you hiding such a huge secret. Forget the rest." "I trust Aki. I am joining too." Situ Liu walks over from a distance and chimes in. Aki is confused and flustered, not sure how to handle it. "Wait a sec, your reactions feel kinda wrong. Did you guys actually hear me? We were talking about fighting the new king here." Sino brightly explains, "We, the citizens of Helos, have always been loyal believers of the past king. You could even say without the past king, there wouldn't be a Helos city today." Situ Liu's eyes darken, and she says seriously, My grandfather, Situ was a subordinate of the former six elites. The image of a tall man appears in Situ Liu's mind. He must have been incredibly important to her. Situ Liu continues her story. The image of land being built under the setting sun makes her nostalgic for the past. It was thanks to following the past king's guidance and working with comrades that Helos was built. So, I think my grandpa would agree with this. Aki suddenly realizes something. Ah, Situ. No wonder the name Situ sounded so familiar. He remembers the first time he heard the name Situ Liu, so it was that kid. Looking at Situ Liu, he immediately pictures the brave warrior who charged into battle with him back in the day. I remember when the six elites first brought that kid to meet me. That nervous but honest look he had, time really flies. Aki thinks it over and decides, fine. But if you want to join, your current strength is way off. Nowhere near enough. He looks at them and considers, if you want to help me, I gotta take you to meet this person first. The whole squad's eyes sparkle, asking in unison, who? Scene change. Standing before them is Violina, the former six elite, a six-core seventh stage warrior. She crosses her arms in front of them, asking all confident, train them? The whole squad freezes up like statues. Aki pipes up to ask for help. Yeah, sorry to bother you. Just me alone? Efficiency might suck. Situ Leo, Tomoe, and Sino are all shook. I gotta take a ton of pics of Lena. How the heck does Aki know a goddess like this? And he can actually get her to train us? Lena turns toward the rocky cliff, accepting the gig. Fine, but how strong you get in a short time? That ain't up to me. That depends on you guys. She turns to look at Aki, looking confused. You planning to lead those three? They got potential, sure, but their current strength, she hesitates. Guessing what Lena is thinking, Aki explains, no choice. I am the captain in this life anyway. Lena brushes back her hair, looking satisfied, just like back in the day. More and more people are gathering around him, and he just can't ditch them. Lena wants to dig deeper. So you already fused with that water crystal? And you even figured out the lightning element. Looks like this body of yours isn't as buff as before, but it doesn't let a girl down either. Aki points at himself, totally full of himself. Who am I? I'm Aki, baby. For a sec, Lena's eyes light up. She's surprised, smiling as she thinks. That's right, you're still the same guy. The dude who can do anything. The squad stares at Aki and Lena. What are those two talking about? Can't hear them. But isn't Lena super old? Sino wonders. Yet she looks just like someone our age. Situlio stares at Lena. He explains with total respect. It's the 6 cores, restoring the body, keeping it young, only she can pull that off. Aki walks confidently toward the squad. I want to be a 6-core warrior too. Our goal is before we make a move, everyone needs to hit 5-core strength at least. If not, going there is basically suicide. The squad freaks out. A 5-core warrior? That's something we didn't even dare dream of before. Aki looks at Lena, grinning. So according to plan, I am handing them over to you. I'll level up on my own. He calmly adds, plus, I gotta find a way to boost their power another notch. Lena smiles, thinking deep. Getting them to 5 cores? That's a serious challenge. Lena throws off her cape, looking all majestic and haughty. If you want to get strong fast, we might have to use our old training methods. It's going to be brutal, super exhausting. Can you handle it? The whole squad shouts together, no problem. Scene switches to the main gate of Dawn City. A big jeep bursts out from the gate. Sitting inside is some weirdo, thinking about a certain crystal. If I can find more elemental crystals plus with dual core gear, the results might be insane. Crimson King suddenly appears. It's also thanks to you fusing that crystal. When the time comes, pitch in a little for me. He leans back all chill, crossing his legs on the car door. The crystal you're talking about? I actually know a little something about it. Aki drives like a boss, lightning crackling around him. Thanks to you fusing that quartz too, gave me a bit of juice. Crimson King lounges on the hood. That quartz you mentioned, I know a bit about it. The car zooms down the road, wind howling but not drowning out Aki's voice. Why'd you show up now? I thought you wanted to hibernate for a while? Crimson King glances over. Thanks to your smarts in digesting it. Said. That elemental quartz, or whatever, surprisingly gave me some spirit energy. Too bad it's still way too weak. Memories of savage, horrific scenes flash by. Crimson King continues, plus, helping you deal with that annoying guy last time burned through the spirit energy I worked so hard to get. He closes his eyes and laughs at Aki's frozen, confused face. Whatever, you wouldn't get it anyway. I want to hold it against you. That quartz you mentioned, with your dumb method, you probably want to find a single one in a year, Crimson King says, leaving Aki stunned and looking like an idiot. I can help you find a few with similar effects in no time. Hearing that, Aki slams on the brakes. The car screeches to a halt, leaving long black skid marks on the road. Aki explodes with suspicion inside. What's your method? Why do you want to help me? What kind of scheme you got cooking? The last words trail off as he sees the bulky figure huddled in the corner of the car from the sudden stop. Crimson King grits his teeth. Next time you brake like that, warn me first. Aki sighs. Who told you not to wear a seatbelt? Crimson King ignores the lecture. Before this, did you fight a dual-core demon? A familiar image pops into Aki's head. He turns to Crimson King. Yeah, that happened. Looks like you were watching from the inside. My body doesn't completely block out news from the outside. Crimson King crosses his arms. It's just that the dual-core demon you fought, its level was too low. Otherwise, you would have gotten a demon-subduing core. A deep red stone appears in his memory. Aki's still suspicious. What's a demon-subduing core? Does it work like elemental quartz? Crimson King laughs loud. Ha ha, the effect is way stronger, not weaker. Crimson King looks like a teacher lecturing a student. You should know that normal demons evolve through demons of the same or higher rank. Easy to understand icons appear, but after demons become civilized, that's what's called a king-class demon. Only by fusing a rare demon's subduing core can they jump ranks. Crimson King thinks of others, then continues. You want to help your 3 teammates get stronger? For you human warriors, if you can refine this demon's subduing core, you'll definitely get massive power. Aki turns around. You said the demon I fought was too low level. Does it have to be a stage 6 demon? And how do I refine the demon subduing core? Like how I sense core energy, then resonate and fuse it, and that's it? Crimson King waves his hand, showing off his fancy nails. Haha, no. It has to be at least a stage 6 dual core demon. Only stage 6 and dual core demons or higher have a demon subduing core inside. Aki is on high alert. What kind of scheme are you plotting? Why tell me this info? You planning to suddenly pop out and snatch the demon subduing core when the time comes? Then get the energy to control my mind? He breaks a sweat. Aren't you a demon too? Betraying your own demon race, you okay with that? Crimson King bursts out laughing. Ha! Aside from the 9 Kings era, which includes me, other demons are just chaotic products of the ancient stone tablets. Crimson King looks deep in thought. Forget it. You don't know the first thing about us, Darken. You wouldn't get it even if I told you. Besides, you are seriously underestimating me. It's just a demon sealing core. I wouldn't even bat an eye at that trash. Crimson King speaks with a mysterious vibe, his massive hand gripping the seat next to him. Then, he suddenly lunges sideways. Didn't I already tell you? Aki stares at the figure suddenly pouncing on him, caught off guard. Whoa! What the hell are you doing? A flash of light streaks past. Crimson King pins both of Aki's wrists with a single hand. He stares down at the boy beneath him. I told you inside your body is me, and inside my heart is you. In this life, you are me, and I am you. The two wrestle inside the car. Crimson King says, you want to evolve? Fine. I'll play along, because if you evolve, I evolve too. You get stronger, I get stronger. Crimson King's expression turns dead serious. So don't you dare doubt my kindness. Just shut up and get stronger. Level up, you hear me? Aki grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. This is the Crimson King's power. Even in a weakened state, he can pin me down with one hand like it's nothing. Aki gasps for air, his six-pack abs heaving. Get the hell off me, you bastard. Being this close is making me want to puke. Crimson King lets out a cold snort. Aki snaps again. Let go. Crimson King sighs and hops up to sit on the car's roof. Stubborn little punk. Aki gets serious. So where do I find a dual-core stage 6 demon? You don't know those? High-level demons come and go without a trace? They are total mysteries. Crimson King's eyes light up. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Why are all you humans so damn impatient? I can help you find it directly. Might attract something you can handle. Too much trouble. A strong gust of wind blows through Crimson King's hair as he speaks in a deep, warm voice. I'll tell you how to get what you want, but the rest is up to you. Aki falls into thought. A dual-core stage 6 demon, that's basically a high-level threat. Just thinking about it is a drag. Fine, I got it. I hate that place, and going there is risky as hell, but if what you're saying is true, then it's worth the shot. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the teenager's voice rings out. Hang on tight, we're moving out. Crimson King lets out a surprised, oh? Where to? As the car speeds off, Aki replies, back to Dawn City. Crimson King stays silent for a moment, then asks, hey, how do you buckle this seatbelt thing? The sky turns dark as headlights cut through the distance. Aki stops the car. We're here. I'll park here for now. It's a blind spot for the town. Crimson King sits in the car, arms crossed. All right then, until you get that demon sealing core, I won't be showing my face. Manifesting takes a toll on my mental energy, you know. Aki steps out of the car, cold and detached. Yeah, I know. Crimson King shoots him a glance. I don't know your exact plan, but let me give you a little warning. Once you get the core, Don't even think about letting your teammates try to forcefully absorb or refine it. That'll just shatter their minds and kill them instantly. Aki grumbles in annoyance, but suddenly stops. He turns back, scratching his head with a sheepish look. Hey, do me a solid? Crimson King looks surprised. Oh, you actually asking me for help? Speak. Aki blushes, awkwardly biting his finger. Can you change how I look? I'm heading into Dawn City to join some high-level crusade missions. I can't use my old look. I already exposed my face at the demon hunting tournament. Oh, right. If you can, hook me up with a weapon too. A vision of a massive sword appears. My current blade is useful, but it just doesn't feel strong enough. Crimson King glows with pride, crossing his arms and looking up at the sky. Ha! Since you and I are inseparable now, a little trick like that is no problem at all. Crimson King's body transforms into a streak of light, shooting straight into Aki's body and knocking him backward. Aki's eyes roll back, turning completely white. The energy of the Crimson King wraps around Aki's arm, engulfing it. Inside Aki's body, the Crimson King's eyes flash with arrogance as he smirks at the new appearance. A sword materializes. I am lending you this blade to play with. Its name is Crimson King. Aki stares at the new sword in surprise, then pulls up his hood and draws the weapon. Thanks a lot, you damn demon. He grips the hilt tightly. Aki walks off with a swagger, full of attitude. Time to go join that northwest corner of Dawn City. The military drill grounds are welcoming outsider warriors to sign up for support. This purge operation requires a rank no lower than 4 core. Successful suppression will result in a massive reward. Outsider warriors, please enter the training grounds in an orderly fashion. The crowd murmurs among themselves. I heard a powerful warrior from Dawn City is going to lead the squad. Who is it? The announcement blares again. Please proceed in order. Aki follows the line, calculating his next move. All kinds of people are signing up. But for a demon crusade, the more bodies, the better. The leader arrives, a man with a rock-hard physique and rippling muscles. That's the guy in charge of the purge. Captain Ran Yang, a red 6-core warrior. He addresses the crowd. Warriors who have come to join the purge, thank you for your assistance. I am the one in charge of this operation. The crowd whispers, obeying the instructions. The captain himself is heading out? Must be a hell of a serious situation this time. I heard Captain Ran Yang once took on a stage 5 and a stage 4 demon all by himself. He chopped the stage 5's head clean off. That is terrifying. Dawn City warriors are famous for being way stronger than other cities. They are all top-tier elites. Ran Yang announces, this week my squad was responsible for tracking demon activity. We lost contact with them in the rotting forest, 3 kilometers north of Dawn City. A squad of 6 and not a single one returned. He continues, the squad leader was a blue 5-core warrior. He was a comrade of mine for many years. He was no weakling. The other members were top-tier 4-core warriors. We haven't had an incident like this in years. Based on the last transmission we received, there's a high probability they encountered a powerful demon, at least a 5-core threat. We can't rule out a dual-core demon, or even a high-level one. Either way, it poses a major threat to transport routes around Dawn City. Ran Yang continues, since the city can't afford to lose more of its own soldiers, we need the help of outsider warriors. Aki thinks to himself, not ruling out a dual-core at least stage 5, that means it could be a dual-core stage 6 demon. Perfect. That Crimson King guy said I'd need at least a dual-core stage 6 demon to get a demon ceiling core. Ran Yang speaks up again. As warriors, we are always prepared to sacrifice. But if they were alive, I want to see them. If they re-dead, I want to see their bodies. I will eliminate this demon. He then issues a command to everyone. All right, you all know the situation. If you're willing to stay and fight, step forward. We'll organize the squads and move out immediately. We aim to be back before sundown. At the northwest gate, the warriors stand ready, geared up in their battle armor. The civilians were counting on them to wipe out the demons and bring back peace. Victory to the Purge squad, they cheered as the team rolled out. Total victory for the Purge squad. Wipe them out, kill every last one. When they got there, it was a scorching hot wasteland. Ran Yang reminded everyone, we've got about 3 or 4 clicks to go. The path was crawling with demons. The fighters had to stick tight to the formation and keep their mouths shut. Splitting up meant getting mobbed by demons. Deadly consequences guaranteed. Aki knew the guy wasn't wrong. The moment they stepped out, their squad had already drawn the demons' attention. Still, one cocky fighter just had to run his mouth. Yo, Captain Ran Yang, quit treating us like a bunch of total noobs. We are stacked with strong fighters. If the demons show up, they are basically just delivering themselves to die, right? That pissed Ran Yang off. Keep it down, you morons. But before anyone knew it, that loudmouth got ambushed. Pierced right through the heart while everyone just stood there in shock. Sand demons. They a nasty breed native to the wastelands that loves hiding under the sand to set up ambushes. The thing was dark yellow, striking from the sand before diving back down to hide. Someone screamed, "Sand demons! We were being ambushed!" The fighters had to band together fast. They tried fighting back, but pinning those things down was a nightmare. The sand was their turf, literally the perfect stage for those sand demons to wreak havoc. Ran Yang was sweating it. They were swarming the rear. This amount was almost like a small-scale Tier 3 demon tide. He shouted, "Keep fighting! Don't try to take them on alone!" A few of them grouped up to intercept. Everyone charged in, attacking with everything they had. Ran Yang unleashed a hidden murderous aura as he struck, but against just a bunch of Tier 3 sand demons? He buffed his body with his system and tore through the mob with ease, slicing them apart. One by one, they dropped. These desert trash aren't even worth my time. The thrill of the kill put a twisted grin on Ran Yang's face. They yelled out, "Captain, the squad's scattered. This is bad. Tell everyone to group up now. If we stay split, we're gonna get picked off one by one. Some guys are way too far out. Save who you can, but until then, you'd better just pray for yourself." The demons were toying with the isolated fighters, tearing them apart with zero effort. But then Aki showed up, blasting red flames that forced the demons to retreat. His teammates stared at the guy with the black hair and golden eyes. He looked like a total savior descending to help them as he casually crushed something in his hand. Aki barked at them, "Get back to the formation, hurry up, stop standing there like idiots." They asked, "Hey, what about you? Aren't you coming?" The squad was getting further away, and more sand demons were swarming in. "Come on, let's go. We don't have time to worry about anyone else." Aki just gave a light chuckle. Ha! Then he went full destruction mode on everything in sight. Honestly, it's way more convenient when I'm alone. Meanwhile, his teammates were struggling to fight off the demons. The rest of them got saved by Ran Yang. He ordered, "Stick to the combat formation. Do not fall behind." They called out, "Captain!" A fighter reported, "Captain, the squad is fully regrouped." He nodded. "Good." Then, a voice came from the back. "Captain Ran Yang, one of the stragglers made it back." Ran Yang walked over. "You guys were scattered the furthest. Is there anyone else?" They nodded. "Yeah, an outsider warrior saved us. He stayed behind to cover our retreat. He stayed back alone to take on the rest of the demons." That actually surprised Ran Yang. Staying behind to block the rear solo? That was just plain stupid. Why the hell didn't he retreat with everyone else? A fighter remarked, "It's brave, sure, but that's just inexperienced rookie behavior. He's practically asking to die. If he's staying back alone, he's facing more than 10 sand demons. I told him to pull back with us, but he didn't even look back. Just said one thing and walked straight into the fight." Ran Yang asked, "Humph, and what did he say?" The fighter replied, "I think it was, 'It's more convenient when I'm alone.'" Someone in the back laughed. "Ha, arrogant prick. He'll be lucky if there is even a body left to find." Still, Ran Yang had a gut feeling about those numbers. Against that many demons, even I'd have trouble coming back in one piece. Then he admitted, if he hadn't stayed behind to draw their aggro, our losses would have been way worse. He gave the order. "Dead or alive, he's one of us. Let's go check it out." He figured there were still plenty of demons lurking around, so they had to be ready to throw down at any second. So they headed back. "Captain, right up ahead. The wind is crazy here and visibility is trash. Everyone stay sharp." This is where the sand demons cut us off. The blinding sandstorm put us at a huge disadvantage instantly. The reality in front of them was a wall of sand that was almost impossible to push through. It was the sand demons' turf. Suddenly, a teammate shouted, "Ah, Captain, incoming hostile!" Ran Yang barked, "Everyone! Battle stations!" But looming in the dust was Aki's silhouette, sword in hand, looking cold and mysterious. Ran Yang couldn't believe his eyes. A teammate pointed, "Whoa! It's him!" The guy who stayed behind was actually alive. Aki spotted them and spoke up. "Humph! Why is the squad back here? I thought you guys moved on. I was just about to catch up." Ran Yang scanned him closely. How does he have such a dangerous aura? Is it just the demon blood soaked on him? A teammate asked, "You okay, man? Heard you stayed behind to block." "Where are the rest of the sand demons? Weren't there like 10 of them?" Aki muttered coolly, "Demons? I killed every last one of them." In front of them, only the skeletons of the demons remained on the sand. The squad was shook. He single-handedly wiped out more than 10 sand demons? What level even are you? No way, Captain. Something's off with this guy. Unless he's a higher level than you, how could he possibly wipe out a whole pack alone? Aki replied, "Me? I'm a 5-core. He knew his latent power was way beyond any normal 5-core or even 6-core fighter. I could take on a 7-core without breaking a sweat, but hey, I didn't lie. Hearing that, everyone was thunderstruck. 5-core wasn't bad, sure, but even Ran Yang didn't expect that. I can't believe he's only a 5-core. Even as a 6-core, I'd have a hell of a time facing 10 sand demons alone. How did you do it? Aki answered casually. I'm just good at mobile combat. I made sure they couldn't bunch up, then just picked them off one by one. Suspecting me won't do you any good. I've got my story straight. The team was impressed. Oh, so that's it. Mobile combat. Well, if that's the case, taking them on individually so they can't surround you. He's a combat genius. Ran Yang finally spoke up. You did good work, young outsider. Thanks to him blocking the rear, the squad had enough time to regroup. All right, everyone change course. We keep moving. As they marched, someone said, Captain, we finally made it to where the exploration team vanished. He asks, map says only 2 entrances, yeah? So why are there 3? They headed straight into the corrupted forest. A soldier speaks up. Cap, checking them one by one, we ain't got time for that. This forest ain't huge, but it ain't small either, and hunting for people takes way longer. We only got enough guys for 2 entrances. Based on our combat power, I say we split into 2 squads. Keeps us strong enough to fight, can't split up any more than that. Ranyang's torn too. I get that 2 squads is the safest play, but there's still that 3rd entrance. What if the recon team went that way? While everyone's clueless, Aki pipes up, I'll take the last one solo. Dude looks dead serious. You going alone? Suddenly, a hellish scream rips through the trees. The guys in front totally freak out. Cap, that sounds bad. We gotta move. Send a scout team in now. The guy next to him adds, going off my experience, that sound means there's more than just rank 5 demons in there. Aki steps up from the back. Cap, quick question. You know the exact square footage of this forest? Some dude yells, why the hell you asking that? The captain cuts him off with a hand wave, eyes locked in. Don't know the exact specs. We never measured it properly. That was actually one of the mission objectives for this run. For a standard 10-man squad going non-stop, looking at 3 to 4 hours. Aki lowers his head, hair covering his eyes. With our numbers, 3 entrances is a no-go. Aki holds up a finger. If I solo one path, we can still clear this before the sun goes down. Face full of swagger. If I wasn't good enough, getting myself killed wouldn't slow down you other 2 squads anyway. What do you think? Someone from the back sneers. Ha! Kid does one cool thing and now he thinks he's the main character. But someone else agrees. Cap, the brat sounds cocky, but he ain't wrong. The captain silently agrees. Who says he's wrong? Besides, who knows if he was just lucky earlier? 2 more squads show up behind Aki. Captain Ron Yang, if we re-splitting up, put me and my boys together. Everyone starts shouting. If that is the deal, I got a condition Don to stick me with that stuck-up hunting squad. You looking down on hunters? You guys are trash. You can't even form your own crew. Before he finishes, another guy jumps in. You got a problem with freelancers? They clash, ready to throw hands. You want a piece of me? Bring it. Aki watches the mess, shaking his head. Same old story. You can control these chaotic mercs. Ran Yang slams his blade into the ground. Shut your traps, he roars. You want to fight? Wait. Till the mission is done, then beat each other senseless. Right now, you follow orders. His voice is cold steel. You really want to throw down? Come at me. The crowd goes dead silent. Ran Yang gathers his thoughts. Dealing with undisciplined mercs is a pain. Bottom line, find the scout team fast and get out. The longer we drag this out, the worse it gets. He agrees to Aki's plan. Fine. But heads up, kid, you go solo, you die solo. No backup coming. Aki walks right past the captain. I know. I'll probably finish before you guys anyway. The crowd behind starts buzzing again. Arrogant brat. Just because he showed off earlier, he thinks he can flex now? There's at least rank 5 demons in there? Ran Yang nods. All right, let's see who finishes first. He splits the duties clearly. Mission change. Forget clearing the area. Focus on rescuing the scout team, considering the demon level. The others split into 2 groups, gearing up. The aura coming from the forest is getting heavier. Everyone S on edge. Aki steps in first, walking like he S on a stroll, taking it all in. High up in the branches, something is waiting. It lunges. Aki doesn't even flinch like he knew it was coming. He calmly draws his longsword and skewers the thing. Green slime splashes everywhere. His eyes soften, looking totally heroic. Deep in the woods, thousands of red dots light up, thousands of eyes watching him. The demon hits the dirt. Aki stands still, scanning the area. His eyes go dark, 2 sharp red horns popping out of his forehead. Power overflows as he stomps, cracking the ground. Come get some! I'll kill every last one of you until the boss shows up. His voice booms with power. Aki charges the low-level trash. About 1,000 of them rush out of the woods, scene switch to the main squad. Even in daylight, the canopy makes it pitch black. The point man holds a flashlight, voice shaky. It's quiet, too quiet. He looks around frantically, muttering, "Watch your 6, do not let your guard down. If we stick together, the demons won't be stupid enough to attack. We should be fine." The guys in the back start running their mouths. Hey, think that arrogant idiot is dead yet? Haha, even if he ain't, bet he's wetting his pants running from demons right now. Haha, the leader's light catches a figure. Shh, shut up. Look, what's that? That silhouette looks familiar. He figures it out fast. That's the uniform. It's our scout team. He's shocked, but totally stoked. Too easy, we just got here and found them. The squad behind him cheers. Ha ha ha, can't believe we found them first. Totally worth it. Does this mean we get the bonus? Ha ha ha, excited, he shines the light and sprints toward the figure, grinning like an idiot. Yo bro, you with the Dawn City Recon Squad? We came here looking for you guys. Where the hell's the rest of your crew? Where's your captain at? Bro, you good? Let's bounce. The dude just stood there frozen, making this nasty creaking noise like teeth grinding together. Clueless about the mess, he crouched down and shined his light on the body. Bro, what are you digging for? Then it hit him. Something was seriously wrong. His eyes went wide. Total terror. That wasn't a dude. It was a demon chowing down on its lunch, the corpse right in front of him. He jumped back, dropped his flashlight, and screamed his head off. The demon crawled off the dead body, coming straight for him, making these creepy-ass noises that sounded straight-up demonic. Turns out that poor guy got eaten clean. The squad behind him was freaking out, voices shaking, green core, dual core. The demon snarled back, blue, purple core. Its eyes were glowing, and it had two mismatched cores on its head. It was the dual core demon, Lu Chi. That thing flashed a nasty, creepy smile, mouth dripping with blood, fangs out, ready to throw hands and locking onto its target. You guys showed up just in time. Its left eye flared up with this red light. And its breath smelled like death, like it just found fresh meat. Blue-purple core, the dual-core demon, Lu Chi, out in the spooky-ass dark forest with those massive trees. Someone called out Lu Chi. Gotta be that dual-core freak. The blue-haired dude was shaking, terrified of the thing standing right in front of him. It was a demon with a shadowy face and blood-red eyes. The guy was holding some gadget flashing blue and beeping like crazy. The situation was looking super sketchy. He hurried to hit up Captain Ran Yang. Hearing his teammates report, he slammed the button on the device he was holding. Signal flare! A massive bolt of light shot up from his hand, tearing through the gloomy forest sky right after he got the news. But check this, underneath where the demon was chilling, there was a shape that looked just like a person kneeling in the dark. That blue flare lit up a small patch of the woods like a spotlight. From the back, you could see him, but from the front? The demoness body blocked everything. You couldn't see the kneeling person at all, just their shoes peeking out. The light was blinding, hurting the demoness eyes. It squeezed them shut and screeched in pain. Too bright. I hate it. Now you could see clearly it was a red-headed person kneeling there, but something was off. Their whole body was pitch black. The demon vanished, but then bam! A flash of light appeared behind him. As the blue flare shot up, these two three-fingered claws snatched it out of the air. It was that freak Lu Chi. It flew up and grabbed the flare, eyes glowing red, baring its teeth like the light was burning it. It was trying to crush the light. Everyone looked up, totally shocked and freaking out. He gritted his teeth, watching the demon with terror in his eyes. You gotta be kidding me! That speed! A few of his squad mates rushed over to him, staring up at the monster, shocked that it caught a signal flare with its bare hands. Panicking, he braced himself and screamed a warning to the crew. Don't just stand there, run! He got into a stance, glancing over. We can't beat this thing. Get to Captain Ran Yang now, we gotta retreat! Just as he said that, something swooped through the trees. He looked up. The demon was perched on a branch, staring down at them with a super dark vibe. The two guys below were terrified, looking around at these little purple lights popping up in the forest. The demon grinned, purple eyes glowing, and whispered in a spine-chilling voice, "No running away." Lu Chi flashed its sharp fangs, licking its lips like it was starving, just to mess with its prey. Just die already. Ran Yang stood tall, looking tough, but you could tell he was feeling uneasy inside. It's too quiet. This fog feels off. Swish! A sword slashed through the air. He looked over and saw a fresh corpse at the girl's feet. Something's wrong, but what? The other guy didn't say a word, just turned and walked away, leaving a pile of monster corpses on the ground. The girl's teammate was suspicious, turning around slowly. This rotten forest ain't that big, but it's been dead silent since we got here. It's like we're totally cut off. The girl had been so busy fighting demons she hadn't noticed anything weird. Huh? Feels normal to me. She shrugged and went back to fighting. Plus, the Captain S here and the reinforcements are doing a great job. They're finishing off the monsters, making good progress. I just wonder how that stubborn lone wolf is doing. Back at the other spot, Aki showed up, looking battle-ready. A bright light flashed behind him with a loud bang, making him jump. He whipped around to see the ground littered with demon corpses. But then he saw his own crew, the redhead and the blonde, lying on the ground. Suddenly, a girl's voice spoke up from the shadows as she stepped out. "You the boss of HJ?" He spun around, totally on guard. The girl was morphing into a demon, half her face already twisted and monstrous. The demon grinned, clearly loving this. Like what you see? Its red eyes flared up. You are next. He swung his sword with everything he had. Die already! But while he was going all out against the monster, something appeared behind it. A guy in a black cloak with a red sword came rushing in. Clang! A massive sound rang out as their swords clashed. It was trippy. Half the forest was red, the other half blue. He opened his eyes in shock. It's you! It was Aki. Aki's eyes were sharp, looking totally badass with that glowing red sword. The other guy was pissed, pointing his blade at the monster. Why are you protecting that thing? Aki just chilled and said, Relax! Captain Ranyang's attack had cleared some of the fog, but Aki had already blocked the guy's sword. The demon girl was back to normal, just standing there holding her sword in defense. Look closely. Is that really a demon you are trying to slice up? He looked again and freaked out. Then everyone... He whipped around to see his squad mates scattered, clutching their heads and screaming. They were all under the demon's illusion spell. He snapped out of it and shouted, There's a purple core demon here messing with everyone's minds. Aki rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. This thing is way stronger than your average purple core demon. He glanced at the blonde guy clutching his shoulder, looking like he was in serious pain. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have sliced your own teammate in half. The guy suddenly shouted, Captain, I swear, I just saw everyone, they were all dead. A demon was holding your weapon and swinging it right at me. Standing there in the dark forest, he spoke up. Looks like everyone's seeing their worst nightmares. It messes with your head. If it tricks us into killing each other, we're totally screwed. The captain barked out orders. Listen up, check the status of the guy next to you, right now. He started to move but turned back to look at Aki. Seeing Aki just staring off into space, he asked, How do you figure it out? Thought you had your own path to take? Lucky you showed up, or I might have killed one of my own. Aki turned his back, gripping his red sword that radiated pure power. Just a coincidence. I've got this ability illusions done to work on me. Flames danced around him, mixing red energy with lightning. These two massive powers made Aki basically untouchable. I got attacked earlier too. He held his sword behind his back, staying sharp, eyes on the demon above, getting ready to pounce. Aki's red sword swept through the demons, but no matter how many he dropped, more kept coming. He realized, I figured out that killing them is useless. They just keep coming. Then I spotted the flaw. It's the mist. This stuff makes you hallucinate before you even know what's hitting you. We're probably lost in here. The captain looked back at Aki in his all-black gear holding that red blade. Seriously, what kind of power do you have? Can't believe you can shrug off illusions like that. Are you really just a 5th stage warrior? Aki's face darkened, eyes glowing. I'm down to help, but don't ask about my business. Captain Ranyang, I'm not your soldier. This demon, it's probably the dual-core 6th stage one I've been looking for. His face went dark, glowing red. Fine. Suddenly, a loud scream tore through the forest. Captain Ranyang, save me! Everyone looked around frantically, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. Ranyang's eyes lit up and he quickly yelled, It's another squad! Everyone, on me! Let go! The warriors rushed off with him, but Aki just stood there, red sword in hand, watching them leave. The 6th stage dual-core demon was pinning a guy down, making him grimace in pain. He grabbed the demon's arm tight. Didn't expect someone over there to be immune to my tricks. Interesting. And that power surge just now? The dual-core demon gritted its teeth, red eyes glowing with excitement. Come on then, show me what you've got. In the deep, dark forest, surrounded by massive trees, he was pinned down, the demon sitting right on top of him. He couldn't fight back. Who the hell are you? Aki looked gloomy, deep in thought. Purple core 6th stage demon. It's not that simple. If I just rush in, I'll walk right into its trap. He turned to leave. Can't just leave him to die, though. He sprinted forward to catch up with the others, deciding to improvise. The squad rushed toward the screams of their allies. How many warriors have died here already? The light as fading fast. He stuck close to the group. This is no ordinary demon. He stared ahead, eyes wide with shock. While everyone was sprinting toward the voice, he let out a shout. Red veins popped in his eyes, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His voice trembled as he spoke. That is, he looked up and saw the other squad passed out, hanging from the branches. Pointing, he screamed, Captain, it's the other team. They're all dead. Aki just stood there, watching with cold eyes. Ranyang, keeping his cool and remembering what Aki said, turned back to his man. Don't do that. Don't panic. Did you forget this is a purple core demon? It's definitely an illusion trying to mess with our heads. Chill out. It's waiting for us to beat ourselves so it can strike. Aki calmly walked up beside him. Nah, this is real. Move up. That really is the other squad. Ranyang looked at him, stunned. Suddenly, a demon popped out, eyes rolled back white, tongue hanging out and dripping saliva. Everyone went on alert, drawing their swords. The demon-esque close! In the silence, a man's voice called out, looking like he'd just been in a fight. Blood trickled from his mouth, his voice weak. Captain, save me. Ran Yang looked up at the guy calling out, panic setting in. Save me! Ran Yang's face lit up. Get them down, quick! He's still alive! His teammates rushed forward. Yes, sir. But just as they got close, Aki drew his blade, slashed right in front of them, and slammed the sword into the ground. Ran Yang looked shocked at Aki's move. The teammate jumped back, falling on his butt. Ah! Ran Yang, furious, shouted. What the hell is your problem? Aki's face shadowed, eyes flashing. Look closer, Captain. It was the guy who whispered for help, but now the dual-core 6th stage demon was behind him, legs wrapped around his waist, one hand gripping his body, the other yanking his head back. The demon was hiding behind the guy, laughing like a creep. Heh. The demon slowly showed its face. Oh ho? Color me curious. Didn't think you'd spot me so fast. Weird. My illusions don't work on you. Guess these bodies are useless now. A light shone from below, making everyone tense and terrified. Ran Yang lost it. You filthy piece of trash! Suddenly, a massive red beam blasted from the tree to the ground. Aki swung his sword, ready to brawl. Ran Yang, face twisted in rage, raised his blade high and slashed down at the demon with everything he had. Die, damn you! A mountain-splitting strike. A deafening boom echoed through the forest, accompanied by a flash of red light. A chunk of the forest was incinerated, smoke drifting slowly into the air. Giant trees were sliced in half, leaving nothing but ruin and dust swirling around. In the silence, a guy whispered, Did we get him? Silence for a beat, then a voice drifted down from another branch. Oh my, aren't we violent? The voice made him jump. Both of them whipped their heads around. The demon wasn't down yet. The dual-core 6th stage demon sat perched on a branch, looking smug, but you're still way out of your league. That little green core fighter, his face was pitch black, totally pissed because he'd tried everything but still couldn't kill that damn demon. Fine then, I'll beat you till you bleed. Beams of blue, red, yellow, and green light blasted down, lighting up a patch of the ground. Hold up. Hearing him talk like that made things kinda tricky. He knew that demon was crazy strong and thought, damn it, there's too many of them, I can't stop this. Rage totally blinded them. They all launched an attack at once on the demon just chilling up on that branch. The demon's purple eyes glowed with a wicked grin, like he was daring them. Let's play a game then. A red sword pierced right through him. Play my ass! He was caught off guard, eyes glowing red as he slashed through the smoke. He landed and covered his eyes, surrounded by purple smoke, but the demon, gone. No trace left. Someone yelled out, that bastard turned into smoke and vanished. Hitting the ground, they rushed the others. Everyone, find that twin-core green rank demon now. Hurry up and find him. The smoke's blinding us. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed from behind. The guy turned his head to check it out and saw Aki with the demon-s white silhouette. Half demon, half Aki. Son of a bitch. Aki's body was slowly morphing into that twin-core green rank demon, face turning pitch black with a creepy-ass smile. The guy pointed right at Aki and screamed, drawing everyone aside. That demon is right over there! He just stood there, watching everyone stare him down. Aki realized he wasn't him to them anymore. That demon made sure nobody recognized Aki. So to them, Aki's just another monster now. I get it. I'm immune to the demon's illusions. But from the start, they were totally mind-fucked, caught in the illusion. It tricked them into thinking I am the demon so they fight me, while it sits up high and watches. Playing the puppet master, huh? The demon sat on a cloud of purple smoke, legs crossed, looking down at him with an amused look. Behind it, a massive purple eye loomed. Down here, his teammates were brainwashed by the demon, raising their swords to attack him. But he didn't run. He stood his ground gripping his red sword, staring them down. Meanwhile, that demon sat up there with its giant purple eye, watching its enemies tear each other apart. Haha, this is getting good. Ran Yang and Aki going for the kill. Die, demon! Aki's eyes lit up, face twisted in rage. Captain Ran Yang never thought he'd have to fight him. From above, the scene was bathed in red light. The demon cheered. What a show! Haven't seen a slaughter this good in ages. Aki was furious. You think we're just clowns for your entertainment? Fine. Perfect time to test the true power of my lightning attribute. A blast of red energy shot straight at the demon, but it deflected right back at the other two. Who knew this thing could block Captain Ran Yang's red core attack? Aki transformed into the Crimson King. If lightning naturally counters demon power, then the Crimson King draws strength from that glowing sword. Ran Yang saw it and roared in frustration. Keep charging, slash that thing and avenge our fallen soldiers. The Crimson King rushed in with the sword's power. Captain, gonna have to put you in timeout for a sec. He slashed down, energy exploding everywhere and sending the soldiers flying. Ran Yang was shocked. Why is there lightning too? That brat, what the hell kind of power is that? It's not just massive demon energy, it makes me feel totally uneasy. The Crimson King stood among the bodies on the ground, just as I thought. I just gotta tweak the voltage of my special lightning, and I can wipe out their negative status effects, including this bastard's illusions. The Crimson King looked up at the purple eye. The demon was still floating there. Shocked, the lightning broke the illusion. What's he gonna do now? The Crimson King stood below and screamed. Aki's voice carried a surge of lightning. Up above, the demon and his purple eye started to wobble. Even his shout carried that destructive lightning power. Cracks spiderwebbed across the giant purple eye until it finally exploded, sending the demon crashing down. The demon tried to jump the Crimson King from behind. Die, human scum! The Crimson King spun around, eyes glowing bright red. Or maybe you die. He swung his blade at the demon, knocking it back. Lucky I blocked that. He moved second, but hit me first. The Crimson King rested his sword on his shoulder, walking toward the demon. Twin Core Green rank definitely worth the trip. Not only does he have that weird lightning power, but he isn't scared or stressed looking at me at all. Actually, he looks excited, like he's the monster and I'm the prey. The Crimson King leaped up, lunging at the dazed demon. He smashed a massive crater into the ground, but he missed the target. The demon was quick enough to dodge. Then it started powering up. Suddenly, a swarm of demons appeared, surrounding the Crimson King and rushing him. Creating multiple bodies isn't just a simple illusion. The Crimson King struck them down one by one, but they kept coming from all sides, taunting him. It's a combo of illusions and the Twin Core's insane speed, but there's still only one real body. The Crimson King's sharp eyes tracked every move. Suddenly, he spoke up. "It's you, isn't it?" and drew his sword in a blur, slashing at the demon. The summoned clones faded away. This guy's power is a total counter to mine. My moves are completely useless against him. A light flashed above the demon. In a split second, the Crimson King dove down, swinging his glowing blade right at the demon's head. Hand over your demon core. Meanwhile, in Dawn City, lightning kept tearing through the dark sky. Situ Leo stood high up, looking down at the skyscrapers. She pursed her lips, staying silent, until an ear-splitting scream pierced the air. It was Tomoe. Liu pulled back her hand after striking her, and Tomoe slowly sat up. She looked up at the person next to her and whispered, "Liu, what the hell are you doing?" Liu just replied with a cold, flat voice, just sensing NS aura. Situ Liu walked forward as she spoke. Tomoe gasped, "Huh? That's Anne?" She kept asking, confused. "That lightning? But why?" But before Liu could answer, Sino's voice cut in. He tilted his head and asked, "What are you guys looking at?" And right then, Tomoe quickly pointed at the flickering lightning bolts, staring right out there. Both of them squatted down, looking all deep in thought. Is that Anne?" Tomo replied, "Hell if I know." Liu said he could feel an S vibe over there. Hearing that, Shin snapped back. "Bullshit, what are you blabbering about? Isn't that just lightning? Probably just raining over there." Before they could keep arguing, a piercing shriek from behind made the whole squad jump. "What are you three spacing out for?" Ulina marched forward, her face dark as hell. The second she got close, she screamed right in their faces. "If you guys don't get stronger before Anne gets back, then you're just gonna be a burden to him." As she finished, she remembered exactly what Anne told her before he left. "Before I get back, you gotta toughen them up. I need them to have insane physical strength." Anne's face became clearer in her mind, along with his desperate plea. "I am counting on you, Len." Right now, she thought to herself, she had to fulfill Anne's request at any cost, as long as he came back in one piece. Ulina screamed again, sounding fiercer by the second. "Keep fighting! Get in there! This time you better survive my attacks for 10 seconds. As soon as she said that, Tomoe groaned at the impossible mission. 10 seconds? We barely survived 5 seconds just now. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Crimson King was relentlessly hunting down the Twin Core Devil, Luki. The demon didn't back down, unleashing his rage straight up. "Bastard, only I get to attack people from behind." Before he could finish, the Crimson King swung his sword forward. He grinned like a maniac. "Can you outrun lightning?" Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you so stupid, Luki?" Now that demon started to tremble with fear. Why do I feel such bottomless power coming from him? Is he really just a human warrior, facing the Crimson King's crushing aura? The demon, Luki, seemed to collapse to the ground. Then, quick as a flash, a sharp sword, carrying a chilling cold, pierced right through him. Acting and speaking at once, he said, "This ends here, you damn demon." Luki blocked the sword in front of him, screaming, "Damn it! Because of your weird lightning, my twin cores can't even use half their power." Then it kept threatening him. "But don't you dare dream of getting them." As soon as he finished, the demon's core started glowing with a strange light. "Let's die together." Turns out, the demon wanted to self-destruct. Its eyes shone with a bizarre light. Not letting that plan work, the Crimson King used his sword to fling him high into the air. He smirked and said, "Want to self-destruct?" Then he summoned the Terror Thunder. Let me give you a hand, he said. In an instant, lightning bolts appeared in the sky. They kept striking down relentlessly on Luki's body. Shiu, he screamed in agony. Are you human or a demon? The Crimson King didn't answer, just said softly, I'm a warrior. His body exploded, smoke rising endlessly, and finally, the twin cores appeared. They slowly drifted down into the Crimson King's hand. He squeezed tight, then slowly let go, thinking, so these are the twin demon cores? The sky darkened, the moon was full and bright, and in the middle of the forest, a figure appeared, unconscious against a tree. Ryang opened his eyes slightly, let out a groan, and held his head, wondering, Did I pass out? Since when? He looked around and realized everyone else was knocked out too, thinking, the whole squad is here, are they all out cold? Cutting through his messy thoughts, a familiar voice answered Ryang. Aki asked softly, Captain, you awake? Surprised, he blurted out, It's you! Aki leaned back against the tree, one hand on the ground. Ryang was about to grab his sword and rush forward, asking as he moved, Is it night already? Where's the twin core devil? It's dead. I handled the demons around here too, don't worry. Ryang froze for a second at that answer. He caught the water bottle Aki tossed him. Aki said, looking totally chill, Drink some water, Captain. You're saying you took care of the twin core devil all by yourself? Ryang asked again in shock. Aki leaned against a big tree, his sword beside him. Yeah, but the other squad members tried their best. He was stunned. That was the twin core devil Luki. What exactly is your power level? Aki stood up sluggishly. Just consider it a lucky matchup. The important thing is everyone is alive, right? I'm gonna go check if there are any demons left. It's midnight already. You should rest a bit more with the other soldiers. Hearing that, Ryang turned his head to scan the area. Everyone was lying all over the ground. He figured they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. That demon's illusions are seriously hard to guard against. Even I got my mind messed with without realizing it. Aki explained, a twin core devil is considered a top-tier combatant for its level. With 2 different cores, its power isn't just simply doubled. He tried to encourage him. You waking up this fast means you're already really strong. But Ryang sighed. Me, a powerful 6-core warrior, a top fighter of Dawn City, got looked down on by this demon and couldn't even use my full power. It's so frustrating. He frowned. As the person in charge of Dawn City's purge operation, and as the captain, since you saved us, I won't dig into your specific identity, but as a warrior, I can't just let this go. Ryang clenched his fist. I'm extremely curious. Me, a 6-core warrior, and you, an outsider who took down Luki solo? Who's stronger and who's weaker? He made an offer. Let's spar a bit. I want to see what you can do. Aki refused flat out. No need, Captain. I believe your true strength isn't lacking at all. This time, the lack of intel on the demon just caught you off guard. Before he could finish, Ryang cut him off. Don't turn me down. Just assume I'm super curious about your power. He pointed his sword at him. Please, fight me. Aki quietly sized him up. Competitive and battle-hungry? Makes sense. If a warrior didn't have those traits, how could they become strong? Thinking that, he corrected himself. I don't have a problem with it. There's an open spot nearby. The night moon shone brightly, illuminating every corner of the forest. They moved to the clearing nearby. Ryang's feet started shifting. He entered a combat stance and said up front, Please, don't hold back on me. If you were really that strong, then prove it, Aki shot back. I used to be a hothead just like you, so fine, I'll take you on for real. He reached back to draw his sword. Nimzung grinned. Perfect. Like a gust of wind, he lunged at Aki, unleashing a wild slash. Aww. Layers of red blades flashed continuously, but then Nimzung froze. Where did he go? He scanned the area but saw no one, just the scars left by his own attack. Nimzung's eyes widened as he looked up. A shadow was diving straight down to slice him. His reflexes were insane, but the guy was already behind him in midair. Nimzung raised his blade to block, but Aki fought dirty. He literally stomped on the guy's hand. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Aki snatched Nimzung's weapon and suddenly said, You lose. He was pinning the guy right to the ground. Doesn't matter how many times you try. Get up. I'll just find an opening and jack your weapon the second you make a move. His eyes were cold, totally emotionless. You want to go again? Nimzung trembled a bit. He's right, whether I'm ready or not. He disarms me every single time. This gap in skill, his power, his pressure, I've only ever felt this from them, the new 6. Aki reached out to pull him up. Come on. His face softened for a second. That's enough for now. Nimzung was still stunned. The vibe now was totally different from the fight, or even from the new 6. He acted like a chill mentor, cold one second, warm the next. Nimzung smiled to himself, thinking, What a mysterious fighter. He grabbed Aki's hand and laughed. All right, I yield. A bit later, rubbing his sore arm, he couldn't help but ask, with power like yours, why join a temp squad like this? You're definitely not just some normal 5-core soldier. Honestly, you're the strongest fighter I've ever seen, right behind the new 6. Aki frowned slightly, muttering, the new 6 behind them, huh? Nimjung continued, 7-core warriors are the peak. The gap between 6-core and 7-core is probably bigger than the gap between 1-core and 6-core. A 6-core fighter like me can even compare to the power of the new 6. Nobody's ever seen their full power. I heard one of them even went into the ancient King's altar solo and came back alive. That's way beyond our imagination. Aki blinked, surprised. Entered the ancient King's altar? Wait, they are the ancient King's altar? He remembered how wretched he'd been in that place. Aki's face went dark. No, that's not right. They're hiding something. Nimjung snapped him back to reality. Sun's coming up. The other soldiers are probably waking up soon. You coming back to Dawn City with us? Aki replied calmly. Yeah, let's go. I've got some stuff to handle anyway. Dawn broke, illuminating his thoughts. Time to see what this demon core can actually do. And just like that, the two of them headed back to Dawn City. Meanwhile, in the command room, Thien Tungju called Nimjung in. Double core, green flag, purple core. This is serious business. I heard some soldiers talking about an outsider with insane strength. How strong is he really? Nimjung bowed his head and answered honestly, well, sort of. He's just a 5-core soldier, sir. Nothing more. After the mission, he left the squad on his own. He did okay out there, but the other members were excellent too, especially the ones who sacrificed themselves. The strategic commander of Dawn City, Thien Tungju, a 7-core yellow core warrior, asked in surprise. A 5-core soldier? I thought this outsider would be stronger. Still, if that's true, I need to meet him and figure out how to recruit him. If there's nothing else, go get some rest. We can do the detailed report later. He turned to look out the window. Nimjung quickly replied, yes, sir. As soon as he walked out the door, Nimjung's teammates started whispering, hey, look, Captain Nimjung just came out of the strategic command room. Look, Captain Nimjung is out. He didn't reply to them, just lost in thought. I did what you asked. Nimjung recalled what Aki had told him earlier. Captain Nimjung, I need you to downplay my strength. I joined Dawn City as temp squad, but I don't want the higher-ups noticing me. Consider this a personal favor. Back then he had asked in shock, you saved my team, I'll do what I can, but you don't care about the mission reward? Who are you really? Aki let out a long sigh. Phew. Then he looked up at the sky and said casually, I don't really know either. Meanwhile, inside a hotel in Dawn City, Aki stepped out of the shower, drying himself off. Finally got all that nasty demon blood off me. He walked over to the bed and eyed the demon core. Then Aki sat down gently. He picked up the demon core, muttering to himself, next up is this thing. A second later, a thought crossed his mind. This demon core is totally different from a regular demon nucleus, especially the demon aura inside. If a normal soldier tried to force absorb this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Right then, the Crimson King flag suddenly appeared. Very good. You secured the first demon core faster than I expected. Aki panicked. Whoa, why'd you just pop out like that? The entity replied coolly. You got the demon core, but do you actually know how to use it? But honestly, other than you, nobody can use this thing anyway. Hearing that, Aki asked in surprise, why is that? The Crimson King flag answered flatly, because you are special. As he spoke, he transformed Aki's appearance to match his own. Aki shouted angrily, hey, what the hell are you doing? The Crimson King flag just said, I like this look on you. Aki gritted his teeth. What do you want? And stop acting like we're best buddies. He chuckled. Heh, humans have such bad attitudes. Just a heads up, this form of yours is extremely useful. The demon core is a unique product found inside high-level demons. Its power isn't something a normal human body can handle. It's too violent. It'd drive a normal soldier insane, or even make them explode and die. But your body has 2 things that can suppress that wild energy. Aki quickly asked, 2 things? The Crimson King flag replied instantly. 1 is your demonic physique thanks to my existence. So, you're totally immune to any corruption from that demon aura. Second thing? That lightning attribute you leveled up and evolved yourself. Aki didn't fully get what he meant, so he asked, confused, you mean this stuff? He sparked some lightning right in front of him. That made the Crimson King frown in annoyance. He even scowled. Shh, yeah, that's it. No need to show off. Put it away. And just like that, Aki accidentally discovered the Crimson King's weak spot. He whispered excitedly to himself, This guy really can't handle my lightning. Plus, the king made one thing clear to him. That nasty lightning attribute of yours is super effective against demons. It can suppress their power. Yatai. It can basically purify the demon aura coming from this demon core. In other words, combine your two abilities and you can help other human warriors fuse with these cores. But here's the catch. They need a strong body and mind. If their mental state is weak, the fusion process will mess up their sanity big time. For the rest, we'll just have to wait until you actually help them fuse to find out. Anything else you want to say? After messing around a bit, Aki went back to normal and asked him, "So how exactly do we do this fusion? How am I supposed to help them?" The Crimson King dropped the bomb without hesitation. Naked bodies, energy link. Aki screamed in panic. "Say what? Naked body link? What kind of combo is that?" The Crimson King started breaking it down. "Why are you freaking out? To maximize the connection with the other person, isn't this totally normal? Linking means connecting and sensing energy. You just need to channel your own energy into their body." Aki followed along, feeling the changes inside his body, thinking to himself, this is bad. C knows one thing, but Lu and Tomoe are girls. They're gonna think I'm some kind of pervert. Wait, Sino is actually the weirdest part. He started imagining Sino naked, saying with a straight face, "I'm all stripped down. Let's do this." He terrified himself, clutching his head and screaming, "I don't want to do anything with a naked dude." Seeing Aki overreact like that, the king sighed. "What the hell are you doing?" The Crimson King clearly didn't get human embarrassment at all. While Aki was still frozen by that thought, the apartment door handle turned. The door swung open and Welina walked in, looking hyped. "Yuri back, Aki?" Aki replied calmly. "Yeah, I am back. Where are the other three?" The rest of the gang appeared behind the door as Welina said, "Right here. I took really good care of them." Seeing Aki, the three of them ran over. Tomoe, leading the pack, asked in surprise, "Aki, why'd you change again?" Sidu Liu ran up last. "I'm used to it. I can feel his aura even clearer now." Seeing them like this, Aki hesitated. About the training, I have something important to tell you guys." At that moment, he put on a super serious face about the secret he was about to drop. After chatting in the room about the juicy secrets, Welina suddenly stomped her foot right next to Aki's junk, making him jump and scream, "Ah!" She growled furiously. "Are you for real?" Tomoe looked at Aki, covering her mouth in shock. "OMG, did I hear that right? Naked combination?" Welina ground her teeth. "In your past life, you totally ignored all my hints and night raids. In this life, you suddenly know how to play the game?" She looked at Aki with pure disdain. "You perverted boss. Believe me, one stomp and I'll end your bloodline right now." Aki trembled in fear for his future descendants. He explained frantically, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I told you this is mandatory. We have to do it this way to fuse with the demon core. Without me there to help, the demon power inside the core will eat them alive." His voice shook as he eyed the foot threatening his family jewels. "Also, can you put your leg down? I feel a draft down there." Hearing Aki, Welina was speechless. She stormed off in anger. "You guys figure it out. I am taking a nap. Call me when you decide." She slammed the door on her way out, making everyone jump. Silence filled the room. Tomoe hesitated. "What's up with Senior Lina?" Aki got serious again, explaining, "This method isn't just weird, it's dangerous. But if it works, I'll go grab the other two demon cores ASAP. Right now, this core can only upgrade one person. Who wants to go first?" Tomoe sat on the bed, deep in thought. Even if we're comrades, being naked in front of someone is super awkward. She thought of Sino. Of course, Sino probably won't have an issue with it. Her mind instantly filled with 1,000 scenarios between the main and Sino. In the corner, Situ Liu hesitated, wanting to speak up, her face blushing bright red. She said, "My body already has demon power. It might be easier for me to fuse. Should I go first?" Sino immediately cut her off. "Obviously, I'm first." He looked totally determined. "Something this dangerous? I gotta test it out. My physical strength and spirit are only useful for moments like this." Aki beamed, happy someone trusted him. "Awesome. Thanks for trusting me, man." Tomoe cheered radiantly. "I get it. I support you." While everyone else was beaming, Situ Liu stood in the corner, silent and speechless. Inside the room, the two of them stripped down. "Your stamina-S really improved thanks to Welina-S training, huh? You feel way more buff than before. Not bad." Sino slowly took off his shirt, revealing a ripped body. "I bet all you guys watching want a physique like that, right? If you do, go ahead and leave me a like and subscribe to manifest those gains." After stripping, Sino asked if the underwear had to go too, making Aki spin around in shock. He grabbed onto Sino's boxers. No, keep him on, keep him on. It probably only affects it a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. Outside the door, Tomoe and Situ Liu were holding a camera, secretly recording the live action. This is the angle. Their camera was currently filming. The two of them transferring internal energy. Is it okay for us to peek like this? Willina suddenly popped up above them. It's fine. We're just worried about them, just in case they need our help. Hearing her voice, Tomo looked up. Huh? Senior, why are you here too? Lena held a finger to her lips. Shh, keep it down. Time to get to work. The three of them stood outside, peeking in silently. Inside the room, Sino was holding the demon sealing stone. If what you said is true, this thing is packing some seriously terrifying demonic energy. The stone in his hand started flickering with a hazy light. It's leaking this black aura, too. Man, just holding it is making me shake. Aki started channeling energy into him, giving him a heads up. Keep your grip loose on the stone. Close your eyes tight and use your power to feel it out. You gotta establish a link. It's gonna hurt like hell in a sec, but don't freak out. I've got your back. Sino squeezed his eyes shut, his voice rock steady. All right, diving into the subconscious now. Inside his mind, a total void took over his vision. Then this faint golden light started fading in. I see it, that gold light is spreading over there. It feels just like my core power. Is the demon stone trying to match with my power? The space inside started heating up from the glow of that golden light. He stared at the glow. Guess I gotta get closer, huh? Thinking that, he started walking toward the light, but then he suddenly froze. He looked up at the golden orb. Some massive, mysterious creature was cradling it. He was totally blown away by the sheer scale of it. Whoa, this is primeval demonic power. It's huge. He reached out a trembling hand toward the orb. So this is that insane demonic power? Suddenly, the orb cracked. Crack. A massive surge of energy burst from the orb, making the whole dimension shake. That power swallowed him whole in an instant. It started forcing its way into his body, tearing him apart. Pushed to his absolute limit, he let out a roar. This is it. This is the power of the primeval demonic force. How the hell is a human supposed to fight this off? Suddenly, that giant creature snapped its eyes open and crushed the orb surrounding him in a tight hug. Damn it. It seduced me. The primeval power is hijacking my mind. Crap, am I going to turn into some mindless monster? The Crimson King watched everything from above. See? I told you to follow my lead. If you hadn't, there's a huge chance your buddy there would have exploded into a bloody mess. He relaxed his hand, revealing a tiny figure holding a sword standing on his palm. Now, it's your turn. His eyes snapped wide open, unleashing a weird, crushing pressure. He floated up, looking down at his opponent, the Golden Demon. The demon stared back. Never thought I'd run into the Crimson King in a place like this. The Crimson King glared at the demon. On his palm stood that miniature human, flexing long, razor-sharp claws. He glanced down. This thing's actually conscious? I thought it was just a manifestation. The Crimson King spoke to the tiny figure on his hand. Meanwhile, the demon was still clutching that massive golden orb of light. Think of that thing as a raw form of demonic power. As for me, I am the purest existence there is, basically on par with that primeval power. That's why it reacted to me. The Crimson King's eyes flared with a golden glow. But I can't attack it directly. If you want to save your friend, you better move your ass. Don't blame me if he turns into a mindless monster because you were too slow. The tough guy, wincing in pain, got launched into the air but started walking forward anyway. Sino flew up, blasting lightning from his palm straight at the enemy, shocking it with a painful jolt. I can't go down here. The golden demon curled up around the light orb, staring at him. Its nose twitched. It picked up a scent. You've got a disgusting stench on you. The golden demon sniffed the air as the yellow light flared, and a foul odor seemed to rise up. A stench that gross needs to be wiped out. He seemed to sense the smell too, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A human figure clad in full golden armor appeared. He blocked a massive strike from the golden demon clutching the orb. The tiny figure launched off his palm, pointing a sword straight at the enemy. What the hell is that? The golden demon curled around the light, staring at this new threat. Why is there another demon in here? It glared at its opponent, the primeval emerald demon. In the darkened sky, he looked down. His form shrunk. You think I'd get small that easily? Down below, both of them squared up, ready to throw down. If you want to save your pal, you gotta take out the demon right in front of you. That thing is the Demon Stonus manifestation. The golden demon launched its attack, stalking toward its opponent and reaching out. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching the demon, a red throne appearing behind him. The throne was filled with eyeballs, topped with a goat skull sporting long, sharp horns. He sat down, crossing his legs and arms. The guy turned back, shooting an annoyed look at his master for rushing him. The two demons stared at him in silence. Quit acting so bossy. Don't tell me what to do. The golden demon glowed within the light. It broke out of the light, diving straight at its enemy. The golden demon flew in, raising a massive leg, ready to stomp its opponent into the ground. But then, boom, a huge explosion of golden light. His eyes were filled with hate, totally exhausted from the fight. Panting, he taunted, "Come on then, let's see what that weird power of yours can actually do." As soon as he said it, the golden demon charged. He raised his jagged red sword to block the beast rushing him. Since the dual cores merged into a gold core, my power S leveled up like crazy. Digging his long claws into the ground, he braced himself. Lightning coil! He kicked the golden demon right in the gut, screaming, "Get lost!" But even with that massive kick, the demon's armor didn't have a scratch on it. 0 damage. His eyes glowed a blazing red as he stared at the golden demon. If I'm just using fists and kicks, this is going to take some serious work. Makes sense. That gold core defense is famous for a reason. The golden demon touched its own stomach with a sharp hand, gathering energy. Then the massive beast got right up in his face. Panicking, he dropped his sword and conjured a shield for both offense and defense. "You think you can beat me in hand-to-hand combat? Seriously?" His eyes lit up. Then, "Come get some!" The golden demon actually shivered. What is this freakish power? Mixing demonic energy with lightning. How is it this strong? He used every ounce of strength, bolting toward the golden demon like a streak of light, blasting rocks out of his way. He gripped his sword tight, pulling it back to wind up for a massive strike. Then schluck, he skewered the golden demon right through the gut. A massive light exploded behind the beast. 2 snakes with razor-sharp fangs materialized on either side of him. His eyes were furious, savage. He'd figured out the perfect solution. Down below, a figure in a black hood was watching. Claws out and flowing with demonic energy, he unleashes a supercharged lightning attack. He blasts the golden demon with everything he's got, causing a massive explosion of light. The golden demon's armor shatters, sending shards and blood flying everywhere. With a sword driven straight through its gut, it drops to its knees, screaming in pain. It glares at him, trembling with rage. Did this guy actually hijack the demon core's manifestation? No way, even with the core's power. He channeled it through the sword. The Crimson King watches from the shadows, sensing a primal fear even with his demonic power. What kind of freakish evolution is this? What power are you hiding? Maybe I can actually use this power of his. He licks his lips, looking like he just had a twisted idea. This might just make my plan run even smoother. If that's the case, then keep evolving, human. A blinding white beam shoots into the sky. Go on, evolve. A massive white beast with razor-sharp teeth flies at him, jaws wide open. He spreads his arms, embracing the intense white light. Gritting his teeth, he forces an evolution into the 5th stage. He reaches down towards his feet as smoke starts pouring out around him. He opens his mouth, showing off jagged fangs, and exhales a thick cloud of smoke. His eyes glow a furious yellow. "You got any other tricks? Bring them all out." 6th stage evolution. Complete. The golden demon watches him in silence. He looks over at the guy from before the sword, and the demon's armor are slowly getting sucked into that massive circle of light until they vanish. He flies over, pretty impressive, devouring most of the demon core's power. Didn't he just trigger an evolution? They both watch as everything gets pulled into that swirling yellow light. The leftovers were just enough to help your buddy awaken his demonic power. Slowly, a pair of eyes drift open and start to glow. Your friend S about to wake up. Inside a large room, the gang is gathered around a bed. Aki S sitting there with Sino, placing a hand on his back. A yellow light starts radiating from Sino's body. Situlio rests her head against the bed frame, while Tomoe angles her camera to snap a pic of the 2 guys, looking totally amused. Lena's slouching in a chair, yawning with a book in her hand. She grumbles, "Is it not done yet?" Tomoe tilts her camera, suddenly freezing as she realizes something. Her eyes go wide. "Wait a sec, I think Sino spotted us." Situlio, who was dozing off, snaps awake and gasps. Everyone stares at the yellow aura around Sino, panic written all over their faces. Sino glares back, his eyes shifting as a bright yellow glow takes over his pupils. Lena stares at him, thinking, Sino's eyes, those are the eyes of a demon. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the building like an earthquake. The yellow light flares up, making the 3 girls scream in terror. Sino's body is changing. The energy spirals into a yellow vortex and blasts into the sky. He floats up into the light beam while everyone watches, terrified. Suddenly, something starts bursting out of his back. It's not just one thing, they rip their way out, forming fully fleshed, muscular arms. The 3 girls gasp, thinking, he grew 4 arms. The smoke around him turns pitch black, clinging to his skin. He now has 4 arms and 4 yellow horns protruding from his head. His expression goes dark. He lets out a long breath. Sino has successfully evolved into the 4th stage demon form. Lena stares, eyes wide. How is that possible? It wasn't through the core, the demon power actually fused with a human. Aki throws on a black cloak, waves his hand, and snaps. Now isn't the time to stand around looking shocked. Sino's evolution released a massive energy spike. The warriors from Dawn City definitely picked that up. We need to get the hell out of here, right now. Everyone stares at him, still reeling. Situlio sprints into action, yelling, Aki, you figure something out, I'll guard the door. But before she can finish, one of Sino's massive hands grabs her. His 4 giant arms snatch them up, one by one. He rumbles, sorry about this. Aki smiles, holding onto his arm. You got a plan? We recounting on you, Sino. Suddenly, yellow wings burst from Sino's back, followed by a sonic boom. Holding one person in each hand, he blasts out of the building. Tomoe laughs, totally amazed. Whoa! She thinks Sino is freaking incredible. The blinding light streaks away into the distance, leaving a massive hole in the hotel's roof. By the next morning, a crowd has gathered out front. The hotel sign comes crashing down. People are whispering, how did that sign just fall off? A guard tries to clear the crowd. Just an accident, folks. Nothing to see here. Suddenly, a guy shouts, Captain, report! Aside from the hole in the roof and the smashed sign, we found 0 traces. The captain of the Dawn City Guard listens to the report. He frowns, thinking, that was definitely a demon's aura, and I got here in minutes. Suddenly, the soldier looks up and yells, Captain, look, up there! Both of them immediately drop to their knees as a mystical blue light materializes. A blurry figure slowly descends within the light. The soldier stammers, Lord Dealin, why are you here in person? He looks down, his expression unreadable. He is the new 6th warrior, the strongest dual-core healer, Fandaloon. Meanwhile, Sino lands on a mountain near a roaring waterfall. He touches down gently. Tomoe beams. Whoa, Sino, how do you feel? Sino frowns, looking at his hands, lost in thought. He murmurs, I feel bursting with demonic energy, but as the power fades, he shifts back to his original form. Tomoe cheers, that's awesome, you can switch back to human form whenever you want. Lena's still skeptical, but jumping straight to the 4th stage, was that because he helped you? Sino thinks back to the battle and nods. Even when I was out of it, I could feel him helping me controlling the Demon Core's power. He pauses. Too bad the energy was so intense. I need time to adapt, so I capped at the 4th stage. If I didn't, I might risk the 5th. Lena smirks. He's hiding a ton of secrets, isn't he? Aki stays quiet for a moment, then speaks up. Looks like we can't go back to Dawn City. We'd attract way too much heat. Lena, sorry. Lena sighs. Sorry for what? That place isn't the Dawn City we knew anyway. If we can't go back, screw it. Situlio looks at Aki and grins. Well, since we're on a roll, why not help me and Tomoe upgrade too? Tomoe jumps in, all excited. Yeah! Tomoe nods frantically. I'm with Situlio. I want to get stronger too. Lena crosses her arms, looking serious. From now on, we move as a team. So, Anne, what's the play? Aki turned to ask Sino. Yo, Sino, didn't you say you needed time to adapt to that power? Sino nodded in admission. Yeah, feels like there's this raw power inside me I can't fully control yet. Hearing that, Aki grinned and said, Nice. I actually want to see what you can do right now anyway. He immediately threw out an idea. Let's go hunt some stage 6 twin core demons then. Sino reluctantly transformed and stood there posing so Tomo could snap all kinds of pics. Tomoe was super hyped and happy, shouting excitedly, That's it! Yes! Meanwhile, Lena was sitting by the roaring waterfall when she sensed footsteps. She turned to see Aki approaching and asked, What are you staring at? He replied, Aren't you usually pretty straight with me? Why so quiet today? He crouched down and sat next to Lena, nodding his head towards Sino. He asked, Is it cause of him? Lena looked in that direction too, finding it hard to speak, but finally, she answered. Her face looking a bit troubled, not sure how to put it into words. Seeing a human warrior mixed with demon power, it just feels weird inside. If this happened back in the day, no way would it be accepted. And you've got demon power inside you too, right? Humans and demons, how's this all gonna end? I just don't get it anymore. Aki thought for a second, then spoke up. Lena, at first, I couldn't accept the demon power inside me either. He recalled the past and continued. Hated it, disgusted by it. His face darkened as he went on. But it's just like the origin of us warriors. We get strong by syncing with demon cores. But nowadays, if we don't rely on this power, I don't think we can beat the stronger demons. Or maybe demons aren't even the only enemy anymore. He imagined countless other enemies, his eyes looking fierce. Lena replied, Besides the demons, the new Six Horns and the new king, I gotta admit, they're way stronger than we used to be, especially the new king. Even just a glimpse, he terrified me. She recalled the scene and that weird, powerful magic the new king had. She continued, That is definitely not power a human warrior can handle. And in that moment, someone like me, who's usually down to fight to the death, just wanted to give up. She trembled slightly. Funny, right? A six-horn warrior, scared stiff like that? Aki bonked her on the head. Thwack. He said, idiot. He pulled his hand back and smiled confidently. Scared of what? I'm here. Lena saw his familiar reflection in her eyes. She looked at herself in the water and whispered, Anne. Suddenly a shout rang out. Anne, we're done resting. Let's find a town to crash in. He shouted back, got it. He stood up and told Lena, let's roll. We're gonna hunt that twin core demon and snag those last 2 restoration cores. After all, we've got a legendary warrior like you here. Lena looked down, shyly answering, okay. They walked until the sun was setting. They saw a demon chewing on something, mouth covered in blood. Sino walked up. Still eating rotten meat? He noted, Stage 1 and 2 demons are everywhere. This base Anne found looks like a massive demon nest. Aki threw his sword right into the demon's mouth. It screamed, enemy! Ambush! Aki grabbed his sword, looking savage. Searched all day till sunset, finally found a rare, massive nest. Better be a twin core demon here. Don't let me down. Red killing intent oozed from him. The demons whispered, you demon aura. A tall shadow stood behind them. Sino grabbed 2 demon heads and smashed them together. Crack, their heads fell off. Done. Tomoe was amazed. Aki sensed something inside. I can feel a pretty strong power deep in this nest. Might find the restoration cores in there. Liu spoke up. I want to fight too. I can do it. But Aki cut her off before she could finish. No, I know you have a demon form too, but not now. Fighting drains way too much stamina and mental energy. You and Tomoe can't fight until you fuse with the restoration cores. Sino's fusion took a toll on him, so we need to save your strength for the process later. He went deeper, telling Lena to watch the girls. She agreed. Suddenly, 3 demons attacked from inside. They roared, humans coming right to us? Die! Sino raised a hand. Let me test this out. Aki slashed a path forward. Sino faced a demon and punched its head with everything he had. The other 2 panicked. Is this guy human or demon? Finally, they stomped and screamed, whatever, just die. They rushed Sino aggressively. Tomoe watched the scene, turning to ask Aki, will I turn out like that when I transform? She imagined herself with 4 arms. Aki frowned. Dunno. He went silent. Sino got way more aggressive after transforming. Wonder how Liu and Tomoe will be. Sino grabbed 2 heads again and used Frost Bloom. He said, I used to be so weak. Had this famous defense core, but against a low-level horde led by a stage 1 demon? I just stood there, watching the captain protect the town. Facing a stage 2 fire demon, all I could do was run while the captain covered me. But I am different now. I've got power. From now on, you demons are gonna fear me. Aki walked forward with intensity, drawing the demon's attention. Aki frowned. Aura's gathering here. Definitely a nest. Seeing them swarm him, he got a bit worried. Too many of them. Lena asked nervously, need a hand? Taking too long might be bad. Aki replied fast. Yeah, please. Getting those cores quick would be good. Hearing that, Lena pressed her hands to the ground, powering up. She prepared to jump. Tomoe was hyped behind her. Do I get to see 6-horn power? Lena stomped, cracking the ground. She launched herself, wiping out the demons in a flash. Liu was shocked by the power. This speed, this power, is this what 6 cores can do? I couldn't even imagine it. Tomoe was bummed, total fail, too fast to snap a pick. Sino, busy farming mobs, gasped, whoa, what skill is that? The demons ahead just got deleted. Aki grinned, showing his teeth. She didn't even use a skill. Watching Lena dash at breakneck speed, he continued, just trigger the defense and bolt. Their voices echoed off the cave walls. Sino, let's go! We gotta chase them down! Liu and Tomo were told to hang back, save their strength. Lena was moving hella fast, but she still had time to think. Seemed like there was a massive space deeper in the cave. Looks like the demons swarmed out from right here. She made it inside and skidded to a halt. Lena scanned the area, totally on guard, when suddenly a creepy ass voice rang out. It was Shao Kahn. That demon looked like the head honcho, chilling on a stone throne. So, you actually fought your way here, huh? Your power level is way different from the other fighters I've crushed. It was a rank 6 dual-core demon. Lena didn't give a damn about his trash talk. She charged straight at him. Oh, sorry, Chai. The lucky bastard dodged it, but his throne got smashed to bits. The demon screamed in rage. My throne! You destroyed my favorite throne! My throne! Lena stepped on the rubble, looking down on him like he was dirt. Throne? Her eyes were full of contempt. You aren't worthy! The demon officially lost it, smashing his fists into the ground. Shut your mouth. Countless dark tentacles burst from the ground, shooting straight for Lena. Sino showed up just in time, ready to pull a hero, saving the damsel moment. I got this. He landed a thunderous punch, easily wrecking those tentacles. The demon froze. It felt a terrifying aura radiating from behind. Still want more? Aki had arrived, raising his sword, hand over the core. Then he charged in like a beast, blood raining down everywhere. Aki looked at the corpse at his feet, finally satisfied. Got it. That's one demon core, just need one more. Suddenly remembering, he turned back. Hey, you okay? Lena was wiped out after that intense fight. She clutched her injured shoulder. I'm fine, just drained a lot of stamina. It sucks that I can't fight side by side with you guys every time. Lena glanced at the core on her chest. Because of this old core, her energy was almost empty. Rank 7 cores weren't easy to find, especially after the new king took over. Us old members of the Six Signs were clearly told we couldn't use cores anymore. Aki watched her in silence. Lena quickly broke the awkward silence. Anyway, I'm getting old. I am not forcing myself to be one of the Six Signs or whatever anymore. But what about you? She looked at him with eyes that seemed hard to describe, like she was entrusting all her dreams to him. You gotta create a miracle again, show us what you can do. Hearing that, Aki's hands trembled as he clenched his fists. He looked up, eyes full of determination. Yeah, I promise. I'm gonna take back everything I lost. Meanwhile, back at a hotel, this place looked pretty modern. Aki was standing in the hallway, holding a vial of liquid. Finally got 2 of them. Now I gotta help them fuse with the demonic power. He didn't forget to warn Lena and Sino. I need you two to keep a close watch. Lena replied confidently, don't worry about it. Sino nodded in agreement. This is just a C-rank town. There shouldn't be any problems. Suddenly she asked, what about you? Lena's cheeks flushed pink, clearly trying to tease him. Handling 2 girls at once, think you can manage that? Aki turned red, embarrassed and angry. What the hell are you saying? Inside the room, the 2 girls heard noises. Sounds like they're talking in the hallway. Tomoe asked shyly, Liu, are you nervous? The door opened and Aki stepped in slowly. He flipped the light switch. You guys ready? Who's going first? A hesitant voice replied, ready. Liu stammered, maybe, she continued shyly. Let Tomoe go first. Aki coughed lightly. So you guys decided Tomoe goes first? He looked down, embarrassed, his mind racing. Damn it, I don't know where to look. Tomoe hugged Liu tight, acting all clingy. Actually, Liu really wanted to go first. She just wasn't used to speaking up. Liu's face turned beet red. Hey, Tomoe, she stammered. I didn't say I wanted to go first. To break the tension, Aki quickly agreed. Sure, that works. He looked at Liu gently. Then let's have Liu go first. Tomoe quickly scrambled out of the way. Before leaving, she grabbed a camera, grinning like an idiot. I'll go rest in the next room then. I promise I won't peek. Sensing something shady, Liu shouted angrily, Put that camera down right now. After dealing with the headache named Tomo, she sat up straight on the bed, her eyes glued to Aki. He took off his shirt, revealing tight abs. What's wrong? Do I look weird? Why are you staring at me? Liu's face felt like it was on fire. She tried to deny it. No, nothing. But her brain was exploding. Ah, help me. He's stripping right in front of me? Liu looked down, stammering, unable to speak. Aki, she asked timidly, ears burning red. Do I have to take off my underwear too? No need. I wouldn't be able to focus if you did that. I mean, you don't need to take it off. Tomoe and the others next door were blushing too. God knows what they were thinking. Inside the room, the lights were bright. Aki and Liu sat solemnly on the bed. He slowly opened the box containing the demon core. Aki took the core and generously handed it to Liu. She took it, her expression turning serious. Aki, is the demonic power inside this thing the same as the power inside me? Even now, I still don't know where the power inside me comes from. Liu looked down, but I both crave it and fear it. She recalled her demon form. Liu started talking about her dream. Sometimes I dream that I'm being wrapped up by a figure that feels both familiar and strange. It's a power that's incredibly strong, but also evil, dark, and unpredictable. After hearing her out, Aki nodded gently. I get it. Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. He carefully guided Liu through the details. So maybe this time we'll find the answer. Hold the core in your palm, then let your mind enter it. Okay. Aki slowly placed his hands on her trembling shoulders. He signaled, I'm starting now. Liu closed her eyes, memorizing Aki's words. Enter with your mind, forget everything else. Quickly, she sank into a spiritual state, the demon core. Liu opened her eyes, falling slowly, drifting down into a void. Before her was a demon clutching a glowing orb. Demonic power. That's the demonic power. It was known as the primal rank 6 demon. Liu stepped closer. Thinking deep in thought, absolute power representing recovery, it's all here. The aura is strong and evil. The demon sensed her presence and finally opened its eyes. It radiated a massive surge of power that startled her. In an instant, Lu froze and her eyes started to glaze over. It might be evil, but with this power, I'll be unstoppable. Then, like a magnet pulling her in, she just reached out and touched that glowing orb. I can protect him. I can save everyone. A voice echoed, become a servant of the great demon race, and ultimate power is yours. Liu's hand was shaking like crazy, inches away from the orb. Accept the primal demon power, human. Right then, a hand popped out and grabbed her wrist. Another demon just showed up out of nowhere. Oh, that's a no-no, my cute little warrior. Liu snapped out of it and screamed, totally freaked out. You, who are you? Are you the demon? The demon from my dreams? The demon stared at her and grinned like she won the lottery. She wrapped an arm around Liu's waist. This chick holds the primal power. She is the Black King, one of the 6 Grand Kings, the master of time and space. Sorry, buddy, this girl is mine. I claimed her a while ago. That other demon finally figured it out. One of the 6 Grand Kings, the Black King. No wonder something felt off. I was wondering why this human had such a familiar vibe. So it was you, huh? You gave her a piece of your primal power, didn't you? The Black King squeezed Lu's hand tight, confirming it. She's even helping me look after another human. I've got my own plans. Besides, I'm really into this kid. Then her voice went ice cold. So back off. Lu finally stammered out. The demon power inside me, that form is it, you. She stared her down and asked, you're one of the 6 Grand Kings? The Black King? Lu's face went totally pale. Are you seriously ranked higher than the 7 Demon Kings? The king slowly explained. For you, yeah, this is technically the first time we've met. She traced a finger over Lu's soft pink lips. But man, I really missed these lips. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in. It is you. You're such a headache. A familiar voice rang out. The other demons saw this and muttered, well, this is rare. Aki and the Crimson King showed up looking absolute badass, making the demon gasp. Hey. The twin kings together. The Crimson King looked down sternly. Didn't I tell you not to mess with this? Aki looked a bit confused too. So Liu's power comes from the Black King? Both the Black King and Lu face-palmed at the same time. The Crimson King cleared his throat. Those two acted exactly alike. They spoke in unison. You're here. The Crimson King and Aki landed on the ground. The Black King ran over, grinning, and called out to Red. She blushed like a love-struck teen and whined, "Ah, don't be mad." She winked and explained to the Crimson King, you said I couldn't interfere with this kid's business, right? And I was a good girl. I just sent a human warrior to help out and gather some intel for me. Aki watched the 2 powerful demons, realizing they seemed pretty tight, and a thought hit him. The Black King, the strongest demon who controls time and space. What the hell are she and the Crimson King planning? The Crimson King gently patted her head, totally helpless against her antics. Being treated so sweetly made the Black King's heart race, and she let out a shy squeal. He was rarely this soft, speaking gently to her. Once you mess with anything around Kang, it increases the risk of me getting exposed. It just brings more danger. The Black King pouted, feeling a bit wronged. I was just trying to help. If something happened to the kid, you'd be worried too, you know? The Crimson King's voice went cold and serious. Do you not trust my choice? Knowing she couldn't argue, the Black King finally gave in. She flashed a seductive smile. Fine, fine, fine. I get it. If you don't like it though, it's a shame. Suddenly, she reached out towards Lu and grinned slyly. But whatever, I'll just kill that human girl. Aki instantly sensed something was wrong, his eyes glowing with rage. He exploded with power, transforming into his evolved form and snarled, "Don't you dare!" Without thinking, he lunged forward and threw a punch straight at the Black King. "I'll kill you first!" He charged with insane speed, but the Black King didn't look scared or panicked at all. She just stood there and calmly lifted a finger, knocking the Crimson King's power right out of him. Seeing him get swatted away so easily, Lu freaked out and screamed his name. Kang Aki flew back and slammed one knee into the ground. He froze, clutching his stomach. That hit was no joke. Laura rushed past the Black King, panicking as she ran to his side. Kang, are you okay? His body was trembling, and his eyes had rolled back white. He couldn't speak, which freaked Lu out even more. The Crimson King crossed his arms and shot a warning look. Don't actually hurt him. The Black King knew she shouldn't go too far and replied, relax, I just froze his time so he feels that pain on a loop. I was just kidding. I didn't think he'd actually try to fight a king. She flashed her right eye to cancel the spell, and Aki's body finally broke free from the time lock. Lao rubbed his back, asking softly, Kang, are you all right? He slumped forward, propping himself up with one hand, gasping for air. The Black King teleported right in front of him. Feeling the crushing pressure, Aki realized he wasn't even close to being on a king's level, and didn't have the strength to fight back. So this was the power of a king. The Black King smiled slyly. I like this girl way too much. I wouldn't kill her. Then, she raised her hand. Liu was suddenly teleported, leaving her totally confused about what just happened. Like a piece of metal pulled by a magnet, she screamed in panic, shocking Aki. Liu was pulled right back to the Black King's side, while the Crimson King turned to leave. He told Aki to get up. Let's go. Looks like you're not needed here. Aki shouted back, No way! I can't leave Liu with that demon witch! The Crimson King stopped. He glanced back at Aki, his voice dripping with disdain. Let me ask you, are you clueless? She is the Black King, the master of time and space, one of the strongest beings in existence. He was cold, brokering no argument, the strongest of the demon race. He glanced back and saw the Black King covering her eyes, signaling him to shut up, so he just shrugged it off. If she actually wanted to kill you, you'd both be dead before you even realized what happened. Besides, she's never cared about humans before. Honestly, you should feel honored. After hearing all that, Aki couldn't say a damn thing. Crimson King didn't want to waste any more time here, so he rushed him. Just leave it to Black King. Stop bugging them. Let's bounce. Before leaving, Aki was still kind of worried about Liu, glaring at Black King with a warning. Black King, don't you dare try anything funny. Saying that, their figures shattered and faded from Liu's mental world. After the two of them left, Black King didn't want to drag this out either. Telling the green flag demon, all right, Crimson King's gone too. Nothing fun left here. Let's wrap this up. It had no other choice, answering with a simple, fine. With that agreed, both demons focused their eyes on Situ Liu. She pointed at her forehead, transferring her power to Liu through it. Her body changed a bit, her eyes looking somewhat like Black King's, her mind dizzy with thoughts that she could feel the green energy waking up too. Right after, power exploded out of her entire body, a pair of wings appearing on her back. The transfer process was probably complete. Outside, Aki was pacing back and forth, freaking out. Didn't they say Liu would wake up instantly? Why is there no reaction yet? Crimson King quickly reassured him, chill out. Just then, Liu's body emitted intense beams of energy that shocked Aki. Smoke rose up, and Liu had escaped the mental world, stepping 1 foot on the ground. Liu looked totally unexpected right in front of him, looking super alluring. That was the green flag form, the black-green core, black-white Liu. Aki stared, jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Huh? This is Liu? Crimson King looked at her in this state and smiled with a bit of admiration. The energy Black King provided seemed to have a huge impact on her when she fully awakened. This was inevitable. Suddenly she reached out, and Aki got pulled forward like a magnet. He screamed, his body flying over to where Liu was sitting. Her hand touched his chest lightly. She leaned her face close and asked, I've always wanted to know. Surprised, Aki whispered her name. Liu looked straight at him, not shy at all, and asked straight up, Do you like me? Answer me, don't stutter. Aki was panicked by her question. What? He thought to himself, Liu in her complete form is really bold. Crimson King, standing aside, couldn't help but sigh, fed up. What the hell? Crimson King continued to sigh in exasperation. She's got all this insane power, and she still cares about this stuff? Humans are seriously so weird. Suddenly, a clattering sound came from outside the door. The door burst open, making Tomo and Sino tumble onto the floor, and Crimson King quickly vanished. She turned and complained, Sino, it's all 'cause you're too heavy, crushing me like that. Wasted such a good chance. Tomoe looked up and her eyes went wide at something shocking. The scene that hit her eyes was Liu sitting on the table, grabbing Aki's collar. Tomoe asked curiously, Liu, what are you doing? Making Liu super embarrassed, her cheeks turning red. Huh? She covered her blushing face, trying hard to explain. Dawn to misunderstand, it's definitely the demon transformation affecting me. But Tomoe definitely didn't buy it. Oh! Aki was secretly relieved. Thank God. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to answer. He coughed a few times and said, All right, now it's Tomoe's turn. Tomoe held the glowing demon core in her palm, realizing only after holding it that it was really light, but it was very warm, and her body right now was totally naked. Aki couldn't help wondering, warm? He strictly warned her, Tomoe, get serious for a sec. This isn't a joke. If you don't focus, the demon core will backlash. Tomoe raised her hand in salute. Yeah, roger that. Is that serious enough? Aki could only sigh helplessly. Seriously, you always make people worry. He placed his hand on Tomoe's back, instructing her carefully. Remember, calm your mind to sense the demon core. After entering the demon core's space, you'll meet the primordial demon power, he continued seriously. You'll have to endure physical and mental attacks, but don't worry. I'll go in with you and help as much as I can. Aki channeled energy into Tomo's body, continuously repeating the important stuff. During the process, you gotta focus. Don't let it control you. You're the one controlling it. She slowly closed her eyes, Aki's reminders still ringing in her ears. But the most important thing was whether she could feel the demon core's power before entering the space. He didn't forget to reassure her. Sino and Liu took forever to do it. Seeing Tomoe not moving, Aki's eyes widened, startled. She's already inside? When did she sync up? He immediately shut his eyes tight, focusing his mind. Damn it, gotta go in immediately. When Aki opened his eyes, his appearance had changed. Crimson King looked at Tomoe and praised, "This friend of yours is really weird." Not only was she not attacked, she's already inside the space and standing confidently in front of the demon absorbing energy. Crimson King exclaimed, "She didn't face any obstacles, absorbing it all." That demon looked at her, and Tomoe looked up at it, its eyes not fierce at all. Tomoe successfully drained all the energy from the high-level demon. Aki's jaw dropped. Even the primordial demon. Crimson King smiled and replied, "Seems like even the primordial demon power likes her, giving her every last drop of energy it gained in the core." Tomoe slowly absorbed the abundant energy, her body emitting a mysterious blue light. It got brighter and brighter, tearing apart the surrounding space. Two small horns grew on Tomoe's head, and she was equipped with new accessories. The most special thing was the gorgeous wings on her back. The light shrank into a sphere, and Tomoe vanished inside it. Crimson King couldn't believe what just happened. She didn't need our help at all. Really strange. Massive energy radiated from the sphere his friend was in, and Tomoe broke out like a butterfly from a cocoon. She now had a new title. Demon form. Green flag. Blue-white griffin Tomoe. Even Tomoe was dazed by her own miracle. What's this? Done already? I thought it'd be a huge hassle. She spoke, the wings on her back starting to flap. Tomoe thought to herself, wait, looks like this can boost my speed. She pushed off and flew as fast as idle Lena. Tomoe flashed right in front of Aki, totally surprising him. Too fast. She praised herself. Whoa, Aki, I'm super strong now. Aki nodded too. Yeah, you're way stronger than before. Suspicion rose in his heart. Tomoe might actually be a hidden genius who skipped levels. A voice rings out. All right, let's roll. Suddenly, 4 colored lights pop up on some rooftop. They shoot straight into the sky. Everyone sees the lights and starts freaking out. Look, what the heck are those lights in the sky? Is something flying up there? But the group ignores the noise and zooms right past them. Those 4 lights are actually the squad. Aki, Lena, Tomoe, and Liu. He tells the crew it's time to find a spot that actually fits them. We gotta stay sharp and sync up our teamwork. Lena throws out an idea. In the west of Aurora City, there's a demon cave. It's a massive cave that even the Aurora City warrior squads refuse to go near. Hearing that, Aki asks her, so, there must be a ton of powerful demons in there, right? Her eyes shine brighter than the stars, but I think we can go check it out right now. Thinking to himself, a demon squad, huh? The 4 stars keep moving. Their power is probably enough to handle the new number 6 soon. The next morning, Aki and Lena are hanging out by the stream. He's shocked. You're not coming with us anymore? His voice gets all hesitant. Did I do something to piss you off? She looks down at the ground. No, it's just that the energy in my core is pretty much empty. Theoretically, I can't be of any help anymore. If I keep tagging along, I'll just be a burden. Aki gets mad and flicks Lena's forehead hard, making her wince. He rushes to set her straight. What burden? What are you even talking about? How could you possibly not be helpful? You're one of the 6 signs, remember? Plus, weren't you the one who told us about that demon cave nearby? Worst case, I'll just find you a new 7 Wonders core. Aki reaches up to rub the spot he just flicked, comforting her gently. You just need a new core, that's all. Lena still refuses. No need, you dummy. She turns to leave. Truth is, I can't keep up anymore. Lena doesn't want it to be like this either. She drags her heavy feet. Aki immediately questions her. But what does that have to do with you not keeping up? Once we install it, won't it be fine? With your combat experience, you definitely... Lena cuts him off, looking super sad. Dummy, you just forgot. I am old. I can stay by your side much longer. She keeps explaining to Aki. Thanks to the Green Core S healing ability, I kept this young look. Otherwise, I'd be a wrinkled old granny by now. Seeing him stay silent, Lena speaks up again. It's just that you're still young, so you forgot that I'm technically old enough to be called a grandma. Just fighting for a little bit makes me so tired I can't stand it. She compares herself to the others. Meanwhile, you and the other 3 are in your prime. Especially now that you guys have the Demon S power. I don't have enough strength to follow or guide you anymore. If I keep staying by your side, I'll definitely just drag you down. Lena pulls Akia's hand close. She holds on to him, pleading, I want to leave. Just watching you from a distance is enough for me. Being with you like this just makes me sadder. You get it? Aki can't agree to that. Lena, even if you really can't help anymore, I don't care at all. Lena smiles. All right, stop talking. When you go save Da, come find me. Here, take this. She shoves something into his hand. Aki looks at it, confused. What is this? She introduces it, a locator compass. With this, you can find me whenever. See that blinking green light? That's me. It immediately announces, Win Lena, status good. She explains. It even has a voice reminder function. I prepped it just for you. Later on, if you need help, you can find me anytime. Lena hands Aki a scroll too, and this one. I wrote down the specific spots where demons gather, plus some small notes that might be useful for you guys. Aki carefully tucks the stuff into his shirt. All right, so where are you gonna go? You can't go back to Dawn City, right? Lena replies calmly. Don't worry, regular soldiers can't do anything to me. I'm Win Lena after all. I still have some treasures in Dawn City, so I'll go back and pack up a bit. Then move to a small town far away to retire. Aki glances at the three of them laughing carefree over there. What do you mean retire? Don't say stuff like that. You plan to leave right now? Not gonna say bye to them? Lena thinks for a sec. Better to just slip away quietly. I've been used to living alone for years. Having you guys around lately actually felt kinda weird. Oh, right, about that girl Liu. Aki is startled and looks back at Liu. Liu is standing far away, but senses they're talking about her. Her face unconsciously turns red. Liu tilts her head, giving off that perfect first love vibe, straight out of a novel. Then she turns back to keep laughing and talking with the other two teammates. Lena reminds Aki, you can tell Liu really cares about you. Don't ignore her feelings. Aki doesn't say anything, just sinks into thought. After all, he's always been a total idiot when it comes to this stuff. Her words are full of hidden meaning. The evening sun starts shining on the river. It's time to say goodbye. Lena turns her back decisively. All right, I'm out. There's a small town nearby. I'll catch a ride back to Dawn City from there. Looking at her walking away, Aki shouts out, bottom line is, if I find a new Green 7 Wonders core, you better not refuse it. Lena smiles with relief. Dummy. You really are a total dummy. No girl wants to look like a third wheel in front of the guy she likes, let alone dry leaves fall as if to comfort her mood, when you've already got better girls by your side. Liu, Tomoe, and Sino rush over. Huh? Did Senior Lena leave? Yeah, she didn't even say hello. Oh. Aki looks back at Lena's fading silhouette. She just went back to handle some private business. Liu feels bad. I didn't even get to say thank you to her. Senior Lena helped us so much lately. Sino asks immediately, so, are we going straight to the demon cave now? Aki nods. Yeah. According to Lena, this cave is massive and has plenty of powerful demons. Perfect timing to test our current combat power. Aki turns and walks, gonna look for an item while we re-at it. Sino wonders, look for what? Aki radiates a killer aura, a new Green 7 Wonders core. Next time we meet Lena, I am giving it to her. The four of them switch into battle mode, everyone wearing a dangerous look on their face. Sino shouts, all right! Back in Dawn City, the tall buildings are shimmering with lights at night. Two people spot a strange dark figure and get on guard. Looks like there was a person just now. Hurry, go check it out. If it's a demon, take it out immediately. That shadow is Lena. She made it back to Dawn City, hiding herself in a dark alley. The patrols around here are way tighter now. Figures that Shockwave from Sino's awakening really put him on edge. Lena spotted a safer way in. Lucky for her, the window was left open. Damn. She kicked her super speed into high gear. In the blink of an eye, Lena scaled the wall and slipped right into the room through the window. She did the math in her head. Gotta make this quick. Grab the gear and bail. Lena frantically tossed the place, searching. It should be right here. Why can't I find it? No way. Without a sound, Van Dyne was already sitting right behind her. Didn't think you'd actually come back to this dump. Looks like I guessed right, Lena. She spun around, startled. Van Dyne crossed his arms, staring at her with a chill, calm look. So, tell me, think I'm gonna let you off the hook this time? He's the new member of the Six, the strongest dual green core swordsman. Van Dyne. Lena felt the anger rising. I just had some business to take care of lately. Just because you're number one of the Six, you think you can just barge into my house whenever you want? Van Dyne didn't say a word. He just quietly pulled something out of his pocket. Holding a small box, he let out a soft chuckle. You got out of here, yet you came all the way back. Is it for this? Lena looked stunned seeing that box in his hand. How the hell did you get that? Memories came flooding back. She was out hunting monsters with the squad back then. Lena was running and scolding him. Hey, why are you slacking off over here, you lazy bum? There's a ton of people waiting for your orders, you know? Aki turned around and replied, Lena, you're the best. Hey, I got something to show you. He pulled something out and held it up for her. It was a sparkling necklace. I just made this. It's a gift for you. Lena took the necklace. She couldn't stop praising it. It's so beautiful. Back in reality, Van Dyne's voice ripped through her memory. He sneered, You've always been so careless with everything. But this? You kept this hidden away like it was precious. I thought it was some rare treasure. Turns out it's just a handmade rock necklace. Old, ugly junk. Lena trembled, clenching her fists in rage. He kept mocking her. Don't tell me some guy gave this to you? The second he finished that sentence, Lena lunged straight at him. Give it back! She grabbed the necklace, gripping it tight. Suddenly, Van Dien landed a brutal kick right to her gut. Lena couldn't hold it back. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The impact slammed her straight into the ceiling. Lena managed to get outside, but Van Dien was on her like a leech, chasing her down. He unleashed a strike so heavy it smashed Lena against the balcony wall. She used her feet to create friction, trying to kill her momentum. Finally, she managed to stop. Damn it! Lena frowned, cursing to herself. Her internal energy was critically low, and her arm was broken from that kick, too damaged to heal right now. Van Dien slowly walked up, taunting her. Your energy level, it's barely above a standard soldier's now. The corner of his mouth curled up. At this rate, you're gonna die, old hag. Lena grit her teeth, clamping the necklace tight in her mouth. She glared at him, screaming in pure fury. No matter what you say, I used to be the #1 of the 6. The new king agreed if I voluntarily gave up my title, he wouldn't interfere with my life anymore. Are you saying you don't even listen to his orders? Van Dien asked back, sounding skeptical, however regarding that earlier shockwave. I sensed a trace of your aura in it. I suspect you are connected to that suspicious character. Besides, tell me, do you really think the king gives a damn about a washed-up old hag like you? Saying that, he conjured a blade. Lena glanced back at a hissing cat behind her. He raised the blade high and shouted, Die. The attack came flying at breakneck speed. Hanging by a thread, Lena turned her back to shield the cat. She pulled the cat close, accidentally scaring it. Van Dien's blade caused a massive explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lena, in tattered clothes and covered in cuts, patted the cat's head. Next time people are fighting, make sure you stay far away, okay? The terrified cat scrambled away on all fours. Suddenly, Van Dien rushed in and strangled her. He sneered. So naive. If you just focused on yourself, you could have totally dodged that attack. But looks like we made a bit too much noise. Van Dien dragged her violently. Let's take this outside the city. He sped through the buildings with her in tow, then hurled Lena hard toward the forest. She was dragged out of the city and slammed straight into the woods. As the dust settled, Lena still had the necklace clenched in her teeth. She sat motionless under a tree, too weak to move a muscle. Van Dien stood over her, looking at her pathetic state without a shred of pity. Lena, your core. I can barely feel any energy from it anymore. He stared at her broken hand, sarcasm dripping from his voice. I heard these hands of yours saved over 600 people in a single battle back in the day. Truly formidable. Van Dien raised his foot, a wicked grin on his face. Too bad that's all just history now. Lena's agonizing scream echoed through the forest. Scene changed to the demon cave. Aki's squad was looking for something. Regarding the level 7 demon, Sino chimed in. It took all 4 of us working together just to kill that thing. Our teamwork is still a bit sloppy. Aki grabbed the level 7 core, beaming with a bright smile. But hey, it's all good. We got the level 7 core. Suddenly, a scream rang out, flashing through his mind. Aki whipped his head around, looking toward the cave entrance. Seeing his weird expression, Sino asked softly, What's up? Aki replied, worried. I don't know, I just got this sudden heart palpitation coming from the direction of Dawn City. He pulled out a compass to check. He thought he should check the compass Lena gave him. The display showed Lena's status, near death. Seeing that, all 4 of them were horrified. Doryu immediately summoned her wings, yelling for them to move out now. Back in the forest where Lena was being tortured, Van Dien was still blasting waves of energy. Aki's group was rushing in at light speed. Aki shouted, The compass says she's right around here. Up ahead, the 4 of them spotted Lena immediately. Aki thought furiously, Damn it, why is Lena's aura so faint? They zoomed toward her. When they saw Lena's condition, all 4 of them froze for like 2 seconds. Before them, Lena was slumped weakly against a tree. Her hands were completely destroyed. Her severed arms were lying on the ground. Lena sat there with her eyes shut tight, but her mouth was still clamping down on that necklace. Seeing her like that, the 4 of them were terrified. Tomoe covered her mouth. How could Lena? Tears started streaming down her face. Sino looked at her arms on the ground, shaking with pure rage. Doryu shouted, Lena's arms are gone. She's lost too much blood. We need to save her now. She immediately activated her power to start healing. Tomoe wiped her tears and turned around. Sino, let's keep a watch on the perimeter. The residual core energy here, this definitely wasn't done by some average enemy. Sino and Tomoe fanned out to cover them. He shouted, "Secure the perimeter!" Aki stared grimly as Tu Liu worked on healing her. His gaze drifted to the necklace, the one Lena was biting down on hard. Aki flashed back to the look on her face when she first got it. "Thanks, I really like it." Back then, she promised, "I'm gonna treasure this gift." Aki dropped to his knees in front of her, whispering, "You idiot! Did you seriously come back just to grab this thing?" He gritted his teeth. "It's literally just some cheap necklace I made on a whim years ago. It's worthless." Suddenly, Tulio turned around, her face dead serious. "This is bad. Like, really bad." "It's not just her arms. Lena's internal organs are totally trashed." Tulio kept talking. "Her green core energy is completely drained, so she can't self-heal. Otherwise, with her skills, this wouldn't be an issue." Just then, Lena stirred slightly. She struggled to force out two words: aging fast. Tu Liu's eyes went wide. Her passive youth maintenance, it's gone. Then she burst into tears. Her breathing and pulse, they've stopped. Tears streamed down Tu Liu's face as her voice trembled. Lena's gonna die." Everyone froze, staring intently at Lena as Tu Liu worked. A thought flashed through Aki's mind. Do we need a seven-flag core? He slumped to the ground, his voice quiet. "Liu, is there any way to save her?" Tu Liu replied, "With my current power levels, I can only try to delay the inevitable. I have healing abilities, plus the time and space powers granted by the Black King flag." Tu Liu suddenly had an idea. "I can seal Lena inside a pocket dimension I create. I'll do my best to slow down the time flow of her life force," she continued. "But if I do that, I won't be able to move. I have to pour everything I've got into keeping the dimension stable, and even then it won't hold for very long." She gave a worried warning. "Before the sun comes up, if we don't find a better solution, Lena dies." Tomoe asked, confused, "How is there a demon near Dawn City strong enough to take down Lena? Even if she's not at her peak, she shouldn't get wasted by some random demon." Suddenly, Aki barked an order. "Liu, just do what you said. Keep Lena alive." She nodded. Then he walked over to Tomo. "You stay here. Protect Liu and Lena. Don't let any low-level trash interrupt her or break her concentration." He stepped up to Sino. "Sino, you're with me," Sino asked. "What's the plan?" Aki said, "You know exactly who did this." He fell silent. The image of Van Dion flashed in Aki's mind. Suddenly, he shouted a name that stunned everyone. "Van Dion, the new number 6! He stated it with total confidence. "That stench, his aura is all over this place. I know it. I've fought him before. I know his vibe and his style, leaving Lena with a shred of life. Trust me, he didn't do it out of kindness." Hearing that name, Tuliu spoke up anxiously. "But even if we demonize, we can't beat Van Dion. And what if there are other new 6 members in the city? It's suicide." Aki cut in to reassure her. "Lena said the other 5 are on missions outside the city. Trust me, we're out of time." Tuliu's eyes widened as she thought, that look on his face, there's no stopping him. He turned and walked away, furious. Damn it, he actually used Lena as bait. Tulio watched his back and asked softly, "So what's the plan?" He clenched his fists. Aki burned with rage. "Kill Van Dion, rip out his core." The scene shifts to the city Aki mentioned. Beams of light were raining down in a fierce attack. Sino looked over, clearly not on board. "We're just gonna charge in there and find Van right now." "That's way too risky. Aside from everything else, fighting in the city puts innocent people in danger. Plus, Dawn City isn't somewhere you can just waltz into. I mean, it is the strongest S-class human settlement." Aki added, "Especially that energy shield. It's powered by energy extracted from demon cores. The defense is insane," he explained further. "It's solid enough to block a full power strike from a 7-flag demon. Going out from the inside is fine. That's why we left earlier without issues. The system defaults to safe for exits." Sino looked at him, surprised. "How do you know so much about Dawn City?" Aki rushed toward the city walls. "If that's the case, we lure him out." Sino looked at the city and replied, "Got it." A massive explosion boomed. People inside the city looked up. Did something just fall? A man with curly hair asked, "What the hell is that?" "Dosan." A woman replied, "Doesn't look like a soldier." As the smoke cleared, revealing Sino and Aki, someone screamed, "Wait a sec, those are 2 humanoid demons." The curly-haired man yelled, "Activate the city defense laser cannons, now!" He cursed inwardly, "Son of a bitch." Against humanoid demons, the auto counterattack scan is glitchy as hell. The Vifia's rotary guns spun up. All the laser turrets locked onto the 2 of them. Aki stared at them for a moment, thinking, "Never thought the stuff I built with my own hands would be pointing right at me. Talk about irony." He gritted his teeth. They really just see me as a total monster now? Aki shouted at the top of his lungs. We're not here to invade the city. We don't want to hurt anyone. Just get a message to Van Dion, tell him to get his ass out here. The curly-haired guy froze when he heard Van Dion's name. Then he screamed back, You don't get to speak Lord Van Dion's name, you filthy low-class demon. As long as I'm breathing, you're not getting near this city tonight. Aki thought about Lena's condition, and the rage boiled over. Get in my way and you die. The curly-haired guy screamed, Fire! Laser blasts erupted toward Aki. He blocked the entire barrage with just his hand. The crowd watched in shock, stammering. He blocked the defense lasers. They stared as Sino tanked the shots, screaming, Just how tough are these demons? Call for backup, now! Sino tried to de-escalate. Aki, chill out. Were you seriously about to kill them? But Aki had already lost control. Inside his mind, a voice cackled, Just a bunch of bugs. Kill them all and be done with it. Aki thought back, Shut up. They're just regular guards. I don't want to hurt innocent people. A group of guards rushed in, yelling panic. Form up, demon attack. All units near the wall, support immediately. Suddenly, a blue streak of light shot up from the city. Sino asked, surprised, What the hell is that flying up? Van Dion's silhouette appeared against the moonlight, a blue blade hurtling straight at Sino. Sino braced himself, maxing out his shield. Van Dion surged forward, smashing through the barrier with a kick. Boom! Sino was sent flying, but Aki managed to catch him. Panic filled Sino's eyes as he recognized the attacker. He gasped, That's Van Dion! Van Dion stood there, leg raised high. He let out a cold, faint smirk, not expecting the guy to block that last hit. Not bad. The crowd on the wall screamed when they saw him. It's Liu Hao, it's Lord Van Dion, the city is safe. The mob yelled loudly, Activate all laser cannons, ready to cover fire. Van Dion looked at Aki and Sino and said, 2 human-shaped demons showing up, huh? What a surprise. Turns out that old hag really was mixed up with you demon scum. You guys her lackeys or what? Since when did demons and the old Liu Hao start working together? What kind of shady deal is this? After speaking, he landed on the ground. Van Dion flashed a cruel grin, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Did that old hag try to rejuvenate herself just to offer her body to you demons for fun? He laughed loudly, truly a disgrace to human warriors. Good thing I already crippled her. Aki heard those words and got absolutely furious, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent as he cursed under his breath. You bastard! He stopped holding back and unleashed his power right in front of everyone. Van Dion thought to himself, lightning this energy amount is too strong, and why does it feel so familiar? Do these 2 demons have something to do with Lena? The city gate slowly started to open. Aki spoke up, asking Sino for a favor. I just need you to help me with one thing. Sino replied, Spit it out. Hearing that, he continued, Stall all the reinforcements. The soldiers marched out of the city, shouting to support Lord Van Dion in attacking and killing the demons. Sino asked, What about you? Aki pointed at himself. Then he drew his sword and walked toward Van Dion. I'm definitely going to kill Van Dion with my own hands. Aki's steps were as powerful as ever. He rushed in to attack Van Dion head-on. The guy was quick, using his shield to block the blow. But it looked like that shield was bought off a cheap website because it couldn't handle Aki's sword slash. It quickly shattered into pieces. Van Dion had to step back a few paces because of the impact. A minion yelled his name in panic. Lord Van Dion! Van Dion frowned in thought. This aura is also very familiar. While he was deep in thought, Aki wound up and swung his sword to attack. Van Dion's whole body started glowing, like he was being blessed from above, standing chill with his hands behind his back. While Aki was rushing in head first, dancing with his sword like a maniac, Van Dion's aura gently blocked every single strike. It helped him stand there, just relaxing with nature. Suddenly, Van Dion smirked, looking pretty smug. Aki was busy grinding away with his sword when he let out a huh. He ate a counterattack right from the enemy. That counterattack made him leak a little strawberry syrup, causing Aki to freeze for a few seconds. After regaining his cool, he grabbed the aura that was attacking him, while gritting his teeth tight. He bit down on the pain, his hand pulling the aura, dragging Van Dion slowly back toward him. Once the enemy was in range, Aki delivered a bonus kick to give him a stomach massage, making him grimace and drop a few drops of syrup from his mouth. Van Dion had to pant for a bit after that. Once done panting, he suddenly laughed in a very dangerous way. He immediately launched a surprise attack so the opponent couldn't react. That aura was wrapping tight around Aki, lifting him high into the air under Van Dion's control. Van Dion laughed triumphantly. Trash demon, with a fighting style like this, you! A loud explosion roared, and the ground shattered beneath that beam of light. Van Dion got launched high into the air, cutting off his sentence. Got a grudge against me? A red sword appeared, spinning fast before slamming into the ground and cracking the earth. It stood there alone, solid and unmoving. The group in the distance tried to rush in, but got blocked by something and couldn't reach Lord Van Dion. We have to at least deal with this demon. This demon keeps messing up our battle formation. Surround that side, quick! A beam of golden light poured down from above, knocking that group away with terrified screams. They used their bodies as brakes, skidding until they smoked. One guy looked at his legs in shock. Huh? I'm not injured. The other guy looked at his hands, exhaled, and added, Weird, it just knocked us away. Sino looked thoughtful when he heard the question. Why isn't this demon using a killing move? His eyes glowed with annoyance as he thought, there are too many of them, plus I can't hurt them. Behind you, move! Sino stumbled forward as he got blindsided from the back, only managing to let out a ugh. He grit his teeth, eyes burning with rage as he spat out every word. Damn it. Sino looked back and saw the silhouettes of two strangers, telling himself, it's the guys from the city wall. Two figures, one tall and one short, holding their shiny tools of the trade, and a voice rang out. It was the two dark figures from before, now revealed as a guy and a girl. A voice from the distance explained they were the captains of the assault team. The girl holding a super huge hammer looked ahead and said, it was a bit far, but he still blocked my attack. This demon's strength is at least 5th stage. Ijay. The bearded man was a 7th stage warrior. He smirked with cold eyes, mocking. Where did you get the guts? Daring to force the great Liu Hao to show up? The girl with the hammer was also a 7th stage warrior. She made a wicked, excited face. Been a long time since we had a demon this oblivious actually coming to ambush the city of Dawn. As soon as those two 7th stage warriors spoke, they vanished into streaks of light. Below the wall, a man with a super serious face shouted, Fire support to protect the city! Aki's golden pupils wavered slightly as he thought, damn it, two 7th stage warriors. A lonely yellow protective circle appeared on the ground. He muttered, guess I just have to try and hold out. He stood alone inside the protective circle as waves of enemy attacks crashed into it like rain. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was lying flat on the ground, looking helpless. Aki looked bored, his face tired and his eyes empty. Damn, still can't beat two 7th stagers? Van Dion saw Aki losing ground, so he quickly flew up and threw a barrage of spear beams at him. Aki lay motionless, staring at the enemy and speaking. Finally, the protective circle was shattered by a super giant golden egg. The people surrounding it also took damage. Sino spat out green syrup in pain and yelled. Suddenly, a spot on that golden egg started to flash. Someone's voice rang out, it's almost dawn! Everyone around was now heavily injured. Some covered their mouths in fear, on the verge of tears. However, Aki wasn't scared at all. He screamed triumphantly, Crimson King, lend me your power! Van Dion put all his strength into the attack, screaming, die, demon! The block of earth below exploded. After the attack, he laughed smugly. Ha! Daring to come to the city of Dawn, you really don't know your place. As soon as the mockery ended, one side of his head got physically impacted, splattering syrup everywhere. Van Dion stood looking at the rubble he caused, thinking, what the hell? That move should have been enough to kill him, right? Where is he getting such massive energy from? The Crimson King rose from the rubble, pointing a finger. I was wondering how long you were going to wait before asking for my help. This boring pride is a total waste of time. Van Dion ground his teeth, pissed off his power was like way stronger than just a second ago. No, wait, the aura is 10 times stronger. What the hell is going on? The majestic image of King Chi manifested with insane power. He stood there like a boss, his red sword planted firmly in the ground. In a blink, he snatched his sword back from a distance. Crimson King gripped the blade, his face getting dark. A voice rang out, sounding totally looking for a fight. Long time no see, Crimson King. Crimson King held his sword, putting on a fake-ass friendly face. Let me teach that brat how to actually use you properly. You see that? The soldier's eyes bugged out, stammering in shock. The demon core in his chest was trembling as the scene unfolded right in front of him. The guy holding the sword in the air was leaking this deadly energy. Everyone backed up, terrified, whispering, what the hell is that? That vibe, it's totally demonic energy. Leaving everyone in the dust, that soldier ran for his life, not even looking back, yelling, retreat to the city, move! Seeing him bail like a coward, the girl turned around, her face twisted with rage as she screamed, I dare any of you to run! I'll beat the life out of anyone who moves! Someone just stood there, staring blankly, trying to process the crazy scene around them. It was totally different from before. Aki walked forward like he owned the place, energy radiating off him. People were thinking, his aura feels so alien. Aki's face was stone cold. Up in the air, Van Dien looked down, laughing coldly but clearly salty about it. Didn't think you were still hiding your true power? Not bad, so you're a 7-flag demon. But I don't care if you are a 7-flag demon. Van Dien slammed his hands together like he was charging up some infinite energy. He blasted out green energy, wires shooting out as he spun around. Holding the chains, he smirked, looking for a fight. Don't forget, I've got 2 7-flag cores. As soon as he said it, they both rushed in, ready to throw down. But Van Dien suddenly froze. Aki's attack was so fast he couldn't even react. The raw power and brutality of the hit sent Van Dien flying. Seeing that, the soldiers panicked and shouted, "Lord Van Dien got knocked away! Hold your weapons tight!" The boy stared intensely, lost in his thoughts as his body started breaking down. He narrowed his eyes, mind racing. Even though I forced my consciousness to take over this guy's body, it is still just a human shell after all. Plus, my spirit power is super weak right now. The strength I can put out is totally limited. Down there, a twisted curve and a deep crater appeared. She wasn't satisfied with his martial arts yet. She thought, his power in this state is seriously weak. Everyone looked at the scene, totally on edge. One searcher shouted, "My lord!" Everyone thought he'd be out of juice and passed out somewhere, but nope, he landed in a perfect defensive stance. Van Dien was stressing out, trying to figure out a counter. That last hit, the speed and power were completely beyond a 7-flag demon. Looking at the kid waiting there, he suddenly laughed. He thought, didn't expect to run into such a tough beast. I can't look pathetic now. Plus, if the town gets wrecked, it's gonna ruin my image. Stepping out of the crater, he steeled himself for the fight. Whatever, the demons are way too close to the town now anyway. Gripping his tool tight, he put on a punchable face, secretly planning his next move. Let's change the battlefield. A massive boom shook everything, rocks shattering and a blinding light flashing out. Aki wasn't rushing, just waiting for the brutal clash. He dashed at his opponent, talking smack recklessly. "Be a good boy and fly away from me." Aki just stood there frozen, head down, not saying a word back. Boom! They collided, the fiery light from both sides looking like a death match. The air went weirdly silent. Aki shot out like a flash, knocking the guy flying. Van Dien lost all his strength, his hands shaking. Then, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Down below, the soldiers watching the fight were shaking, stammering, "Oh Lord!" From the sky, he plummeted towards the ground. His face wasn't cocky anymore. Now it was pure panic and fear as he fell. Energy poured out from everywhere, creating a blinding light. Aki made his move, and everything happened fast. A piercing scream mixed with a super powerful attack that lit up the sky. It felt like reality was being ripped apart. Van Dien looked weak. That last clash tore his left arm clean off. Reaching out with his remaining right hand, he pointed at his opponent, his voice trembling. "I can't believe you actually blocked that." Aki stood tall and replied, "You dared to aim a dangerous move like that right here? Are you crazy? Don't you give a damn about the town?" His face got savage, his voice stern, and here I am, the so-called demon, actually protecting the town. Van Dien tried to argue, but Aki cut him off, barking an order. "Chop off his other hand for me." Inside him, the body was connected by tightly woven tendons. He spoke coldly, just like how he treated Lena. "Cut it all off." A scary voice echoed back. "I'm fine with that, but can your body handle it?" Cracking sounds came from Aki's body. Van Dien clutched his wound. Aki looked at him, smirking. "The guy in front of me is supposed to be one of the strongest warriors, huh? Rare chance, fine. Hey brat, before your body collapses." He stepped closer, gripping the sword tight, and whispered, "Let me teach you a few fun moves." Far off on the horizon, the sun was starting to peek out. Suddenly, a light slashed through the forest, slicing 3 or 4 monsters in half instantly. A monster lunged straight at Tomoe, but she twisted her body and hopped onto its back with mad skills, dodging the attack. Then she stomped hard on its back, cracking the ground open. Monster blood sprayed everywhere. Some of it splattered on her face, making Tomoe frown in annoyance. Standing on the corpse of the monster she just killed, she dropped one cold word. Next. Under a tree nearby, Lena was heavily injured and unconscious. C2 Leo was next to her, putting up a shield to block the monsters. She looked totally stressed out, thinking frantically, "Damn it, time's almost up. I gotta get the 7-flag core back, fast." Somewhere else, 3 streams of energy were clashing like crazy in the sky above the city, sparks flying everywhere. Then boom, an explosion in the air knocked 2 people back. Van Dien gritted his teeth, pushed all his power into his hand, and charged forward, snarling, "Just die already." Instantly, a bunch of green crescent-shaped energy blasts shot towards Crimson King. He just waved his hand and casually swatted away all of Van Dion's attacks. The attacks bounced back, but got twisted into something way spikier. Van Dion struggled to dodge, but he still got nicked. He sized up the situation and unleashed his strongest move. That blast slammed into the ground, shaking the earth and ripping a long gash in it. Van Dion's face went pale. He had zero clue when the Crimson King had circled right behind him. Terrified, he whipped his head around, but the guy showed no mercy and just drove his blade straight into Van Dion's gut. He stared down at his pierced stomach, eyes wide with horror, as fresh blood sprayed out, gritting his teeth to fight the pain. He realized this demon's current power level wasn't just at 7 flags. Who knew he could extend his attack range with sword aura? Van Dion's 2 lackeys saw this mess and started freaking out. "Lord Van Dion! How is Lord Van Dion losing ground like that?" the redhead yelled, looking totally panicked. "We gotta go back him up!" Sino, who was already beaten down, grabbed their legs from the ground and mumbled, "No way I can let you guys interfere." The old geezer saw this and got super pissed off. He instantly drew his sword and stabbed it right into Sino, making him hiss in agony. Sino ground his teeth, his expression darkening. He thought, is this the moment I lose? Is this the gap between me and a 7 flags warrior? Is this seriously my limit? He lay still on the ground, the wound on his back starting to crack open. But for Master Lina, I have to tap into that high-level power I set aside during my demon transformation. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy crashed down from the sky. Seeing this, the 2 henchmen were totally shocked. They didn't expect a demon to have that much willpower. The redhead shouted, "He evolved! He sprouted a 5th wing!" Sino pushed himself up off the ground, struggling to stand. He stared straight ahead, his face stone cold, silently vowing to protect the one he cared about. Meanwhile, Van Dion was getting absolutely trashed by the Crimson King. One of his arms had even been sliced clean off. He gritted his teeth, using his remaining arm to channel power, and barely managed to stop himself from flying back further. He stabilized his body, charging up a void shock blast, then swung his hand forward to launch it. The blast screamed through the air, heading straight for the Crimson King. But the king just needed one strike to send Van Dion flying dozens of meters away. A deafening boom shook the ground, leaving a massive crater. In the center of the pit, Van Dion was covered in flowing blood. Both of his arms were gone now, and he was gasping for air, looking totally drained. He asked, almost dazed, "You chopped off both my hands?" He forced a laugh, figuring it out. He's mocking what I did to that old hag earlier. Interesting. Inside, Aki looked miserable too, blood dripping from his nose and mouth as he struggled to give a warning. "We're out of time. Kill him and rip out his core." The Crimson King's golden eyes glared coldly at Van Dion lying in the dirt as he raised his hand, gathering blazing red energy into his sword. But Van Dion just scoffed confidently. "Kill me? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much?" Suddenly, a surge of green energy began to materialize out of nowhere. It wrapped around Van Dion's body. New arms started sprouting from his shoulders, slamming onto the ground with renewed strength. Then, the other wounds all over his body began to heal too. Van Dion pushed himself up inch by inch. He cracked a creepy smile and muttered, "I promised the king I would absolutely never use this form." Van Dion couldn't even stand straight yet, but 2 green wings suddenly burst from his back. "Looks like I have no choice but to kill you now." Both the Crimson King and Aki went wide-eyed in disbelief. Demon transformation. Van Dion, now looking like a full-blown demon, looked up and flashed a dangerous grin. The Crimson King was slightly surprised. He stared at Van Dion, sizing him up, then suddenly chuckled. "You really thought this through." Floating high above, the Crimson King analyzed calmly. "You fought while quietly drawing us away from Dawn City, so that even if you used demon transformation, nobody would detect it, right?" Van Dion closed his eyes and laughed loud. "That's exactly why I praised you." He looked up at the sky and shrugged, looking all nostalgic. "How long has it been since an enemy forced me into this state?" His tone was insanely confident. "Even though I hate looking like this form is truly invincible." Van Dion's figure suddenly vanished, leaving nothing but an afterimage. In a split second, he appeared right in front of the Crimson King, arrogant as hell, grinning as he swung an attack, his voice still mocking. Gotta admit, the hit sent the Crimson King crashing straight down, shattering the ground on impact. Van Dion spun around, shooting a black cord from one hand to pin the king to the dirt, while winding up his other hand for another strike. He shouted, "I'm not done yet!" The impact shook the earth, splitting it open with multiple slash marks. High above, Van Dion looked down with a gloomy expression. His whole body was still surging with power. He frowned, watching the ground intently, not letting his guard down for a second. Inside the deep crater filled with slash marks, the dust settled and a figure emerged. The Crimson King was still standing there, his sword held up horizontally across his face, his cold eyes locked onto Van Dion. He furrowed his brow, thinking, his power after demonizing really exceeded my expectations. Van Dion, still hovering above, looked down with a smug face, but couldn't help offering a little praise. For a humanoid demon, you're pretty good. He laughed maniacally, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But you can't beat me. The Crimson King didn't look scared at all. He just shot back with a mocking tone. Oh? That's the first time anyone's dared to say that to me. He gripped his sword tighter. A beam of blazing red energy crashed down from the sky, slamming into him. The shockwave blasted outward, warping the terrain around them. The energy kept pouring down right in front of Van Dion's eyes, leaving him totally stunned. Impossible, what kind of realm is this? Suddenly, the Crimson King's gaze turned razor sharp. He glared furiously at Van Dion and said, I'll show you what true power looks like. But suddenly he froze, shutting his eyes tight. Fighting back the pain, blood started streaming from all over his body. He thought, this kid's body has been shouldering my power for too long. Drops of blood splattered onto the ground. We're reaching the limit. The Crimson King's body was covered in cracks. He bit his lip. If I don't pull out in time, he won't just die from his body shattering, even my own spirit might take a hit. The Crimson King glanced up at Van Dion hovering above and sighed internally. Can't believe I'm actually interested in that guy, what a joke! He let out a breath. Maybe because I've been asleep too long, I just got bored. Even though his eyes showed he didn't want to stop, he forced a bitter smile and compromised. Whatever. Suddenly, the Crimson King's eyes went wide, and Van Dion looked surprised too. His aura had returned to normal. The Crimson King stabbed his sword into the ground, struggling with anger as he questioned himself. What gives, Crimson King? Why didn't you just kill him right at the crucial moment? But he snapped out of it quickly and exhaled. Don't be stupid. The Crimson King's voice echoed in Aki's mind. His body floated there as the red tendrils clinging to him started falling off. If I hadn't pulled out in time, this body would have exploded already. You die, and I vanish too. The Crimson King's voice still sounded worried. But he's already demonized. My power isn't enough to beat him now, and my teammates are still waiting for that core. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably, looking totally wrecked. He was calculating in his head, my power is right there inside the Crimson King, you just suck at using it. Try pouring your mind into the weapon. Aki's hand gripped the sword tight, blocking the hit, just feeling it. It's gonna tell you what to do. It's gonna show us the way. You mean this thing can talk? A red sword flashed in his mind. The Crimson King was my ride or die back in the day. You can even imagine the battles it has seen. Wake it up, kid. Facing Aki, the Crimson King dropped a truth bomb. If you can even kill a piece of trash. Like that, then you are worthless. Guess I gotta admit, I picked the wrong guy. Seeing the Crimson King kneeling there, totally frozen, Van Dion burst out laughing. I get it now. That mode earlier, that wasn't you. You've got some other crazy power hiding inside you. But you are too weak to call it out now. Van Dion laughed his head off, looking all smug and cocky, raising his hand for the kill shot. Then just die already. The Crimson King didn't react, eyes heavy, just closing them and waiting in silence. If you can hear me, answer me, damn it. Suddenly, the Crimson King's eyes snapped open, ice cold and glaring with pure murder. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Tomoe's power surged through. She was moving so fast, she was just a blur, her power sweeping through everything, slicing up monsters until blood sprayed everywhere. After the insane slaughter, Tomo braced herself to stop. She frowned, biting her lip hard. Even if they're low-level demons, there's just too many of them. A massive boom echoed from the gloomy woods as a swarm of monsters poured out. Suddenly, a huge foot stomped down, scaring the little freaks into clearing a path. 2 6th rank and 1 5th rank demons swaggered in. They walked up looking all pleased, saying, "Human, your bloodline smells delicious." Seeing these 3 freaks, Tomo actually felt a chill. Situ Leo, standing behind her, didn't see a reaction and asked, "Tomo, what's wrong?" Sweat was pouring down Tomo's face. She forced a painful smile and replied, "Liu, focus on protecting Lena. Don't worry about me. It's just things are about to get way more intense." The 6th rank demon licked its hand, smiling like a creep, and said with interest, "Not quite human humanoid demons? Maybe we should keep one alive for research." Facing the massive horde, Tomoe didn't back down one bit. She said, "But I'm not letting a single one of you live." She dropped into a combat stance, lifting her foot. Inside, she calculated, can't let them make the first move. Then Tomoe shot forward, slamming one 6th rank demon away, while driving her weapon straight into another one for a critical hit. Face cold, she thought. That's one down. But suddenly her expression changed. Behind her, the other two demons rushed in at the same time, looking hyped. You're pretty fast. They slashed her hard in the back before she could block. She quickly kicked off the ground, jumping into the air. Tomoe spun her body with cold eyes, rotating in the air like a tornado. She unleashed her wind waltz move, knocking the two demons back. They braced themselves on the ground, shocked. She used the momentum to push us back? The red 6th rank demon got even more excited, gathering an energy ball in its hand. If you were using skills to kill us, then I am jumping in too. But before it could react, Tomoe dashed right in front of it, leaped up, and slammed down with full force. The red demon blocked it, sending a huge shockwave of energy blasting everywhere. She looked like she was struggling. Tomoe thought angrily, damn it, my body's reaching its limit. Then her face went pale again. The brown 6th rank demon she killed earlier was slowly standing up. The hole in its heart healed instantly. It smirked at Tomoe, mocking her. Thought I was dead. I'm gonna go for the one who can to move. Dawn. He laughed and bolted towards Situlio, who was healing Lena. Situlio panicked, raising his hands to block. Tomoe crashed down instantly, smashing the demon into the ground so hard it coughed up green blood. She gritted her teeth, furious. Don't you dare! Seeing Tomo block the hit, Situlio looked relieved. But suddenly, Tomo got blindsided from behind. She screamed in pain as she was sent flying. Monster blood sprayed everywhere. Situlio's eyes went wide. Her scream echoed through the massive forest. Tomoe's mouth was full of blood, her breathing heavy. Looking forward, unwilling to give up, she clenched her teeth. Damn it, my body can't take much more. But you bunch of animals? She spun around, smashing the 5th rank demon's head nearby, screaming in rage. You all die! Tomoe gripped her weapon with both hands, spinning. Unleashing chaotic shadow blade, chopping the head off the 5th rank demon and slicing the red 6th rank demon in half. The monsters backed off in fear. Tomoe's hands were shaking uncontrollably, but she screamed a threat. Keep coming, you filth! The monsters were shaking, too scared to move forward. They stepped back, slowly retreating into the woods until they were gone. Situlio cheered. They retreated! Tomoe, you did it! Are you okay? Tomoe? Tomoe stood still, not reacting, as her armor pieces faded away. Then she just collapsed. In that fight, she killed 2 6th rank demons, 1 5th rank, 6 4th rank, 16 3rd rank, 22nd rank, and 45 1st rank demons, successfully protecting her team. Back at Aki's spot, a voice rang out, showing a pair of blood-red eyes in his mind. You are not the Crimson King. How did you wake me up? Even in battle mode, Aki couldn't hide his shock. He reached out, touching the sword he was holding, thinking, the Crimson King can talk to me in my head? This thing is actually alive. Nearby, Van Dian was surrounded by poisonous vines, ready to strike, but he looked at Aki with total confusion. He wondered, looking puzzled, what kind of hellish trick is he pulling now? Not wasting time while Aki was zoned out, Van Dian launched a full power attack. Poisonous vines shot toward him as Van Dian shouted, Doesn't matter what you do! Without that power from before, you can't beat me. Seeing the vines tearing through the air toward him, Aki calmly raised the sword. Eyes focused and ready to brawl. He spoke to the glowing red eye on the blade in his hand. Crimson King, first off, let's waste this guy standing in front of us. After hearing his offer, the blood-red eye on the sword just gave a cold, one-word reply. No. Aki gasped, totally shocked that the Crimson King would shut him down like that. As soon as Aki cried out, that's when the vines came crashing down exactly where he was standing. Van Dian's poison vines smashed into the ground, triggering massive explosions that tore the earth apart where the vines struck. The impact sent rocks flying everywhere, turning the whole place into a total wasteland. The vines stopped, leaving deep, jagged cracks in the ground. Stone dust filled the air. You could clearly see the insane power behind the attack Van Dian just unleashed. Between Van Dian's strike and the Crimson King's sudden rejection, Aki didn't have time to fight back. He was a sitting duck. Now Van Dian's poison vines were wrapped tight around him. You could see the sheer agony on Aki's face as the vines crushed his movement. His limbs were shaking from weakness, but he still gripped that sword like his life depended on it. Red energy started leaking from his arm. That was Aki's power, and those vines were sucking it dry. He could feel his own strength getting ripped away from him. Aki grimaced in pain. He thought, these vines are draining my energy. Meanwhile, Van Dian had Aki exactly where he wanted him, caught in his poisonous trap. He gloated, now that my poison vines have you, just wait until you melt into a puddle of bloody water. Van Dian looked down at the ground where Aki was suffering, totally controlled by his move. The vines hoisted Aki's body high into the air. Aki's face twisted in pain. He thought to himself, my energy it is draining fast. As the vines were about to cover him completely, Aki shot a thought to his sword with intense focus. He asked, Crimson King, why the hell won't you fight with me? The vines wrapped tighter and tighter around Aki's body and the sword in his hand started glowing with a weird red mist. Its voice echoed in his head. Only the true Crimson King is worthy of fighting by my side. So who are you? As soon as the voice faded, a massive burst of energy exploded from deep inside Aki. The vines were closing in on him. From above, Van Dion saw a blinding red light tearing through the ball of vines he made to trap Aki. Then, boom! A massive energy blast went off. Aki's power shattered the vine prison from the inside, sending debris flying everywhere. A huge pillar of energy shot up, with jagged lightning crackling from the center of it. Dust covered everything. Then, walking out of the smoke, there was Aki. He was still clutching that blood-red sword, surrounded by red lightning and shreds of broken vines. His eyes glowed as a bolt of red lightning flashed across them. White steam hissed from Aki's mouth. He said with total grit, even if I lose, I'm going down fighting. Seeing Aki walk out of that energy explosion, Van Dion immediately went on the defensive. Green energy swirled around him, but he looked nervous. Van Dion thought, that freakish lightning he used at the start, how does he have the lightning element too? His eyes narrowed dangerously, but you could tell he was actually kind of freaked out. Van Dion thought, I gotta end him fast. The Crimson King seemed to be thinking, and then suddenly, the sword let out a loud, manic laugh like it just figured something out. Electricity crackled along the blade. Even Aki looked down at his sword in surprise. The Crimson King suddenly spoke up. So that's the nature of your power. All right, you're worthy. Hearing that, Aki's grip on the hilt tightened instantly, and his voice was rock solid. Good. Then Aki raised the sword high, red light and lightning swirling around it. He thought, then let's fight together, Crimson King. But the second he said it, the sword shattered into pieces right in his hand. Aki was stunned. Aki's eyes went wide and he gasped in shock. But then, the shards of the sword started gathering around his arm. The fragments fused to form a solid red gauntlet, just like the color of Aki's sword. The kid just stared in disbelief as the armor finished forming. And suddenly there was a red eye on his arm, same as the one on the sword. It spoke to Aki, now, I'll show you the true power of the Crimson King, kid. The shock faded, and a grin spread across the teen's face. Aki looked at the armor the Crimson King had just created. He smirked and thought, you really are a beast, Crimson King. Meanwhile, Van Dion was losing his cool. Green cracks started spreading across his face. Van Dion thought, I don't get it, what the hell is this guy? Suddenly, the green aura around him flared up and morphed into a massive, twisting snake. Van Dion thought, I have to kill him right now. The snake created from Van Dion's energy bared its fangs and lunged straight at the ground where our hero was standing. Van Dion screamed in his head, take this, my ultimate move. Van Dion's eyes were bulging out, his face basically cracking apart. He clawed the air, gathering a massive amount of energy to slam into the ground. The giant python rushed at Aki, but he just stood there, totally unfazed, ready to take on the otherworld python strike. Suddenly, Aki stomped on the ground and launched himself forward. He used the momentum to charge straight at the incoming monster. He became a streak of red light, heading right for that savage python. Our hero cocked his fist back, Aki's eyes blazing. He tore through the wind and screamed, bring it on! The collision between Aki and the python was insane, as the red light slammed into it, triggering an explosion that lit up the whole sky. Van Dion was horrified. He thought, he destroyed my attack? How is that even possible? Aki's energy beam closed in on Van Dion. He threw his fist forward, aiming right for him. The clash was intense, their powers collided, blinding everyone with light. Then, a massive explosion ripped through the air, sending shockwaves in every direction. Van Dion was barely holding it together, struggling to block Aki's blows. His face was cracking apart, eyes bulging out like crazy, with green energy exploding all around him. He screamed in total denial, no way! There's no way you can beat me! Hearing that, Aki just hit him with a cold, indifferent reply. To me, you're just a knockoff 6-mark wannabe. Then Aki put everything he had into a punch straight at Van Dion. The energy flared up blindingly bright as he roared, and I used to be the king. Van Dion tried desperately to block the attack. His arms were shaking violently. He was about to crumble. The red and green energies clashed violently against each other. Van Dion started trembling, stuttering out, used to be the king? That's impossible, aren't you supposed to be dead? Van Dion barely finished his sentence, but Aki was done waiting. He lunged forward, punching straight through the guy's body to settle the score. Even as he fell, Van Dyne couldn't believe he'd actually lost. His eyes were wide with shock and denial. Aki flew right past him at high speed as the green energy around them started to fade away. The sound of Van Dyne plummeting from the sky echoed through the air. Aki turned back to look at the battlefield and spoke up, like he was answering for his past self. "You got the right answer, you moron." Meanwhile, two spheres of energy were speeding through the air over the vast mountain range. Suddenly, a figure flickered in their path. Aki dashed in, snatching those two green orbs out of the air with lightning speed. Then he zoomed off, leaving nothing but a red streak across the vast sky. Aki said, "Got him, time to head back." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, the ground was scarred with marks from the battle. Deep in a crater, Sino was barely holding himself up, glaring at Dan's two elite guards hovering above. The old guy with white hair looked down, confused. He couldn't believe it. "What is wrong with this guy? We've hit him with everything we've got, and he's still standing?" The redhead kid replied, equally shocked. "It's not just his crazy defense. This human-shaped demon, his aura gets stronger the more we fight. It's like he's never gonna go down." Sino was wrapped in a protective shield. The two enemies kept sizing him up. "Exactly, he looks like he's just defending himself, keeping us from moving forward. Truly a terrifying guy." Sino looked annoyed, forcing the words out. "I can't let you guys pass." The redhead shouted angrily, "I don't care what the hell he is, just kill him already. This has gone on too long. If we keep this up, the other soldiers are gonna lose faith in us." The old man quickly agreed. "All right, let's combine all our energy." The ground beneath their feet had already been pulverized into dust. Both of them yelled, "Final strike! Kill him!" Suddenly, two streams of energy shot straight into the sky and merged together, coiling into a full power attack that barreled straight towards Sino. He couldn't react in time. He just stood there, rooted to the spot, a helpless thought crossing his mind. "Guess this is it. I just have to accept it. Aki, I hope I bought you enough time." Suddenly, a strike slammed down from the sky, intercepting their attack. It was Aki, charging in with the Crimson King form. He unleashed a twin thunder flash, blasting both of them away. Neither could withstand the hit and instantly passed out. Seeing Aki standing there, Sino felt a wave of relief and called out, "Aki!" Hearing his name, Aki turned slightly, smiling as he explained, "Don't worry, they're just knocked out. I got the core. Let's move." Aki and Sino deactivated their demon forms and quickly ran off to find their teammates. His face was full of worry. "Why is the smell of blood so strong? We must be getting close." Suddenly they froze. In front of them, the corpses of monsters were scattered everywhere. To Aki and Sino's surprise, Tomo lunged right at them. She struck hard at Aki, forcing him to struggle just to block it. His eyes widened in disbelief. Tomoe was completely unconscious. Aki hesitated, asking, "Tomo, is that you?" Seeing her expressionless face and soulless eyes, he realized she was out cold. Still gripping her hand tight, he looked around in shock. "Did you do all of this?" His lips trembled, and with a pained, gentle voice, he comforted her. "We're back, Tomo. It's okay now." Hearing that, she froze for a second, then slumped forward in relief. Aki quickly caught her, pulling her into a protective hug. In the distance, Situlio was still healing Lena. She called out, her voice full of worry. "Tomoe, she lost consciousness a while ago, but she kept fighting to protect us." She let out a sigh of relief, her face looking a bit more at ease. She smiled softly. She managed to hold on until you two finally got back. Situlio was holding two 7-star cores. Aki stared, asking in surprise, "7-star cores? I can't believe you guys actually defeated the new 6 mark." Then she gently placed the cores near Lena's chest. The cores were instantly absorbed, and a powerful wave of energy burst out from her body. The energy was so intense it shook the whole forest. You could actually see the color returning to Lena's pale face in real time. She was still biting down on a necklace, but the life was coming back to her face. Green energy flowed from her shoulders, wrapping around her, and her arms slowly started to grow back. Aki cheered, "It worked! Lena's body is healing!" But just as he said that, Situlio collapsed to the ground, shocking them both. "Liu!" They both panicked. Aki caught her and placed her in Sino's arms. After checking her, he sighed in relief. Thank God. Liu just passed out from using too much power. Sino looked at Situlio and Tomoe, a fond smile crossing his face. Those two. They must have drained every last drop of energy and spirit they had. Aki looked at them too, smiling with relief. "Yeah," he praised. "They're amazing warriors, truly amazing girls." He kept grinning as he spoke. "Sino, do you think they may be?" Suddenly he stopped, looking over at Sino in confusion. Sino. Sitting across from him, Sino had fallen asleep without even realizing it. Aki let out a soft breath and smiled gently, thinking, "You're totally drained too, huh? Get some rest, brother." Warm sunlight bathed him and his 4 teammates. Aki felt a weight lift off his chest, thinking, "I'll keep watch over you guys until you wake up. Rest up, and thank you." Later, on a lush green hill playing with the wind and clouds, Lena was lying on the grass, looking like she was just asleep. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. She sat up, totally confused. Panic was written all over her face. Was that a dream, she thought? Then, a voice dragged her back to reality. Lena froze. What the? Standing proudly right in front of her, amidst the clouds, was a group of people in red cloaks. One of them turned around. It was Aki, decked out in that alien warrior form. He asked Lena gently, "Yo, what is up? You look totally spaced out." Her face was full of panic as she stammered, "I think I just had a super long dream, like a really, really long one, and I dreamt that finally my hands were gone." A brutal scene flashed through Lena's mind, her body covered in blood, both arms chopped off. Tragic stuff. Aki laughed, but his voice was soothing as he reassured her. "Silly girl, you're probably just exhausted lately. That is why you are having these weird nightmares." Then another girl walked up quickly, grabbed Lena's hand and said, "My good little sister." She knelt in front of the panicked Lena and cooed, "Chill out, it's just a dream." It was Celine, the strongest purple nuclear mist empress back in the day. She smiled gently, "Stop overthinking it." Aki pointed forward and said, "Check it out, the new capital is almost finished. Scale might even be the first S-class city in history." A massive, sturdy-looking fortress appeared before her eyes, humanity's new city of hope. Kaz, face full of life, flashed a bright smile. The red nuclear flame, second strongest at the time, spoke with pure excitement. And get this, the citizens even volunteered to build a super huge statue right at the gate to honor you, man. An image flashed in her mind of people crowding around a giant statue. It was Aki. Aki stood there looking awkward, sighing in resignation. I turned them down, but nobody listened. Yasunari, the strongest Yellow Earth nuclear user at the time, chimed in, "You're our king. You're the one who brought hope and a future to the survivors. You totally deserve that statue." A blue-haired guy with a chill vibe agreed, "Yeah, absolutely." Everyone shouted in unison, "Nothing's more deserving." Aki didn't say much, just grumbled helplessly, "You guys are so noisy." But he couldn't hide his happiness. He spun around, walking quickly toward the city, and urged them, "All right, let's head back." Savvy, the strongest void nuclear user, looked serious. "Heard the ancient trump cards have been acting up lately. I'm thinking about sending a squad to investigate." Hearing that, Aki analyzed the situation seriously. "There's still a ton of construction to do in the city. I'm planning to dig a tunnel connecting all the towns to share resources easier. And one more thing." A sword symbol appeared as Aki described it. He continued, "Heard there's some religious faction rising up." Lena sat there listening, her mind still stuck in the dream, when suddenly a voice called out, "Lena, keep up!" She replied cheerfully, "Yeah, coming." But as her hand touched the ground, a weird sensation hit her. She collapsed in pain. Her arms were gone, nothing but fresh blood gushing out. She knelt on the ground, staring helplessly at everyone. Their figures blurred before her eyes as she screamed in agony, "My hands, guys, wait, hold on! Aki!" Suddenly, reality snapped back. In front of Lena sat Aki, Tomo, Situliu, and Sino. Aki's eyes went wide. He gently laid Situliu down and rushed over to Lena, asking hurriedly, "Lena, you awake?" She checked herself out and thought, "My body is overflowing with energy. Is it because the two Seven Wonders cores merged and attached to me?" Lena trembled, staring at her hands, her voice shaky. "My hands, they grew back." Aki suddenly lunged forward and hugged her tight. "That's awesome, Lena." Lena stared blankly at the battlefield behind Aki, dead monsters everywhere. Her eyes filled with tears and her voice trembled, choked with sobs. Did you guys do all this? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was such a burden, I almost got everyone killed." Aki hugged her even tighter, gently reassuring her. "Don't apologize, Lena. We'd do it for you in a heartbeat. Teammates are teammates, no matter what. Even if we have to risk our lives, it's worth it." Aki recounted the events one by one. Lena gasped in shock. "Van Dien is dead? Oh, we're in deep trouble now. When the new king and the 5 members of the new 6 greats find out, they'll come for us immediately." She frowned, looking super worried. "We gotta get out of here, now. Recovering is our top priority." Aki nodded. "Yeah, everyone's totally drained." An image of Yasunari flashed in Aki's mind. He recalled that while 3 of the old 6 greats had died in battle and Desa was captured, one still remained. Yasunari, the Yellow Earth user. After getting badly hurt, he gave up his identity and went into hiding in a secret town. A faint memory surfaced of him walking alone through a sandstorm. Aki mused, "We can go find him. That place should be safe." Then suddenly Aki's face lit up with excitement. He had faith in his old war buddy. "All right," he said, "let's hit the road immediately." Lena agreed right away. "Okay, but I'll patch them up first." She channeled her power to create a protective barrier around their three lying teammates to start the healing process. She didn't stop healing as she spoke seriously. Van Dion's nuclear energy is actually insane. It was strong enough to make my hands grow back on their own. I don't even feel like I'm using energy to heal them. Looking at C2 Leo sleeping peacefully, Lena said gratefully, "This is also a gift from Liu Jiangjin, an incredibly powerful blue nuclear user." Lena smiled, her eyes filled with relief, and sighed. "Aki, looks like you've got yourself a new ally, a really strong one." Aki stood beside her and asked, "Is it a long way?" She kept healing and replied, "Distance isn't the issue. The problem is, even if we find Yasunari, he might not want to help us." Lena focused on the healing, her voice hesitant. "After you died, Yasunari fell into despair. He even started resenting you." A shadow of sadness crossed Aki's eyes. "He hates me for leaving them behind, for letting all this happen, but he didn't stay down for long." Aki's eyes quickly regained their fire. He spoke decisively. "I have to see him. I need to explain everything to him face to face." Meanwhile, in a dry, barren valley where the mounds of earth were cracked and lifeless, there was a huge cave, the inside dark and creepy. Lai, wearing red armor, stood inside the cave, holding a mysterious bag, lost in thought. "Humph." He sneered with a look of pure contempt. "What a bunch of disgusting, smelly trash." The watch on his wrist started buzzing. He was kinda surprised. "Emergency call? Haven't had one of those in forever." In the dark cave, spherical energy masses floated in the air, casting reflections as he answered. A nonchalant voice came from the watch. "Did you get the item?" He snapped back, looking totally annoyed. "Got it? You seriously used the emergency line just to ask me something that dumb?" He yelled at the guy on the phone. "I've picked up the goods like 1,000,000 times already. Don't you guys trust me yet?" The other side went quiet for a sec before dropping the bomb. "Van Dion is dead." Liet just froze, totally paralyzed by the news. His face went ghost white while the guy on the phone calmly broke it down for the new Hexa elite. "Red Lion Liet, wielder of the Red Dual Core," your subordinate said. "Two crazy strong humanoid demons jumped him." He asked again, sounding super pissed. "Wait till I get back. I'm taking over this investigation." The other guy dodged the question. "Let's talk about that later." You could see the bloodlust in his eyes, veins popping out on his face. "I am investigating, and I'm not asking for permission. I am telling you." The other guy went silent, probably weighing the options. Liet stared at his watch, waiting for an answer. A few minutes later, his voice cracked as he begged, "Please." Finally, the guy on the line sighed and gave in. "Fine, I got it. I'll let the other three know what's going on. I'll send you the investigation files in a bit. It should help." The guy sounded kinda sorry as he tried to calm Liet down. "Just keep your cool, okay? I know you and Don grew up together. We are all messed up about this." The line went dead. In the silence, Liet flashed back to when they were kids, just hanging out and having fun. He was shaking, totally heartbroken, whispering Don in despair. Then the pain and rage took over, and he screamed, "Don, why did it have to be you?" He let all his rage out, screaming, "I swear I'll avenge you!" His power exploded, blowing the cave apart and shooting a massive beam into the sky. His angry roar was enough to chill you to the bone, literally obliterated everything. Somewhere else, two streaks of light zoomed across the sky. Aki was in the lead, carrying Lena, with Sino trailing behind, lugging both Tomoe and Situ Liu. Aki checked in. "You guys tired? Need a break?" Situ Liu replied super politely. "Me and Tomoe are good. It's just tough on Sino since he's stuck carrying both of us." Sino was chill about it. "Don't worry about me. I'm good. Let's keep moving." Lena, safe in Aki's arms, cheered them on. "Hang in there, guys." Killing Van Dien, that's a huge deal. The other 5 elites are probably already on our tail. We're in a super dangerous spot right now. We gotta reach the town where Anran is before sunset to be safe. Aki saw she was stressing out and whispered, "It's gonna be okay. We'll be safe." Situ Liu watched the two of them silently. After a while, the squad arrived at this lush green city hidden in the forest. Green Oasis Town, a level C city, looked totally peaceful. Aki landed outside and told everyone to de-transform and blend in. He looked at the city, totally hyped. Who knew there'd be a level C city out here? They stood at the gates, surrounded by trees. The place looked fresh and simple. Lena jumped in. "Green Oasis Town. Years ago, before Enran left, he told me he'd come here. It's actually really pretty. Let's go." Everyone else nodded and followed her. Situ Leo asked, "Hey Aki, are we here to find the old elite member? Emperor Anran, right?" Aki didn't beat around the bush. "Yeah, Lena said we should come here given our situation. If the rest of the elites jump us, we're screwed." Situ Liu looked down, kinda shy. "I know that. I just meant," Aki softened his voice. "What is up? You okay?" Suddenly she stopped walking. She was curious but hesitant. Who are you, really?" Lena, walking ahead, saw them getting close and looked a bit jealous. Aki stopped too and asked seriously, "Who am I?" "What do you mean?" "I'm Aki." Both Aki and the alien Aki inside him confirmed it. He's the king named Aki from the past, the strongest warrior who died 50 years ago. He didn't hide anything, which made Sino and Lena freeze in their tracks. I was reincarnated and time-traveled to the present. I'm living in this body now. Leo looked shocked, shaking in disbelief. Sino's face went stiff as he asked, while Tomoe was just stuttering. Bro, what did you just say? Aki stayed calm. If you want the truth, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Then, the alien warrior Aki surfaced to answer. I'm gonna tell you guys what happened to me and the secret living inside me. Everyone looked at each other, totally confused. Then Aki started spilling his whole story. Lena was quiet, not looking too shocked. But Sino and Liu, their eyes were popping out of their heads. They were literally shaking. Sino couldn't believe his ears. He turned to Aki. Bro, I can't even process what you're saying right now. Aki, are you pranking us? Time travel? Reincarnation? You're saying you're the king from 50 years ago? The strongest warrior, Aki? The guy who built Dawn City? That's insane! Aki kept going. For some reason, I traveled 50 years into the future to right now, and I am surviving in this body. He paused for a sec, then added, and inside me, the Crimson King Core resides here. The 8th Demon Core, one of the 6 strongest King Cores. All 3 of them freaked out. Sino stammered, King Core? The 8th? Lena piped up, stronger than the 7? Aki, are you saying there are demons out there stronger than the 7 elites? Liu frowned. The 8th King Core. Aki looked at her. Liu, you've got the same power inside you. Your ability to control space and time? That's thanks to the Black King Core. It's another King Core, representing the Black Nucleus. Liu gasped, realizing something. So that's what it is. The Demon King the 8th, the Black King Core. I kind of guessed it, but Lena interrupted loudly. What the hell is a King Core? Why is it parasitic on you two? What do they want? Aki frowned and looked down. I don't really know. The Crimson King Core never told me the full plan. He continued, I just know it seems like it used to work with the other King Cores. An image of the red and black King Cores flashed in his mind. Aki was sure about the Black King Core. He flashed back to the past and kept explaining. In my past life, I entered the ancient king's altar and found out about the 8th core. He remembered his body being covered in blood, totally helpless against their power. I don't know why it picked me or what it really wants. He closed his eyes, but I can feel it. It definitely has its own agenda. It might even decide the fate of humanity. He looked down. But right now, I've got bigger problems. With the new king and the new Hexa elites showing up, I need to save Da. He hesitated. I have to meet this so-called new king. He looked up at the sky. I need to see where the hell he's trying to lead the survivors. Liu asked, sounding scared. Crimson King Core, Black King Core, what's their goal? And Aki, are you gonna be stuck with the Crimson King Core forever or what? He lowered his head and muttered, my final destiny? Hell if I know. He paused, then continued in a low voice. The power of the Crimson King's banner makes me stronger. But its existence is like a double-edged sword. He said he could feel it watching him, waiting for something to happen. He looked at the group and spoke up. But I don't have any secrets left now. You guys are my crew. I figured you all needed to know this stuff. Whether it's for you guys or for me, maybe it's a good thing. Sino scratched his head and replied, Aki bro, that secret of yours is straight up terrifying. Sino looked to the side with a forced laugh. If Tomoe was awake, with her temper, she'd probably be so shocked she'd lose her mind. He looked Aki in the eye and said, but I don't care what kind of king you are. I believe in you. You're my brother. Liu frowned and said, Aki, thanks for telling us, but this is huge. What can we even do? Aki smiled and replied, no, for this whole trip, I'm the one who should be thanking you guys. You've already done enough. He turned to Lena and said, keep leading the way. Once we find Enran, we'll heal up first, then figure out the next move. She looked at Sino and Liu, who were still worried sick. She thought to herself, this stuff is really hard for young soldiers to swallow. She turned and started walking, thinking they just needed some time to get used to it. Everyone continued walking, but suddenly a loud shout came from the distance. Don't take another step! Lena startled and looked back. It was a first flag, Green Corps soldier guarding the city. He held his weapon tight and yelled, sorry, no outsiders allowed. This town doesn't welcome strangers, so get lost right now. Lena stood below and screamed back, we aren't enemies. We just need a place to rest. She added quickly, my teammate is hurt. Please, have a heart and let us in. We have an old friend inside the city. The soldier didn't buy it and said, you say you're hurt, so I'm just supposed to believe you? Old friend, huh? Who knows if you guys are demons in disguise or not? We've never had outsiders here before, and we don't need them now. Lena replied, annoyed. These guys are being total jerks. Sino continued to beg, listen guys, we really just need a place to recover and heal up. We came from Hilo City. An arrow wrapped in magic flew straight down, landing right at Sino's feet. The soldier waved his hand and roared, "Enough! If you don't leave, believe me, I will kill you all!" Red magic flared up around Aki. He stepped forward and repeated, "Kill us?" He reached out and grabbed the arrow the guy had just shot down. He snapped it in half. His face was full of murderous intent. He spoke up, "Do you believe I will flatten your entire town?" His eyes bulged with veins and glowed with a cold, sharp light. The soldier panicked and cried out. That look in his eyes, he shouted confidently, "I knew it! You guys act just like demons!" He ordered his men to prepare for battle. Everyone down below tried to calm Aki down. Sino said, "Aki bro, chill out a bit." Lena startled and yelled, "Aki, what are you doing? That guy is a first flag soldier." Situ Liu thought to himself, "This killing intent, the Crimson King's banner, it is eating Aki alive from the inside." Suddenly, a figure appeared and stomped onto the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Aki's killing intent vanished the moment he saw that figure. He stammered, and ran? The figure appeared with a muscular body and a yellow cape, dust flying everywhere. Lord Anran spoke up. "Such intense killing intent, let me see who dares to act wild in my town." The soldiers jumped and cried out, "It's Lord Anran!" The soldier from before spoke up. "Lord Anran, these people insist on coming in. They even threatened us." The crowd cheered. "This is great, Lord Anran is here." Anran stared at Aki, and the two locked eyes. Lena rushed out. "Wait!" She took off her hood, smiling. "Anran, it's me, Lena." Anran's eyes lit up. He took off his hat, revealing a face that didn't look young anymore, covered in scars. The old man said in surprise, "Lena, why are you here?" Lena hurriedly explained. "Anran, we need to rest. My teammate is seriously injured." She pointed at Tomo and continued, "We don't have any bad intentions, we just want a safe place." The old man thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and ordered, "Open the gates." The soldier said fearfully, "But Lord Anran, that aura just now." Magic overflowed around the old man as he said, "Relax, I'm here." The soldier obeyed and said, "Yes, sir," then ordered the gates to open. The brown wooden door opened, revealing the beautiful scenery inside. The heavy door slowly creaked open. A large man wearing a red suit walked into a room, carrying a suitcase in his hand. Inside the large room, a woman was already waiting. Seeing him, she spoke up. "You're here, Lai." This lady was Tarina, the new #1 of the 6 nobles, possessor of dual purple cores and a 7th stage core. She hesitated and said, "Lai, about Van Dion, I am very sorry." Even though he heard her, he didn't reply, his face dark as night as he placed the white suitcase on the table. Lai still didn't say a word, just slowly opened the suitcase. After letting Tarina see the colorful cores arranged neatly inside, he finally spoke. "I brought the new batch of cores back safely." Lai's hand glided over the colorful stones, then stopped at a green one, but his choice ended up being the red one lying right next to it. His hand firmly gripped the stone, then he turned to leave with a super cool line. "Send me the data on Van Dion's battle. I don't care if it was a demon or whatever." But Tarina hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a second." Hearing that, Lai stopped and asked in a low voice, "Speak." Tarina replied slowly, "Someone will be going with you this time. It's an arrangement from the higher-ups." A sigh escaped her lips. She probably knew Lai wouldn't like this, but she had no choice. Hearing that, he startled and turned back to ask suspiciously, "An arrangement from the higher-ups? You mean the king or what?" Before he could finish, a person who had been standing in the corner unnoticed spoke up and cut him off. "This is my first time working with you humans, isn't it?" This voice made Lai feel absolutely zero joy. His whole demeanor darkened, looking pretty pissed off. The mysterious person was wearing a bathrobe that was open at the top and split at the bottom, shuffling closer in slippers. He was Ji Niao, a demon with a handsome, delicate face, appearing with a bright smile and enthusiasm that could be real or fake. "Hope we can work happily together." Afterward, the two of them hit the road. Lai couldn't stand his teammate for this mission, so he didn't even bother waiting, just walked fast ahead. Jiniao calmly followed behind, knowing the guy didn't like him, but he still cracked a joke to tease him. "You don't look too happy that I am tagging along, huh?" Lai snapped back irritably. "If it wasn't an order from the bosses, I wouldn't even look at a 5th stage demon like you. Just dawn to get in my way." "I got zero love for demons like you guys." Chi Diao wasn't listening to a single word that dude said. He scrunched up his face, voice dropping low. "Is that so?" Then he raised his voice. "A Wu Chi demon? I could crush a punk like you with one hand." He barely finished talking when bam, a giant scythe stabbed right through his chest. Did that demon lose his mind and kill his own teammate? Lai roared in pain. You dirty sneak! You dare attack me? Veins popped out all over his body, eyes rolled back white, and his pupils shrank. He screamed in rage, You damn piece of trash! But then surprise! The scythe on his chest vanished into thin air. Chi looked totally indifferent, making Big Boss Lai feel super awkward, like a total clown. Seeing that, he stepped up and said, Let's hit the road. Lai looked down at his chest, totally fine, not a scratch. His face went dark and he couldn't say a word. He thought to himself, it's an illusion technique, and not some cheap trick either. Even I didn't catch it right away. He stared at Chi with pure suspicion, thinking, this guy is definitely not just a Wu Chi. That's when Chi smiled and spoke up. You just called me a Wu Chi? But that's just what I wanted you guys to see. He turned back, eyes full of hate. Let's move, Mr. Lai. I've got a grudge I can't let go of either. The scene switches to a small wooden cabin. Suddenly, a massive, shocked scream shook the whole place. Yu-Hai was munching away, asking curiously, Our food is super yummy. Whoa, this is top tier. Seeing the kid so hyped, Lu laughed. I knew Yu-Hai would react like that. Sino sat next to him, totally speechless, watching the kid eat fast like a machine. Yu-Hai, your flexible core isn't meant for stuffing your face. But the kid didn't care, just kept shoving food in. So good. While the three inside were chatting it up, another group of three was talking out in the yard. Seemed pretty serious, cause the vibe between them was kinda tense. After explaining everything, Aki said softly, So that's how it is, Anran. Lena piped up enthusiastically. Basically, our goal right now is to go save Disa, your captain. Those three are really strong. If we can coordinate well, we can totally... Suddenly, Anran stepped up. He walked right up to Aki, didn't say a word, and bam, punched him hard in the face. Lena's eyes popped out, completely confused why Anran would do that. Aki lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Seeing the guy about to attack again, Lena rushed in to stop him. Hey, what the hell are you doing? But she couldn't do anything. She couldn't even control her own hands. They were shaking and got pushed away. Lena could only curse under her breath, and Ran was way too pissed off, totally losing control. His eyes glowed with an intense golden light as he rushed in to throw hands. Anran screamed out all his pent-up frustration while beating him. Do you have any idea? Back then, you wouldn't listen to anyone. You went into the ancient trump card alone. Do you know how much we suffered after that? Do you know what I had to do just to survive? Aki didn't dodge or fight back. He just lay there and took it. Inside, the three kids heard the commotion and got curious. Liu immediately jumped out the window, shouting, What's going on out here? Seeing Aki getting beaten, she panicked and screamed, Let go of him! And Ran used his power to control everything, stopping anyone from getting close. He roared, Stop! Nobody gets involved! After unleashing a massive combo of punches on Aki's face, Anran finally stopped. However, he wasn't done. He grabbed Aki by the collar, pulled him up, and screamed with everything he had. Back then, our teammates died or got hurt. We didn't even have a place to hide. And you, our king, you just left. And now you suddenly show up talking about a rescue mission? What the hell for? Facing all that blame, Aki just bowed his head and said sorry. Then he looked up with serious eyes and ran, Please journey with me one more time. This time, I'll make it up to you 100,000 times over. Those words made the old man burst into tears. The loud noise made his wife and son run out in a panic. Seeing her husband beating someone, the wife was shocked. The son screamed angrily, Who are you people? My dad doesn't like you. Get out of here. Lena was startled and whispered nervously, That's in Ran's family. Hearing that, Aki turned his head to look. The air suddenly went quiet. All you could hear was the wind blowing. A moment later, he let go of Aki and spoke softly, like he was begging, My king, please forgive me. I'm not the great Earth and Ran of the past anymore. He lowered his head. I hid away in this small town, met the people I wanted to love, lived with them. I cherish them, and I'm happy with this life. I don't have the power I used to have. Here, I can only protect them, protect this tiny town. Just as Anran said that, a gust of wind blew his cloak aside, revealing an arm that had been cut off. Aki looked with sad eyes at the old general crying helplessly in front of him, unable to do a thing, and Ran slammed his hand on the ground. Not sure what he was going to do next. But then, to Aki's shock, he bowed all the way down, begging desperately, Please, once you heal up, just leave this place. The scene cuts to Lai lying flat on the ground. Looks like he went through a tough fight. He could barely stand. Li shot a murderous look at the guy across from him. He was furious, staring at the person who killed Van Dien. About 3 hours earlier, Lai and Chi Diao had stopped at a rocky cliff. Scene shifts to a peaceful wooden house under a bright orange sunset. Inside, Tomoe smiled cheerfully at Frank. Hey, lil bro, we seriously not here to cause trouble. We just need a safe spot to crash for a bit. She winked and stuck her tongue out playfully. We totally don't want to ruin your family's happy vibes. Frank blushed, shyly turning his head away and stuttering, I get it, it's fine. Yeah, I know, sis. The kid's face was beet red as he nervously peeked at Tomoe, calling her sister. Suddenly, Sino popped up and patted Frank on the shoulder. We're the good guys, you know? We specialize in taking down demons. The kid looked away, answering half-heartedly, Sure, bro. Just then, in the kitchen, the pot started boiling like crazy. Valia chopped veggies and said, It's so great having two helpers. This is the first time the house has been this full for dinner. She kept talking. I was seriously scared I couldn't handle it on my own. Valia turned and smiled at the two girls. Real talk for all these years. Forget about our house. This whole Oasis town basically never gets outsiders. So, at first we were kinda on edge, didn't even trust you guys, and had a bad attitude. I'm really sorry. Hope you can forgive us. She looked down awkwardly and replied, It's cool, we get it. I mean, we did just barge in out of nowhere. She smiled at Valia and added, We should be the ones apologizing for the trouble. Lena chimed in too. Please, don't worry about it. We're super grateful just to have a place to crash. You and Ayn Rand taking us in, that's already a huge favor. Valia beamed happily. It's nothing, really nothing. Once dinner's ready, let's all have a feast together, okay? Scene cuts to the green fields. Aki sits alone on the grass, staring at the massive sun blazing on the horizon. He purses his lips in thought, silently watching the scenery. Suddenly, a shadow appears behind Aki, and Rand speaks up. Ahem! He presses his lips together tightly, looking at the boy with a sad, intense gaze before slowly walking over. Aki looks up at Ayn Rand. Looking at the boy, Ayn Rand suddenly thinks of someone else. And Rand's eyes widen in surprise as he looks at the person in front of him. He lowers his eyes and speaks from the heart. I have to admit, even with Lena as a witness, what you said about being reborn and crossing worlds, it was really hard to believe. At first, I couldn't accept it at all. And Rand recalls the past, getting a bit emotional. I even threw a few punches at you. Thinking back now, that was totally out of line. He steps onto the lush green grass, slowly moving forward. Right after that, Ayn Rand drops to one knee on the dark green turf. He bows his head respectfully. My king, Ayn Rand, officially pays his respects to you. A moment later, Ayn Rand sits down on the grass and starts his story. Back then, I was badly wounded. I fled to this town, thinking I wouldn't make it. He thinks back to the past. It was her, my wife, she healed my wounds and let me stay. Ayn Rand lowers his eyes sadly and continues. She never asked about my past. She just quietly stayed by my side. Later, we fell in love. I decided to throw it all away, the title of Ayn Rand, one of the former 6 greats of the earth. He remembers her gentle smile. I just wanted to be her husband, protect her, and protect this town. After we had a kid, I had one more person to protect. Life here, peaceful, simple. It's the most precious treasure of my life. Aki smiles happily at him. And Ran, I'm honestly glad you found a place where you belong. His eyes suddenly turn sad. I've never dared to dream of a life like that back when everyone called me the strongest warrior, and eventually the king. I'm very clear on this. I'm not the one who gets to hope for that kind of life. I'm the one who creates it for others. That's why I never dared to stop. Aki recalls the past and explains. That year, I ignored everyone's advice and insisted on entering the ancient king's monument just to find the truth. Those damn monuments bring endless disaster. What secret are they actually hiding? If I didn't go, who else could? He frowns deeply and continues, clinging to some so-called temporary safety. It's just lying to yourself and everyone else. As long as the ancient king's monument exists, there will be countless deaths and unknown tragedies. I didn't have a choice. And Rand suddenly speaks up. My king, that year, the war against the demons brought a temporary victory, a temporary safety. It mesmerized the fearful people, including myself. He looks at the boy intently and adds, and that is exactly why you are the king, and not anyone else. Aki looks up to admire the sky. Now there's a new king. I really want to know where he'll lead humanity. But after fighting Van Dillen, I realized that the so-called new 6 greats can actually demonize. That worries me a lot. Pausing for a sec, he asks with curiosity, what secret is the new king actually hiding? And Rand shouts in panic to stop him. My king, I advise you not to go against the new king. I've seen his power with my own eyes. It's absolute power, unwinnable power that makes people terrified. Veins pop out on Aki's face. No matter what, I have to meet him at least once. Besides, he smirks and asks, how do you know I don't have the power to beat him? And Rand's eyes go wide, stunned by Aki's current form. Scene cuts to the small room, everyone gathering around a large table. Valia brings out a salad bowl and shouts, time to eat! I switched to this big table on purpose. And Rand smiles brightly. It's been so long since it was this lively. This is great. But suddenly, Aki's sword floats up high, radiating dark energy. He turns blankly to look at the sword called Crimson King. Power suddenly flares up on the blade. Aki thinks to himself, danger is coming. The whole space seems to turn gray. Sino asks in terror, "What's wrong?" A bird with oppressive energy suddenly appears in the sky. Inside the house, Aki screams, "Watch out!" Immediately, the bird aims straight for the house and dives down to attack. A huge explosion rings out instantly, and the whole house turns into a pile of rubble. Everyone has now safely escaped the house. Dust and smoke rise from the ruins, blinding the air. A flock of birds is flying around nearby too. Zijiao steps out of the rubble and speaks calmly. "So you guys really were hiding here?" The bird that just attacked the house has now shrunk down and is perched on his finger. Zijiao smirks cunningly. "It only took a little time to track you guys down using the memories of the birds along the way." Suddenly, a deep voice asks, "Was it you?" Lee bows his head, slowly walking out of the ruins. He looks up with sharp eyes. "The one who killed Van Dion." Lee feels totally confused by Zijiao's suggestion. He asks Zijiao, "Why did you tell me to bring you here?" Zijiao hears this and just replies leisurely. He gives a very logical answer. "Maybe it'll help you find him, the guy who killed your person." Lee has even more questions than that, so he speaks up and asks Zijiao, "I am asking you before. You said our goals might be the same. Why did you say that?" Hearing this question, Zijiao refuses to answer. It's a whole painful past for him, but Zijiao doesn't tell Lee the details. He just says briefly, "It's a personal grudge, too." Lee adds slowly, reaching into his pocket for something. "The person I'm looking for isn't a simple existence either. Along the way, I've tracked down quite a few clues about the guy I want to find. Finally, the clues pointed right here." And conveniently, Lee turns, his eyes to the space in front of him, where the ground is destroyed and covered in ruins. A battle of this scale broke out right here. Isn't that just too much of a coincidence? For real? Lai points at the sky and keeps yapping. Dude looks pretty salty about it. "As for teaming up with you, that was the higher-ups' call. We Lai ain't vibing with whatever Pheasant is saying. He's just obsessed with finding the guy who smoked Dion. You said you got a way to track the one who killed Dion." "You're wasting our time." Lai's midway through his rant when Pheasant cuts him off. "Guess the guy needs total silence." Turns out Pheasant just wants to chill with the birds. He holds out a hand to welcome a bird. "Don't scare him." Then Pheasant starts chatting with the bird, acting all mysterious. "Tell me, little buddy, what did you guys see?" The bird spills a pretty long story, but it's in a language Lai can't understand. But Pheasant gets it. He translates so Lai can understand too. "Oh, you mean there's 4 of them total? Human warriors looking like demons? They're all banged up and on the run." Lai hears exactly what he needed and wants to move instantly. He asks in a rush, "Warriors? Which way did they go?" The bird is still chatting with Pheasant. Pheasant translates its chirps. "That way." "Is that so? Good." Then Pheasant lets the bird fly back to the sky. He and Lai head straight in that direction. In no time, Pheasant and Lai pull up to the spot. They found Aki's crew. Lai looks furious, grinding his teeth, veins popping on his face. "Human warrior, to think you could actually kill Van Dion." Lai stares dead at Aki, then asks like he's double-checking, "Was it you?" Pheasant can sense the power, judging Aki based on that vibe. Right arm aura. "So that's it. Demon power, don't know how you got it, but that power is actually kinda interesting." Aki knows zero about his opponent. He immediately asks Crimson King on his right arm, "Crimson King, how strong are these two?" Crimson King takes a few seconds to analyze the messy situation. Then Crimson King gives a verdict based on Aki's experience. "Stronger than that green core kid from before." Crimson King emphasizes Pheasant. "Looks like he's a tough one, especially that guy with his eyes closed." Crimson King checks the aura around Pheasant, then drops a comment. "His aura is super weird." Lai can't wait any longer. He decides to make the first move. Lai shoots like an arrow towards Aki, his eyes full of murderous intent. "You're the one who killed Van Dion?" Lai's power is massive. You could say it's as strong as a lion. None of Aki's teammates can handle this kind of force. They all instinctively block or get blown away. Liu is super worried about Aki, screaming his name to check if he's okay. "Aki!" Lee's attack is heavy, but Aki used Crimson King perfectly to dodge it. Lai sees his move get blocked and is totally shook. "You actually blocked my Lion King cannon." Then Aki keeps using Crimson King to deflect Lai's attacks. Witnessing Aki's tankiness, Lai just trembles and grits his teeth in rage. Judging by Aki's power, Lai immediately convicts him, glaring with eyes full of bloodlust. "That's the look, it was you who killed Van Dion." Lai lands a direct hit on Aki, and there's bloodshed. Seeing Aki hurt, the squad freaks out and rushes in to check on him. Lai unleashes a massive power, and it starts becoming overwhelming. I'm gonna make sure there's nothing left of your corpse. When Aki sees the monster power in front of him, he comments based on his experience. This guy is like Van Dien, has that demon aura means he's gonna demonize too. Liu knows nothing about these people. She turns back to ask the team, who are they? Lena answers briefly, and hearing Lena's reply, the whole group seems frozen in place. Lie? Lena adds seriously, showing eyes full of hatred for the group in front of them. One of the new 6 elites. Right now, Onran is protecting his family. Frank and Valia just saw this scene, so they're terrified. Onran refuses to be useless. He racks his brain for a way to help. Why? Why so fast? With my current strength, how can I help? Everyone in Aki's group seems ready. Tomo activates his skill. Sino doesn't keep the team waiting either. He summons giant power. Liu is also ready to support Aki to fight the 2 enemies right in front of them. When everyone is ready, Liu leads the squad, giving orders without hesitation. Let's go. Lena doesn't want to be left behind. She makes up her mind. I'm joining too. Aki heard Lena's inner voice. He gives her an order. Lena, escort Onran's family out of here. Lena doesn't seem to accept this order. She tries to explain with her logic, but Aki, that's Sly, the most terrifying existence in the new 6. Aki explains to Lena just how dangerous these 2 are. The other guy is a high-level demon. Did you forget what I said before? High-level demons never show up alone. Thanks to Aki reminding her, Lena remembers the danger level of these 2. High-level demons usually travel in demon packs. Finally, Lena makes her own decision. She turns to Onran and orders, Onran, get your wife out of here first. Onran hears Lena but doesn't know what to say since he still wants to fight. Lena can't let Onran's whole family fall into danger. She pulls Anran's hand. Lena pulls Frank's hand too. Then Lena drags Anran's whole family away. On the other side of the battle line, Liu's group is charging in. All 3 of them are targeting Lai. Lai manages to block Liu's group's attacks relatively easily. Liu looks at the opponent in front of her and makes a comment. Seems like this is a tough battle. This guy's reaction speed, unexpectedly red core, not blue core. The more she fights, the more wrong it feels, so Liu fights harder and harder. Plus, why do I keep getting this annoying feeling I can't explain? On the other side, Pheasant is still leisurely enjoying a delicious piece of meat. Looks like we disturbed your happy dinner. Lai stands below, complaining about Pheasant's indifference. Why aren't you helping me gang up on him? Seems like Pheasant doesn't care much. He's still busy enjoying the meat. Mr. Lai has terrifying strength after all. Aki remembers Crimson King's advice. He has a plan for himself. Be careful, that guy has a weird aura. Aki looks up at the enemy ahead. Seems like Aki sensed that strange vibe from Pheasant. Extremely dangerous. Pheasant is still standing on the rock ledge. In front of Pheasant is a massive surge of power. Tomo, Liu, and Sino are attacking Lai with everything they've got to take him down. Liu speaks up to encourage the team, emphasizing what everyone needs to do. Don't let him break the encirclement. Even if he's a new number 6, we just gotta blast our demonic power and we can totally crush him. Liu glances over at Aki and Z. Scheming in her head, she needs to buy Aki some space to handle the other dude. Sino throws a haymaker at Lai, but Lai dodges that killer shot effortlessly. Sino keeps coming at him barehanded, but Lai blocks every single hit. Even though Sino's the one swinging, he's the one hurting because Lai's defense is insane. Damn, that hurts. This guy's physical strength is a nightmare. Lai's face is stone cold, absolutely zero emotion as he keeps blocking with just his hands. While Lai's busy focusing on Sino, Tomoe sees her chance to jump him. She goes for a sneak attack, thinking there's no way he can block this one. But she whiffs it. Lai moves light as a feather, ghosting right behind Tomo. He stares at her with those same dead eyes, zero feelings, nothing. Tomo's totally freaked out that her attack flopped. For real? Liu's still hanging back, analyzing the mess. She sizes Lai up. This dude is definitely a red core, but he moves like a blue core and tanks hits like a yellow core. What the hell? So this is a new number 6 Lai's real power, but a little setback isn't gonna scare Liu's squad. Keep attacking. Still, Liu knows this fight is going off the rails. Something feels off. The 3 of them gang up on Lai, but it's useless. Meanwhile, nothing's happening with Z and Aki. Aki stares at his opponent, looking like he's totally done waiting around. Aki powers up and gets ready to throw down. If you're not gonna move, I will. The ground beneath him shatters as he launches himself at Z. Aki throws a massive punch at Z, but Z pulls some weird move. As he flies past, Aki realizes he didn't even touch him. An afterimage? I missed? Aki tries the same move a few more times, but he just can't land a hit on Z. Suddenly, Z is just standing there, chilling with a reed in his mouth, complaining, I'm really not good at fighting warriors like you, man. Then poof, he vanishes right in front of Aki. Gone? Aki focuses hard and senses exactly where Z is. He spins around instantly, blocking Z's sneak attack from behind just in time. After trading blows, Z still looks bored, fast but not fast enough. Aki catches on to what he means. Oh, so that's how it is? You want a race? Aki taps into the massive power of the Crimson King. Let's see what you got then. Aki moves like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, leaving Z frozen for a split second. Before he knows it, Aki is right in Z's face, leaving him totally shocked. Multi-Thunder Bind. Z takes the full hit and gets sent flying, but Aki's not done. He chases him down, getting right in his face. Gotcha! He slams an attack straight into Z's chest. This time, Z can't block it. He takes the hit, hands shaking like he's in serious pain. He starts praising Aki while gripping the Crimson King tight. Impressive. Suddenly, the real Z is behind Aki, launching an attack. Too bad you killed the wrong person. It's like Aki's waking up from a dream. The person he just tried to crush is actually Liu. She's gasping out her last words, sounding kind of pissed at him. Aki, why? Aki has no clue why he attacked Liu. He stammers, Liu, why? But the Crimson King sees through the trick. The Crimson King shouts, Kid, look closely! It's an illusion! Hearing that snaps Aki right out of his trance. Suddenly, there's no Z, no Liu, nobody, just empty space. Over on the other side, Lai is struggling to fight off all three of Liu's group. Lai is a beast. The trio is having a hard time taking him down, but in the middle of the chaos, Liu notices something weird. Liu and her crew land, deciding to stop this endless fight. The reason is simple. She can't see her opponent anymore. Lai is gone. Zhai is standing on a high rock, smirking down at them like they re-trash, radiating a terrifying aura. He says coolly, you guys are way too sloppy. Liu grits her teeth, realizing how scary Z's power is. No wonder she's had this bad feeling the whole time. It was his illusion magic all along. Tomo realizes the ugly truth, and she looks pretty pissed about it. The guy fighting us never even existed? Sino is frustrated too, but he gotta admit, he respects the power of the guy standing up there. We got played by his illusions for so long, but it felt so real. Aki watches it all unfold, realizing how much he messed up. His illusions are so strong they are basically reality. Who knew we were dealing with high-level demonic illusion magic? We got sloppy! Aki yells, demanding answers. Where the hell is Lai? Z just stands there on his rock, looking totally unbothered. Him? Z gives a nasty smirk, his words dripping with malice. He already went to go play with the one who left earlier. Hearing that, Aki's crew panics, instantly thinking of their other teammates, Lena and Ayn Ran. Z sits back on the rock, chilling. He explains it to them like they're idiots. I told him since we're here, nobody gets out alive. As for you guys, I finally figured it out. That aura from that day, it was the two of you. Z looks down, his eyes locking onto Aki and Liu. Liu's confused and getting pissed. That day? Our aura? What the hell are you talking about? G flashes back to a dark memory he'd rather forget. It was you two that day. Z grits his teeth, hatred boiling over. You killed Little Bean. I promised Mr. Lai I'd get revenge. I'm going to kill you all. G loses it, pumping out so much power the air starts to shake. I can't wait any longer. Boom! A massive noise rips through the air and the ground shakes violently. Everything is trembling. Someone screams, what the hell is happening? The ground starts shaking violently. Someone guesses, is this an earthquake? Another guy screams out, watch your surroundings, move to an open area, keep it orderly. Anran and Lena are trying to push through the crowd. A voice pops up, hey, watch where you were going. Someone rages, quit pulling on me. Then another voice, that sign ahead is falling. Watch out, someone shouts to clear the path. Anran tells Valia and Frank, you guys stay put right here. Don't go running around, got it? Some guy spots Anran and yells, wait up, is that Lord Anran over there? Valia clenches her fists, voice shaking with worry. Honey, please be careful. Frank frowns, sounding super determined. Dad, I'll protect Mom. I promise. Anran turns around and sprints toward the back. He tells Lena, Lena, follow me to the city wall. That sounds something's off. I gotta check it out. Scene switches to the top of a fortress. Tons of soldiers are gathering there. There's this demonic aura spreading everywhere. Wei stares ahead, voice shaking with fear. What is this? How is this even possible? We've never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, Anran and Lena show up, landing right next to Wei. Anran looks up and whispers, what are you spacing out for? Report the situation. Wei points forward and calls out softly, Lord Anran. Realizing something, Anran's eyes go wide, total shock written all over his face. Ahead, a massive demon tide is gathering, their eyes glowing like a distant sunset. The demon horde stares right at Anran's group. It lets out a furious roar. Lena looks down, her face filled with pure horror. She gasps, a demon tide! Anran raises an eyebrow, estimating the scale is at least stage 3 demon level. A map pops up in his mind and he says, Luzhou town is pretty remote. It's far from where the demons usually gather. This demon tide, someone summoned it on purpose. Lena narrows her eyes. Thinking for a sec, she figures it's those two guys from earlier. An image flashes in Lena's mind. It's Lai and Z. Suddenly, a red shadow zooms past. Anran and Lena startle, looking up at the sky. Someone flies over the city wall and dives straight into the ground. A surprised voice rings out. What the heck just flew out of the city? The guy who landed is Lai. The ground cracks open from the impact, dust flying everywhere. Anran and Lena's eyes go wide, totally surprised. Anran gasps. It's Lai. Lai rests a hand on his knee, looks up, and shifts his gaze toward Anran's squad. The demon tide rushes up behind him, standing at Lai's back, screaming threats. Lena frowns and mutters. So the new six are secretly working with demons, huh? Meaning that new king, he just showed up right in front of us. No disguise. Looks like he made his choice a long time ago. Lai puts his hands behind his back, walking and talking. Dead people don't talk. Anran tilts his head slightly and whispers. We'll see if Luzhou town can even survive today. The demon tide surges forward, closing in on the city wall. From afar, Liu is watching the situation at the wall. She exclaims, this feeling the demon tide is here. Aki stands still, calmly ordering. Everyone, go up Lena and Anran. Liu shouts, totally annoyed. Aki, you're going alone? This guy's aura and illusions, he's definitely a high-level demon. Aki coldly cuts her off. Hearing his answer, Liu grits her teeth. She stays quiet for a long moment, feeling helpless. Liu turns around and yells to her teammates. Fine, let's go. Whoa. Ji appears with a sinister grin, his voice soft. Oh no, you don't. Aki taps his foot, and the ground instantly cracks into pieces. Quick as lightning, Aki lunges at Z, shouting back, I'll handle this. Aki swings his arms hard, attacking Z. In a split second, his body looks like it's being ripped apart. Even under attack, Z stays calm, a slight smile on his lips. In a flash, Z vanishes and suddenly darkness swallows the whole area. Aki freezes, staying silent for a bit, his eyes staring blankly into the void. Aki looks around, thinking, pitch black, it's an illusion space. Suddenly, 3 dim lights appear in the distance. The 3 lights rush forward, getting closer to Aki. Liu's image suddenly pops up in one of the lights. She looks around, voice full of panic. Everything's changed. Where is everyone? Liu scans everywhere and yells, Aki, are you here? Then Tomoe appears. Confusion is written all over her face. Tomoe squints, sounding uneasy. Where is this? Is it another illusion? Perspective shifts to Sino. He looks around, totally lost. Sino stands there, staring at the ground, wondering, cracked earth? Aki watches his teammates quietly, thoughts racing. Did everyone get caught in the illusion? This space is insane. This power is definitely above stage 7. Suddenly, Z approaches Aki from behind. Aki's face changes as the voice rings out. Z takes step after step, and in a flash, armor starts covering his legs. Z stops, his body transforming. His voice drips with danger. I am super looking forward to watching you see them die, one by one. Shining armor appears, covering Z's body. A text box pops up. Super Stage 7 Demon Z. Z smiles like a creep, voice arrogant. I love playing with guys who have a little skill like you. You want to die on me right away. Duranta. Watching you suffer, it feels amazing. Suddenly, a spark of electricity touches Z's finger. He glances down as a sound rings out. Zap! Aki swings his arm, and a lightning bolt strikes right where Z is. Aki yells, Flash Thunder! He turns to look at Z, but the guy's already vanished. Jai's voice echoes, That was an interesting move. He reappears, smirking, mocking him. No matter how hard you slash, you are just cutting my afterimage. Aki looks at his opponent and concludes, just as I thought. You are an illusion too. Rushing into attack is just a waste of energy. The Crimson King's thoughts pop up. You're right, kid. Save your strength. I hate this kind of illusion magic the most. Nothing solid for me to slice. Z crosses his arms and praises him. You're calmer than I thought, like you've got a ton of combat experience. Wasting energy on me here is just stupid. This is my illusion world, after all. Z chuckles and adds, I can even control the flow of time itself. Chidiao raises an arm and steps toward Aki. He warns him, quit wasting the stage I set up for you. Trust me, you're gonna love this. Look up at your 3 buddies. It might feel like a second here, but for them, they've been stuck in this hellhole for 2 whole days. Aki whips his head around, staring up at the reflections of his crew. Suddenly, it hits him. Liu's image pops up. She's completely bound by these creepy vine-looking things. The vines wrap tight around Liu, but her fingers twitch. She swings both arms hard, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast slashes, slicing through the vines, holding her down. She screams, Get the hell away from me! The severed vines drop into the swamp nearby. Liu braces her hands on her knees, gasping for air. Her thoughts race. How do I get out of this mess? It's been forever, and none of my attacks are working. Liu opens her eyes, checking the cuts all over her body. She's still breathing hard from exhaustion. She lets out a long sigh and casts a healing spell on herself. A sound chimes out. Recovery. Suddenly a voice interrupts, making Liu jump. Your healing powers are off the charts. Giant vines burst from the swamp, and Chidiao suddenly appears. He says, too bad this swamp is going to drain every ounce of life out of you. Scene switch to another space. The sun is blazing down on the cracked earth. Sino is sprinting at full speed, thinking, where's the freaking exit? How do I break this illusion? How do I get out of this damn trap? Suddenly, two massive tornadoes appear in the distance. They tear straight towards Sino. He throws his hand forward, smashing right into the violent winds. He barely scatters those two when a whole new wave of tornadoes comes flying at him. Sino can't react fast enough and gets knocked back by the winds. He grimaces in pain. Chidiao suddenly pops up, watching Sino as he speaks. Your defense is built like a tank, but this desert will rot your soul. It's been 2 days, Sino. You think your friends are still alive? Sino collapses, his breathing ragged. Chidiao's voice echoes, you should just give up. Go die with them. The scene shifts again now Tomoe is fighting all on her own. Tomoe stands in an endless void as clones that look exactly like her start rising up all around. Quick as lightning, the clones push off and dash forward. They swarm Tomoe, forcing her to scramble just to block their attacks. Tomoe frowns, totally pissed off. Damn it, these clones just keep coming. Have I seriously been fighting for 2 days? Suddenly, Chidiao's voice comes from nowhere. Your speed is limitless, but this mirror world will make you lose your mind. Chidiao appears, his colorful feathers floating in the air. Chidiao grins, spreading his arms wide. Can you escape from your own self? Behind Tomoe, more clones keep rising up. A voice commands, stand up, scene change. Aki is quietly watching his teammates. Their bodies have been stuck in this illusion for 2 days. If I don't break this spell fast, they're gonna get tortured until their minds and bodies give out, and then they're dead. Aki frowns, trying to find a way, but his attacks are useless. It's the same for them, they know it, but they can't do anything about it. Aki clenches his fist, shaking with rage. He thinks helplessly, this illusion is basically unbreakable. Suddenly, Aki's eyes snap open. He realizes something. Wait, I can't break it from the inside. A light glows in Aki's hand as he wonders, so what if I break this illusion from the outside? Back at the city wall, Lena shouts, we have to stop him, and there's the demon tide too. Anran stares straight ahead and tells her, Lena, get ready to fight. Lena looks at Anran, hesitating before grabbing his hand. Anran replies, even so, I have to protect this place. Besides, Anran shouts with determination. No matter what happens, we used to be the Liu Hao. Hearing Anran's answer, Lena frowns, then busts out a thrilled grin. Anran and Lena kick off, shattering the wall beneath them. They launch themselves into the air, staring down at the swarm of demons. Anran and Lena dive down like a streak of light, slamming into the ground. They instantly wipe out a bunch of demons standing nearby. Anran and Lena stand up, eyes locked on the enemy, ready to throw down. In the distance, Lai raises a hand, and the demon tide instantly freezes. A voice booms out. Stop, Lai calls out. Anran of the earth, Lena of the wind, the leftovers of the old Liu Hao. Old squad, old king doesn't matter. It's all ancient history now. Lai grits his teeth and sharp spikes suddenly burst out of his face. He stands there. As power starts radiating off him, his hair turns white and his body gets covered in blazing red armor. His eyes are glowing with pure, intimidating power. Lena stares at Lai, eyes wide. She thinks demon transformation. Lai dips his head slightly and challenges them. Old Liu Hao, come at me together if you want. Thousands of demons emerge from behind him as Lai steps forward. He whispers, the demon tide is gonna swallow this whole place. Meanwhile, Aki is forced to watch his teammates get tortured right in front of him. Chidiao taunts him. Your 3 adorable teammates don't have much time left to hang out in silence with you. Come on, unleash your power. His hand shakes, veins popping out. He laughs like a maniac and strangles his own neck. Go crazy, try to kill me. The thing I want to see most is you losing your mind in hopelessness. Watching the people you care about get tortured to death right before your eyes. Chidiao laughs with pure excitement, and you can't do a damn thing but play around with me in this illusion. Eventually, you'll run out of juice, and I'll take your pathetic life. It's gonna be beautiful. Little Bean is gonna love it. Aki grits his teeth and snaps, aren't you underestimating my team a little too much? Suddenly, Chidiao freezes, staring at the floating images like he can't believe his eyes. Leo is getting thrashed in the swamp, vines wrapped tight around her. Her face is intense. She thinks, I'm the captain. I can't be the first one to give up. I have to find a way to help them. Meanwhile, Sino is fighting off those violent tornadoes all by himself in the barren desert. He fights back hard. Sino tells himself it's just some sand and wind. The battle is just as intense for Tomoe, who's facing down a constant barrage of terrifying lightning. Her face said she wasn't backing down no matter what. Everyone had to dig deep, watching these warriors go all out. Diao was tripping, asking, "Why isn't my illusion breaking them? They should be losing their minds by now." Aki stayed chill and said, "You just don't get it, do you, demon? You never wondered why us humans haven't been wiped out after all this time?" The demon busted out laughing, pointing his finger and talking trash. "We only kept you alive 'cause you're useful, you pathetic human scum." Suddenly, Aki shifted his stance 90 degrees. He said, "Oh, really?" Soft energy started flowing from his hand. "Fine, I'll fight you as a human then." Aki raised his hand, eyes cold as ice, and said, "I'm gonna wreck you." Boom! Blinding light exploded from his body, filling the whole place. Diao started shaking, thinking, "Why the hell am I scared of this guy's vibe?" Wild lightning shot out of Aki's hand. He shouted, "Trust, courage, and hope. That's why humans will never die out." The sky turned blood red, clouds swirling into a massive hurricane eye, while the ground cracked beneath Diao's feet. The demon panicked. "He's trying to bust my illusion from the outside." Aki reached for the sky and clenched his fist with everything he had. Then he slammed his fist down and screamed, "Break this crap right now!" Instantly, a raging bolt of lightning struck down from the storm, smashing right into Diao's illusion. Lightning flashed over his teammates trapped inside. Down in the swamp where Liu was stuck, a bright light suddenly started glowing. The ground cracked under Sino, letting light burst through. The air around Tomoe started shattering too, light beaming inside. Liu's eyes lit up, totally stoked deep down. Sino and Tomoe were completely shocked too. They all thought the same thing. "It's Aki!" Diao got furious, dark energy pouring off him. He growled, "No freaking way! What kind of power do you have to break my world?" A massive explosion went off, blinding light everywhere. Right then, Lena and Anran saw white lightning flashing outside the wall. The old man wondered, "Lightning?" Lena looked at the red sky and yelled, "It's Aki!" Anran spoke up. "This energy, it's totally different from when he went full demon mode." The demons looked up, jaws dropping, totally confused. Lai stood there watching, ignoring the idiots screaming to retreat. He looked deep in thought. Did that Zijiao demon actually lose? Was his illusion trick actually useless? Then he got pissed, crouched down, power surging off him. Can't trust demons for squat. Lai launched himself at the other two at the speed of light. Anran saw the danger coming and stepped up to protect Lena. He barely blocked Lai's attack with his earth shield. His punch was like a lion's roar, blowing everything away for hundreds of meters. Anran's golden shield started cracking from the insane impact. He threw a killer punch that smashed right through the shield and went straight for Anran. A warm hand gently touched Anran's back, trying to heal him. He got knocked back, but Lena was right there, healing him and trying to stop his momentum. Lena used every ounce of strength to pump energy into Anran. She checked on him, asking, "Are you okay?" That hit cracked my ribs. It smashed through the earth shield that used to stop the Seven Knights demons like it was nothing. She frowned, thinking, this guy's demon form is way stronger than Van Dion. A deep voice rumbled from his throat. "Are you guys trash from the old era?" He stood there looking all high and mighty, talking smack. "You can't even take one punch? This is so boring." After that lightning storm, the illusion shattered. Aki and the crew drifted down to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, thinking, the illusion is broken. Aki turned back and asked, "You guys good? Watch out." Liu gasped when she saw Zidiao standing tall on the rubble. "That guy is no joke." Breathing hard, she said, "That demon's illusion, my senses couldn't tell what was real or fake at all. It felt so real." Liu put her hands on her knees, looking down. "If I didn't trust you guys, I would have lost it." Sino spoke up. "The torture in there felt real. Every time I went down, I thought I was dead for sure. You still look ready to fight, but I knew Aki would figure out a way to break us out." Tomoe nodded. "Yeah, we've got Aki. He's unbeatable." She looked up at him. "But seriously, if Aki didn't break that spell, we might have been lost in there forever." Zijiao floated above the ruins. She had to admit, he was stronger than any of the Seven Knights demons they defaced before. He looked totally pissed off. Zijiao thought, lightning power, that's his special move. He raised his arm, charging energy into his hand. Lightning makes people terrified and hateful, and he's using it. Zidiao launched an attack right at Aki's team and screamed, "Trying to kill the runt, huh?" Aki wasn't backing down either. He pumped all his lightning into his fist to fight back, blocking Zidiao's crazy attack. The impact was insane. Liu yelled, "Aki, are you seriously fighting him alone?" He answered calmly, "Trust me, just do what we planned. Go help Lena and Anran." A massive explosion went off right between them. Smoke and dust covered everything. When it cleared, the ground where they clashed was completely trashed. Aki's team had bolted right in front of Zidiao before he could do anything. He gritted his teeth. I can't believe I let them get away. Suddenly, a deep, mocking voice came from the smoke behind him. Sucks for you, doesn't it? Aki stepped out of the smoke. Looks like my lightning power is the perfect counter for you demons. Silver-white sparks danced smoothly all over his body. Lightning wrapped around Aki's arm, turning it glowing white. Zidiao shuddered, realizing the guy was generating pure electricity. Every step he took turned the grass pure white. Aki shifted into his lightning demon mode. He taunted, "Come and get it!" Hearing that, he got super pissed and spread his wings. You think you're hot stuff? In a split second, Pheasant appeared right behind him. Ready to land a fatal blow, he shot both hands forward at insane speed to cast his illusion spell. Two giant arms stretched out right in front of Aki, phantom heart-ripping claw. Aki was totally chill, swinging his hand behind his neck. Thunder Dragon Roar. Instantly, a white dragon formed made of pure, violent lightning burst out from Aki's swing. Pheasant looked dead serious and totally shocked by the raw power Aki just unleashed. The dragon smashed right through Pheasant's attack and sent him flying. As he got knocked back, Pheasant let out a furious, salty scream. Damn that lightning, he wasn't giving up yet. Pheasant unleashed heart-shattering demon shadow. Terrifying, sharp-beaked beasts made of darkness swarmed Aki like a pack of starving animals. Aki stomped his foot down on the white grass, shattering the ground and sending huge chunks of rock flying. He used that chance to launch himself into the air, dodging the attack and making space. Aki shouted, "Lightning Lance!" His whole body blasted out a wave of electricity that blew those beasts away. Pheasant was totally stunned, staring at the scene, unable to react in time. He scrambled to dodge the silver-white lightning bolts shooting non-stop from Aki. Then, Pheasant Nose dived right at him with insane speed, ignoring the lightning striking all around. The two of them started a brutal fistfight right there in the crimson sky. Aki beat Pheasant to a pulp, sending him flying hundreds of meters through the air. Pheasant was shaking uncontrollably from the pain, his body barely holding together after Aki's beatdown. Aki looked ice cold and said, "I can smash your illusions from the outside. My lightning counters your skills, and your combat can't touch me. Just give up." Pheasant gritted his teeth. "I was saving some energy to kill your friends." Then an eye appeared on his forehead, shooting out dark energy. A massive, gloomy gate appeared right behind Aki. It was his ultimate illusion, Black Hole of Agony. Pheasant floated in the sky, talking big. "Are you ready for the most painful death imaginable?" Aki, looking fierce with cold eyes and a savage grin, just said, "Devour." He thought to himself, an illusion like a black hole appeared right on my body? What kind of power is this? Pheasant raised his hands like he was casting a powerful spell, radiating black energy that could swallow everything. He answered, "The black hole grows directly on the target's body. Maximizing single target damage. This is an attack you can't dodge." Aki looked super serious. This move is actually overpowered. He really is a demon who's mastered illusions. His body was getting sucked into the black gate. He stared angrily at his left hand. Iran shouted, "I didn't think it would mess with my energy charging." Pheasant grinned wickedly as Aki was pulled into the endless void. "Take your time and enjoy it." Just like that, he drifted into the abyss and vanished. The dark portal shrank down right where Aki had been. Pheasant arrogantly spat out one word, "Devoured." He continued with a cocky attitude. "The Black Hole of Agony is a space made of infinite suffering, where you experience endless torture until you die. No living thing has ever survived or escaped the Black Hole of Agony." Aki was sucked into a weird dimension. He screamed in agony as he felt his power being drained away. His strength was fading fast, like something invisible was sucking all the lightning energy out of him. The white mirror on his chest suddenly sparked with weak lightning, trying to fight the drain. Then the silver mirror on his chest lit up and shouted, "Disperse!" He floated there, surrounded by hundreds of skulls with different creepy expressions. The skulls had blank white eyes and mouths wide open like they wanted to eat him alive. Suddenly, from those dead eyes, creepy white energy shot out, trying to get inside him. That white energy slowly burrowed right into his chest. The torture began. Aki's body shook uncontrollably from the sheer pain. He groaned helplessly as his power was drained in seconds. Then, it felt like an invisible force was snapping his bones, making haunting, cracking sounds. The skulls kept fighting each other to burrow into his body. These ghost demons weren't real. They were pure pain condensed by illusion magic. Aki screamed his lungs out in agony. It felt like sharp knives slicing him, like fire burning his skin, and a bone-chilling cold like he was freezing to death, mixed with despair, fear, and regret messing with his head. Visions of his teammates flashed in his mind, and Aki shouted out, My memories, he screamed into the dark purple void. Aki's mind felt trapped in an endless loop. His face aged rapidly as his life force was sucked dry. He felt himself getting old at a crazy speed. Sagging skin, stiff bones, white hair, his strength reduced to nothing but a speck of dust. But then, everything reversed. His body turned back into a child, but he kept all the painful memories of growing old. He was still screaming as his hair turned black again. He grew back into a teenager. He lived through countless lifetimes. Once he was just a normal human, an innocent kid hugging a teddy bear, only to watch the people he loved get hurt by villains, watching his family die one by one. In another life, he was a regular soldier, with a handsome, mature face. Yet he ended up a failure on the battlefield, getting torn apart by demons. Another time, he was the lonely King Aki, with a strong body and a sharp sword in hand. In the middle of a brutal war, he was the only survivor among the bodies of his fallen soldiers, carrying the weight of endless regret. Flipping between memories and reality, over and over, Aki's body shifted from young to old. Every loop just piled on more and more pain. It was an endless cycle of torture. It felt like his body was being torn apart, his spirit broken, and his emotions crushed. Pheasant landed on the ground, a colorful feather drifting down from his wing. That freak stood in front of the black sphere trapping Aki, bragging like he spent an eternity rotting in some black hole, said every single second is just endless, agonizing torture. Then he bared those gross, thick teeth of his and kept running his mouth. Even if Lu Hao showed up, bet he wouldn't make it out alive. He spread his wings, shot up into the air, and screamed, "Open!" And just like that, the sphere cracked open. He looked up at the burning red sky and went quiet for a sec, like he was zoning out on some distant memory. Chi-Ju was thinking back to the good old days. Being with the one you love, damn, that was pure happiness. Little Bean. Suddenly, a huge crack ripped through the dark sphere trapping Aki. It started fading away. He raised a hand in front of Aki's frail body and said, "Consider this your master getting revenge for you." Chi-Ju just stood there, arms crossed, looking down at the kid's weak body like he was trash. He smirked and asked, "So, when exactly did the pain kill you?" But then, Aki's eyes slowly peeled open inside that purple-black void, revealing those creepy, pure white eyes of the lightning demon mode. Aki had morphed back into his full-power lightning demon form, and Chi-Ju looked absolutely terrified. He screamed in total rage, "No way! Nobody can survive that!" In a split second, Aki vanished right from under his nose. Insane speed, zero trace left behind. Suddenly, he popped up right behind Chi-Ju and stabbed him. You could practically see the burning breath steaming out of his mouth. Aki scoffed. "Idiot." He declared with total confidence, "I'm the strongest human warrior there is." 5 years ago, the sky ripped open, and rain poured down like nature was throwing a massive tantrum. In that C-rank city, blood mixed with the pouring rain, washing over the cold ground. A lone figure walked silently through a pile of dead bodies scattered everywhere. The ground was stained red with blood. Chi-Ju stood there in the rain, his hair soaked and matted, heavy drops dripping down his face. He shoved a hand into his coat. "Man, this place is totally trashed. No way we can build a new base here now." Chi-Ju curled his lips into a soft smile. "I told them to take it easy, why do they have to be so brutal?" Suddenly, a cold, murderous look flashed in his eyes. "Guess those minions are still uncivilized savages. Evolution is way too slow." Out of nowhere, a hand shot out from the pouring rain, grabbed Chi-Ju's coat, and yanked him back. It was so sudden, the whole vibe just froze. He whipped around immediately. Lying there on the cold, wet ground in front of him was a girl. Her breathing was weak and jagged. As soon as he saw her face clearly, Chi-Ju froze, his eyes popping wide in shock. He took a knee to look at her. A human? She's clearly unconscious and dying, yet she still tries to grab a stranger? He couldn't help but gently touch her cheek. Is it instinct? The instinct to survive now, that is interesting. Humans, huh? So stubborn yet so fragile. He spoke slowly, his voice cold and deep. "I can make you live." But right then, a massive surge of power exploded out of him. "But you'll forget you were ever human." A purple stone materialized from his chest, glittering in the gray rain. Chi-Ju slowly held the purple stone in his palm and whispered, "Hey, little girl." The rain kept pouring, heavy drops smashing against the stone in his hand. Suddenly, the wind started howling, swirling through the damp air. "From now on, I'll call you Little Bean." A purple light exploded outward, tearing through the rain and darkness, filling the deadly silence. Amidst the downpour, a faint, ghostly butterfly appeared, trembling as it fluttered in the air. Back in the present, Aki lunged from behind, striking faster than lightning. Chidyu didn't even have time to react. He trembled and choked out. It was pouring rain just like this back then too. As soon as he said it, Chidyu's body seized up, lost all strength, and he collapsed. I'm sorry, little bean. He slumped onto the ground in the pouring rain, soaking wet hair plastered to his pale face. Chidyu gritted his teeth hard. His jaw was clenched tight, like he was trying to swallow back the pain and rage boiling inside him. In front of Aki, a green stone hovered in the air, glowing brightly. Weird symbols started appearing on the stone's surface, twisting like living creatures and glowing faintly in the rain. Aki slowly reached out to grab it. His fingers closed around the pulsing light, but the stone vibrated, the light went crazy, and it suddenly jerked to the side like it was trying to dodge his hand. But Aki was faster. He snatched the stone and crushed it tight in his palm before it could get away. He stared at the stone in his hand. The 7 stages core. If my lightning power didn't perfectly counter his nature, I wouldn't have been 100% sure I could win this fight. Aki couldn't help but feel shocked. He could sense the insane combat power of the Nulu Hao even from here. With my current strength, can I really go head-to-head with them? Aki made up his mind. He'd have to face way stronger demons in the future. The enemies, the new king, or those other royal ranks, even the conspiracies hidden behind it all. I have to get stronger to protect everyone. Without hesitating, Aki slammed the stone into his own chest. Bring it on. Getting stronger is the only way to find the answers I need. The stone latched onto him the second it touched his skin, exploding with light and sending agony straight to his core. A terrifying power poured out, rolling like a tsunami and shaking the air around him. Aki let out a scream of pain that ripped right through the rain. His whole body convulsed as the power detonated inside him. Veins bulged out all over Aki's face, looking like they were about to burst. His face twitched uncontrollably. The violent energy inside him unleashed without restraint, blasting out in all directions like a tidal wave. Even the rainy sky started to shake violently. Massive winds kicked up, roaring non-stop. Suddenly, a giant tornado formed in the sky and came screaming down towards the ground. Aki's eyes trembled, his eyelids twitching like he was fighting a battle in his sleep. Then slowly, his eyes snapped open. His gaze was empty but deep, reflecting a creepy, eerie light. Aki roared, "That's it! Keep evolving! Go past the 7 stages, evolve straight into a complete 8 stages form." Right after that, the whole world started shaking and quaking like crazy. The air screamed like it was being ripped apart, and the wind shrieked, piercing everyone's ears. It ripped clumps of grass right out of the ground, sucking them high into the air. Aki's hair whipped wildly in the screaming wind, lashing around as it mixed with the torrential rain. He walked calm as hell through the pouring rain, steps steady, zero hesitation. Aki had totally mastered the devil's 7th form, radiating a wicked, evil aura all over his body. The massive wings on his back slowly folded and touched down on the wet ground. One of those wings was literally made of lightning. He instantly exploded forward, shooting off like an arrow ripping through the wind. "Guys, I am here." At the same time, the battlefield outside the city was already a total bloodbath. Facing such a crazy strong enemy, our side was pretty much gassed out or injured. That's when Lai stepped up, cold as ice. One guy puts up a shield covering the whole wall, the other heals 5 people at once. "You 2 old geezers aren't half bad, huh?" Suddenly, his voice dropped low. "But even with these 3 pieces of trash joining in, you still can't scratch my armor. Aren't you guys embarrassed?" Lena poured her power into defense. "Damn it, what the hell is that shield on him? We can't break it. Even Anran can't do anything." Not only that, his punches hit like a truck. My shield can hold out much longer. Liu's eyes never left Lai for a second. There's no way he doesn't have a weak point. I gotta figure out what that red barrier is. Thinking that, she immediately dashed behind Lai's back. Just as Liu went for the sneak attack, the power surrounding Lai blocked her. Not only that, she got blasted backward by the force. But thanks to that, Liu was sure of it now. Heads up, everyone. No wonder this is getting harder. That red barrier on him is absorbing all our attack damage. It wasn't just getting tougher. She warned that it was boosting his battle spirit too, making him fight harder the longer this went on. This is probably his signature skill. Hearing that, the 2 teammates nearby immediately got ready. After powering up their bodies, they both charged at Lai at the same time. Sino shouted out, "Tomoe, I'll tank his frontal attack. You find an opening to break that red barrier." But before they could make a move, 2 beams of power flashed in front of them. Worse, Sino took a direct hit from Lai, but Tomoe managed to react and dodged to the side. No time to think, she had to use her ultimate. Godspeed B-Stinger! Just as the stinger was about to pierce Lai, Tomoe suddenly froze. Wait, she remembered what Liu said. I can attack directly. His shield will absorb the energy. It'll only make him stronger. But Lai had just finished dealing with Sino and was already turning toward Tomoe. He instantly blasted a full power strike, leaving nothing but a blinding light where Tomo was standing. Faced with that terrifying force, the light was blown far away. Watching it happen, Sino was helpless, only able to scream Tomo's name. Everyone thought Tomo was a goner, but Liu's voice cut through to calm them down. It's cool. Turns out, Liu had managed to yank Tomo out of that attack just in time. He missed, don't worry. But before they could catch a breath, Lai charged again, killing intent rolling off him. Right in front of them, that red light morphed into a giant beast bearing its fangs. You two keep jumping around like fleas, just die already. Seeing that, Sino rushed in, using every ounce of strength to shield the others. Steel God Impact, even though he knew Lai's ability would instantly suck up the energy from this attack. After absorbing it, Lee got even stronger. He stomped on Sino and used him to launch himself high into the air. Seeing Sino in trouble, Lena looked totally stressed out. She shouted out. Luckily, Lena still had enough energy to heal Sino. Spirit Restoration. A moment later, a soft blue light wrapped around him, patching up Sino's body. Lena watched Lai, totally on guard. Thank God I healed Sino in time. This guy is getting stronger by the second, and his punches are heavy as hell. I can't move right now because I'm focused on healing if he attacks me. Just as she thought that, Lai turned his crazy, deadly eyes right at her. Without hesitation, he spun around and barreled straight toward Lena. That's when she realized Lai's plan, using the shield to scatter their formation. His target from the start was her, the main healer. While both Lena and Anne Ran were frozen in shock, a beam of light suddenly shot right over their heads. It was aimed dead at Lai, who was rushing in at top speed. Unbelievably, that single hit smacked into him and sent him flying backward instantly. A moment later, hidden in the dust and smoke, there was a glowing red orb. When the thick smoke finally cleared, the power shield around Lai vanished too. He clearly didn't see that coming. No way, how did you break my invincible shield? Thinking that, Lai looked at the group across from him, demanding an answer. Standing there, a figure with white hair flowing in the wind had appeared out of nowhere. It was Aki. That defensive shield was supposed to be perfect. Seeing him, none of them could hide the shock in their eyes. Aki! Right now, Aki looked totally badass. That sturdy back was enough to make everyone feel safe. It's me! He tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice, just leave the rest to me. Lai seemed to still be sizing him up, not realizing the power of the guy standing in front of him. In a split second, Aki's silhouette turned into a red whirlwind. In just a few short seconds, a hand with golden claws reached right for Lai's face. Without hesitating, Aki put all his strength into slamming Lai flat into the ground. But he wasn't done yet. His feet dug deep into the ground like a bomb about to go off. Sure enough, Aki used insane speed and force to drag Lai, grinding him along the ground in a long streak. And Lai, trapped under Aki's grip, was totally powerless to fight back. How the hell is his power this crazy? My red core power can't break free. Then, the space around them seemed to blur, leaving only a streak of red light. When Aki reappeared, he was dragging Lai like a toy, flying up into the sky to deliver the death blow. When he got high enough, Aki put everything into the throw, hurling Lai back down to the cold, hard ground. Then, right where Lai landed. Nabu. A massive explosion of rocks and dust erupted like it was bombing the heavens and earth. Liu gasped, stunned. He evolved again, that's insane. Tomoe urged everyone, come on, let's help him take this guy down. Meanwhile, Aki was just hovering silently in the sky, looking down like he was admiring his own handiwork. Down on the ground, Lai Fang, having taken hit after hit, finally managed to crawl up. He ground his teeth so hard veins popped out on his face. After killing Van Dion's people, you actually evolved. In a flash, overflowing power surged back into Lai's body. Fine then, I'll just do my best to tear you all into little pieces. As soon as he said that. That insane power just totally engulfed Lai. Out of nowhere, this massive pillar of energy shot up into the dark sky. Even Lena was actually freaked out seeing that. So this is his full power, huh? He didn't use this stuff before because he thought we were total trash. And right in the middle of that pillar, Lai's pressing his hands against the ground, looking like he's about to absolutely wreck someone. He opens his mouth, and you can practically feel the heat sizzling through his teeth cause his power is boiling over. It's cause Lai just went into his max state double red core berserk armor mode. But check this out, Aki's face? Dude didn't even flinch. Stone cold. Lai couldn't wait any longer. He stomped deep into the ground and just launched himself straight at Aki with all that crazy energy wrapped around him. And Aki wasn't going to just stand there like a sitting duck. He powered up and charged right back. A split second later, boom, massive clash midair. Two powers fighting for dominance. Looks like they evenly matched. They went at it for a while, but nobody was giving an inch. That's when Aki started scheming. Double red-white core plus demonification. With that thought, a crazy risky plan popped into Aki's head. The only thing that S gonna work here is that new fusion power he has got. Suddenly, a light flashed right in front of Aki purple core illusion. That light got huge, turning into this powerful energy shield purple core illusion devour. In a blink, this energy sphere popped up and sucked both of them right in. They vanished. Lai got dragged into some weird dimension filled with his own shattered memories. Lai was totally caught off guard. Without even thinking, he blurted out a name he thought he'd buried a long time ago. Van. At the same time, outside, that giant energy ball started cracking. With a scream that shook the sky, Lai busted right out of it. Lai's pupils were blown wide open, his aura screaming that he'd gone full berserk. Floating in that white space, he gritted his teeth, his white hair whipping around in the wind. Right then, Aki came flying in with a kick that tore through the air, catching Lee completely by surprise. But Aki's eyes didn't even twitch, just cold, hard focus. Aki spun around midair and delivered another brutal kick to Lai's face. Next thing you know, a streak of light shot across the sky as Lai got slammed straight into the ground. It wasn't just a fall. The impact was so hard it smashed a hole right through the corner of the magic barrier behind him. Flattened in the rubble, Lai was still trying to process it. Wait, doesn't he only have the double red-white? Since when did he unlock the purple core stuff? While Lai was still freaking out, Aki slowly floated down in front of him. And then things got weird. Aki's silhouette, it morphed into Van Dion. In that moment, feeling like he was tripping or dreaming, Van Dion called out to him with that familiar voice. Lai got swept up in the feels and yelled back, Van Dion! Suddenly, everything around them turned pure white, and Van Dion came running. She threw herself into Lai's arms, leaving him totally dumbfounded. She whispered in his ear, Lai, it's okay. Let us stop here. Let us just go. Even though he didn't want to give up, Lai's body started shaking because his mind was totally messed up. It took a sec, but he finally chilled out and made his choice. Yeah! The second he said it, his body jerked, and he coughed up a mouthful of green blood. It wasn't Van, it was Aki all along. He just made his move to finish Lai off. Feeling the pain drowning him, Lai reached for where Van was hugging him and felt a blade instead. The cold steel was yanked out, dripping with hot blood. With nothing left to hold him up, Lai collapsed to his knees in agony. Now he figured it all out. He knew exactly what he just saw. Illusions. Even as his life faded away, he cursed one last time. This is exactly why I hate illusions. After that silent thought, Lai's body slowly hit the cold dirt. Just like that, Aki was standing over Lia's stone-cold corpse. A moment later, a glowing red core dropped from Lai's body, the 7-stage red core. Suddenly, like it had a mind of its own, it floated up and hovered in the air, but Aki didn't even grab it. He just turned around and walked away. The whole crew was totally shocked by that weird move. Aki just coolly floated the demon core over to the side. Liu, hold this for me. Liu, caught off guard, instinctively grabbed the palm-sized core. The second she touched it, Liu felt its insane vibe. That guy, as 7-stage dual core, the energy was bottomless, pulsing like 2 beating hearts. Aki finally explained, that thing's gonna be useful for you 3 leveling up later. Keep it safe. Then he walked over to his other teammates, Anran and Lena. Good job, guys. You two are top-tier fighters, for real. With you all here, I can actually focus on backing everyone up. Lena was still stressing, though. But the battle ain't over yet. The demon tide is right there even if they did lose their boss. Aki glanced over at the swarm of demons. They looked confused, like they didn't know whether to attack or run. That's when Anran piped up. This is gonna be a pain. They lost their leader, but with that many numbers, the demon tide might just snap and go totally berserk. If they all rush us at once, this town and everyone in it are toast. Even knowing that, Aki was super calm. He told everyone, chill, don't worry. Sino jumped in. Hold up, Aki. The demon tide, there's too many of them. I mean, sure, they're not as strong as those 2 heavy hitters we just fought, but it's a massive mob. Su Yi added, we'll go in with you, Liu suggested. Let's make a plan first. Aki just glanced back at them, thinking for a split second. He was staring down not just one monster, but a whole army of them. I got this. After a quick pause, Aki channeled massive power into his feet. Chunks of rock from the ground started floating up on his command. Those rocks whipped around him, turning into this swirling vortex. In seconds, the power of that vortex expanded until it was practically touching the sky. He wasn't done yet. Up in the gloomy sky, a blazing red light appeared out of nowhere. Just seeing that made the demon tide army down below start shaking in their boots. Sure enough, the light from Aki's power vortex started pushing the demons back. Then bam! A massive beam of light slammed down from the heavens, blasting the demon tide. When the dust settled and Aki appeared again, he had this majestic white dragon coiled around him. Aki's eyes had shifted to two different colors, heterochromia, looking absolutely intense. The power rolling off him was enough to drown the entire world. Aki opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs like a beast. On his command, the dragon made of pure energy opened its jaws and let out a roar that shook everything. That roar sent the demons scrambling back instantly, clutching their ears in agony. Just one move, and they were forced right out of Aki's base. In seconds, the demon legion was totally gone. They bailed, leaving nothing but a wasteland torn apart by the brutal fight. Aki's crew was still reeling, like, oh my god, all that from just one scream? And Ran was stunned. He actually scared off the entire demon tide on his own. Suddenly, her eyes went wide, pupils shrinking like she just realized something. Right in front of her was Aki, standing tall. Aki, our king, just how terrifyingly strong have you gotten? With the battle over, even the sky started clearing up again. Back at Dawn City, in the council room, a silhouette stood by the window, gazing out. It was Tarina. Her eyes were filled with deep sadness. Suddenly, a dimensional rift tore open right behind her. In a flash, that crack turned into a massive gaping void. Weird, colorful rings pulsed from inside it. Then, Luzon stepped out of the black hole, leading Barros and Void. Luzon didn't waste a second. What the hell happened? Why is Lai dead too? Barros stayed quiet beside him, but you could tell he wanted answers. Void was the hardest to read, though mostly because the guy doesn't even have a face. Hearing Luzon, Tarina slowly turned around. She got straight to the point. I think the four of us need to stick together for our next move. Back with Aki, Ayn Rand spoke up. Do you seriously have to leave right now? I thought you guys would crash here for a few days. Aki shook his head. We can't wait. If we stay, I'm afraid the war will follow us right to this town. Aki looked at her, his voice and eyes super sincere. Thanks for the combat vehicle. Then he turned to Lena. What about His Highness? Any leads on where he is? She pulled out a small gadget. I can't get the exact coordinates. The new king has the area on total lockdown. Since it involved the former 6 stars, Aki already had a hunch. But I have a rough idea, Lena continued. Just get close to the area and this compass will react. The place where His Highness is being held is a massive structure called the Twilight Tower. Hearing that name, Liu was totally shook. She whispered it again, Twilight Tower. Then Lena dropped the bomb. Based on the scraps of intel I got there, some mysterious, terrifying creature guarding it. Because of that thing, hundreds of miles around the tower is a dead zone. Even demons refuse to go near it. Sino and Tomoe gasped, Say what? Even demons are scared of it? Lena didn't answer, but the look in her eyes said it all. That's probably why the Twilight Tower can hold a warrior as strong as His Highness, a creature that scares off demons, and I bet His Highness isn't the only one locked up in there. Who knows what else is lurking inside? Friend or foe? Aki calmly took the compass. Got it. But Lena pulled her hand back. It's fine, Aki. I'll hold on to it. She rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to go. The dual cores plus the demonization is way stronger than I thought. I was planning to analyze Van Dillen and Lai's combat data on the way and figure out how the new 6 stars fight. I wanted to help you guys, but Aki had already made up his mind. Lena, you are staying here. The mood instantly got super heavy. Aki knew Lena was shocked, so he explained, I need you to stay in this city. Help Ayn Rand protect it. I'll feel a lot better knowing you're here. And Rand didn't say a word, just watching Lena to see how she'd react. Lena stood there, frozen. She was unusually quiet, but she knew she had to agree. I get it. I'll do as you say. As soon as she spoke, an awkward silence settled over the city gate. Only Lena knew the storm raging inside her. I can't help Aki anymore. It makes sense, I just can't keep up with their power level. Against enemies like the new 6 stars. I'm useless. I'd just be dead weight. While she was drowning in self-pity, Aki reached out his hand. Thanks. He gently patted her head, his voice full of sincerity. Thank you, Lena. Then, Aki hopped in the car and rolled out of Ayn Rand's base with the crew. When it was just the two of them left, Ayn Rand spoke up. You okay with that? Knowing you, I thought you'd fight to go with the king no matter what. Especially with how you feel about him. Lena's mood dipped again. She whispered, Aki, hey. Above her, the moon was shining bright in the sky. He's carrying a burden, a destiny that none of us could ever really understand. Besides, I'm not a little kid who can just do whatever I want anymore. Gazing up at the moon, Lena sighed. And Ran, this era, it doesn't belong to the old generation like us. If I really care about him, I should support him with everything I've got, not drag him down. She went quiet, watching Aki's car fade into the distance. Then, Lena stretched and turned around. Let go. We've got a ton of work to do in the city. Back with Aki, Liu was checking the compass. Long road ahead. We were going to pass through 3 Class A towns, one of them isn't far. We can crash there for a bit. Hearing that, Tomoe's eyes lit up. Huh? For real? A Class A town? She raised her camera, totally hyped. Awesome! Finally, a big city. I haven't been able to service my camera in forever. Sino was the only one looking miserable, clutching his growling stomach. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Actually, I'm starving. The fight started before I could even touch the dinner sis made. Thinking about that feast, his stomach growled even louder. Burning all that energy in the fight, honestly, I could eat a whole cow right now. Suddenly, Sino froze like something just clicked. He corrected himself. Wait, no. Make that 2 cows. Tomoe cracked up. I believe it. Sino grinned. Thanks. I might even spare you a steak. From the driver's seat, Aki asked. Liu, what about you? Liu's cheeks flushed pink as she honestly admitted, I want to hit the tub. Tomoe, who knows how long she'd been eavesdropping, pounced on Liu and hugged her neck. Sweet. Then I'll help scrub your back. Liu turned red and shot it down immediately. No way, Tomoe wondered. Why not? Sino got all hype. Yo, Aki, I can scrub your back too, bro. Aki panicked. I definitely don't need that either. A bit later, while driving, Aki was calculating it was time to level up their squad's power to the next tier. After who knows how long, a crazy busy city appeared right in front of the 3 of them. By late night, their car pulled up to a hotel in the A-rank town. At the counter, Mortis was busy crunching the numbers for the hotel's revenue. After a while, he finally stopped working. Today's take isn't too shabby. The 4 guests who checked in at dusk looked like fighters from out of town. They were so road-worn, it was hard to tell how strong they actually were. Suddenly, Mortis remembered Aki's group and that powerful gold card. However, one young girl in that crew was dropping cash like crazy. She booked 2 rooms on the top floor, the best and quietest spots in the house. Looks like just some rich heiress dragging 3 friends along for a trip. Just then, Sebas came to report. Boss, isn't the captain of the 2nd squad staying on the 3rd floor with his minions? Is it going to be okay with them being so close to the new guests? Just mentioning the guy made Sebas super tense. That captain might be a strong stage 5 core warrior, but he's famous for being a total creep. Among the 4 new fighters, there were 2 girls who were drop-dead gorgeous and cute. Mortis sighed while putting in some eye drops, hoping those 4 outsiders would be smart about it. They better not mess with the wrong people, or they re-in for major trouble. The scene shifts to the front of a door, room 308. Inside, Aki's squad of 4 was sitting cross-legged, focusing on their cultivation. Right now, between Liu's hands was the core Aki gave her earlier. Slowly, obvious cracks appeared on the core in her hands. A moment later, as Liu absorbed it, the core slowly disintegrated. Aki finally dared to let out a huge breath, looking super relieved. His face remained cool, his words coming out light as air. It's done. Opposite him, Tomoe slowly opened her eyes after finishing her demon core too. Aki spoke up. In this last battle, we grabbed a total of 3 stage 7 cores. I just used energy channeling to boost the energy levels in everyone's bodies. He explained, your foundation might be a little shaky, but just get the hang of it and you'll master it in no time. Meanwhile, Aki announced the good news. Right now, you guys are probably stage 7 fighters. Hearing that, Sino stared at his hand in disbelief. In such a short time, I leveled up so many times in a row and now I'm a stage 7 fighter? However, Aki reminded them, you guys are my teammates and my most important friends. Even though this special method skyrocketed your strength, on the road ahead, and even for the long haul, there's probably tons of hardship and hell waiting for us. Saying this, he emphasized. So this is the only thing I can do for you guys. Leo cut him off immediately. Aki, don't talk like that. We're fighters. Having the power to protect humanity is the whole reason we exist. If not for you, Aki, the 3 of us wouldn't have reached this level at all, let alone in such a short time. Sino jumped in. I can't thank you enough, man. Honestly, back in Hero City, I thought if I became a stage 2 core warrior in my whole life, that'd be insane. Tomoe nodded. Yeah, exactly. Plus, we're a team. Then she reached for her camera. All right, stop being so mushy. Let's capture this epic moment of hitting stage 7. Liu was standing next to Aki. Her face turned red from shyness, but she quickly gathered her courage. Liu leaned her head toward Aki. And just like that, a photo of the 4 members, full of fire and genuine vibes, was born. A bit later, a scream rang out from the girls' room, 307. Tomoe looked annoyed. No way, this is gross. It's all sweaty and sticky inside. Over there, Liu was sniffing the gloves she'd worn for days. She said, fighting for days, honestly. It's been ages since I had a proper wash. Plus, I heard this hotel has a natural hot spring prepared specially for us fighters. Liu's eyes showed her joy and anticipation. And there are pretty clothes too. Hearing that, Tomoe's eyes lit up. Hot springs? I've only heard about those in old books back in Hero City. Didn't think I'd get to experience it myself. Bet it's gonna be so chill. Who knows how much time passed, Tomoe said. Finally all set. Let's go tell Sino and Aki to head down to the hot spring. Liu didn't object. Sure, it's on the way anyway. A moment later, loud knocking sounded at Aki and Sino's door. Hearing it, Sino carefully cracked the door open. He looked out warily. Who is it? Instantly, Sino's eyes lit up like crazy. He was stunned, jaw dropping at Tomoe's appearance. And Liu too. Aki, who was brooding in the room, noticed the weird vibe. Liu! He walked to the door. It's so late, where are you guys headed? The two girls stuttered. We're gonna hit the hot water. There's a free hot spring here. Tomoe insisted on calling you guys. Tomoe excitedly invited them. Aki, Sino, wanna join? Both of them shouted in unison. No, no! Even Liu blushed. Wait, Tomoe, what are you saying? Tomoe said innocently. I thought if we all used demon form to fight underwater, it'd be super fun. But eventually, they still dragged themselves to the hotel's hot spring area. Tomoe was still wondering, why split by gender? The book said we could soak together. At this point, Liu couldn't take it anymore. She immediately flicked Tomoe's forehead. Leo scolded, Quit goofing off. Tomoe, demon form isn't a toy. Next time we go to the beach, if the coast is clear, I'll play with you. Then she quickly pulled Tomoe inside. Let go in. Aki and Sino will be down soon too. Just then, the curtain of the men's room next door was lifted. Bok stepped out, but suddenly froze in front of the door. Turns out his gaze was caught by the youthful beauty of Tomoe and Liu. Seeing them, Bok couldn't hide his lust and licked his lips. Where do these angels fall from? A dark, twisted thought crossed his mind. Heh, fresh meat for tonight. Bok stared right at the two chicks up ahead and lowered his voice. Damn, these two are top-tier goods. Never seen anything like them. Look at them. Gotta be tourists from out of town. Right then, Viber locked his eyes on the two girls in front too. The whole gang swarmed over to the girls. Whoa, hello, gorgeous. Liu turned, shooting them a cold glare. You want something? Tomoe stepped forward and said, Sorry, I think you guys have the wrong people. Bok smirked. Nah, no mistake here. Listen up, ladies. I'm the captain of Silver Moon City's second company, a 5th stage core warrior. Name's Bok. He grilled them with a grin. So, what do you say? You two beauties want to grab a drink with me tonight? Bok laughed to himself. There wasn't a single woman he couldn't bag. He figured all he had to do was flex his status and power, and they'd all fall for it. Easy pickings for him to conquer. Bok gave a sly, smug grin. Too easy. Tonight's gonna be just like always. Lao spoke coldly. Second company, 5th stage core warrior. So what? Just reminds me of some piece of trash I know. Tomoe chimed in with a smile. If that's all, please stop blocking our way. Liu's expression darkened as she added, We need to go hit the hot springs. Hearing that, Bok's face dropped, his whole body shaking with rage. The next second, Bok stomped his foot hard. You bitches dare look down on me? He got right in their faces and slammed both hands against the wall. Bok glared down at them with a savage grin. Fine then. Tonight, I'm gonna drag you two back and have my way with you until I am satisfied. You hear me, you ungrateful little brats? Liu stared him down and asked coldly, And if we don't? Bok gave a wicked smirk. If you don't? He licked his lips like a total creep. Then I'll just force you. Suddenly, two figures stepped up. You've got 3 seconds. Get the hell out of here. It was none other than Aki and Sino. He furrowed his brows, glaring at them with razor-sharp eyes. Both girls' expressions instantly changed as they called out, Aki! Sino! Sino stared the punks down, barely holding back his rage. Bok roared in anger. Do you have any idea who I am? You dare talk to me like that? Aki frowned, cutting him off as he started a low countdown. 3. Viber screamed furiously, Hey! You disrespecting a city captain? Ignoring the noise, Aki just kept counting down. 2. Bok spun around, cursing. Motherfucker, what are you counting for? Quit trying to act cool. What happens when you are done, huh? I'll count for you. The moment he shut his mouth, a blast of power shot forward. Bok froze, eyes wide in total disbelief. In less than a second, he ate Aki's fist right to the face. The overwhelming power sent him flying, slamming him hard into the wall behind. Veins popped on Aki's face as he counted the final number, 1. Bok's goons watched the overwhelming display of power, absolutely terrified. The gang scrambled over to Bach. "Captain! Captain!" Bach slowly crawled out of the pile of rubble, coughing his lungs out. Bach's face was a bloody mess. He stammered, "Your speed, you're a warrior too, but you're not wearing a combat suit. How the hell can you?" Normal warriors have to wear those special black skin-tight combat suits, especially for the energy converter device, right on the chest. It's the only way to safely channel the berserk power inside a demon core. The higher the sync rate, the more power you get. That's common knowledge everyone knows in this era, Aki muttered to himself. But the four of us, I don't know when it started. Bach flinched, staring at the four of them with terror in his eyes. Aki continued his thought, but we stopped needing external gear like combat suits a long time ago. Right then, all four of them unleashed an aura so powerful it made everyone shudder. Bach broke out in a cold sweat, his whole body trembling. Seeing that power, the punks turned tail and ran for their lives. "You just wait." Liu turned to speak, but suddenly froze. Right in front of her eyes was Aki's ripped, sexy body. Aki stood there totally confused. He glanced down at Liu curiously. Seeing her face turn bright red, he couldn't help but ask, "Liu, why's your face so red? You catch a cold?" Liu panicked and scrambled away. "No, let's just go hit the hot springs already." Tomoe, reading the room perfectly, smiled and went, "Oh." After all that chaos, the day was coming to an end. A strange but heartwarming trip to the hot springs began. Inside the women's bath, a small hot spring pool sat nestled in nature. Liu slowly dipped her pale white legs into the water. Feeling the heat, she let out a satisfied sigh. Over on the other side, Tomoe pulled her towel up to cover her full chest. Standing in the water, she stretched her body out and groaned in pleasure. Tomoe sighed happily. "This feels amazing, like my whole body is melting." Nearby, someone whispered in admiration, "Hey, look at those two girls. They were female warriors. Is a warrior skin supposed to be that perfect? I'm so jealous." Another woman chimed in, "It's not just that." Back in the changing room, I caught a glimpse of their abs. They look way tougher than my damn husband. Suddenly, a girl walked up to them. "Hey, you two," she asked. "You're warriors from out of town, right? Your posture is just flawless. Want a drink?" She set down 2 fragrant cups of tea. Holding one out, she introduced it. "Here, this is a specialty of our Silver Moon City. Snow Peak Jasmine Tea. Sipping this while soaking in the hot spring feels incredible." Liu quickly replied, "Oh, thank you." Nearby, another girl brought a tea tray over to Tomo. "Here, try ours too." The girls around them started clamoring, wanting the two to taste their drinks. Mesmerized by Liu's beauty, the crowd of women rushed to offer her their tea. "Try my family's tea." "No way, try mine first." Liu smiled, trying to keep up. Okay, thank you everyone." She didn't know how to handle all this kindness. Meanwhile, Tomoe was slowly enjoying the tea she was offered. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the cup in her hand. So good. After finishing her cup, Tomo happily called out, "Can I get another one?" Sipping her tea, Liu thought to herself that as a captain, she should probably be more open like Tomoe. Meanwhile, behind the partition in the men's bath, a group of guys sat there eyes wide, staring blankly in one direction. They looked at Aki and Sino, whispering among themselves. "Look at the muscle on those two, gotta be warriors, right?" The group exchanged glances, wondering quietly. "They look way stronger than your average warrior? Maybe high-rank warriors? Hey, look at those scars, those are from fighting demons. Keep your voice down, man, you don't want to piss them off. Those guys look like bad news, huh? Shut your trap." Sino stared dead ahead, then his voice dropped. "Aki!" Aki glanced over, keeping it low. "I got a question," Aki shot back. "Same here." Then he asked, "Why the hell are they keeping their distance?" The crowd over there had their heads down, shaking in their boots. "Wait, looks like they re-eyeing us." To them, Aki and Sino looked straight up villainous and terrifying. After soaking in the hot springs for a bit, the crew got cleaned up. All 4 of them stepped out at the exact same time, like they practiced it. "People here look kinda dead inside, don't they?" Super on edge. Tomoe raised a finger. "No way, you think? Let me tell ya. While we were soaking, those ladies were super friendly. They didn't just invite us for tea, they even told us about all the dope spots to hang out in Silver Moon City." The 2 guys just stared at each other, totally clueless. Aki rubbed his chin, thinking back on how weird everyone acted inside, and spoke up. "Well, on our side," Tomo shrieked. "Huh? How's that possible?" Liu suddenly spun around. "Forget him, let's bounce." Tomoe blinked. "Huh? Go where?" Liu grilled. "To get Tomoe a shiny new lens." She screamed, "I love you so much!" Tomoe gripped her camera, buzzing with excitement. "You got me such an expensive lens." She beamed. "This is sick." "Thanks, Liu," Liu replied. "As long as you dig it, we are good." The crowd up ahead started whispering. "Check those 4 out." It was blue core Baros, yellow core Luzon, and purple core Tarina. Aki strolled past them like it was nothing. Suddenly, both Aki and Tarina froze and commanded, "Hold it!" Their expressions darkened instantly, silence taking over. Liu turned to him, confused. "Aki, why do we stop?" Then all three of them widened their eyes, stunned by the intense aura coming off those four strangers. Tarina shot them a razor-sharp glare, then signaled her crew to turn around. Aki's group just watched them in grim silence. The air was heavy as everyone stared each other down. It was a standoff. The atmosphere felt suffocating. Aki and Tarina kept their eyes locked, neither saying a single word. Tarina suddenly looked up and flashed a dazzling smile, revealing her beauty. Aki froze. He just stared at her, totally mesmerized. But then Tarina spun around and ordered her lackeys, "Let's move." Liu asked, "Aki, you know them? That chick was definitely smiling at you." Aki answered, still dazed. "Nah, doesn't ring a bell." He wondered to himself, why the hell is the purple core energy in my left eye acting up all of a sudden? Sino got serious. Those four felt weird. Their power level is off the charts, and when they stood together, it was like their aura formed a solid wall, totally unbreakable. Tomoe couldn't help but ask, "You think maybe there's some elite squad from an A-rank city? Or maybe a mercenary corps?" Liu felt a chill. They could be demons, for all we know. Suddenly, she shouted at the group ahead, "Hey, hold up a sec!" Just then, a voice echoed from afar. "Launch!" Immediately, fireworks blasted into the sky. The view was absolutely lit. Tomoe's eyes sparkled. "Fireworks! It's the Silver Moon Festival fireworks!" She excitedly snapped some pics. "It's actual fireworks. Back in Hilo City, I only heard the old folks talk about them. I never knew they were this gorgeous." Aki and Liu stood there, mesmerized by the beautiful sight. Aki narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that a life like this wasn't half bad. Liu turned to look for that group, but she froze. They had vanished without a trace. Liu thought, "Those four, they're gone." Suddenly, a deep voice called her name. "Liu." Aki was looking up at the stunning fireworks, murmuring, "So beautiful." Liu gazed up, staring intently before replying. "Yeah, it is." The fireworks show kept going, mesmerizing everyone. Meanwhile, Tarina's crew stood on the roof of a building, silently looking down at the city. Hoso broke the silence. "Tarina, were those four the ones we're hunting?" She tilted her head to answer. "Can't say for sure, but one thing's clear. Those four are top-tier warriors with insane power. Honestly, they kinda surprised me." Tarina thought back to Aki and added, "Especially the leader, that guy really piqued my interest." Barrow scoffed. "If we aren't sure, better to kill the wrong people than let the targets escape. Let's just wipe them all out." She sighed, completely over it. "Men, why are you always so impatient? Our mission right now is to follow the intel we gathered. We deduced that the squad who murdered Dylan and Van Lee might be passing through here." Tarina closed her eyes, continuing to explain. "But might be doesn't mean is. We can just go on a rampage in an A-rank city without proof. Got it? We are human warriors after all. We are the majestic Six Flags, not some mindless demons." Hoso asked skeptically. "So Tarina, you planning to use the dead soldier puppet art?" She flashed a mysterious grin. "Bingo. Tonight, I'll find a chance to turn that handsome boy into my most perfect puppet." Tarina raised her hand and continued. "If it turns out they aren't the ones we're after, well, we'll know for sure. But if they are the targets, then I'll use him to infiltrate that little group of best buddies." A wicked smile twisted her face as her voice turned deadly. "Imagine him killing them one by one, with his own hands. Wouldn't that be so much more fun?" Luzon finally spoke up. The power of the dead soldier puppet art is truly terrifying. Silently invading the enemy's mind, completely taking over their consciousness, and digging out every single secret. With just a thought, you can wipe their mind completely blank, turning them into a living husk with no thoughts, the ultimate loyal puppet soldier. "Under your command, the core warriors of the Six Flags have become a literal army of puppets." He spoke with a cold face. During the last Demon Tide, their strength was insane. Add in their lack of fear, and ganging up to kill a Seven Flags warrior was as easy as eating candy. Barros glanced at her, sounding amused. "Must be nice, huh?" Hoso added, "That purple core ability of yours." Tarina laughed out loud. "Zero shame. You flatter me." Hoso lowered his voice. "Van Lee, Dylan, we will avenge you both." Tarina placed a hand on her chest, declaring, "Just you wait, handsome. Tonight, I'm going to strip away every last one of your secrets." The festival vibes had completely taken over the bustling Silver Moon City. People flooded every street, losing themselves in the celebration. Tomoe looked around, beaming. "Whoa, this place is hopping. Is this the festival those ladies at the hot springs were raving about?" Even Liu felt a bit blown away by the insane crowd. Yep, totally lives up to the hype of an A-rank town. Just then, a roadside stall caught Tomo's eye. She immediately yanked Sino's arm. Sino, come on, let's go play ring toss. Seeing those two being so chummy, Aki and Lu both cracked a smile at the same time. But right then, a weird light started glowing from the top of a distant skyscraper. It was Tarina she'd tailed them here. Her eyes tracked every move Aki's crew made. "Aw, look how well they get along," she muttered, her voice dripping with a creepy, twisted vibe. "So well that it makes me just itch to destroy it with my own hands." She also noticed something interesting. After watching them, turns out that pretty girl Lu is actually the captain. However, while Tarina was busy speculating, the real core of the team was actually that handsome guy, Aki. Speaking of him, her lips curled into an excited smirk. "Shares a name with the former king, huh? Interesting." Magic started swirling around her. Time to begin. As soon as the words left her mouth, she vanished into thin air without a trace. Meanwhile, Sino was hugging a massive pile of dolls, the spoils of war from the ring toss game. He couldn't help but praise her. Who knew Tomo was such a sharpshooter at ring toss? But suddenly, Aki froze. He was the only one who sensed something was off. Standing right in front of him was Tarina. She was leaking magic on purpose just to lure him in. She looked super confident in her plan, almost like she was taunting him. Right then, Tarina's pupils started glowing, shooting him a totally dangerous glare. Sensing the danger, Aki stopped dead in his tracks while his friends were still goofing around. Tomoe was the first to notice he was acting weird. "Huh? Why'd you stop all of a sudden?" Aki immediately whispered, voice full of caution. "I saw one of those four warriors from earlier, but her eyes and aura were completely different. She S right over by that tree." Hearing that, the other three quickly huddled around Aki, looking totally on guard. But unlike Aki, they couldn't see Tarina at all. "There's nothing there, though?" Not wanting to freak them out, Aki quickly backtracked. "My bad, I must have been seeing things." But he didn't realize a hand was already reaching for him from behind. Tarina reached out as if to touch Aki's hand, her movements teasing and playful. The second he sensed her, Aki whipped his head around. But Tarina was bold. She'd gotten close enough to actually make contact. She narrowed her eyes and whispered two mysterious words. "Activate, death puppet art." Instantly, a magic circle appeared beneath Aki and his friend's feet. In a flash, Aki was dragged into a subconscious world where Tarina had him on lockdown. In reality, it just looked like he spaced out for a second. She gloated. "Since you are trapped in my technique, it's just you and me in this dark mental realm." Then, magical energy started gathering in her palm. "Starting now, you can't hide any secrets from me. I'm dying to know what you're really worth." Tarina seemed super curious about Aki. After all, this is the first time I've seen such a massive key. Saying that, she gripped the glowing weapon in her hand tight and lunged straight at Aki. "Become my death puppet." Tarina was totally confident. "This technique of mine has never failed. As long as I forcibly unlock the target's mental defense chains, I can completely hijack their spirit, their consciousness, their inner heart, total control. Absolute domination." But right while she was gloating, a giant hand reached out from behind Aki, grabbed the chain binding him, and yanked it hard. Tarina's confidence shattered instantly. She completely froze, never expecting something like this. Right in front of her, Aki had transformed into that giant demon form. At the same time, the Crimson King appeared. He was in full battle mode, red armor, white hair. Half of Tarina's face was cast in shadow, her eyes wide with horror. The Crimson King looked down at her and spoke coldly. "Little brat, you messed with the wrong guy." In that dark mental space, the Crimson King was in total control. Tarina was stunned. What the hell is this? Is this his mental defense skill? I've never heard of a mental defense this terrifying existing. She was spiraling internally. No way. There's no way a human will could create something like this. No, wait, this figure isn't even his own will. What the hell is living inside his body? Now Tarina desperately wanted to know, who exactly is this Aki guy? A moment later, the Crimson King spoke slowly. You? You think you can probe the depths of this body? Looming over the trembling Tarina, the Crimson King mocked her. What kind of trash skill is this anyway? It's laughable. With that, he drew his long sword and roared, "Be gone!" Instantly, Tarina was struck by the Crimson King's slash within the mental realm. Back in the crowd in the real world, Aki was still lost in the mind world. The other three finally realized he was checking out. They kept asking, "Hey, what's wrong?" At that moment, Tarina's figure vanished from the real world too. Aki snapped back to reality and frantically looked around. Nothing. Did I really imagine it? Aki was totally confused. He knew he saw Tarina. She was right there a second ago. But seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Aki quickly told his friends, "I'm good, let's go." Tomoe nodded. "Okay." Even though she was gone, Aki was still suspicious. He wouldn't just hallucinate a high-level warrior for no reason, but my illusion energy. Can clearly tell I wasn't under any illusion spell. Either way, I better watch my back. Aki decided to push the thought aside for now and enjoy the festival with the others, but he had no idea Tarina was actually hiding behind a nearby stall. After what just happened, she didn't dare show her face. What the hell was that? Tarina replayed the scene in her mind. He shattered my strongest illusion with just a wave of his hand. She still couldn't stop shaking. Lucky I bailed fast, or my head would have been rolling on the floor. Just then, the stall owner came back. I only stepped away for a second. He saw Tarina and asked, "Hey lady, why are you hiding behind my counter?" She looked like a mess. Damn it, my energy is all over the place. Tarina quickly used her magic. Pretend I don't exist. Strong magic instantly hit the owner, making him turn around and walk away. Well, now Tarina finally had a second to check herself. Damn it, my passive presence erasure skill, it's totally nullified. It's been destroyed. Tarina realized it instantly. It was all because of that parasitic shadow in Aki's consciousness. My death puppet art never stood a chance. No way am I going to sit here and be useless. With that thought, she snapped out of it and stood up from behind the counter. This time, Tarina had made up her mind she wasn't backing down. There's no way I am failing twice in a row. I am going to wreck your little squad from the inside out. Brutally. She did the math and switched targets to Liu, the white-haired chick. Aki was too busy messing around with the others, especially Tomo, checking out street games. Out of the four of them, Tomoe was the only one actually having a blast. Look at him, like a total clown. Liu covered her mouth, giggling, having zero clue Tarina was locking onto her from the crowd. Bam! She shot her magic straight at Aki's crew, just like Tarina planned. She had to stay back to keep Aki off her tail. But manipulating things from this far out, yeah, that was going to drain a ton of energy. Mid-step, a chill shot right down Liu's spine. Next thing you know, a weird-looking lock appeared right on her, using the captain as a loophole to crack the squad. Not a bad play. Tarina finally showed her face. Liu wasn't on Aki's level, but her secret key was still huge. Once again, she gripped her glowing weapon tight. Tarina started chanting her spell. Unlock your secrets and become my puppet. Tarina didn't hit any resistance with Liu, so she jammed the key straight into the lock. Easy peasy. Light from the key raced through the cracks in the lock. Chains nearby started moving like they were reacting to it. Tarina smirked. She had this in the bag. Unlock complete. I wasn't gonna fail twice from the same spot. I am the Mind Phantom. Suddenly, a blue light flashed right across Tarina's face. Her dark mental space got blasted with blinding light. And then, Tarina realized, the Black King was standing right behind her. What the hell is this? The Black King walked toward Tarina, radiating pure, freezing cold vibes. She demanded, "You dare use mind tricks on my baby?" The Black King walked right past Tarina, her dress swaying with every step. She looked over at Liu, who was totally under control. She threw her hands up, sounding totally done with this. "You seriously, you're such a handful, always making me worry." Liu stood there frozen, head down, eyes totally empty. Tarina's key was sealing her tight. The Black King got close and put her hand on the key sticking out of Liu. She gently pulled the key out and crushed the seal like it was nothing. Then, the Black King narrowed her eyes and leaned her face super close to Liu's. She whispered into Liu's ear, "I shared a piece of my power with you, so you'd be stronger than any normal human. The whole point is for you to stay by the Crimson King's vessel and protect him." The Black King lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Don't let me down, okay?" She turned back to Tarina, who was stuck in place, and muttered, "I don't know what that little bug was planning to do with my darling." The Black King raised a hand. "But I bet it wasn't anything good, right?" She pointed her index finger at Tarina, energy gathering fast. She whispered, "I don't like it one bit." In a split second, the Black King fired a beam of energy. Boom! Straight through Tarina's head. Tarina was still paralyzed, but she let out a groan of pure pain. The Black King looked back at Liu and said, "There, I helped you blow off some steam." She stepped closer, gently touching Liu's cheek. She kissed her forehead and said softly, "Protect the Crimson King's vessel properly, all right?" She put a finger on Liu's lips. "Of course, I trust you'll try your hardest. I get where your head's at, but good intentions aren't enough." She dropped her hand, a faint smile on her lips. "Besides that guy Aki, he is a major part of our plan." The Black King's body started fading away. "I'm heading out." The space around them shattered into pieces. As she vanished, her voice echoed from far away. "Next time, don't let trash break into our house so easily." Cracking sounds echoed everywhere as light poured through the breaks. Liu and Tarina stood frozen until a blinding flash exploded between them. Snap, back to reality. Liu jolted like she just woke up from a dream, gasping. Aki was standing right next to her. He turned around, curious. "What's up?" Liu touched her head, totally confused. I just felt something weird. Sino looked back, grinning ear to ear. He shouted, Aki, why are you guys just standing there like zombies? Tomoe chimed in, all excited. Yeah, hurry up! There's tons of cool stuff over here! Aki glanced at Liu and lowered his voice. Let's go, Captain. Liu nodded, her face turning pink. She whispered back, let's go. They walked off towards Sino and Tomoe, disappearing into the crowd. They left Tarina behind, standing there like a statue. She didn't move an inch. Nobody even noticed she was there. A voice announced, maintaining stealth effect. Suddenly, Tarina's eyes glowed, and she twitched. The stealth effect broke. People turned their heads, finally seeing her. Some guy walked up, confused. Look at her, what is she doing? A text popped up. Stealth skill deactivated. Someone shouted, totally hype. Chick looks hot. Is she striking a pose or performing? Suddenly, blood started dripping from Tarina's ear, rolling down her face. Tarina snapped awake and immediately started coughing up blood. Every cough sent red splattering everywhere. Drained of all strength, she collapsed, hands hitting the ground to catch herself. The crowd freaked out, backing away. She's bleeding. Tarina covered her mouth, trying to stop the flow. She mumbled, no impossible, a direct attack on my mental force. Who the hell was inside my illusion? She sat frozen for a second before a magic circle lit up under her feet. Blink, and she was gone. The crowd went into full panic mode. Smoke drifted up from where she just vanished. Someone screamed, confused, what the hell is going on? Another guy yelled, she vanished! Scene switched to a rooftop. A light flickered in the air, and Tarina appeared, her whole body slumping over. Hoso was standing right in front of her, totally still. A magic circle popped up on his hand. He was the one who just warped Tarina back. A text prompt floated up. Spatial teleportation. Barros, Hoso, and Luzon all rushed over to Tarina. Luzon called out, Tarina, what the hell actually happened? Tarina's eyes went wide, her voice shaking. She stammered, totally in shock. I took a direct hit. Massive psychic attack. My mental core, it's seriously damaged. My head feels like it's gonna explode. I need to start mental recovery, like, right now. The image of the Crimson King and Black King flashed in her mind, fear still dripping from her voice. Whether it's that Aki guy or Liu, it's like they've got some demon god watching their backs. I couldn't even analyze what just went down. Luzon, Barros, and Hoso went quiet. They stared at Tarina shivering on the ground. One of them finally asked, who the hell is that squad anyway? Scene change back to the summer festival. Photos just snapped by the camera popped up, capturing the fun moments of Aki's whole crew. Tomoe held the camera, throwing her arms around Liu. She exclaimed, this new lens is sick. Liu, you're literally my god. It works way better than the old one. Thanks for getting me the new lens. Liu reached out and patted Tomoe's head, replying softly, you're exaggerating. As long as you like it, that's cool. Liu told everyone, let's head back to the hotel. Tomoe whined playfully, stop being so touchy-feely. From above, you could see a crowd gathering in front of the hotel entrance. A sign appeared, Dream Traveler, Hot Spring Hotel main entrance. Near the entrance, someone's angry voice boomed out. Follow me inside, drag him out. No girl I've got my eye on escapes me. Bach appeared, his body wrapped in shining armor. He shouted, what kind of crappy day is this? Maybe my core had issues before, but this time, I swapped out all my gear and my core for brand new stuff. I'm gonna teach them a lesson they won't forget. A local in the back muttered, isn't that Captain Bach? What poor sucker messed with him? Someone replied, you mean, which poor girl did he target? A small voice chimed in. Well, who told him he was a hero for killing demons back then? He is actually really strong though. Mortis gave a nervous laugh, rubbing his hands together. He tried to calm Bach down, Captain Bach. What brings a big shot like you here? Did we treat you poorly or something? Please, be the bigger man. For my sake, could you not lose your temper here? Bach frowned and yelled, get lost, you talk too much. Quit wasting my breath and hand over the punks that messed with me. Bach scanned the hotel. He screamed, or I won't mind helping you remodel this place from the ground up. Mortis panicked, trying to soothe him. Captain Bach, chill out, please. Those guests, they went to see the fireworks. They aren't back yet. Viber stepped up next to Bach and whispered, Captain, look, they're back. Hearing that, Bach froze for a second, like he was waiting for something. From a distance, Aki's group was walking up, chatting and laughing. Bach and his squad marched toward Aki's group. He snarled, perfect timing, you damn losers. Bach's guards quickly surrounded Aki's group. Someone shouted, surround them! Aki stood still, looking a little surprised. He glanced up at the guy in front of him. Bach loomed over Aki, radiating some serious killing intent. His core glowed as he roared, "Open your damn eyes and look closely. I'm a 5th stage core warrior, captain of the 2nd Company of Silver Moon City." Bach grabbed Aki by the collar, his voice dripping with contempt. "You trash won't even wear combat gear, yet you dare mess with me? Do you regret it yet, you dogs? On your knees, bow down and apologize to me right now." Aki stayed calm, not moving a muscle. He was silent for a long moment, confusion written all over his face. He finally asked, puzzled, "Sorry, who are you again?" Laughter erupted from the back, and a local whispered, "They don't even take Bach seriously." Bach ground his teeth. He shouted in rage, "You!" Mortis ran over, trying to stop him. "Wait, Captain Bach, don't lose it!" Mortis clasped his hands together, pleading with Bach. "They're young. They don't know any better. Please don't start a fight here. I brought out my best wine. It's waiting for you inside." Bach shoved Mortis aside while the old man stammered. "Last time you accidentally destroyed a whole building." Bach pointed at himself and screamed, "You dare play dumb with me! You bastards, you are the ones who, at the hot springs, recognizing the guy, Liu, Sino, and Tomoe instantly got defensive, their eyes glowing, ready to fight." Aki smiled, hand on his chin, and replied nonchalantly, "My bad. I thought you were someone important, so I didn't pay attention. But yeah, now I remember." Memories of Bach, Liu, and Tomoe at the hot springs flashed in Aki's mind. He mocked him. "You're that crew from the hot spring entrance, running your mouth trying to harass my female teammates." Aki clasped his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and coldly delivered the verdict. "Scum." Bach's eyes turned bloodshot, rage twisting his face. He swung a massive punch at Aki, screaming, "Die!" Mortis squeezed his eyes shut, grabbing his head, his mind screaming helplessly, "It's over!" Aki stayed calm, standing perfectly still as the attack came at him. In a blink, Aki swung his arm and sent Bach flying into the distance. Viber looked confused, staring at the fountain where Bach had just been launched. The fountain was caved in and shattered, dust flying everywhere. Bach lay motionless by the water. Viber shouted, "Boss Bach!" A huge gash appeared on Bach's face. From afar, Aki said coldly, "Your face, it was just begging to be punched." Aki turned to Viber and said softly, "Sorry, might have overdone it a bit. Anyway, you guys are paying for the damages." Bach's guards all rushed at Aki. One of them yelled angrily, "You want to die?" In an instant, the guards rained slashes down on where Aki stood. Aki didn't budge. With just one punch, he sent every single opponent flying. Mortis and the crowd watched in total shock. Aki stood firm, then shifted his footing and spun around. Over there, Bach's guards, who Aki had just launched, crashed down right into the fountain, landing exactly where their boss was. Aki looked at Mortis and asked gently, "You mentioned you had some good wine?" Mortis paused, sweat rolling down his cheek, then cracked an excited grin. Mortis bowed low, sounding super formal. "That's right, we've got gourmet food too. Please step inside." Early morning at some hotel looked like a guest was checking out. Checkout complete. Aki yanked the door open, with Tomoe, Liu, and Sino right on his heels. Aki's crew was leaving the hotel in silence when suddenly, a noise popped off. Right in front of Aki was Mortis and his staff. They were bowing respectfully. "Good morning, you 4 big shots." Then, Mortis held up a bag, no clue what was inside. He walked past the bowing staff, heading straight for Aki. Mortis bowed his head too, showing mad respect for Aki. He handed the bag over. "This is top-shelf liquor, a gift for you guys. Please accept it." Aki was caught off guard seeing his squad get a gift. "Why all of a sudden?" Mortis didn't explain Jack. He just kept his head down and repeated himself. "Please, please take it." Mortis didn't say it out loud, but deep down, he knew exactly how much Aki had saved his skin. Thanks to Aki's crew, Mortis didn't have to stress about dealing with Bach anymore. Thinking about it, that damn Bach probably wouldn't dare show his face around here to start trouble again. On Aki's side, he felt awkward accepting such expensive stuff. Why give us something so pricey? Liu, standing next to him, whispered. She seemed to get where Mortis was coming from. "If you refuse, you're going to make things super awkward for the hotel owner." After warning Aki, Liu closed her eyes, thinking. Deep down, she kinda admired Aki standing there. He didn't even care about what happened yesterday, teaching Bach a lesson, and even saving the hotel's rep. Makes sense, he's used to small stuff like this. Aki's always so slow on the uptake. Done thinking, Liu stepped forward and reached out to take the gift bag from Mortis. "We'll take it. Thanks a lot." A vehicle had already pulled up to pick up Aki's crew. Liu called out to everyone, "Let's bounce." Aki was at some base, no idea which organization it belonged to, watching the gates slowly open. Aki was handling a heavy motorcycle with Sino and the squad sitting right behind him. While driving, Aki didn't forget to honk the horn to warn pedestrians. He held a radar tracker, checking the destination and signaling his teammates. Next up is this spot, coordinates set to the northwest. Aki frowned, calculating the time. He was still tearing up the road on that heavy bike at high speed. If they went full throttle, they'd probably get there in 2 days. Tomoe was sitting in the back, looking hyped now that she knew the gang was almost there. Finally time to go save that old man, huh? Seeing Tomo so happy about a mysterious mission, Liu immediately filled her in on the facts. According to intel from Lena, Sunset Tower is a key base the new king uses to hold Senior Disa. Liu turned back to talk to Tomoe, brushing back her hair that was whipping in the wind. The challenges and dangers there are still a total mystery, so from now on, we gotta drop the playful attitude. Switch to combat mode. Realize this isn't just a joyride. Tomoe suddenly got serious. Roger that, Captain. She looked over at Sino, seemingly wanting to exchange a signal. We'll definitely give it our all to help Aki. Then Tomoe turned fully towards Sino. She asked as if confirming info. Right, Sino? Since when was Aki wearing sunglasses? He was silently thinking about Desa. The heavy bike kept rolling across the desolate desert. Aki thought while driving, my old friend, I'm coming. Rewind to about half an hour ago. At a base located in that sandy desert, Aki's group passed. Half an hour ago, there was a skyscraper of a tower here. At the base of the tower was a group of people, the Silver Moon City Signal Tower. Turns out it was Luzon's squad. Luzon was supporting Tarina. Tarina looked into the distance, where Aki's bike was, heading towards Sunset Tower. No mistake. The ones who could injure you like that, plus that destination, it's confirmed. Tarina was furious. She remembered Liet and Van Dion grinding her teeth in rage. The damn squad that killed Liet and Van Dion, it's them! Suddenly, Hose seemed to sense something and made the first move. He channeled his energy to fly up, signaling his teammates, it's them. Hearing that, Barros was already prepped. He couldn't wait any longer, then let's make our move. Hose, warp us right in front of them. Luzon saw the two acting hasty and reminded them of the situation. What's the rush? Don't you see Tarina's condition? Tarina was still hurt, but she tried to say a few words to calm her team. My spirit needs at least a day or two to recover fully. Tarina encouraged the team while pointing out their advantage over Aki's group. Don't worry, I've used my spatial coordinates to lock onto their route. They're on wheels, but we control space. Hose heard that and it made sense. He agreed with Luzon's idea. Once Tarina recovers, we'll chase them down. It'll be quick. Luzon got cockier, knowing his team held the upper hand. Besides, that little squad probably has no clue. Looking towards Sunset Tower, Luzon's face went dark, like he was saying something terrifying. What exactly is waiting for them? Back in the desolate desert, but this time with traces of ruins. Aki's group was still speeding down the road. The sun was setting and nobody knew how long Aki's group had been traveling. Sun vanished, night arrived. Aki's team was entering a pretty dense forest. Then, when the sun came up again, Aki's group passed a coastal area full of shrimp and fish. Just like that, 2 days flew by. According to Aki's calculations, they should have arrived by now. 2 days later, Aki looked at the bike's dashboard, looking a bit annoyed. Just great. Energy Crystal S empty. Since the bike was useless now, Aki decided to hoof it. Lu's group agreed. It's not far from here. Let's just walk. They hadn't walked far when a tower loomed in front of them. Everyone in Aki's group recognized the name of that place. It was Sunset Tower. However, all 4 of them felt something was off. Aki spoke up first, looking super cautious about the towering structure. This aura ain't normal. It's full of violence and bloodlust. Lu, right next to him, added on, her eyes showing an indescribable worry and sadness. It was an old, beat-up tower with not a soul around. Sensing danger, Lu activated her power. A red aura flared up around her. Lu's hair gradually shifted, splitting half black and half white, while a wicked blue aura flared up around her. Tomoe was already locked and loaded, ready to throw down. She'd fully activated her powers. Sino wasn't slacking either. The whole squad could sense the danger lurking right around the corner. Aki's crew stood back to back, covering every angle so nobody could get the drop on him. Everyone was scanning the area like hawks. Sino broke the silence, saying, "This vibe is freaking creepy," totally agreeing with the mood. Tomoe jumped in. "I'm with Sino on this. I can feel this insane, heavy, murderous intent everywhere." Liu felt it too, no doubt. She told Tomoe, "This killing intent, it's aimless, like it's been rotting here for ages." Aki felt it the hardest. He muttered, "It's madness, just pure, chaotic will." Then, Aki crouched down, touching the ground like he was tracking something. "And deep down, there's this crazy, toxic grudge," he said while checking it out. Lu's crew stayed on high alert around Aki, but the mood was heavy, kinda sad. Even though the enemy was invisible, Aki could feel the crushing pressure of Tarina's group right there. Feels like we walked into some high-level demon dimension, Tomoe said, totally confused. She turned to Aki. Why though? But why can't we see anything? Where are the demons? Aki figured it out and looked at them calmly. You guys seriously haven't noticed? Forget demons for a sec. Since we stepped foot in here, have you seen a single living thing? That hit them hard. Liu's group looked around. Sky? Empty. No birds. They scanned the cliffs, nothing. Not even a mutated lizard. Aki pressed on. See any plants? Anything alive at all? Then he dropped the bomb. We're being watched from above, even though it looks empty. Liu, Tomoe, and Sino finally got it, and yeah, they were shook. Aki kept talking, but then bam! The ground started cracking. The silence broke. Rocks started floating up from the tremors. Suddenly, Aki unleashed an aura stronger than anything they'd ever seen. Aki noticed it too, gritting his teeth. Too little, too late. Energy surged from everywhere like a beast waking up from a long nap. The whole place was shaking like crazy, but Sino kept his cool enough to spot something off. He yelled, "Watch your feet!" A split second later, this massive red energy blasted up from the ground. Sino shoved Liu and Tomoe back with insane speed. Aki was just as sharp, dodging backward. After that power flex, the energy faded out. But then, a scream echoed from underground, and the power surged back up, way stronger than before. Aki saw it all. He calculated the odds quickly. This energy intensity is on par with Liet, one of the new 6 sentinels we fought. Aki's face went pale as he realized, no, the quality, the purity. It's even stronger. The scream ripped through the air, that crimson red slashing through the desert's gloom. Tomoe watched, totally freaked out but unable to look away. That pillar of light, what the hell is that? It was Dasa screaming. As he appeared, the red energy faded. He wouldn't stop screaming, like he was in serious pain. Finally, he shut up. Dasa stood there looking terrifying, his face like it was stitched together from garbage. Sino stared at him, sweat dropping. This guy, he thought. Liu could feel it too. Dasa was strong enough to wreck everything. Tomoe looked panicked. She knew they were in trouble. He's insane strong, she realized. Liu yelled to Aki, who was standing alone up front. Don't underestimate this guy. That humanoid demon is bad news. Aki, look at his energy level. We have to team up. But Aki acted like he'd lost it, walking straight toward Dasa. Sino and Tomoe tried to stop him. What's wrong with you? Snap out of it! Tomoe screamed his name, hoping to get through to him. Aki! Aki! Dasa looked pleased. He threw his head back, laughing, then wound up to blast Aki right in the face. The shockwave hit the squad hard. Liu and Sino shielded themselves. When Liu opened her eyes, she saw something horrifying. Dasa was closing in, but Aki didn't stop. He walked like he wasn't scared of the monster in front of him at all. Why is he walking right into it? When Aki got close enough, he spoke up, like he was trying to reach out to Dasa. Aki got right up in Dasa's face and opened his arms for a hug, looking at him like an old friend. Dasa, brother. Then the 3 of them finally realized who this was and why Aki was being so reckless. It's Dasa! The squad watched, stunned, as Aki stood toe-to-toe with him. It clicked, the former 6th Sentinel, the guy we're here to save. But right then, Dasa smacked Aki away like a rag doll. The hit was so hard it warped the ground. Aki hit the dirt, in agony. Sino saw his buddy get wrecked and screamed, Aki! Dasa wasn't done. He zoomed toward the fallen boy, his sharp claws aiming right for Aki's throat. Aki couldn't even move. In a flash, Sino was there. He threw his own arm up to block the hit for Aki, struggling against Dasa's terrifying strength. The ground cracked under the pressure. Sino's armor shattered. As the blade pushed down, Sino thought, this power is unreal. Suddenly, Tomoe and Liu swooped in, knocking Dasa back to save Sino. Liu took a fighting stance, eyes blazing. We've got your back. Tomoe was right there with her, frowning and furious. She shouted for Sino. He got the message instantly and jumped back. Got it. It's a 3-on-1 beatdown. They're blasting him from a distance. But this guy is seriously tough. Liu's got mad agility, flipping and diving midair to dodge every hit. But Tomoe looks like she's struggling hard, since she's running on fumes with 0 defense left. Sino takes a hit, blood spraying everywhere. He grits his teeth but can't even land a counterattack. Liu sees things going south and screams at the crew, Stop hesitating, open your eyes. That thing isn't a Dasa anymore. Glancing at Aki, who's just lying there like a statue, she yells, Aki, snap out of it. That thing in front of us is just a killing machine that died ages ago. No soul, just a demon core keeping it running. Liu keeps spitting harsh facts to wake everyone up. Look around you. Why isn't there a single bug or blade of grass here? Why is this place so dead silent? Because everything, every single life form got swallowed whole by him. That monster ate it all. Aki hears every word Liu says, but he just lies there, totally unresponsive. Caught off guard, Liu almost gets jumped by Dasa, but luckily someone shouts, Watch out, Liu! Scatter. Dasa is going absolute berserk now, slashing wildly in every direction. Suddenly remembering something, he scans the area with those glowing red eyes. He quickly spots Aki slowly getting up, looking totally dark and lifeless. Dasa sees him and locks onto his prey. He spins around and stomps his massive feet, charging straight at Aki. Ignoring the other three again, Dasa throws everything he's got at him. Boom! Massive explosion. Sino, Liu, and Tomoe panic and rush in, screaming in unison, "Aki!" Dasa roars furiously as he attacks, dead set on killing him. Liu looks like she's in pain, trying to hold it together as she spins around. Dasa's sharp claw is already right at Aki's throat, and he still isn't fighting back. But suddenly, Aki twists to dodge and plants a fist straight into Dasa's gut. Liu's eyes go wide. She thought he wouldn't move, but nope, he's finally fighting back. Suddenly, Dasa's whole body goes flying into the air. Aki handled him with just one punch. Sino and Tomoe are stoked that Aki decided to fight back. They both yell out, "Aki!" Gritting his teeth, Aki speaks slowly. "I know. The moment I saw his eyes, I figured it out." Tears stream down Aki's face as he says painfully, "But how the hell am I supposed to accept that the guy who swore to become the strongest demon hunter has turned into this thing?" Aki clenches his fist, deciding the only option is to stop him from living on as a monster. The other three hear Aki's decision and stay silent, probably still torn about it. Dasa, recovering from the hit, zooms back and appears right behind Aki. Quick as lightning, the three of them fly toward Dasa, shouting, "Aki!" Aki is torn apart inside. He shuts his eyes tight, heart heavy with reluctance. "I'm sorry, Dasa." Aki turns his head to look back at Dasa, taking the hits one more time. "I'm sorry." Then all four of them team up to attack Dasa, aiming to destroy him and end this nightmare. After the finishing blow, Liu lands on the ground, feeling like it's too good to be true, and asks, "Is it finally over?" Tomoe and Sino look worriedly at Aki. Tomoe hesitates before calling out, "Senior?" Aki is still drowning in the guilt of having to strike down Dasa himself. Rest in peace, Dasa. But suddenly, a massive, terrifying explosion erupts from where Dasa went down. Aki's eyes pop open, staring in shock at what's happening. Whispering internally, "Dasa?" Something huge rises up, glowing with 3 gems, red, yellow, and blue. Dasa isn't dead. He's revived, standing tall with all 3 gems. He lets out a massive roar, catching the squad completely off guard. Everyone knows the answer now. It's the triple core. Liu is trembling, thinking to herself, even with a demon's body structure, this is insane, and it's not just a simple addition of power. Seeing the energy pouring out of Dasa, Liu panics. The energy density, it's surpassed the 7th stage. Dasa is even more aggressive than before. He roars and charges straight at Aki's group. Wherever those massive feet land, the ground cracks open. That just shows how strong he is. Suddenly, Dasa transforms into a giant 3-colored tornado, spinning straight toward Aki. Everyone's freaking out. Sino steps up to be the first line of defense. He tells the others, "I got this." Remembering in Ran's battle, he tries to copy the move Senior on Ran used back in Luzhou Town and immediately activates Earth Armor. Sino strains to keep the protective circle up for everyone. But it looks like Dasa's power is about to smash right through it. In a split second, Dasa smacks Sino, sending him flying. That power is terrifying. They can just stand there watching. Blue wings instantly spread out, ready for battle. Tomoe moves like a blur, spamming her phantom shadow slash. But the sharp spikes on Dasa's body shoot out glowing red orbs. Tomoe's eyes go wide with total shock when she sees them coming. Then those red orbs bombard Tomoe one after another. She keeps dodging, but it's no use. The attacks are way too dense. Liu, standing on the sidelines, gets caught in the crossfire. The ground beneath her gets blasted apart. She recognizes the move instantly. It looks exactly like spatial arts. Liu seizes the chance to attack, standing right in front of Dasa to unleash her spatial blade cut. She puts everything into it, but Dasa doesn't even flinch, leaving her stunned. Staring at that massive body, she gasps. "I can't believe he took a hit from the yellow core's power without a scratch." Someone else rushes toward Dasa, but he spots the ambush instantly. Tomoe, eyes glowing white and full of determination, charges forward, but Dasa sees her coming. And gritting his teeth, he turns to face her. He charges up a massive blood-red orb in his mouth and spits it straight at the incoming Tomoe. Caught off guard, she's engulfed in a terrifying explosion. Did she make it out in time? Dasa's power is seriously no joke. Dasa spins around, triggering explosions everywhere he turns. It's hard for Tomoe to escape. The smoke is so thick you can't see a thing, burying everything in a cloud of dust. Seeing Tomoe in trouble, Liu screams in panic, "Tomoe, look out!" But Tomoe uses her insane agility, flipping repeatedly to dodge the onslaught. After barely escaping, Tomoe yells back to Liu, "I'm good, damn it, this guy is way too strong." Sino realized the problem too. The attacks weren't just freaking strong. They were coming so fast it was suffocating. That guy didn't give a damn about the pressure on his own body. Even if his muscles tore and bled from going too hard, even if his bones cracked like twigs from the stress, his attacks didn't let up for a single second. Right then, Daisa stepped toward Liu again. She flinched, totally terrified, but Aki jumped right into the fray. He swung his arm and knocked Daisa back, saving Liu's butt from danger. Aki landed from the air, but the second his toes touched the ground, something else happened. Aki rushed in to fight Daisa head-on. Two guys with insane power wrecked the ground, making it uneven. Aki and Daisa were dead even. They fought for ages with no winner. Aki fought while thinking to himself, "Bro, you're living in a hell worse than death here, aren't you?" Then he frowned, his eyes filled with sorrow. "You must be in so much pain if you can't stop yourself." Aki thought with determination. "Then let me make you stop. Let's end all this crap." Then he shouted to everyone. Aki ordered, "Everyone follow me up!" Tomoe and Liu had murderous looks in their eyes. Sino too. The three shouted together, "Roger that, King!" Then all three rushed up together. Seeing Sino risking his life like that, Liu warned him. But Sino didn't flinch at all. He ordered, "Grow!" Metal shields popped up instantly. Sino reassured, "I got this." Sino pushed the shield toward Daisa. "This is the move, Quad Wall Bone Crusher." Liu and Tomoe saw the chance, they said together. "Right now." Liu jumped up instantly, launching an attack. Dimensional cut on this side. Tomoe coordinated smoothly with extreme flash step. Seeing Daisa getting hit from two sides, Aki flew right in front of him. Aki dealt the finishing blow, not hesitating to hit straight with the center point slash. One slash from Aki smashed 3 gems on Daisa's body. Daisa was getting hit from all directions. He couldn't fight back and crashed down immediately. A pair of hands quickly caught Daisa's head to ease his pain. The nasty skin on Daisa was fading away, revealing a familiar face. With his vision all messed up, Daisa wasn't sure who was standing there. He whispered, "King?" Daisa opened his eyes to see the ugly skin stitched to one side of his face. He wheezed, "Did you come to pick me up?" Right at that moment, his head suddenly cracked open, fractures spreading like a spiderweb. Then Daisa's body shattered completely, turning into dust and fading in the wind. The sky turned gloomy, leaving zero trace that he ever existed. Aki totally collapsed on the ground, his arms shaking uncontrollably. Drops of dark red blood fell on the cold ground, making a dry, heartbreaking thud. Realizing something was wrong, the crowd shouted, freaking out with worry. "King!" Aki spoke up, his voice trembling but trying to stay sane. "Stay back!" He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes tight, his chest heaving like crazy. Aki shook, trying to force himself to calm down. Give me a sec, just let me calm down." Liu stood nearby, eyes full of worry looking at Aki, but she held back from stepping forward. Sino silently watched everything. His hands clenched tight, body super tense. Tomoe bit her lip, her face showing deep anxiety and worry. No one in the group said another word, just silently watching Aki in the heavy atmosphere. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, in a remote area in the quiet sky, a huge crack appeared out of nowhere, looking terrifying, like something was ripping space apart from the other side of the world. Expanding from inside the crack, small white dots appeared one by one, then shot out like shooting stars blasted from the sky, a bird flying across the sky. Screamed in panic, sensing something wrong, but before it could dodge, the light beams blasted right through its body. Right after that, Tarina, Luzon, and Baris landed from above, their heavy vibes making the ground shake. He spoke first, voice low. "Are you sure the squad that killed Liet and DN is in this direction?" He replied coldly, "Are you doubting my gut? Those bastards are near here, plus their aura seems to have broken past that watchdog." She frowned. "The 3-core monster after modification, even if we team up, it's a pain in the ass to deal with. Looks like we underestimated that little rat." He laughed loud. "Isn't that great? If they can destroy that monster, it proves they're worthy enough to be my opponents. It's been ages since I had a real brawl." Tarina warned coldly, "Cut the crazy act. Don't forget, we're waiting for the king to finish his seclusion. If he finds out the killers of Liet and De'en are still alive," she whispered, "you guys know the big boss's rage well, right?" No one answered. The group fell into a creepy silence. Tarina ordered, "Then use that squad's heads to soothe the king's fury." The sky was swirling with clouds, wind rustling over Daisa's grave. Aki spoke. His voice was steady now, but deep down it was rock hard. "Let go." Leo asked straight, "King, Senior Daisa is, why do we still have to go toward the tower? Is it to investigate something?" He said slowly, "I thought the heavy aura here was caused by Daisa, but don't you guys feel it's weird?" Aki's eyes darkened. After taking down Daisa, the aura in the air didn't vanish. Instead, it got clearer, more specific, and heavier because only one single existence is left. In the quiet space, the other three were totally stunned, facing the truth. Aki explained, "Remember when Lena said the king was in seclusion?" She trembled. "Could it be the new king?" He darkened his face. "Exactly. The new king is right at the top of this tower." Under the gloomy sky. All four looked up, staring in shock at the giant tower in front of them. Right then, in the deep night sky, four massive stars suddenly appeared. Then they slammed straight into the dry ground, creating a blinding flash. When the dust settled, Tarina's group stood looming over them. Luzon spoke up. "Want to disturb the king's seclusion?" He spoke while angrily ripping the coat off his back and throwing it to the floor. Luzon roared, "You trash who murdered Liet and Dien." Immediately recognizing the familiar aura, Liu, Tomoe, and Sino thought at the same time, "Double core? 4 guys in the small town before?" All 3 of them saw that scene and screamed internally in shock, "It's 6 cores!" In that extreme rage, Aki lost his cool completely. His face had zero emotion, and then he spoke. Perfect timing. Seeing the dangerous situation, Lu reached out to stop Aki from charging forward. She lowered her voice. "King, they ain't the target." Tomoe cut in sharply. "Yeah, Aki, these 4 are just gatekeeping mutts. Don't stop. Go waste that bastard new king and drag his ass off the throne." Sino added, "Go, King. Go take care of the real business." The whole crew charged forward, yelling, "Leave these 4 to us!" Aki roared in silence, his body twisting violently as his aura completely shifted. Huge black wings ripped through the air, erupting from his back. In a heartbeat, Aki shot into the sky, tearing through the wind straight toward the giant tower. Watching him go, Liu Jian roared, his voice dripping with rage. "Get your ass down here!" He raised his hand high, energy gathering violently. "Meteor cannon!" The terrifying power churned, shaking everything around it. But before it could launch, the space ahead twisted. Spatial reflection blocked the attack path. Liu coldly extended her hand, her gaze terrifyingly calm. She locked eyes with Liu Jian and his gang. "You're dealing with us now." Elsewhere, Tomoe stomped the ground, shaking the earth like it was collapsing from the inside. "My body's limits aren't staying where they used to be." "Transform!" She shot forward, speed exploding, aiming right for Tarina, but she slammed to a halt right in front of her like she hit an invisible wall. Tarina tilted her head slightly, eyes cold and emotionless. "Piss off." An invisible force blasted out, sending Tomoe flying and skidding across the rocky ground. Tarina glanced back coldly, watching the power flaring up. Tomoe pushed herself up, her face darkening with killing intent as she stared down Tarina. Her legs morphed into sharp, non-biological structures, radiating a dangerous aura. Watching the transformation, a deep voice rang out. "Not just an energy boost, she's altering her body structure." He smirked. "Did that last fight enlighten you or something?" She lowered her voice, every word driving into the ground like a nail. "You want to get past?" Then she screamed, "Not unless you step over our dead bodies." Liu Jian laughed loud, shoulders shaking with suppressed excitement. He shouted, "Interesting, so damn interesting. Thought you were just bugs slightly stronger than humans, but looks like you're little wolf cubs showing your fangs." Hoso spoke slowly, voice void of emotion. "If that's the case." Barros nodded, his aura exploding outwards. "Then we'll finish you off first." In the next instant, all 4 enemies stomped the ground in unison, power erupting violently. A massive battle broke out outside the tower, screams mixed with sky-shattering explosions, the clashes shaking space itself until even the sturdiest stone walls started to crack. Aki cursed under his breath. "Damn it, top to bottom, this whole tower's reinforced with special metal." He channeled power into his foot and stomped hard. "Can't just wreck the top." Aki decided to attack again. He told himself, "Then I'll find a breaking point at the base." A terrifying strike slammed into the foundation, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When it cleared, the tower space hadn't budged an inch, standing tall and defying all power. Seeing that, Aki frowned in annoyance, gripping his sword hilt tight. Still not a scratch. Just then, an ancient voice rang out from the sword in his hand. "This is a rule of power," it continued explaining. "There is an extremely vague, chaotic ancient energy churning inside the tower. This gate is reinforced by that energy. It's completely sealed." The sword went on. "Seals? Rules? In this world, there is nothing." He stared silently at the giant gate, eyes sharpening. Aki's voice dropped low. "Qualified to stand before us as a seal." The sword laughed loud, feeding off the madness. Aki raised his sword, shouting in rage, the sound wave alone shaking the air. "Split open!" A horrific slash crashed down, and for the first time, the tower reacted. Tarina's expression changed. "Your buddy wants to break the front door? How stupid." That seal was set by the king himself. As the dust settled, Aki stood before the gate, a solitary figure cloaked in black electricity. Where a tiny crack flashed, black lightning spread like a spider web. Red lightning crackled from the door, forming a magic barrier. He channeled all his power again, readying a second strike. Break! The door cracked. The cracks lengthened, releasing a terrifying pressure from inside. Seeing this, the four enemies froze, rooted to the spot in horror at that power. Tarina's voice couldn't hide her panic. He can actually break the seal? The girl laughed coldly, parrying an attack and shouting, "Guess your king ain't all that special after all." She raised her voice, momentum undiminished. "Hey guys, focus! If the door's already open," Lu spoke as she launched an attack. "Then we definitely can't let you get past and bother him." Barros frowned, feeling the pressure spiking. "These guys aren't weak. We need to end this fast." She gritted her teeth, eyes icy, radiating a cold aura that covered everything. Tarina shouted, "I won't let anyone disturb the king's seclusion." Before the pitch-black cave entrance, Aki stood for a moment, then slowly stepped inside. He observed in silence, unable to hide his shock. Around him was a massive space filled with strange symbols. He estimated the ceiling was 100 meters high. This place definitely used some kind of folded space technique. The inside is at least dozens of times bigger than it looks from the outside. The sword's voice rang out, "Watch yourself, kid. This aura ain't normal. Even I feel strange and uneasy." It speculated, "It's like someone forcibly mixed all kinds of chaotic powers together." Staring into the darkness, he muttered, "Showing up?" And then, feet with sharp claws emerged. A swarm of demons stepped forward, surrounding him. Aki calculated mentally, at least 40 of them. Eyeing the monsters, he estimated, lowest is stage 4 hell. There is even stage 6 demons. They bared their fangs at him. He gritted his teeth in fury. This is the new king, a king who's supposed to save the world, protect humanity, a hero who should hate demons to the bone and wipe them all out. Aki questioned, "Yet you're keeping high-level demons right in your own lair just to guard your so-called seclusion?" His eyes flared. "If that's how it is..." Instantly, a red light exploded violently. The demons started shaking in fear. Aki made his move, planting his hand on the ground. Black armor slaughter. The demons charged immediately. "Don't be scared. Get him!" Suddenly a shout rang out. "Stop!" Sharp claws froze, inches from him. Aki smirked sarcastically. "Every damn floor in this tower pulls the exact same lame welcome stunt, huh?" He stomped his foot, cracking the stone floor instantly. "Fine then." Aki charged straight at the demons. "I'll take every last one of you losers on." The scene shifts. Lightning-like beams flashed by, blasting power everywhere without stopping. The place looked totally wrecked. A voice rang out. "Sino, you holding up okay?" Tomoe asked, sounding worried. "You took all that damage for the squad." Lu rushed over. "Sino, let me patch you up." But Sino stayed strong. "I can still fight." He glared up furiously. "Even if you are the so-called new 6, I'm gonna rip you guys apart piece by piece." Tarina saw this and sighed. "These 3 ain't weak, I'll give 'em that. Dragging their beaten bodies this far and forcing the 4 of us to team up?" She ordered with annoyance. "We gotta drag those bugs over there too? Just hurry up and squash them. Go all out." Then waves of power started surging up, getting stronger by the second. The moment the energy peaked, it slammed down on Sino's group. Liu's eyes went wide, staring in shock at the incoming blast. The new 6 were already monsters, but now their power just spiked like crazy. Standing right there was Tarina of the new 6. She was floating in the air, looking down, rocking that dual-core demon form with horns. Next up was a huge weapon, the Mammoth Warhammer. That belongs to Lujian of the new 6, also in dual-core demon form. He showed up with sharp horns too. Then came Shatterfang, Barus' weapon. That guy's Baruz of the new 6 in dual-core demon form. Finally, the Space-Time Scepter, the weapon of that dual-core form. Lu looked worried. Dual cores plus this level of demon transformation, she thought to herself. Aki looks like this is as far as we go with you. She gritted her teeth, deciding to risk it all, and yelled. Aki's squad launched the final attack. Both sides clashed violently, blood spraying everywhere. Triple-layered light cannon, 3 monsters were charging up their energy to attack, but then, boom, something blew their heads clean off instantly. Aki moved like lightning, taking them down one by one, his eyes rolled back showing only whites. He grunted in annoyance, "You're too damn slow." Aki stomped down hard, his voice cold as ice. "Since you guys love these welcome parties so much, why don't you use your lives to mop the floors of this tower?" The second he shut his mouth, Aki used his insane speed and crushing pressure to wipe them all out. The room was drenched in blood, with red lightning and blinding white light blasting everywhere. The thick dust cloud filling the room slowly cleared up. Aki was standing there, leaning on his sword. Dead bodies everywhere. Floor 1, demons annihilated. His eyes looked deadly as he growled. Next floor. The scene shifts. Golden lightning tore through the sky. Sino was clashing hard with an enemy mid-air, looking intense. He charged up his power and slammed straight into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Back to Aki, he had already slaughtered all the demons. Floor 2, demons annihilated. Over at Liu S' spot, she screamed at the pile of rubble. Sino! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the air behind her. Got time to worry about other people? A blast of energy shot out at her, but Liu blocked it just in time. Meanwhile, Aki had already cleared floor 3. Floor 3, demons annihilated. Back to Liu, she grit her teeth, staying on guard. Weird, why does my body feel so heavy and slow all of a sudden? Liu looked back, thinking. Don't tell me, a voice spoke up behind her. Tarina smiled, holding a scythe. Took you long enough to notice. Yeah, it's a hallucinogenic poison mist. She stared Liu down, warning her. Stop struggling. Nobody moves freely inside this formation. Meanwhile, Aki was tearing through floor 4. The scene shifts to an explosion of energy, blinding lightning swirling around a tiny figure standing right in the middle of the chaos. Tomoe got knocked back by the blast. She was panting hard, exhausted in front of an overpowering opponent who pointed a weapon at her and teased. Hey, little sis, you're slowing down. On the final floor, Aki drove his sword straight through a demon. He thought, the final guard is a black-scaled dual-core demon, huh? Aki raised his hand, channeling his power until dark energy appeared. Stones with weird symbols dropped from the demon's body, falling to the ground before flying over to Aki. He thought, red stands for power, yellow is defense, blue is speed, green is recovery, and purple is illusion abilities. He held 2 stones in his hand, thinking, and now black represents space. Red, yellow, blue, green, purple, black. I've finally got them all. Aki suddenly squeezed the stone tight. A cracking sound rang out, and he jammed the stone right into his own chest. Power exploded out of him, with dark energy swirling all around. Aki closed his eyes, thinking, control the power of space. He snapped his eyes open, revealing heterochromia, 2 different colored eyes looking absolutely savage. Aki raised a finger, whispering to himself, so this is what full attribute power feels like? He poked his finger into the air and ripped space itself wide open, revealing a whole other dimension where he could feel the flow of space. He looked at the door, thinking, push through this, and I'm at the top of the tower. Aki suddenly flinched, eyes wide like he sensed something. He whipped his head around. It was that guy, the so-called new king. Back to Sino, Liu Jian raised his hammer high, ready to strike. He smirked. Bet you can't pop that defensive shield anymore, huh? He smashed the hammer down, screaming, die! But suddenly the world turned gray, like time had frozen. In the pitch-black void, green circles started glowing in the sky. Aki focused, eyes closed, whispering, sorry to keep you guys waiting. He sent a message to his teammates. I've collected every core type, smashed through the barriers, and fully fused them. He paused, his voice deepening. I'm gonna make you guys evolve all at once.